Chapter 1. The Woman in White. The smell of blood, gunpowder, and death filled the air. The numerous helicopters sounded like beating drums announcing the execution of criminals. Shouts and screams blended with gunshots. Smoke rose in the night sky like an evil phantom about to swallow the moon and the stars. Inside the mansion, a young woman wearing a white dress watched this scene from hell. She stood in the dark, sweeping her emerald eyes across all the carnage below her. Moonlight reflected on her golden hair. She looked otherworldly, like a fairy watching mortals kill each other while she remained detached and pure. Unfortunately, she was not an immortal. She was fated to die this night. She closed her eyes and sighed. She took one last look at the nightmare playing outside, turned around, and walked towards the grand piano in the room. The 5 bodyguards protecting her also shifted with her movement, but otherwise remained silent and invisible. She knew that this night would be her last. She didn't know whether her older brother, father, and mother were still alive. Perhaps they were killed already. From what she saw outside, the enemies planned to annihilate all of them. With her great hearing, she heard the enemies finally invading the mansion. The gunshots rang louder as they drew nearer. Her 5 bodyguards tensed and stepped closer towards her. Their murderous eyes locked at the door. Gently, she sat in front of the piano. It would be her end soon. The least she could do was play music to accompany the souls of the killed this night as they left this world. Taking a deep breath, her fingers danced on the keyboard. Beethoven's Fr Elise started seeping through the sounds of murder in the air. Bang! The door to the room crashed open. The bodyguards immediately started trading shots with the soldiers and police. The smell of blood and sweat grew stronger, but the beautiful young woman in white played the piano as if nothing was happening around her. Even when 2 bullets pierced her left shoulder and right hip, she still continued playing without missing a beat. The music complemented the sounds of carnage to the point that the soldiers and police listening felt goosebumps. The contrast between the music and the violence almost felt mystical. The 5 bodyguards fought to protect their lady without any regard to their own lives. They were trained to be emotionless assassins from a young age. They killed a few, but the enemies grossly outnumbered them. Finally, the last of the bodyguards died. "Hands in the air," shouted a police officer. The beautiful woman in white ignored him, closing her eyes and swaying as she continued to play the piano. The soldiers and the police officers had their guns raised and locked on to the beautiful woman, playing as if she was the only person in the world. Her pristine white dress was now dyed dark red, as blood continuously flowed from her wounds. Everyone in the room was mesmerized by her otherworldly beauty and elegance. "What a pity." A soldier gritted his teeth. "We have orders. Fire." The woman smiled softly before bullets barraged her back. Her blood showered up in the air like rose petals and then splashed on the ground like raindrops. The music abruptly stopped. Her body slumped over the piano, banging against the keyboard and producing a discordant tune. Her emerald eyes swiftly drained of life, yet they were still beautiful. She slid to the floor and fell hard. "At last, I'm free." Her voice was a soft whisper. Then she breathed her last. Chapter 2. Waking up in another body. Tired. So tired. It felt like she was walking for an eternity through a dark and desolate tunnel. She wanted to stop, but for some reason she kept on walking towards the small speck of light far away in the distance. Her throat felt dry and rough, burning with extreme thirst. Water. She needed water. Maybe she could drink when she reached the end of the tunnel. And so she kept on walking and walking and walking. Water. The thought of water relieving her parched throat kept her going. She didn't know how long she walked. Days, months, years, maybe even decades, perhaps even centuries. She didn't know. She just wanted water. Finally, the light grew larger and brighter. Almost there. Then she was bathed in pure, white light. Finally, ####, at a big, private hospital. She opened her eyes and felt almost blinded by a soft, dim light. It took a few moments before her eyes adjusted. Where am I? Confused, she looked around the tasteful, hotel-like room. She didn't recognize the place. Then she noticed the sound of slow, constant beeping beside her. She turned her head towards the sound and was surprised that her head felt heavy. In fact, her entire body felt heavy. She couldn't move. What's going on? With great effort, She finally turned her head a little and saw that it was a machine making the beeping noise. She then realized that she was hooked to it, and a lot of other medical apparatuses as well. It dawned on her that she was at a hospital, and by the looks of it, her condition was rather serious. Water. She tried speaking, but only a dry whisper came out of her cracked lips. Nobody was around. She already felt exhausted. Her eyes started to droop, but she fought against the unconsciousness threatening to overcome her. After waiting for who knew how long, the door finally opened and a nurse strode in. "You're awake." The nurse was shocked when she saw the patient's open eyes. She immediately pressed a button to call for a doctor. "HM? Chinese. How are you feeling?" the nurse asked and began checking her. "Wa. Tur," she croaked in Mandarin. Fortunately, the nurse understood her. "You want to drink water? Wait a moment, Mississippi. We'll have to wait for the doctor and ask him whether it's okay for you to drink." "Oh, he's here." The door opened and a middle-aged doctor entered, followed by 3 others wearing the same white lab coats. They looked like doctors too, but younger. "Hello, can you hear me? My name is Dr. Ching. How are you feeling?" The lead doctor pressed his stethoscope on several parts of her chest as he asked questions. "She asked for water," the nurse told him. "That's good. Let her drink via straw if she's able. If not, use drops or melt an ice cube on her lips." The team of doctors began examining her, while the nurse left to get water. Finally, the nurse returned with water in a paper cup and a straw. At first, she couldn't suck from the straw. Her mouth muscles felt weak. Only after a few tries was she able to get the water flowing, but felt exhausted after just a few sips. However, the feeling of water flowing down her dry throat felt so heavenly that her eyes pricked. She blinked the tears away, not allowing them to fall. It was almost unbelievable that she was getting so emotional over a few sips of water. "Do you know your name?" Dr. Ching asked. "My name." She was about to say her name, but memories suddenly rushed in her mind. She gasped, utterly confused by these foreign memories. What was happening? She looked sideways and saw locks of black hair from her head on the pillow. Black hair? Where was her blonde hair? Did someone color her hair while she was unconscious? Her heart palpitated as an impossible thought entered her mind with the onslaught of the unknown memories. The doctors were alarmed at the sudden spike of her heart rate. The beeping frequency on the machine increased. "A mirror, give me." The doctors and the nurse looked at each other. Dr. Ching faced the girl with a reassuring expression and said, "Calm down. Are you tired? Are you feeling pain anywhere?" "PL please, mirror." Dr. Ching hesitated and looked at his patient for a few more seconds before nodding at the nurse. The nurse left. When she returned, she brought a mirror and held it in front of the pale girl lying on the bed. When the girl saw her face, her eyes didn't recognize it. Where was her blonde hair? Her green eyes? The face in front of her was clearly not her own. The straight, black hair and the dark brown phoenix eyes gave away the face's Asian background. The machine hooked to her beeped more quickly, worrying the doctors. The nurse took the mirror away as the pale girl closed her eyes to digest what she just experienced. The face of a stranger on the mirror matched the ones from the rush of memories she experienced just a few moments ago. She opened her eyes in disbelief. Impossible. This can't be. Am I dreaming? Unbelievable. But how could she explain what was happening to her now? She woke up in another person's body. The shock was too much, especially since she felt so weak at the moment. Her eyes closed and she succumbed to the familiar darkness. Chapter 3. Iris Long. "Do you remember your name?" Dr. Ching asked his patient when she woke up the next day. "My name is Iris Long. How long was I in coma?" Unlike her panic from yesterday, she was calm as she spoke with the doctor. "A little over 1 year," he answered. "I see." She let the doctors fuss around her. She had no choice but to accept the fact that she woke up in another person's body. She knew that she already died, so she should consider this second life a second chance to live the life she always wanted, the life that she could never hope to live in her past life. She was no different from a prisoner during her past life. She was always guarded, forced to learn knowledge and skills she had no interest in, and not allowed to leave the estate or meet others. A caged bird. That was what she was before. But now she had the chance to finally spread her wings and soar as high as she wanted. Freedom. This was what she always craved for. Even if it meant living as another person, she would willingly accept this new life. Evelina was dead. She died at 25 years old that bloody night. Now she woke up as 19-year-old Iris Long, a wild pop singer and party girl. A year ago, Iris Long was driving alone after leaving a party at a club when she realized too late that her brakes stopped working. She lost control and crashed into a building, immediately wrecking her newly bought sports car. Her injuries were so serious that she went into coma with only life support machines preventing her total death. The original Iris Long died with the car crash, but her body was saved. Now another soul filled it, and the new owner intended to live a fulfilling life of freedom and independence. When can I get out of here? Evelina, now Iris, asked Dr. Ching. She couldn't wait to start living this new life. Don't rush. We still need to examine and monitor you to make sure that there are no complications. When you're well enough, you need to undergo physiotherapy and rehabilitation to recover as much of your previous strength and mobility. She sighed. She was about to ask more questions when the door suddenly opened and a strong oud fragrance wafted inside the room. Iris wrinkled her nose and turned to see a heavily made-up woman with perfectly coiffed hair, wearing a gorgeous long red dress and diamond-encrusted ultra-high heels. Weilon strutted and pushed aside the doctors before leaning over her daughter for air kisses on both cheeks. Oh, my poor daughter. Mother is so happy that you're finally awake. Mother has been so worried about you. Weilon took out a delicately embroidered handkerchief from her designer purse and wiped non-existent tears. Iris breathed through her mouth. The woman's perfume was too strong. Based on the original Iris memories, she wasn't close to this mother. In fact, she wasn't close to any members of her family. Weilon, a former struggling model, only married Long Tingfei for his money and status. When their marriage ended, her mother made sure to use her daughter to squeeze a ridiculous amount of alimony and child support from her ex-husband. Not even a month after their separation, her mother already had a string of lovers who were, of course, as rich as her ex. As a result, the Longs absolutely hated and looked down on Weilon and her daughter, Iris. Weilon pushed her daughter into show business from a very young age. Iris started out as a child TV commercial model and then became a teen pop singer. Although Long Tungfei felt ashamed of this daughter of his, she still had the blood of the Longs flowing inside her veins. Knowing his ex-wife's greed, Long Tingfei hired a financial manager for his daughter to protect her earnings from both Weilon and herself. This didn't sit well with Weilon, but she couldn't do anything, so she vented her resentment to her own daughter, which resulted on their strained and shallow mother-daughter relationship. The father-daughter relationship wasn't any better either. Long Tingfei did this for his daughter's own good, but Iris was immature and didn't appreciate it. She thought that her father was punishing her by not giving her full access to her allowance and her own earnings. Weilon didn't help the situation by bad-mouthing her ex to their daughter. Iris felt unloved by her family, so she did everything for more fame. She performed provocative songs, attended wild parties, ingratiated herself with famous people, and a lot of other ridiculous antics to get their attention. She naively thought that more fame equaled to more love from the people. Yes, she had fans as an entertainer. They liked her songs and her beauty, but not necessarily liked her as a person. Chapter 4. Shallow Mother and Daughter. Iris rubbed her temples and sighed. Now that she was the new owner of this body, she needed to straighten out a lot of issues first before she could live the life of freedom and independence that she always wanted. Iris Long's life was a total mess, but she felt excited diving into this new life. Honey, are you all right? Does your head hurt? Weilon turned to the doctors and demanded, "Why aren't you doing anything? Aren't you doctors? Make her headache go away. You're all useless. Call the hospital director. I'll tell them to replace you. Don't you know who I am? My ex-husband is the president CEO of Long Industries." Mother, please calm down. I'm all right. Dr. Ching and everyone else are doing everything they can to help me recover. She was someone who mysteriously occupied another person's body. This Weilon might be the mother of the original Iris, but the woman was a stranger to her, the new owner of this body. She held no love for the woman, but Weilon was now her mother in this life. As long as Weilon didn't intentionally harm her, the least she could do was act polite. Dr. Ching gave her a grateful smile. The team of doctors finished her checkup and left the two in the room. When the door closed, Weilon sat with flourish on the chair. Beside the bed, she crossed her long legs and gave an exaggerated sigh. Make sure to ask your father to see you. You were in coma for a year. 1 whole year. That's a year without facials and shopping. The horror. My poor daughter. You deserve to request anything from him. Humph. Make Suyur to ask for something fabulous and expensive, like a private plane, for example. And then mother can borrow it from time to time. You'll let me borrow, right? A yacht is good, too. We can throw fabulous parties while sailing. Oh, wouldn't that be Amara's easying? If you tell him how scary it was to be comatose, I'm sure that he'll buy you anything. Iris sighed as she watched Wei Lan's sparkling eyes. She knew the woman was already imagining herself hopping on a private plane to fly around the world and coasting on a yacht while romancing her string of lovers. Father has already been informed about my current condition since he's the one paying my medical bills. Whether he comes to see me or not is up to him. I want to focus on my recovery and go home as soon as possible. Oh, you're returning to the Longs? That works, too. About damn time you remind them that you're also their heiress. Iris gave her a side-eye. I have my own place. Oomph. A Long heiress living in that tiny dump. What an embarrassment. It's your father's fault for hiring that damn money man. You can't buy a mansion because that bastard won't let you spend your own money. And your father just lets that damn bastard do whatever he wants. Both your father and that damn money man won't let you spend your own money freely. You can't buy your own mansion, and your father won't buy you one either. Meanwhile, his other brats from those sluts are living like royalty while you're working so hard. Where is the fairness in the world? My poor daughter. What was this woman babbling about? Tiny dump. Her memory told her that Iris Long owned a penthouse occupying the entire 2 topmost floors of a condominium building. It was certainly too big for a teenager living by herself. She was able to purchase the penthouse for a good price because her financial manager, who Wei Lan kept on calling the damn money man, negotiated for her. However, she had a suspicion that it was Long Tungfei who secretly helped the original Iris to obtain such a good deal. The mother and daughter never wanted to live together. To Wei Lan, providing for her daughter was her ex-husband's responsibility. She already did her job by getting pregnant, carrying the baby for 9 months, and then suffering the unbelievable pain of childbirth. Now that the ordeal was over, she thought that she deserved the right to enjoy life being pampered by men who admired her. As for the original Iris, her mother's string of lovers disgusted her. She also didn't want to live with the Longs who clearly hated her. She had no choice but to get her own place. Iris studied Wei Lan, who continued babbling about useless things. She didn't share the original Iris' disgust of her mother. Wei Lan loved money, beauty, and most importantly, she loved herself the most. Despite this, she wasn't a malicious person per se. She was a bitch, yes, but she wouldn't resort to serious criminal acts to get what she wanted. Simply speaking, Wei Lan was a shallow person. Her daughter, Iris, was a shallow person as well. They were the same type of people. Using the analogy of magnets, the mother and daughter had the same negative charge, so they repelled each other. The new Iris was a neutral one, neither repelling nor attracting. As long as people didn't provoke her, she would be polite. But if they attacked her, a dangerous glint flashed in her eyes. Chapter 5, Jin Liwei. Jin Corporation. Everyone wiped cold sweat from their foreheads and drank mouthfuls of water. The ones who did presentations during the meeting looked like they went through the 18 levels of hell and survived, barely. They glanced at King Yama Wan. Their boss Jin Liwei, who was the president and CEO of Jin Corporation, the #1 company in the country. As usual, he looked glacial, formidable, and absolutely gorgeous. He was tall, rich, and handsome. If their boss wasn't so frightening, the females and bent employees in the company would throw themselves at him on a regular basis. They would die happily for just a single glance from him. Unfortunately, legends abounded about past employees stupid enough to flirt and attempt to seduce the big boss. It was said that these foolish mortals were immediately fired and blacklisted from working in the business industry. Some were said to have committed suicide because of despair, while some disappeared, never to be seen or heard from ever again. Rumors or not, it was a fact that President Jin Liwei wasn't someone to be casually treated, or worse, offended. Dismissed, Jin Liwei ordered before standing up and leaving the conference room. Su Tian, his trusted assistant, opened the door for him and then followed after him to his office at the topmost floor of the building. Everyone inside stood up and remained bowing until the sound of their boss' footsteps gradually vanished. When they were certain that their boss was gone, they released the breaths they were holding. They heaved sighs of great relief that the meeting finally ended. Inside the president-CEO's office, Jin Liwei leaned back on his opulent leather seat behind his massive Dalbergia wood desk. He listened to Su Tian's report with a cold expression, his hands steepled over his chest. The interiors of the office was very masculine, combining elements of traditional and modern aesthetics. The whole office screamed of power and wealth. "President, I have been notified by the hospital that Miss Long has finally awakened from coma," Su Tian read from the paper report in his hand. Her exam results show no serious complications aside from muscle atrophy from being bedridden for a year, which can be cured by regular physiotherapy and rehabilitation. No reported memory loss or brain damage. She is recovering at a faster rate than expected, and if nothing unfortunate happens, her doctors believe that she'll achieve complete physical recovery in about 6 months. As for any emotional trauma from the accident, the doctors recommended psychological therapy, but Miss Long reportedly declined. Who are the people she's been in contact with after waking up? Her mother, Madame Wei Lan, was the first. The madam came on the second day Miss Long woke up. In the next few days, her manager and assistants also visited, but she apparently fired all of them on the spot. Jin Liwei raised an eyebrow, but otherwise didn't comment. He asked instead, did Long Tingfei visit his daughter yet? As of now, CEO Long has not personally visited nor seen Miss Long after she has woken up, but he did send his assistant to check up on her. A faint sneer appeared on Jin Liwei's cold expression. We also found out that CEO Long ordered a lockdown on news about Miss Long waking up from coma. The manager and assistants fired by her were also given hush money to keep the information to themselves, all arranged by President Long's people without Miss Long's knowledge. Is he reinvestigating his daughter's accident? At this moment, we have not received any indication regarding that. And even if he does, we already erased all evidence and trails a year ago as per your orders. He won't find anything different from the police investigation results. Good. Continue to monitor her. Understood. Jin Liwei paused, thinking, before asking, does my brother know? I don't think so. President Long locked down news about his daughter. So unless Miss Long personally calls and informs Second Master that she has woken up, I don't think he'll know. Jin Liwei nodded, relieved. I want her far away from Chonglin and Fan Luo. My brother and his fiancée are marrying in the near future, and our families can't afford any scandals at the moment. Understood. Is there anything else, President? No. You may go. Su Tian bowed before leaving and heading to his own desk outside the door. Ruler or Judge of Hell in Chinese mythology. Chapter 6. The New Young Miss. Gold Heights Condominium. 3 months later. Notes of Mozart's Rondo alla Turca skipped in the air within the spacious penthouse unit as Iris Long's fingers danced across the piano keys. The old housekeeper, Yi watched the young miss playing the piano so skillfully, so elegantly, and so beautifully. The young miss looked like a fairy as she swayed, especially with the picturesque view of the city's night lights outside the ceiling-high glass windows behind her. Yi knew that the young miss could play the piano before, but she had never seen her playing so seriously and so regularly. The white grand piano intended as a decoration before was now proudly serving its true purpose. Ever since Iris Long returned home from the hospital a month ago, Yi was repeatedly shocked and amazed by the young Miss's sudden changes. Before the car accident, serving this spoiled brat was a total nightmare. She had no respect or regard for the servants. She frequently threw tantrums whenever the servants failed to satisfy her, which was almost always. As a result, the young miss frequently reduced the newly hired servants to tears. Servants quit on a regular basis, and Yi had the undesirable job of hiring new servants until the cycle repeated itself again. Yi despaired and felt hopeless. However, she was loyal to Master Tingfei, so even when she hated it, she endured the brat's nasty and selfish attitude. To be honest, she felt relieved that she didn't need to deal with the spoiled brat for 1 whole year after the accident. She felt guilty for feeling this way, but it was the truth. When she learned that the brat woke up from coma and would soon return home, she couldn't help but feel dismay and dread. She even panicked a little, but she was too well trained to show it on her countenance. She steeled her emotions, stood ramrod straight, and welcomed the young miss home. Much to her shock, all her worries proved unfounded when the young miss finally returned. Perhaps the young miss was traumatized by the accident to the point that her personality changed so much. As soon as Iris arrived, she started firing people. Her makeup artist, hairstylist, fashion stylist, selfie assistant, diet coach, and the other useless glam squad members who still received their salaries during her coma despite not working for an entire year were all dismissed. The new young miss was polite whenever she spoke to Imei and the rest of the servants. The third time that Iris spoke to her without being rude, Imei burst into tears. "What happened to you, young miss?" Imei cried. "Did you hurt your head too hard?" Iris sighed softly, her eyes gentle. "I'm sorry. It's been hard on you." The dam controlling her emotions and years of resentment finally burst open. Imei cried so hard that her whole body quaked. She felt so touched by the young miss's apology. She almost couldn't believe that this was happening. It felt like a dream. Iris watched her, tranquil as a still lake, waiting for the old housekeeper to calm down. It was at this moment that Imei realized that the young miss really changed for the better. Afterwards, Iris focused on her recovery. She endured painful physiotherapy and rehabilitation sessions at home. Seeing the young miss so determined, Imei felt goosebumps, especially when the young miss began playing the piano every day. At first, she only played simple pieces and the notes were discordant because she was still too weak. But as she gradually became stronger, the pieces she played became more complicated and difficult, but also more skillful and mesmerizing. Now the young miss was more or less recovered, walking and doing things by herself without needing a wheelchair or assistance from her private nurse and the servants. Her medical team was amazed at the speed of her recovery. Her stamina and muscles were still lacking, but they only needed time to gradually return to how they used to be. Back to the present, Imei smiled as the last notes of Rondo alla Turca drifted. She stepped forward. "Young miss, dinner is ready." Her old heart skipped a beat when Iris turned her calm phoenix eyes to look at her. "So beautiful," the housekeeper thought to herself. "Thanks for the hard work," Iris replied. Chapter 7. Long Tingfei. Long Industries. The President CEO's office was located at the topmost floor of the building. Its interior design was inspired by strong, traditional Chinese aesthetics. Most of the furniture were made of wood with delicate and exquisite carvings on them. The color schemes were mostly deep red, maroon, and earth tones. Several traditional paintings and calligraphy hung on the walls. What did she ask for this time? Long Tingfei asked his loyal assistant while signing a mountain of documents behind his desk. Kai Guang picked up the signed documents and gave his boss another stack to sign while speaking at the same time. "The young miss asked me to recommend a new assistant for her. I sent her a list of candidates. In the end, she only chose one. I thought she was going to replace all 3 assistants she fired, but she said that a single capable assistant is enough at the moment. She ended up hiring my distant nephew from the Filipino branch of the family. My nephew always wanted to work and live here in China. He's well-educated and eager to work. He only lacks experience. He started working for her last week and even moved to live at her penthouse. I scolded him for freeloading from the young miss, but he told me that it was what she wants. Let her do what she wants. For now, at least." Long Tingfei sighed. She was comatose for a year after all. What else? The young miss is currently renovating and redecorating the entire penthouse. I was told that it's currently chaotic in there, but she's still working hard on her physiotherapy and rehabilitation, never missing a single session. The young miss seems very determined to recover as soon as possible. Her medical team is very pleased with her progress. "Good. That's good. Is that all? Has she asked you to buy her anything?" "No, President." Long Tingfei paused, a slight frown on his face. "That's odd. I was expecting for her to demand a massive shopping spree. Perhaps even ask me to buy her a mansion or something like that." Kai Guang cleared his throat. "Madame Wei called numerous times to tell you to buy the young miss a private plane or a yacht, maybe both, as a reward for surviving." "Reward for surviving? What does that woman think of our daughter's accident? The fucking Olympics." Long Tingfei closed his eyes and rubbed his temples, trying to calm his anger. This mother and daughter never failed in giving him headaches. "President, the young miss didn't mention that she wants a plane or a yacht. It was only the madam who asked, presumably on behalf of the young Mississippi." Kai Guang hesitated. "If I may be so bold." "Go on. Speak." I have spoken with the young miss both personally and on the phone a number of times since she woke up from coma. I think the young miss has changed. That's normal. Most people change one way or another after experiencing a life and death situation like that. Kai Guang nodded, although he still looked unconvinced. It's just that I feel like I'm speaking to a completely different person. The president has not met with her yet since she woke up, so you may not know. She's now so calm, so serious, and so mature. She's very businesslike whenever she speaks to me. To be honest, it's, creepy that she has changed so much. It's kinda scary. Long Tingfei leaned back on his seat and chuckled softly. What's there to be scared about? Isn't it good that she has changed her old ways? Maybe she had an epiphany after what she experienced. I'll feel more at ease if she has really matured and has grown sensible. I just hope that this isn't something temporary and she ends up reverting to being another version of her mother. I don't really have high expectations for this daughter of mine. The elders want me to disown her, but how could I do that? She might be a big disappointment, but she's still my daughter. She has the blood of the Longs flowing in her veins. I care for my daughter, but there's only so much that I can do for her. He sighed. She's not my only child. I have to prioritize the whole clan's interests before anything or anyone else. This is my duty as the head of the Long clan. Understood. Kai Guang hesitated, before finally gathering the courage to ask, is the president planning to see the young miss? A minute or so passed before Long Tingfei answered. No. If she really wants to see me, her father, she can always come at any time. Is that all? Kai Guang nodded and bowed. Long Tingfei resumed signing documents. Both were silent, focused on their work. Chapter 8. Image Overhaul. Day after day, Iris Long grew stronger and healthier compared to when she first woke up from coma. Now she only needed the physio and rehab sessions once a week. Despite this, she still wasn't satisfied by her body's current condition. Her muscles lacked power, and her stamina embarrassed her with just one flight of stairs. But all she could do for now was persevere in rebuilding her body with time and effort. The renovations were also finally completed. She disliked the original Iris taste in interior design and wardrobe choice. Everything was sparkly, shiny, neon bright, glittery, and maddeningly garish and tacky. Now that she was living as Iris Long, she replaced everything with the tasteful elegance of classic style. The newly renovated and decorated penthouse gave a serene and sophisticated atmosphere. Iris also added a big library office with a connecting computer room separated by a password-locked door. She filled the library with all kinds of books in different languages, many of which were her favorites from her past life. As for the computer room, she designed it herself. Currently, there were 17 different state-of-the-art computers and devices arranged neatly inside the room. One wall was completely covered with flat-screen monitors. The room looked like the cockpit of a spaceship. And not everything was delivered yet. She was still expecting more to arrive. The majority of the computers were not available on the regular market. She had to use her virtual connections from her past life to obtain these rare devices. The room was sealed, and she was the only one who had access to enter it. Nobody else was allowed inside without her permission because the room contained a lot of technology acquired from the international black market. It wouldn't be good for her if other people were to know about these items. A recording studio was also added in another part of the penthouse. She couldn't believe that the original Iris Long didn't have one when she was a pop singer. The girl relied on other people to compose and write her music, thinking that she only had to sing, dance, and act pretty. Now that she was living as Iris, she was determined to live her life to the fullest. Her first order of business was to establish a successful career. She thought about it and decided that she would continue the original Iris career in music. She also loved music in her past life. She planned a complete image overhaul to suit her true style, which was completely different from the original Iris style. Aside from the penthouse renovation, almost her entire wardrobe was also replaced. She couldn't make herself wear all the slutty clothes the original Iris preferred. They all looked extremely uncomfortable to wear. Dominic Chua, her new assistant, along with the maids, packed about 90% of the clothes, shoes, bags, accessories, makeup, and other knickknacks into boxes. Dom's eyes bulged the entire time, followed by gasps of shock and admiration. "Boss, what do you plan on doing with all of these?" he asked Iris, stroking a 7-inch, rainbow-colored metallic high heels. I'll let you decide, she said. Sell them, donate them. I don't care. Dom was so confused as to why his new boss wanted to throw away and replace her entire wardrobe. These were all brand-named goods. Maybe this was how the rich lived. They replaced whatever they didn't like anymore. Can't relate, he thought to himself. If he owned these much brand-named items, no matter how outdated they were, he would treat them as treasures and assign them as heirlooms to the Chua family's next generation. He picked up a crystal-encrusted purse and then glanced at his young boss. Boss? You see, I have a lot of female relatives back in the Philippines. I'm sure some of these will fit them. I know my mother will be absolutely thrilled to have some of these purses. My sisters, aunts and cousins, too. I think some of them have the same shoe size as you. So I'm just saying. Sure, send all these boxes to your family. No problem. Dom gasped, his jaw falling. Oh really? You're serious? OMG. Thank you so much. I thank the Lord Almighty for giving me the best boss ever. He jumped around and clapped excitedly. And then he bowed at Iris, almost prostrating himself on the floor. Iris chuckled watching her new assistant's antics. You're so generous, boss. He called the maids. Come. The boss gave me full authority on how to discard all of these. Come and take some for yourselves. Then he glanced at Iris, silently asking her if it was all right. Iris waved her hand, allowing him. See? The boss says it's okay. Come. Don't forget to thank the boss. Thank you, young miss. The maids bowed and smiled bashfully. They were all excited and started choosing items for themselves. Iris nodded. Thank you, boss. I won't send everything to the Philippines. I'll just choose the ones that I think my momsy, my sisters, aunts and cousins will like. Then we'll sell the rest on the internet. I'll leave everything to you. Chapter 9, Iris Long's Scandal. 6 months after Iris Long woke up from coma, some bored netizens noticed something amiss while surfing online. Hey, is it just me, or did all of Iris Long's social media accounts get wiped clean? No, it's not only you. All her posts got deleted. Did she get hacked? Didn't she retire already ever since that car accident more than a year ago? There were no official retirement announcements. There has been no news about her ever since. It's as if she disappeared from the face of the planet. There were some rumors that she's in coma. I even heard that she's dead. Good riddance. Who cares about that shameless bitch? She's such a fame-hungry slut. The world will be a much better place without a bitch like her. Hey, I like her songs. You mean her trash songs? I think her songs are pretty catchy. Catchy for a day or two, but then they get so annoying that they make you want to smash the radio for playing such brain-dead songs over and over again. My poor brain cells die whenever I listen to her trash songs. Very true. This must be the reason why Iris and her fans' IQ are so low. Her trash songs are killing too many of their brain cells. It's an epidemic. Ha. More and more netizens were talking about Iris Long. A small number of them were her genuine fans. These fans were hoping that she would return to the entertainment industry soon. The vast majority of these netizens, however, were just there because they felt bored and wanted something to talk about. Many of them were there to gossip, make fun, and troll Iris Long. There were also a considerable number of haters whose comments were constantly reported, censored, and even removed by the website admins due to profanity. The speculations about Iris Long's current whereabouts continued. Maybe she really retired, and this is just cleaning up her social media accounts after her departure. Then why just delete the posts? And why wait more than a year to do so? If she really retired, they should just delete all of her accounts. True. I wonder what's going on. Maybe she really got hacked. Hacked my ass. I don't believe it. I bet this is just one of her antics to get attention. I bet she wants to make a comeback, so she's making a big splash before she returns. I heard that the car accident was a hoax, and the truth is that she actually got pregnant. She had to temporarily leave showbiz in order to give birth. What? Is that true? Who's the father? I heard she cheated with an old, married businessman. What a slut. I heard it was a waiter at a bar she frequents. She's so shameless. I heard she had sex with a male stripper while attending a bridal shower. They got it on right there in front of the bride and the other guests. Did someone film it? Where can I watch her sex scandal? Disgusting. SSSSH. Don't tell anyone that I said this, but I heard that the father might be Jin Chonglin. Lots of people saw Iris following Jin Chonglin around before, always appearing. Wherever he went, Iris seduced him and had a one-night stand. She got pregnant, but the Jin family won't acknowledge her and the baby. To cover up the scandal, the Jin family got Jin Chonglin engaged to the Fan family's heiress. Jin Chonglin's fans were enraged. What the fuck? The witch must have drugged him. Our poor Prince Lin Lin. That bitch is so evil. She must have raped him. Stop spouting lies. Our Prince Lin Lin would never touch a dirty woman like that Iris slut. Add Jin Chonglin, please tell everyone that you never made at Iris Long pregnant. Add Jin Chonglin, did at Iris Long rape you? Add Jin Chonglin, please say something. Prince Lin Lin already has Princess Fan Luo beside him. They're gonna marry soon. Lin Luo, forever. We heart Lin Luo. Die at Iris Long. Stay away from our prince. What is everyone talking about? The accident was a hoax. That's bullshit. The police got involved. There was an official police investigation released to the public. Iris Long getting in an accident more than a year ago is true. This kind of thing can't be faked. Go away. Are you Iris Long's dog? Don't forget Iris Long is a daughter of the Long family. Rich people like them have no problems bribing the police to cover up things. Who cares if it's real or not? Iris Long is a shameless bitch and a dirty slut. That's a fact. She makes me vomit. But nobody can deny that Iris Long is pretty and sexy. Men, all of you are blinded by her face and body. Ha. Jin Chonglin is a man too. When faced with a pretty face and a sexy body, our little brothers down below will always be ready for action. You all know what I mean, right? No way. Our Prince Lin Lin is different. He's different from all of you mortal men. Go ahead and satisfy your lust with a slut like Iris Long. Who cares? That's what she's for anyway. She and Fan Luo are on completely different levels. The difference between heaven and earth. Only someone as beautiful, educated, elegant, and classy like Fan Luo can match our Prince Lin Lin. With more and more people joining the discussion and adding fuel to the fire, Iris Long was dragged into a scandal with the engaged couple Jin Chonglin and Fan Luo. Chapter 10, Lin Luo. At a high-class salon and spa, relaxing classical music softly played in the background. A touch of jasmine scent permeated the air, relaxing the two young women who were being pampered inside a private room. The relaxed atmosphere, however, was soon interrupted. One of the young women who was soaking her feet in a small tub of pulsing water filled with rose petals had her eyes glued to her mobile phone. Suddenly, she exclaimed aloud, "Hey Luo, have you seen this?" She waved her phone to her friend in excitement. "What is it?" Fan Luo asked in a lazy manner. She flipped a page of the fashion magazine she was reading. She was currently getting a pedicure. Luo, you have to read this." Her friend handed the phone to her. "People are talking about you and Big Brother Chonglin and that Iris slut online." "What?" Fan Luo's face darkened when she heard Iris Long's name. She slapped the magazine close and threw it carelessly to the floor. Then she grabbed the phone from her friend and started reading. Her expression changed numerous times as she read. She scowled, sneered, scoffed, and finally laughed with delight. "I already got rid of that slut who kept on chasing and bothering my man. She better not pop out again and bother us or else. Don't worry, Luo. Everyone hates that slut. Even if she somehow comes back, nobody will welcome her. You're clearly on a much higher level than a slut like her. That's why Big Brother Chonglin fell in love with you and chose you to marry him." Fan Luo smiled, pleased at her friend's words. But she quickly scowled again. "I don't like that some people are saying that Big Brother made that slut pregnant. What are you worried about? They're just rumors. Go write a post and declare to everyone that you're the one and only future Mrs. Jin Chonglin." Fan Luo laughed. "Good idea." She returned her friend's phone and took out her own. Then she began writing her own post. ####. Jin Chonglin just finished shooting his latest music video. They were at an empty warehouse, turned into a studio, just for him to shoot this latest set of music videos for his upcoming album. This particular music video that they just finished filming involved a lot of dancing, so he was completely drenched in sweat. His assistant handed him a water bottle and a towel. He drank thirstily until he finished the entire bottle. Then he wiped his sweat off with the towel. While his manager was busy on the phone, Jin Chonglin changed out of his costume to his regular clothes of ripped jeans and a sleeveless hoodie. "What's wrong?" he asked, seeing his manager's frown. His manager, Lin Dong, looked at him for a long time without speaking. "Just say it already. You're creeping me out." Lin Dong narrowed his eyes. Chong Lin, tell me the truth. Did you make Iris Long pregnant? What? What nonsense are you talking about? Jin Chong Lin was aghast. His manager narrowed his eyes even more. Are you telling the truth? Of course. Where did you hear that rubbish? Lin Dong handed him his phone. Jin Chong Lin snatched it. His eyes bulged and his jaw fell as he read. This, what one-night stand? What made her pregnant? What raped me? These are pure nonsense. I never had sex with her. I never kissed her. I never even hooked up with her. But it's true that she followed you around before. Yeah, but she's not my type, so I avoided her. Then he raised a fist and waved it in front of Lin Dong's face. I can't believe you'll even think that I made her pregnant. You don't trust me. What kind of manager are you? Lin Dong scoffed. Come on. Everyone knows that you're a playboy. You're always hooking up with different girls. I won't find it too unbelievable if you really made Iris Long pregnant. She's a beauty, and she's not the first. Lots of other girls have already claimed that you made them pregnant. I just told you she's not my type. Besides, I'm engaged now. All of those claims are false. I always use protection whenever I hook up. Yeah, right. You always use protection, but still ended up in this situation with Fan Luo. If it weren't because you feel guilty towards her, I know you wouldn't even think of marrying her or anyone, for that matter, before you're past 30. I'm right, aren't I? Bastard. Just an honest bastard at your service. Ha ha. Jin Chong Lin threw the phone at the imbecile before rummaging through his bag for his own phone. Hey, what are you doing? Lin Dong asked. What else? I'm going to tell the truth, Jin Chong Lin replied. Fine, but let me check it first before you post it. And with that, Jin Chong Lin started writing a blog post to address the rumors surrounding him and Iris Long. Chapter 11, Big Gamble. Gold Heights Condominium. These people are so evil. Dominic Chua huffed angrily as he read the online comments on his mobile phone. This is slander. Boss, let's sue the crap out of them. Iris blew over the steaming cup of vintage Narcissus tea and inhaled its aroma. After taking a sip, she sighed at the exquisite flavor. Boss, how can you be so calm? I'm so upset. How can they slander you like this? Come, have a cup of tea. It tastes wonderful. Boss, I don't want tea. What are we going to do? You just cleaned up the old posts from your accounts, and the next second, people are saying you're pregnant and shit. What the fuck is wrong with these people? Dom, why are you so upset? They're talking about me, not you. Of course I'm upset. You're my boss. How can they say bad things to my boss? Unforgivable. I want to fight them. Iris chuckled. She enjoyed another sip of tea. You're such a good person. You treat all of us who work for you very well. I can't forgive these people spouting bullshit about you. Iris gently set down the teacup on the table beside her. Then she leaned her head on her hand and looked at her angry assistant. I was not always like this. Dom, were you not aware of my bad reputation before working for me? Dom frowned. I had people warn me. They said that that I'm a bitch? Well, something like that. He waved a dismissive hand. I'll only believe what I see with my own eyes. And what I'm seeing in front of me is the greatest boss in the whole wide world. That's because you only met me now. It's true that I was a bitch before. My bad reputation is to be expected. No need to be upset. Then just show them the you now, he said. I'm planning to. But suing them is not the answer. Calm down, Dom, and have a cup. It's great tea. Fine, Dom mumbled. A maid stepped forward and poured a fresh cup of hot tea for him. His phone rang. Dom picked it up. Hello? Yes, this is Dominic Chua, Miss Iris Long's assistant. Please wait a moment. He turned to Iris, handed the phone to her, and whispered, Boss, it's Mr. JJ. All right. Thank you, Dom. She placed the phone on her ear. Hello, Mr. JJ. This is Iris Long speaking. A man's voice spoke. I listened to the 2 tracks you sent me. And, do you have more? Of course. How many? Enough for a cohesive album. Iris sipped tea while she waited patiently. Are you really the one who composed these songs? Yes. They're very different from your usual style. Indeed. You won't explain more, huh? I want my music to do the talking this time. She took another sip. Mr. JJ, what do you honestly think about what I sent you? They're good. No, they're actually really great. Hi, fine. They're amazing. The best demo tapes that I've listened to recently. So soulful that my chest hurt listening to them. I could feel the loneliness and pain. But that's the problem. I find it hard to believe that you composed them. but I did compose those songs. Hi. I really like these songs. I love them. I can't wait to work on them, polish them until they become even more amazing in their final versions. I want to work with these songs, but I'm not sure I want to work with you. Iris narrowed her eyes, but her voice was calm. What do you mean, Mr. JJ? You're not exactly very popular right now. I'm sure you've seen what they're saying about you on the internet recently, right? And you've been gone for so long, too. Plus this type of music, you're going to completely change your style? Your image? Huh. It's not going to be that easy, you know that. It's going to be a big gamble, not only for you but also for me. If, and that's only if, I decide to sign you as my artist. Hi. You're in a difficult position. I'm not sure if I want to take this big gamble with you. But it's true that I really like these songs. What are you trying to say, Mr. JJ? The man on the other line cleared his throat. Your songs are beautiful. If you're willing, I can take you as a composer and then. No. Mr. JJ, these songs are mine. I composed them so that I can sing them. And I know that I'm the one who can sing them best. I refuse to let other singers sing these songs. After I sing these songs and release them, then we can talk about me composing music for other singers. I have no problem with collaborations. The man sighed heavily. Iris sipped tea and then glanced at her assistant. Dom was listening to the phone conversation, and when he heard what Mr. JJ wanted, his expression looked even angrier than when he read the online comments earlier. She gestured for him to drink his tea. Dom harumphed and drank a mouthful until he sputtered and teared up after getting scalded. The maid rushed in and helped clean his mess. Miss Long, I want to meet with you in person, Mr. JJ finally spoke. Sure. Are you free tomorrow? Yes. Then how about we meet at this place? Iris committed the time and place Mr. JJ mentioned to her memory. The two said their goodbyes and hung up. Chapter 12. Iris Long's twin sister? The next day, a restaurant inside a five-star hotel. Lunchtime. The tables and chairs covered in pristine white cloths looked like clouds floating over a carpet of lava. Tall stalks of yellow calla lilies were simply yet artfully arranged in transparent glass vases at the center of the tables. Golden chandeliers casted soft light throughout the restaurant, complementing the gold and red walls. Jeong-jun sat at a table by the windows, sipping a glass of dry martini. He looked at his watch. 2 minutes before the agreed time. He was already feeling impatient. The girl better not be late. He, a famous and award-winning music producer, was giving the time and effort to meet her personally. She should be grateful and arrive on time. 1 minute left. He once again looked at the entrance. He saw the maitre d' greet an elegant young woman. The two spoke for a few seconds. The maitre d' glanced at Jeong-jun and began leading the young woman to his direction. Jeong-jun subconsciously straightened, sitting tall and puffing his chest out while he observed the woman walking closer to his table. She was tall, not model tall, but taller than the average height of Chinese women. Great hourglass body, but a little bit on the thin side. She was wearing a black, long-sleeved wrap dress with bright pink lotus flowers print. The V-neck provided just a tiny glimpse of full cleavage. A waist tie accentuated her tiny waist, while the rest of the dress hugged her hips and flowed past her knees. A simple yet elegant black high heels added to her height. Her long, straight, silky black hair framed a small face. Big, mirrored aviator sunglasses covered her eyes, but could not cover her beauty. Jeong-jun gasped inwardly and narrowed his eyes as the maitre d' led the beautiful woman to his table. The woman stopped in front of him. Mr. JJ, I hope you didn't wait long. It was the same lovely voice as the one he talked to on the phone yesterday. Miss Iris Long? He frowned, a bit taken aback. The woman nodded and held out a hand. He blinked, looking at her pale white hand. No rings. No colorful nail polish. Just a simple, clear French manicure. After a few seconds, he finally regained his senses and stood up to shake her offered hand. Miss Long, wow, I didn't recognize you. You look different. She just smiled at him, her expression half covered by her big sunglasses. The maitre d' pulled a seat for Iris and waited for the two of them to sit down. He took their orders and left. In the meantime, hot herbal tea blend was delivered to Iris. Jeong-jun, or more known as JJ in the music industry, watched the beautiful young woman sitting across him as she blew over her steaming cup and sipped tea. Her actions were delicate and elegant. They were very natural and not contrived at all. He was shocked. The young woman sitting in front of him was not the one who he expected to meet today. He found it difficult to match this young woman to the image of Iris Long in his head. Be honest. Are you Iris Long's twin sister? A sweet, light chuckle. Of course not, Mr. JJ. I am Iris Long, and I don't have a twin sister. No way. He leaned back, shaking his head. She just smiled, continuing to sip her tea. Their food arrived, and they began eating while chatting about the weather and other harmless topics. Finally, the atmosphere turned serious after they finished their meals. All right, let's talk business. JJ leaned back on his seat. Iris nodded. You already know that I love the demo tapes you sent me. But I'm not convinced by you because of your bad reputation, and you won't agree to have my other singers sing them. I invited you here today because I initially planned on persuading you to hand over your songs and release them as the composer. Her eyes narrowed a little, an imperceptible sharp look glinting on them, hidden behind her sunglasses. Only her lips pressing together into a straight line showed her reaction. Chapter 13. The Phantom of Your Love. But I saw you today, and I'm already starting to change my mind. I didn't expect to see you like this, JJ said while gesturing towards Iris' direction. You really surprised me. You look like a completely different person. Mr. JJ, I'm sure you've heard that I've been in a car accident more than a year ago, Iris said. Her voice was calm and unaffected. He nodded. It was a very serious accident. I died, Mr. JJ. She sighed, looking out of the window. The floating clouds and the blue sky outside the windows were reflected on her mirrored sunglasses. I was comatose. Dead for a year. You don't know how death feels like, Mr. JJ. It changes people. I see, he said, starting to understand why Iris Long changed so much. Both were quiet for some time. Then he sighed. He pointed at the piano on a mini-stage at the center of the restaurant. See that? Iris followed with her eyes, and then nodded. Go. Play one of your songs. Show me how you do it. Convince me that you're really the best person to sing the songs you composed. Can you do it? Of course. She stood up and walked to the piano. Her footsteps were light and graceful, looking as if she was floating on the floor. Some of the customers took notice, wondering who the beautiful young woman was. They watched as she climbed on the mini-stage and sat in front of the piano. Oh, was she going to play the piano and perform? They waited in anticipation as she flexed her fingers in an unhurried manner. She took a deep breath and started to play. Strong, deep, and fast notes jolted everyone inside the restaurant. This time, all heads turned to the young woman playing the piano. Their hearts thumped as the forbidding music brought an image of a bloody battlefield within their minds. After a few seconds, the notes slowed down until they drifted to a full stop. The young woman took a couple of breaths and then started playing a slow, gentle yet dark, heartbreaking tune. She opened her mouth and sang, I'm lying in a crimson ocean, frozen in the darkness, floating for 1,000 years, yearning for you. Everyone gasped as they heard her low, mesmerizing voice singing the dark melody. JJ's eyes lit up with excitement. His entire focus was on her. My broken soul is searching, lost and afraid. 1,000 years without you. I'd rather be dead. A middle-aged woman at a nearby table teared up, trembling, as she recalled memories of her beloved husband who passed away 2 years ago. The melody turned even more heartbreaking. The young woman's voice rose effortlessly, reaching high notes. Every time I close my eyes, I dance with the phantom of your love. We fly across this temporary paradise, until you have to leave once again. I don't want to wake up from this tonight. Spend 1,000 years with the phantom of your love. The widow covered her face with her hands and sobbed. Her friends tried to comfort her, their eyes also watering. One of her friends tried to pull her to the ladies' restroom in an effort to calm her down, but the widow shook her head. She wanted to stay and listen to the entire song. Through her tears, the widow looked at the young woman playing the piano. The young woman's eyes were covered by big sunglasses, but it couldn't cover her emotional expression filled with pain and loneliness. I'm dead when awake, alive when asleep. How do I live when there is no you? Except in my dreams at night. JJ closed his eyes, letting the dark, emotional song wash over him. His heart raced, his breath quickened. At that exact moment, he made a decision. Little did he know that this decision would send the entire nation and the music industry into a frenzy in the near future. Oh, spend 1,000 years with the phantom of your love. Thunderous applause reverberated as the last notes of the song slowly came to an end. Everyone stood up, from the customers to the restaurant staff. They all clapped their hands with all their might. Some curious people from the hotel lobby entered the restaurant, asking what was happening. Iris Long stood up, a barely noticeable smile on her face. Looking behind her big sunglasses, she scanned the people giving her a standing ovation. She stood up and gave a low, deep, elegant curtsy bow. The applause grew louder, followed by enthusiastic cheers and whistles. As she returned to her full height, one of the waiters hurried forward and offered his hand to assist her down the mini stage. He grinned like a teenager when she nodded her thanks. She touched her chest and bowed her head, silently thanking the people clapping while she walked back to the table where JJ waited for her. Chapter 14, JJ's offer. Amazing. Absolutely amazing, JJ said when Iris returned to their table. He continued clapping his hands for her. Thank you, Mr. JJ. Iris smiled at him. JJ felt like he had to act like a gentleman after such a beautiful performance. This was a rare sight because his reputation in the music industry was far from gentlemanly. He was known more as an ogre, but he didn't give a damn because he was the best at what he did. He had a big smile on his face and felt extremely proud. Wasn't it thanks to him that the whole restaurant transformed into a cheering concert hall? After all, he was the one who told the girl to play the piano and sing. Wasn't he amazing? He was just too awesome. Huh? As expected of a famous and award-winning music producer like him. The applause finally settled down. JJ and Iris once again sat opposite each other. That wasn't one of the songs you sent me. What's the title? JJ asked Iris. I call it The Phantom of Your Love, she replied. Beautiful. I'm now convinced by your musical talent. I'm glad to hear that, Mr. JJ. I've made my decision. Miss Iris Long, would you accept my offer to sign you up as an artist under my record label? Yes, of course. She chuckled. I accept your offer, Mr. JJ. Thank you. Excellent. He thumped a hand on the table in excitement. My people will contact you within a week to discuss and negotiate your contract. Sounds good, Mr. JJ. The two chatted for a few more minutes before JJ called their waiter to pay the bill. Iris offered to pay, but JJ dismissed the idea. After settling the bill, the two began to leave. The widow from earlier approached them, her eyes still puffy red from crying. Her three friends stood behind her. Excuse me. I'm sorry to bother you. My name is Feng Wan. The widow introduced herself. Then she turned to Iris, finding the young woman who just made her cry more and more pleasing to her eyes. I just want to say thank you for sharing such a beautiful song with us today. Iris smiled. I'm glad that you liked it, madam. I hope you don't mind, but may I know your name? My surname is Long. Miss Long, I love your song very much. I cried so hard, but it also made me happy inside. It reminded me of some bittersweet memories. You have such great talent, Miss Long. I'm now your fan. I hope that I can listen to you again. JJ interjected at this moment. Madam, rest assured. You're going to hear this song again as soon as we release it. In fact, you're going to hear more songs by Miss Long in the near future. And you are. He gave his best smile. I'm JJ. One of Feng Wan's friends gasped. I knew it. I thought you looked familiar. You're JJ? The music producer? That's me. He always felt pleased to be recognized. The group of middle-aged women shrieked like schoolgirls meeting their idol. Please give me an autograph. Me too. Oh no. Girls, hold me up. I'm going to faint. Here, here. Sign my dress. Extremely pleased with himself, JJ signed autographs for the ladies. He even gave one to Feng Wan, even though she didn't ask for it. She didn't recognize him, but was too embarrassed to admit it. One of the ladies turned to Iris. Miss Long, you're very lucky. You have the Mr. JJ backing you. You're going to be famous. Iris just smiled, while JJ laughed. Please look forward and buy her album when we release it, okay? Can I depend on you to do that? A chorus of yes and of course answered him, pleasing him even more. Miss Long, Feng Wan grabbed Iris' hands. Thank you for today. I'll pray for your success. I can't wait to hear your music again. I'll definitely support you. Touched, Iris pulled her hands gently and held Feng Wan's hands instead. Thank you, madam. I appreciate it. The group walked out of the restaurant to the hotel lobby together. They waved their goodbyes and went their separate ways. JJ left in a hurry, saying that he had a meeting within the hour. Iris called Dom on the phone, asking him to pick her up. She sat on one of the couches at the lobby while she waited, taking out a paperback novel from her purse by one of her favorite authors from her previous life. The novel was written in its original Russian language, not a translated version. Absorbed in the world within the novel, she stopped being aware of her surroundings until a big, strong hand grabbed her shoulder from behind. She stiffened and swung a hammer fist to the molester behind her. Chapter 15, Long Xiaolon. If it weren't for Jin Liwei's quick reflexes, the damn girl would have already bloodied and broken his nose. His hands reacted before thinking and caught her fist. His eyes contracted, silently shocked at the power packed behind the dainty fist. "Be good," he growled. The damn girl, no, the damn young woman jumped off the couch the next second and moved far away from him. Her eyes looked fierce as she glared at him, looking like a tigress about to bite his head off. He raised an eyebrow, walked around to the front of the couch where she was sitting just a second ago, and picked up the Russian book she dropped on the floor. "I was just going to ask a question. No need for such overreaction," he said, flipping through the pages of the book. He frowned. He couldn't read a single word. Feeling like she really overreacted, Iris Long forced herself to calm down, but didn't let her guard down. For some reason, she felt that the man was dangerous. He wore a sharp business suit, looking powerful and handsome. Her heart beat faster. "Huh." Jin Liwei sat down. "Long Xiaolon, can you even read this thing?" She inhaled sharply, her eyes narrowing in suspicion. How did this damn man know Iris' birth name? "Who are you?" she asked, suspicious. "Do you even know Russian?" he asked, completely ignoring her question. She frowned. "What I read or what I know is none of your business." Then she added, "Sir." She cautiously approached him, intending to take her book back from his hands and her purse on the couch, and then run far away from this suspicious man. Dom should be arriving soon. Jin Liwei rummaged inside his briefcase and took out a folder. "Let's see if you can read this." He pushed the folder to her. She slapped the folder away and tried to take her book back. The damn man, however, took her poor book hostage. "Read the folder first and tell me what it's about. Then maybe I'll believe that you can really read this Russian book," he told her. He was mocking her, right? How dare he? She didn't give a whit whether the damn man believed her or not. Besides, who was he anyway? She considered abandoning her poor book and leaving immediately, but her eyes caught something familiar printed on his folder. She grabbed the folder and started reading. Jin Liwei watched the damn girl. No, she looked like a young woman now, looking so serious as she read the Russian business proposal. He smirked, but maintained an indifferent expression on his face. Did she really think that she could impress people by pretending to know Russian? He already investigated everything about her. She started working in showbiz from a young age, barely attending school. If not for her father's influence, she wouldn't even graduate from senior high school. Her grades weren't impressive either. So unless she secretly studied on her own, which he seriously doubted, he wouldn't believe that she knew any foreign languages aside from English, much less Russian. He was also inside the restaurant earlier attending a business lunch with fellow investors. Like everyone else, he turned his attention to the young woman singing and playing the piano. He thought that she looked familiar, later realizing that she was Long Xiaolon, or more known by her stage name Iris Long, the damn girl he ordered to be monitored. Reports about her kept on mentioning how she acted very differently to how she was before the accident, but it was only now that he understood when he saw her with his own eyes. However, he didn't believe that someone could change just like that. The damn girl must be acting. Like her, he was also waiting in the lobby for his assistant to pick him up. He wouldn't even bother speaking to her, but he couldn't stop himself when he saw her pretending to read a Russian book. He just tapped her shoulder to get her attention when the damn tigress immediately went into attack mode. "You're Jin Liwei of Jin Corporation?" She finally talked after reading for a few minutes. "You plan on partnering with Galactica?" A trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. Galactica was the Russian trading company who prepared the business proposal, wanting to partner with his company to enter the Chinese market. The business proposal was written completely in Russian, so how did this damn girl know? He couldn't even read it and had to read the Chinese translation. Could she actually read Russian? Her next word surprised him even more. "I don't think it's a good idea to partner with Galactica. If you're really interested in partnering with Russian companies, there are a lot of other better choices. Galactica's higher-ups are involved with an international prostitution ring, human trafficking, and the smuggling of weapons. Jin Corporation is the #1 company in the country. I don't think you would want to tarnish your company's reputation by getting involved with this kind of company, do you? Jin Liwei looked at her deeply. His eyes showed suspicion. How do you know all of these? Chapter 16. Russian men are hot. Iris Long stiffened, realizing her mistake. How careless of her. She just saw the word Galactica in Russian on the file and totally lost her sense. She was familiar with the company from her past life. What should she do now? She changed her expression into a playful one and chuckled. Just spouting nonsense from my imagination. You believed me. His eyes narrowed in suspicion, studying her. Do you always believe what other people say, Mr. Jin? I expected more from the president-CEO of Jin Corporation. He growled. Goodbye, Mr. Jin. She shoved the folder to his chest, hurriedly snatched her book from his hand, and grabbed her purse from the couch. She was about to leave when the damn man pulled her arm. His fingers gripped her arm tightly, not letting her escape. Wait. She took a deep breath and looked at him coldly. Mr. Jin, you're very rude. Do you really know Russian? She thought for a moment, but decided to be honest. Whether he believed her or not was not her problem. Yes. How? When? Self-study. During my free time. Why? Feeling annoyed, she tried to shake him off, but his hold on her arm was tight. She sighed and looked at the ceiling, forcing herself to calm down. The warmth from his hand holding her arm was making her heart beat faster. An enemy, no doubt about it. This must be her body telling her to stay away from this dangerous man. Must be her fight or flight instinct. Why else would her heart rate increase? Why did you learn Russian? He repeated. Because I want to pick up Russian men. That's why? Russian men are hot, don't you know? He scowled. Her phone rang. Thank goodness. Can you let me go now, Mr. Jin? I need to answer my phone. He reluctantly let go of her. She opened her purse and took out the ringing phone before answering. Hello? Dom, you're outside? Good. I'm coming. She hung up and glared at Jin Liwei. The damn man just looked at her with deep and unfathomable eyes. This man was dangerous, she thought, spooked by his gaze. He leaned close to her and whispered, I admit that you've become fascinating, Long Xiaolon. I don't care whether this personality change of yours is fake or not. But you better stay far away from my brother. She frowned. Brother? Did he mean Jin Chonglin? According to her memories, the original Iris Long followed this Jin Chonglin around because he was one of the most famous male celebrities in the country. The number of his fans across Asia could form an army and win every war just for their sheer number alone. The original Iris thought that she could leech off some of his fame by befriending such a superstar like him. Unfortunately, the original Iris was dense and didn't notice Jin Chonglin avoiding her. Instead, she redoubled her efforts to befriend him to the point that she had someone tail him and report to her his whereabouts so she could follow him wherever he went. Iris sighed, feeling exhausted all of a sudden. Don't worry, Mr. Jin. I have no interest in your brother. Jin Liwei smirked. How believable. I don't care whether you believe me or not. You're a rude man, Mr. Jin. I don't want to see you ever again. But I have a feeling that we'll see a lot of each other from now on. Long Xiaolon, I didn't know that you can be this interesting. As long as you stay away from my brother, I don't mind seeing you again myself. Amusement danced in his eyes. Her mouth opened and closed. She was speechless. She had never felt so annoyed by another human being. Her head started hurting. Without replying, she turned and bolted out of the hotel. Jin Liwei watched as the damn girl fled like an irritated bunny. So cute. A desire to see her again blossomed in his mind. Surprised at the thought, he frowned, regaining his usual cold expression. His phone rang. It was Su Tian, informing him that he had arrived outside the hotel. He walked out of the hotel to the waiting car. Su Tian opened the rear door for him. As the car drove away, Jin Liwei ordered, conduct another thorough investigation on Galactica. Understood. After a few seconds, he asked, May I ask the reason, President? We already checked Galactica, and the results indicate that it's clean. This time, look if they have connections to weapons smuggling, prostitution, or human trafficking. Our earlier investigations didn't explore these areas. He didn't entirely believe the damn girl, but he was a perfectionist. He could never rest easy if there was even a trace of doubt. It was better to be safe than sorry. Su Tian's eyes widened. Good thing that he was well-trained, or he would have crashed the car. Buy information from the black market if you need to. Understood, President. Chapter 17. Xiao Yu's Visit. Gold Heights Condominium. Welcome, Mr. Xiao Yu. Please come in. I'm Dominic Chua, Miss Long's assistant. We talked a few times on the phone. Xiao Yu nodded and shook the young man's hand. He looked around the place with an expressionless face. Not bad. Sophisticated yet understated. The extensive renovation looked like it was worth the cost. The last time he visited, the penthouse looked like the illegitimate child between a burlesque bar and a Disneyland knockoff. Ever since the young miss started earning her own money in showbiz at a very young age, President Long Tingfei hired Xiao Yu as the child's financial manager. His job was basically to figuratively slap the mother and daughter's greedy hands, preventing them from emptying the child's bank account. Her earnings were insignificant at first, with most of her money coming from the monthly allowance the president sent her. As she gradually became popular, especially when her songs constantly went viral, her earnings increased. However, with her crazy spending habits, if it wasn't for her substantial monthly allowance, Xiao Yu would have nothing to manage, and the brat wouldn't be able to live such a lavish lifestyle. It was the most thankless job, especially whenever he had to deal with both the mother and daughter's nasty and bitchy attitudes. However, President Long paid him extremely well, so all he could do was suck it up and do the job he was paid for. After the young miss woke up from coma, President Long instructed him to give the girl a 1-year grace period, allowing her full access to her money without the usual restrictions. However, the young miss was not informed of this. It just meant that Xiao Yu would stop blocking some of her more expensive expenditures, unlike before. President Long said that he would replenish her bank account if the balance reached a dangerously low level. Xiao Yu secretly thought that the president was being too generous to such an ungrateful brat, even if it was his own daughter. Half a year already passed by since the young miss woke up. Xiao Yu expected the girl to go all out, spending money everywhere, and catch up on the 1 year she wasn't able to go shopping. Contrary to his expectations, however, her bank account was still fat, only decreasing a bit because of daily expenses, her employees' salaries, and 3 major withdrawals. The first major withdrawal was about 3 million renminbi to pay for the renovation. The second one was about 5 million renminbi for her new wardrobe. The third withdrawal was more expensive at 15 million renminbi. The reason she gave was to buy computers and to use for investments. The 3 million was expensive for a renovation, but seeing the results with his own eyes today, Xiao Yu thought that it wasn't too unreasonable. The penthouse now had class, something that it previously lacked. As for the 5 million wardrobe, well, girls would be girls. At least, this time it only cost her 5 million for the entire wardrobe. He knew that the girl could spend the same amount of money for a single handbag. He also wanted to say something about the 15 million, but stopped himself. How many computers did she buy to cost 15 million? And investments? What did the girl know about investing? Did she even know what the word investment meant? He already considered the 15 million gone. He reminded himself that the girl could take out as much money as she wanted for a year. She had 6 months left before the 1 grace period would end. 2 days ago, he received a call from Dominic Chua, informing him that the young miss wanted to speak to him. Thus, the reason why he came today. This was the first time that she took the initiative to invite him. He had no idea why, but if it had something to do with this spoiled brat, he knew that it wouldn't be anything good. Sir, please follow me. Miss Long is waiting for you at the library office. Dom led the strict-looking, middle-aged financial manager to where his boss waited. Thank you. Xiao Yu couldn't help but gasp inwardly when they arrived at the big library office. Shelves filled with books covered the walls. There was a spiral staircase leading to a second floor also filled with books. Sansevieria and peace lilies planted on the second-floor balustrades gave the room a refreshing atmosphere. Indoor palm trees in big, colorful pots decorated the corners. It was impressive. He glanced at some of the books and was bewildered that they were in several different languages. Ah, so they were for decoration. He wouldn't believe it if someone told him the brat could read them. All right, maybe the Chinese and English ones. Boss, Mr. Qiao is here. Xiao Yu followed the young man to a big, dark desk at the end of the library. Wow, was that Macassar ebony wood? The beautiful desk distracted him until he heard a pleasant voice like a soft breeze in the summer. Thanks, Dom. Iris Long stood up from the lounge seat she was laying on at a corner under a potted palm tree. She was reading a Japanese light novel while waiting for the financial manager to arrive. Mr. Xiao Yu, thank you for coming. Xiao Yu had the urge to rub his eyes. Miss Long. Iris smiled and nodded. Please take a seat. Her assistant led them to the seats in front of the big Macassar desk. Iris and Xiaoyu sat opposite each other, a low table between them. Dominic served them hot tea. Xiaoyu almost couldn't recognize the young miss in front of him. Her face looked the same, but the way she dressed changed. Her aura also changed. Was the end of the world coming? Chapter 18. Half a billionaire. He took a sip and his eyes widened. He took another sip to make sure. No doubt about it. This was Tiguanyin T1. And top quality at that. Not bad. Hi. The world must really be ending soon. Mr. Xiaoyu, I called you today because there are some things that I want to discuss with you. Even the way she spoke changed. She enunciated her words and spoke in a direct but calm manner. Of course, Miss Long. He replied, regaining his usual expressionless face. Please let me know how I may be of assistance to you. First things first, I want to hire you as my personal financial manager. I want you to drop your other clients and just focus on handling my finances. If you agree, you'll take your salary from me and not from my father. Xiaoyu frowned. Miss Long, the salary he was receiving from her father was definitely bigger than the income she earned as an entertainer. How could she afford him? If she wanted him to accept a lower salary, she must be dreaming. I also want you to inform my father to stop sending monthly allowance. I'm already 19, no longer a minor. Yes, it must be the end of the world. He cleared his throat. Understood, Miss Long. I'll inform the president of your decision. So do you agree to my offer? He took a couple of deep breaths. Miss Long, I'm glad that you're finally starting to pay attention to your finances, but… Dom. The assistant standing behind her handed Xiaoyu a folder. Xiaoyu was confused. Open it. Look at the first page, she ordered. He complied, feeling more confused. It looked like bank account details. That's a separate bank account I opened myself. That's where I put the remainder of the 15 million after buying computers. Xiaoyu was confused. There was clearly way more than 15 million in this account. Did this girl rob a bank or something? How did she get this much money? I used the money to buy and sell stocks. I also invested in bonds and shares in various companies. I even provided interest loans to some businesses. Now there's over $500 million RMB in that bank account. Turn to the next page. That's a list of the businesses I invested in, including the amount I spent on and earned from them as of this moment. Some of them are foreign companies. The last pages contain the list of businesses that I'm interested in investing. I want you to handle them for me. Of course, she also earned a lot accepting some barely legal hacking jobs from the dark web, but she wouldn't tell him that. For the first time in his entire life, Xiaoyu felt his mind go completely blank. Mr. Xiaoyu? Sir? Are you listening? Are you all right? Iris asked, concerned. Dom, why is he not moving? Boss. I think you broke him. Don't be ridiculous. I didn't do anything. He's frozen. Dom suddenly gasped. Oh no. What if he's having a stroke? What do we do, boss? What if he drops dead? Boss, I'm scared. What? Call an ambulance. Quickly. As the two ran around in panic, Xiaoyu finally regained some sense. He heard the young man calling frantically on the phone, saying something about needing an ambulance and someone having a stroke. What's happening? Who's having a stroke? Mr. Xiaoyu, are you all right? Iris ran to him, her eyes filled with concern. Are you having a stroke? Don't worry. The ambulance is coming. Yes. I'm all right. Wait, what? I'm having a stroke? Dom also approached them, still talking on the phone. Stop. Hang up that phone. You two, I'm not having a stroke. I'm all right. I'm healthy. Why did you two even think that I'm having a stroke? You're not? Are you sure? She asked. Yes. Iris gave his assistant a side eye. Hey. Dom gave an embarrassed smile. He relayed on the phone that he didn't need an ambulance anymore and apologized for the inconvenience he caused before hanging up. Everyone released sighs of relief. Xiaoyu cleared his throat, feeling embarrassed and awkward about the commotion he caused. Please forgive me, Miss Long, for making you worry. I'm all right, really. That's good, then. Both of them drank tea to calm themselves down. Even Dom poured himself a cup. He was so scared. What if the uncle dropped dead? How scary. Mr. Xiaoyu, is it all right to continue our discussion? She asked. Of course. Go ahead, Miss Long. You already saw that I have a little over $500 million in that bank account. If you accept my offer of becoming my personal financial manager and working only for me, I plan to hand that account over to you to invest however you wish. I may give you specific instructions from time to time, but for the most part, I just want to relax and let you make me more money. I hope that you can make me a billionaire by my early 20s. Xiao Yu inhaled sharply, his eyes contracting. Handle 500 million RMB? Make her into a billionaire? Yes, the world must have really ended. He must have died, and this must be the afterlife. Otherwise, how could this spoiled brat become 500 billionaire in just a few short months? Mr. Qiao, what do you think? Do you accept my offer? A premium variety of oolong tea. Its top varieties are some of the most expensive tea in the world. Chapter 19. The Other Woman. Xiao Yu took a deep breath. Yes, I accept your offer, Miss Long. Of course he was going to accept her offer. Although his overall income as a private financial manager belonged to the higher stratum compared to the average person holding the same title, his job mostly consisted of safeguarding finances and balancing expenditures to prevent accounts from emptying. Furthermore, most of his clients were children of the wealthy who spent money like breathing air. He was more of a financial babysitter rather than an impressive financial expert. He always dreamed of using his education and skills to invest a large amount of money, watch it grow, collect the profits, and then use the profits to invest again. Now that he was offered such a chance, of course he was going to take it. Handle 500 million? Give him the money. He swore that he was going to turn this brat into a billionaire in her early 20s. Just watch him. Excellent. Iris smiled. Dom, bring the employment contract and the non-disclosure agreement. Right away, boss. After the contract signing, Iris and Xiao Yu shook hands. I'll leave the matter with my father to you, Mr. Qiao. Don't worry, Miss Long. I will also send my resignation to the president today and make arrangements for my other clients. Good. I'm trusting you with my finances. You've proven yourself these past few years. It's unfortunate that I was too immature to appreciate your hard work back then. Could someone pinch him? Xiao Yu felt a warm emotion trying to burst from his chest, but he suppressed it with a firm nod. I'm just doing my job. Indeed. From now on, I will treat you and all my other employees well. As long as you don't cheat or betray me, you will be rewarded based on the results of your hard work. But if you dare betray me or cheat me out of my money, and trust me, I will destroy you. Xiao Yu suddenly felt goosebumps seeing the young miss looking and speaking with such cold viciousness. He would never doubt this brat. His new boss from now on. Someone who could make 500 million in just a few months wasn't someone to be trifled with. The young miss really changed. Maybe she really hit her head too hard from the accident, and thank goodness for that. She should have hit her head sooner, so he could have worked with her 500 million earlier. He felt excited working for this new Miss Long, and of course working with her 500 million. He almost rubbed his hands together in anticipation and excitement, but he suppressed himself and maintained his usual stern expression. He would wait until he got home later to jump and dance in celebration. The challenge of making her into a billionaire by her early 20s energized him. I will do my best, Miss Long. That's what I want to hear. Also, don't be surprised when I make a few big withdrawals from my old account in the next few days. Rest assured that I'm not going to waste them. Understood, Miss Long. Iris planned to open several foreign bank accounts and convert the money into foreign currencies in case of emergency and for additional security. She would also make her own investments on the side. She couldn't fully trust another person to handle 100% of her money. After talking a bit more, they finally ended the meeting. Although the financial manager had an excellent poker face, Iris could still sense the impatient excitement in his eyes. Dom showed Xiao Yu out and led him to the private elevator. Iris remained in the library office enjoying her Tiguanyin tea and resumed reading the Japanese light novel from earlier before Xiao Yu came. ####. The previous discussion online about Iris Long turned into rumors of a love triangle between her, Jin Chonglin, and Fan Luo. The rumor about Iris being pregnant and Jin Chonglin being the father of the baby was also quite popular. Things became even more chaotic when Fan Luo and Jin Chonglin finally posted their responses to the rumors on their official blogs. First was Fan Luo. Luo Fan. No matter what happened between my fiancé and that other woman, it's all in the past. My fiancé is the love of my life, and I accept everything about him, including his past, present, and future. Countless women have already tried driving a wedge between us lovers, but I am the woman he chose to marry in the end. I will always stand by my future husband. I will do my best to be the best wife and mother to our future children. I ask everyone to let bygones be bygones. Some people just don't know when to give up, especially when it's about someone as great and handsome as my fiancé. Let's not lower ourselves to their level, all right? Thank you everyone for your support. Chapter 20. Lin Luo responds to the rumors. The likes to Fan Luo's Weibo post were almost instantaneous. Plus 57. Plus 993. Plus 3,568 likes and counting. The replies flooded her post. Oh my god, is this a confirmation that Jin Chonglin and Iris Long really had an affair? Poor Fan Luo. Holy shit. It's official. Iris Long is a shameless slut. Iris Long has been a shameless slut since before. I'm not really surprised. Calling all my fellow fans to protect our Jin Chonglin from all the shameless sluts in the world, especially from that dirty at Iris Long. Plus 16. Plus 279. Plus 1,003 likes and counting. Luo is such a real lady. So classy, so forgiving. If I was her, and someone tried to snatch my man, I'll scratch the whore's face off and throw her to the ocean for the sharks to feed on. That slut doesn't deserve Luo's forgiveness. Fan Luo is so magnanimous. As expected of the heiress of the Fan family. At Luo Fan, please marry me instead. Poster above, go away. Know your place. How dare a peasant like you propose to Princess Luo? She already belongs to our Prince Lin. We heart Lin Luo forever. So is Fan Luo confirming that Jin Chonglin made Iris Long pregnant? No way. I won't accept that evil witch's bastard child, even if it's true. Only Princess Luo has the right to bear Prince Lin's heir. Fan Luo didn't say anything about the pregnancy, but based on what she said, that Iris slut definitely tried to seduce Jin Chonglin. Despicable. Die at Iris Long. At Jin Chonglin, please say something. Everyone kept an eye on Jin Chonglin's account, waiting to see if he was going to respond to the rumors like his fiancée. Moments later, Jin Chonglin finally posted on his Weibo. Jin Chonglin, I want to clarify the truth. Miss Iris Long and I have no relationship whatsoever to each other. We just casually met at a few events, but that was it. She didn't seduce me, nor I her. I have never made her pregnant. We never had that kind of relationship. All of these rumors are just that, plain rumors. Please don't make up stories. I ask my fans to continue supporting me without pulling others down. Thank you for your understanding. On another note, I will be releasing my next album soon. Please look forward to it. His power was on another level. As soon as he posted, the responses of his hawk-eyed fans were so quick that not even a second passed after his post before the likes and replies bombarded his account. Plus 597. Plus 19,998. Plus 100,262 likes and counting. We understand, Prince Lin. We members of your army will definitely continue supporting you. Can't wait for your next album. Oh my god, a new album. I'm so excited. Anyone else finding this suspicious? Fan Luo already denounced Iris Long as the other woman. Why is Jin Chonglin suddenly denying everything and even defending Iris Long? You're right. I think Iris Long has impacted their relationship more than we expected. Is there trouble brewing between the engaged couple? Oh no. We Lin Luo fans would destroy anyone who dares drive a wedge between our prince and princess. Mobilize our Lin Luo army. Mission: total annihilation of Iris Long. I think it's just Jin Chonglin acting as a gentleman and giving face to the Longs. Iris is a daughter of the Long family after all. The Longs may not be as powerful or as wealthy as the Jins, but they are still comparable to the fans. They are people who are not to be easily offended. Actually, the Longs are slightly wealthier and has a nobler history than the fans. Some of their ancestors were aristocrats from ancient times. But of course, that doesn't matter in this age anymore. Poster above, what you say makes sense. Iris Long is the shame of the Long family. The Longs should just disown her. Yeah, disown that shameless slut. Who cares about that slut? All I care about is saving money to buy my idol's upcoming album. Oh my god, I'm so excited. This discussion online exploded to the point that the newspapers and tabloids were ready to publish the story, but they found themselves unable to do so. It appeared that someone powerful was blocking them from the shadows. Chapter 21. An email from Jin Liwei. Long Industries. It was already dark outside, yet President CEO Long Tengfei and his assistant were still busily working in the office at the topmost floor of the company building. The two should have been on their way home by this time, but the president's daughter was involved in yet another embarrassing situation. Granted, it was not her fault this time, but it was a fact that her name was still dragged through the mud. She was still a Long, no matter what. And the Long family cared a lot about their face and image. Long Tingfei was already exhausted, but the girl was his daughter. He couldn't allow her to be slandered just like that. President, we've already taken care of the newspapers and the tabloids, but we can't entirely control what's being said on the internet, Kai Guang reported. Long Tingfei had his eyes closed, rubbing his temples. Just do your best. Don't let this blow up into something bigger that we can't control. I don't want to give the family, especially the elders, more reasons to force me to disown my own daughter. Xiaolan is changing for the better. She's even able to get that tough Xiao Yu to willingly work for her without my influence. A rare, proud look showed on his face. I want to see how far she can go now that she started taking control of her own life. Don't let others interfere with her. Understood. Humph. If it wasn't for the Jin family's protection, I would destroy that bitch. How dare that fangirl say those things to my Long Tingfei's daughter? Unforgivable. ###. Gold Heights Condominium. Inside the computer room, Iris read all the malicious comments about her online. She especially paused when reading Fan Luo's post. She smirked. Taking out a black notebook, she wrote the name Fan Luo. Making all these posts and comments disappear was something extremely easy for her. She could even create a program in minutes to automatically delete anything on the internet slandering her. However, she chose not to do anything. Did these people think that their words would hurt her? She was no longer the same Iris Long from before. For her, these words had nothing to do with her. In fact, she even felt amused reading all the ridiculous rumors about her. As long as her life, safety, or bottom line weren't provoked, mere trash talk wouldn't affect her. For a hacker like her who treated the web like her own backyard, trash talking was just child's play. Getting involved was not worth her time and effort. However, these noobs better be prepared when she decided to join in on the fun. Next, she read Jin Chonglin's post. She raised an eyebrow. Not bad. Lucky for him. He didn't get his name written on her black notebook. If she and Jin Chonglin became enemies, she was certain that his arrogant older brother would never give her peace in this life. Jin Liwei, that villain, warned her to stay away from his younger brother, as if she would be interested in a womanizer like Jin Chonglin. Besides, she planned to live a life of freedom since waking up in this new body. Getting involved with a superstar like Jin Chonglin would be pure stupidity on her part, even more so with someone as powerful and influential as Jin Liwei. In her mind, Jin Chonglin was attached to his arrogant older brother. She didn't want to have anything to do with either brothers. For some reason, she kept on feeling that Jin Liwei was dangerous. It was better for her to avoid the brothers from now on. Ding. She turned to the computer next to her. Her heart thumped. Speak of the devil. Why would Jin Liwei send her an email? She was tempted to delete it without reading, but her curiosity won over. Jin Liwei, my company won't be partnering with Galactica. What do you think about these companies? He listed 5 Russian companies. She was familiar with 2 of them from her past life. The 2 were involved in some illegal activities, but not as bad as Galactica. As for the other 3, she didn't know any of them. She wasn't surprised that he knew her email address, or to be exact, the original Iris' old email address. She created a new, more secure email account, but this old email address had a lot of important contacts that might prove helpful for the current her. She wouldn't lose anything by keeping this old account. For someone as powerful as Jin Liwei, finding her email address was easy. But what kind of email was this? Not even a greeting. What a rude man. Did he think that she was his personal consultant or something? How audacious. Delete. After a few seconds, however, she clicked on the recycle bin and restored the email. She began typing. Princess Iris, 1 million renminbi per company. Chapter 22. Pay up first. Her plan to live the life of freedom that she always wanted needed a lot of resources. It wouldn't hurt to earn extra cash by doing some freelance work. Besides, Jin Liwei was filthy rich. 1 million was just pocket change for someone like him. Ding. Jin Liwei. Deal. Oh. He agreed quickly. Fine then. She switched to her new, more secure email account and typed. Long Xiaolan. This email address is more secure. Pay up first. She sent him her bank account information. She moved to another computer and worked on creating a new, personalized music software which would make it easier for her to compose music. After a couple of minutes, her phone received a message. It was from the bank informing her that her account received a 5 million renminbi deposit. She raised an eyebrow. The man acted fast. She might as well work since he already paid her. Long Xiaolan. I'll send the information about the companies within 3 days. Jin Liwei. Okay. But if 3 days pass and you have nothing or what you send me is useless, I want a full refund plus interest. 10 million renminbi. Thief. Long Xiaolan. Fine. Don't bother me in the meantime. Jin Liwei. I'll be waiting, Long Xiaolan. Arrogant bastard. She went to work immediately by turning on all of the computers in the room. With all of them working at the same time, it was an impressive sight. In truth, she only needed a night to gather all information about the 5 companies, from what was made public to the most classified ones. As long as there was an electronic trace, she would be able to find anything no matter how obscure. But a mountain of disorganized information was probably not what the arrogant man wanted. Thus, she told him to wait 3 days. For the initial step, she let the software she created herself to automatically gather information. She didn't even need to oversee the process personally. Looking at the time, she left the room for dinner, letting the computers complete the tasks she inputted by themselves. She ate a Filipino-style dinner with Dom. The cook finally relented after Dom's constant bugging. He whined about how he felt homesick and wanted to eat some Filipino food. The cook told Dom that if he wanted to eat Filipino food, then he could go cook for himself. So Dom tried cooking, and it was a disaster. He had no culinary skills whatsoever. If the cook was any second later, Dom would have burned down the entire penthouse. The cook promptly kicked him out of the kitchen. Dom redoubled his whining afterwards. The cook couldn't take it anymore, so she especially researched and practiced cooking some Filipino dishes. Dom was, of course, ecstatic. After a hearty dinner, Iris enjoyed a couple cups of hot white pearls T1. Afterwards, she composed music at her recording studio until her phone received a notification, informing her that some of the computers already finished the tasks they were assigned. For the next 2 days, she spent almost all her time inside the computer room, only going out to eat, exercise a bit, and answer nature's call. After a lot of hacking and verifying accuracy, she translated the information into Chinese and organized everything into shockingly detailed and comprehensive reports about the 5 companies. Information that even the companies themselves may not know was included in the reports. What Iris was about to send Jin Liwei were something that would completely destroy the companies, if given in the wrong hands. She also included a recommendation for 2 of the companies, giving them a clean rating. As for the other 3, well, if Jin Liwei had any decent judgment, he would not have any dealings with them. 53 hours since she started working on this job, she finally sent an email to the arrogant man. Long Xiaolan, see attached files. Send 590,025 renminbi and 73 cents to my account for the expenses accrued while gathering information. See attached invoice. The original 5 million payment was only for the final reports. She looked at the time. It was almost midnight. She stretched, yawning. Then she walked around the room, shutting down the computers one by one. Her phone sounded. She walked over and checked. It was a message from the bank notifying her that 590,025 renminbi and 73 cents was deposited to her account. Iris smiled. Turning off all the lights, she left the computer room, making sure that the door was closed, before heading to her bedroom to sleep. Not actual sea pearls, but a tea made of white peony leaves shaped into little balls by hand. Chapter 23. The Mysterious Long Xiaolan. One of the most expensive, most sought-after, and most fortified exclusive villages in the country was Dragon Palace Homes. There were only 10 properties in the village, but each of them occupied large expanses of land. Security in the village was even tighter than that of the major banks, and even comparable to the security team of the country's highest government officials. In fact, some of the property owners had private securities that were even superior. Dragon Palace Home Number 10 occupied the largest land and the most impressive mansion in the exclusive village. This property's owner was Jin Liwei, president and CEO of the #1 company in the country. One needed to drive for about 20 minutes by car from the property's massive gates before reaching the palatial mansion. The mansion was impressive, not only because of its size but also because of its glacial aura, just like its master. Jin Liwei lived alone in this huge house with his servants. It was silent and chilly to the point that visitors would feel creeped out, like walking in an endless labyrinthine graveyard. When Jin Liwei returned home from work, it was already nighttime. He ate a high-class dinner alone on the long dinner table, his butler standing silently behind him, ready to serve him at any moment. After dinner, he took a quick hot shower and changed into pajamas. Then he headed straight to his home office to continue some of his unfinished work. Ding! His eyes lit up. Finally, an email from the damn girl. Long Xiaolon, see attached files. Send 590,025 renminbi and 73 cents to my account for the expenses accrued while gathering information. See attached invoice. The original 5 million payment was only for the final reports. He immediately opened the attachments. After some time reading the 5 reports the damn girl sent him, he inhaled sharply. The more he read, the more shocked he became. His pupils contracted. A few days ago, he finally received the results of the second investigation he ordered on Galactica. When the results matched what the damn girl said about them when they first met at the hotel lobby, his interest in her increased. He was burning with curiosity as to how she got such secret information. After just a couple of days, 5 Russian companies immediately sent their own business proposals, showing interest in partnering with his company after hearing that he rejected Galactica's offer. The new proposals presented both in Russian and in Chinese, and even in English translations reminded him of the damn girl. He didn't know what came over him to send her an email. Perhaps he wanted confirmation that it was just a coincidence that the girl got it right the first time. Surprisingly, the girl had the audacity to ask for a total of 5 million payment from him. Amused, he immediately sent the money to her. When she told him to wait 3 days, he couldn't stop himself from laughing. He smirked. What did she need 3 days for? Fine. Just humor the girl and see what she would come up with. He wasn't really expecting anything. He just treated this deal as a joke to amuse himself. However, there was still a niggling hope inside him for the damn girl to repeat her accurate assessment. He didn't want to acknowledge this tiny hope, but it was still there. But now, not even 3 days since they emailed each other, he didn't feel amused at the deal anymore. Not at all. Reading the detailed and comprehensive reports she sent him, he felt absolutely shocked. Each of the reports were worth many times more than what he paid for. He immediately sent the additional bill of a little over 500,000 that she asked for. He was even tempted to send her an additional 1 million as tip, but managed to stop himself. If she made a similar report about his Gene Corporation and handed it to his enemies, he didn't even want to think about it. He stood up and walked to the window, looking at the night sky outside. The black clouds covered the moon and the stars. One thing was clear after this experience. If she was really the one who created these reports, then the damn girl wasn't someone to be offended. She could destroy anyone whenever she wanted to, even someone like him. His lips lifted to a smile, his eyes glinting dangerously like that of a predator who finally locked on to its much-awaited prey. Long Xiaolon, who are you really? What other mysteries are you going to show me? Chapter 24. Iris Long is back. Iris slept for a long time after completing the reports and sending them to Jin Liwei. She woke up a few minutes after noon in time for brunch. As they ate, Dom informed her that JJ's people finally called in the morning while she was still sleeping and asked for a meeting to negotiate contract terms. For the next few days, Iris together with Dom and her lawyer were busy meeting with JJ's team. Finally, they signed a contract that satisfied both parties. JJ's record label didn't make any public announcements that she signed under them as an artist as per her request. Next order of business was to sign under a talent management company. JJ recommended Bright Summit Entertainment Company, which was one of the top in the industry and also had the best relationship with his record label. Although JJ worked with a lot of talented musicians from different talent companies, he liked working with artists under Bright Summit because they were the least troublesome. A big part of this was because Bright Summit protected its artists very well. Unless an artist did something unsalvageable, the company would use its full might and glory to ensure the artist's career. When Iris went into coma after the accident, her father spent a huge amount of money to dissolve her outstanding contracts with her previous talent agency, record label and endorsements when she failed to wake up after 3 months. JJ went the extra mile to contact someone he trusted from Bright Summit. After a few days of negotiations, Iris was already signing a contract with them. She was also given a new manager. Like before, this was not publicly announced as per her request. The next few weeks were extremely busy. Iris worked personally with JJ and his team of experts at JJ's own studio to record all the songs she composed for her comeback album. The other people working with them learned to cope, aka sit there quietly like statues, whenever Iris and JJ clashed like two evil dragons. Listen, Iris Brat. I'm an award-winning music producer. I'm always right when it comes to music. I say we should change this part of the song to a faster tempo, so we should do it. No, Mr. JJ. You're wrong. That's so stupid. Are you planning to make this into a disco song? Or maybe a dance song? What did you say, you brat? Another one. Mr. JJ, this song doesn't need electric and bass guitars. The symphony orchestra is already more than enough. Hi. You don't understand. The guitars add another dimension to the song. What another dimension? Mr. JJ, they're just annoying background noise. What did you say, you brat? And yet another one. Mr. JJ, I want an acoustic guitar as accompaniment for this song. Brat, it's better to keep this song as raw as possible and focus on the emotional impact of your vocals instead. No need for other accompaniment. Just the piano is enough. Fine. But I still want to try another version with an acoustic guitar. Then we can just choose which version sounds better. You brat, you don't listen to what I say. Although the two argued a lot because both were extreme perfectionists when it came to music, they would always find a way to grudgingly compromise with each other and meet in the middle ground. These compromises always produced songs that left everyone in the recording studio, including Iris and JJ, in shocked amazement. All 13 songs were successfully recorded and polished to their final versions. Next was shooting the music videos. Both JJ and Iris wanted to release the album as soon as possible, so they shot all the music videos for the 13 songs every day in just 2.5 weeks. Everyone was exhausted, but seeing their artist Iris Long working non-stop without complaints, they gritted their teeth and worked just as hard. After a 2-day break, Iris was once again busy posing for the album's cover and promotional posters. Finally, Iris' part in the album production was done, and JJ's record label took over in putting everything together. She felt so exhausted that just opening her eyes took extreme effort, but this was the first time in her 2 lives that she felt so alive. Her blood sang with excitement. She could hardly wait to release her album and hear her music being played everywhere. Almost 2 years since the accident and her abrupt retirement from showbiz, JJ's record label and Bright Summit Entertainment Company officially announced the upcoming release of her new album. Their message was clear. Iris Long was back. Chapter 25, Rebirth. An hour before JJ's record label and Bright Summit Entertainment Company's announcement. Almost 2 years since Iris Long disappeared from the public eyes, she had remained silent online. Even when a commotion broke out after her social media accounts were wiped clean, and when Fan Luo and Jin Lin almost caused a scandal involving her with their blog posts, nobody heard a word from her. This fateful morning, however, all of her empty social media accounts were finally updated. No greetings, no words. It was just a single video. The video started with the back view of a teenage girl wearing a skimpy dress and high heels. Club music echoed in the background as she walked out to a parking lot and climbed into a sports car. She drove away, and then the scene suddenly blacked out with the sounds of squealing tires and a loud crash. An ambulance siren blared. Next was a frantic scene at a hospital with paramedics wheeling the unconscious teenage girl whose face still wasn't shown, her blood splattering on the white floor tiles. The door to the operating room closed behind them. The next scene showed a hospital room filled with several life support machines. The girl on the bed laid unmoving, her face still not shown. The camera shifted its focus to a calendar atop a table beside the bed, its pages flipping to the next month again and again, faster and faster, showing how much time passed. Then the screen gradually turned darker and darker until it completely blacked out. Muffled sounds could be heard, like that when one was underwater. Sounds of breathing and heartbeat, loud and regular at first, but gradually weakening and slowing down until everything became silent. A few seconds of total darkness and silence. A small speck of light appeared in the middle of the screen, gradually becoming bigger and brighter until it swallowed the entire screen. The next scene showed an ethereal paradise-like mountain forest. A fairy with golden hair and emerald eyes flitted among a garden of colorful wildflowers. She wore a flowing white dress which sparkled delicately whenever she moved. The beautiful fairy walked towards a deep, blue lake and sat by the shore, leaning over to caress the still waters with her graceful hands. A loud gasp. The water pulled her violently down into its dark depths. As she sank deeper and deeper, a shadowy figure could be seen floating slowly towards her direction. As the two neared each other, the other figure became visible. It was the teenage girl still wearing the skimpy dress. Her eyes were closed. She looked lifeless, her black hair billowing out in the water as she was slowly pulled upwards. The fairy and the teenage girl finally appeared in the same screen, floating in front of each other. They had the same face, yet looked completely different, especially the aura they emitted. The teenage girl was sickly pale, dark shadows under her closed eyes. The fairy, on the other hand, exuded a soft, ethereal glow within her. Her golden hair floated around her like a halo, her emerald eyes glinting with divine light. The fairy stretched out her arms and gently pulled the unconscious teenage girl into her embrace. The two fused as they touched, until only one figure remained. The new figure wore the teenage girl's skimpy outfit, a dimming, ethereal glow on her skin. Her golden hair gradually turned black. Slowly, her emerald eyes opened before dimming into a dark brown color. She gracefully swam upwards like a mermaid until her head broke out to the surface. The scene abruptly cut and reverted to that of the comatose girl on the hospital bed, opening her eyes. A faint emerald light visible in her dark brown pupils. The screen faded to darkness. A rich, beautiful fairy-like voice sang a melody without lyrics in the background. The back view of a young woman appeared. She wore an elegant, deep emerald long dress. Her long, straight black hair flowed behind her like a natural cape. Her figure stood under a blooming sakura tree, the blossoms raining down like pink snow. She turned, and the camera closed up and focused on her beautiful face. Her dark brown, phoenix eyes looked fierce yet detached at the same time. Her plump, pink lips lifted into a mysterious smile. Blackout. And then the word rebirth appeared in big characters, followed by the name, Iris Long, and a date 2 weeks from now. The logo of JJ's record label appeared before the video finally ended. Chapter 26, Viral Video. Ever since the energetic discussions surrounding the rumors about Iris Long, Jin Liwei, and Fan Luo, many netizens frequented these three people's social media accounts like loyal watchdogs to check for their latest posts. As soon as the video was posted on Iris Long's social media accounts, it immediately went viral. Plus 397, plus 51,002, plus 200,064 likes and counting. Oh my god, what did I just watch? Did Iris Long just announce her comeback with a video? Iris Long finally updated her blog. Watch the video. Is the woman in the video really Iris Long? She looks so different. She looks more mature and elegant now. Tui, what mature? What elegant? No matter how grandly a chicken dresses up, it'll never become a phoenix. I think the video is based on the true story of what really happened to her. We all heard about the accident. Now it turns out that the rumors about her being comatose is real. I counted how many times the calendar in the video flipped. She was in coma for a year. If Iris Long was really comatose for 1 year, then I feel bad for her. Everyone keeps on saying that she got pregnant and talked shit about her, saying that she stayed silent because of her guilty conscience, when the truth was that she was actually comatose the entire time. Poor girl. Don't feel bad for her. Her reputation as a bitch and a slut is well known in the industry. This video is just one of her gimmicks. Yeah, we all know how hungry for fame she is. Look at the end of the video. I think she's releasing either a single or an album called Rebirth 2 weeks from now. Fuck. That's JJ's record label. Don't tell me she's one of his artists now. No. I can't believe that JJ's standards dropped so much. Why, JJ? Why would you sign a trash like Iris Long? Poster above. Did you really watch the entire video? The artistry shown in the video is far from trashy. I think Iris Long is aiming for an image change. I like what I'm seeing. Huh. With her trash reputation, of course she's desperate for an image change. It's too late. Everyone hates Iris Long. Hey, not everyone hates her. I may not like her as a person, but I really like her voice. Her older songs are really shallow, but her voice is actually great. I, for one, am looking forward to her new music. I'm going to share a real experience. I was lucky enough to hear Miss Long sing a while ago. I was with my friends eating lunch at a restaurant when suddenly a beautiful young woman sat on the piano and started singing a song. Her song made me cry so hard. It was the most beautiful and meaningful song that I have ever heard. Since a long time ago, I really didn't know Miss Long from before, so I wasn't aware of her bad reputation that everyone else keeps on saying. All I know is the Miss Long that I met at the restaurant. Such a lovely and beautiful human being. I hope that everyone gives her another chance because I can guarantee that whatever song she sings from now on will be amazing. I hope these 2 weeks would come faster. I want to listen to that song she performed in the restaurant again. Poster above, is that true? Now I'm getting more and more curious about Iris Long. I'll hold my judgment until Rebirth is released. Wait, are you saying that Iris Long fell so low that she became a mere restaurant performer? How embarrassing. Hey, don't look down on restaurant performers. An hour after the video was posted online, JJ's personal account, his record label, and Bright Summit Entertainment Company's official accounts shared the video, causing another round of speculations and fervent discussions. A few minutes later, both JJ's record label and Bright Summit posted official statements confirming that Iris Long was now an artist signed under them, and also announced the release of her comeback album titled Rebirth 2 weeks from now. Their announcements caused an uproar. Chapter 27. Jin Liwei barges in. Gold Heights condominium. Iris headed to the living area after taking a shower. She found Dom sitting on the floor, his back leaning against the lower part of the couch, watching a documentary about exotic cuisines on TV. He turned his head when he heard her approach. She sat on the couch beside him. Boss, a Mr. Jin Liwei called while you were in the shower. Do you know him? He wants you to either reply to his emails or give him a call. He said that he's been trying to contact you for weeks now. Humph. He sounded so bossy. He left his number. Do you want it? Iris frowned. No, I don't want that man's number. Why does he keep on bothering me? Who is he? He asked. He continued watching the documentary as he repeated the man's name in his head. After some time, his eyes widened. Wait, don't tell me he's that Jin Liwei? Jin Corporation's Jin Liwei. Yes. Dom gasped. Oh my God. Boss, that Jin Liwei is bothering you? Wow. As expected of my boss. Even people bothering you are on another level. Maybe he likes you. Ehe. Don't be ridiculous. We don't like each other. I don't want to have anything to do with that arrogant man. Ehe. Stop. You're creeping me out. The housekeeper, Imei, appeared. Young miss, the receptionist downstairs called saying that a Mr. Jin Liwei wants to see you. Aye. I knew it. Dom covered his mouth, his eyes shining with excitement. Iris' heart thumped. What did the damn arrogant man come here for? Young miss? Should I invite him up or turn him away? Imei asked her. Iris frowned. Should I turn him away then? Imei asked again. Yes. Wait, no? No. Invite him. Up. Iris sighed. Dom squealed. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Jin Liwei is coming. Aya. He fanned himself dramatically with his hands. Let's find out what he wants. Dom, tell the maids to prepare some refreshments. Iris inwardly wondered why she suddenly started feeling nervous. Right away, boss. A few minutes later, Imei led Jin Liwei inside the penthouse to where Iris and Dom were waiting. He looked tall and immaculate in his custom-made business suit. His handsome face wore a cold, irritated expression. When he saw the damn girl sitting and sipping tea, looking all relaxed, he felt even more irritated. He hurried towards her. Why aren't you replying to my emails? He growled when he reached her. And hello to you too, Mr. Jin, she said, placing the teacup on the table gently. Please have a seat. No, answer me first. Why are you ignoring me? Iris' eyes twitched, trying to rein in her temper. Were they close? Why was this man acting so familiar with her? She replied to him coolly. I see that you're still very rude, Mr. Jin. Dom looked at the two, his eyes sparkling. Long Xiaolon, don't test my patience, he snarled. Mr. Jin Liwei, I have no intention of testing you or anyone else's patience. She finally snapped. I already told you before that I don't want to see you ever again. Tell me, why did you come? What do you want from me? Her face flushed with anger. making her even more attractive in his eyes. Her last sentence echoed in his mind. What do you want from me, want from me, want from me, from me? His control snapped. He pulled her roughly to his chest. His right hand grabbed a fistful of hair behind her head. His left arm circled around her tiny waist, lifting her up. She gasped, alarmed. His mouth smashed against her lips. She squirmed in his embrace, fighting against his sudden aggression, hitting his shoulders and trying to push his head away. She wanted to escape, but he was too strong. She bit his lips until she tasted blood, yet he didn't stop. Angry that he got bitten, he growled and kissed her even more deeply, sucking hard on her lips. Oh my God. What should I do? My boss Tofu is getting eaten. Should I save her? Should I punch him? But he's Jin Liwei. Oh my, this is so hot. I want to take a video, maybe just photos, but they'll probably murder me. Oh. Dom mumbled in excitement, pacing from side to side as he watched the kissing scene in front of him. Ime stood frozen in shock, one hand clutching her chest. The poor housekeeper looked like she would fall over at any moment. Chapter 28. Need to search it up. Iris' heart thundered inside her chest. She was so furious that she wanted to bite this damn man's head off. She was going to murder this villain. How dare he do this to her inside her own home? But, what was this? She felt breathless and a bit dizzy. She slackened a bit, trying to determine the sensations she was currently feeling. She had never felt this way before in her 2 lives. Jin Liwei felt her resistance weakening. Of course, he didn't let this opportunity escape him. A strong desire to possess the damn girl in his embrace overcame him. His tongue snaked inside her sweet mouth, invading her. He sucked her tongue, making her whimper. Iris moaned, closing her eyes. She lost the ability to think. All she could feel was the man kissing her senseless. She wasn't aware that both her arms wrapped around his neck, pulling him closer. He groaned. The hand on her hair slid down to her butt and squeezed hard. "Ay cabello," one they heard Dom exclaim, followed by a loud crash, interrupting their kiss. Jin Liwei felt irritated to be interrupted and was about to dive in for another kiss. But Iris turned her head to look dazedly at her assistant, who was now lying on the floor together with a fallen chair. Hey, don't mind me. Go on. Please continue what you're doing." Dom climbed up from the floor and righted the chair he crashed into in his overexcitement. Dom's words cleared her dazed state. She pushed her hands against Jin Liwei's chest. "Mr. Jin, put me down." "No." His arms tightened around her. "Put me down this instant." They glared at each other for a few moments before Jin Liwei reluctantly released her. Iris quickly put some distance between them, trying to catch her breath and calm her racing heart. She frowned. She knew that she didn't like the damn arrogant man and didn't want to see him again, yet why? She looked at him intensely, her head tilted to one side, trying to think of a logical explanation of why he induced these weird sensations on her body. Jin Liwei ran a hand through his hair, trying desperately to calm his inner beast. He lost control. Damn it. He actually lost control. The frustrating weeks of her not replying to his emails made him think about her constantly, souring his mood every single day. He wanted to request more of her reports about other companies, but the damn girl kept on ignoring him. He couldn't take it anymore, so he called her, but still wasn't able to talk to her directly. He was so frustrated that he impulsively rushed to her place. He looked at the damn girl once again and saw her intense gaze on him. "Why are you looking at me like that? Did you fall in love with me?" He teased. "I don't know how to exactly determine such an illogical and unscientific state as falling in love," she told him in a serious tone. "I can somewhat understand the idea based on what others in the media say. I think I can even act like one who has fallen in love, but the descriptions explaining this state are too abstract for a 100% certainty. Maybe what I'm feeling is lust." She frowned, thinking deeply. "Dom, get my laptop. I need to search this up." Okay, boss." Dom looked at his boss weirdly, and then at Jin Liwei, his eyes drifting down to the man's bulging crotch. "Oh." Dom's eyes glinted with a knowing expression. It was difficult, but he was able to peel his eyes away. He started to leave, but then returned to gently drag the still frozen housekeeper away. Jin Liwei was taken aback. Why would you search up something like that? Have you never felt horny before?" Well, not like he felt horny before either until now in front of this damn girl. But he wouldn't tell her that. Iris looked at him like he was stupid. "I'm not a man. I don't have a penis that gets hard, so I don't have anything concrete to determine whether I'm feeling horny or not. His mouth fell open. He tried several times to say something, but failed. Finally, he told her, "You know you're feeling horny if you want to have sex." "I see. I'm not feeling horny then. I don't want to have sex with you, Mr. Jin." Caballo literally means horse in Filipino. In this case, it's used as an exclamation of surprise, similar to how "io" is used in Chinese, but not quite. More like how most people use "oh shit," but not as explicit. For a more explicit version, I've heard some use "I puke in caballo," which literally translates to "oh, horse's vagina." PFT. Poor horse. Chapter 29. I forbid you to kiss other men. Huh, says someone who clearly liked my kiss. Jin Liwei glared at her. I suppose I liked your kiss, Iris admitted. But I don't have other experiences to compare it to. What do you mean? Don't tell me that I'm your first kiss? I don't believe it. He subconsciously licked his lips. He wanted to taste her again. Her lips pressed together. I don't care whether you believe me or not. In her past life, she had never been kissed by any man other than the forehead and cheek kisses her father and older brother gave her. They were so protective that they practically imprisoned her within the estate. They didn't allow her to meet other people who weren't approved by them. She was well-trained in etiquette and could converse comfortably with almost anyone, but she was severely lacking when it came to understanding intimacy between the opposite sexes. In short, she was extremely dense when it came to flirting. As for the original Iris Long, she knew based on her memories that despite her party girl reputation, she never kissed or had sex with any man. She didn't want to be like her mother, Wei Lan, who had so many lovers that the lineup could reach all the way up the Milky Way. However, the original Iris was too much like Wei Lan in how she loved herself the most. She loved herself too much that she didn't have the time nor the mental capacity to take a lover. She also thought very highly of herself, believing that no man was ever good enough for someone as amazing as her. The rumors of her pursuing men were actually just her trying to leech off popularity from more famous people. This was the situation with Jean Chonglin. She also pursued famous females, but everyone just focused and gossiped on the men she tried getting close to. Are you serious? Jin Liwei asked her, shocked. Didn't she have a promiscuous reputation? She must have kissed many men before. She ignored him, mumbling to herself. I should probably find other men to kiss in order to have more choices for comparison. Will I feel like this in every kiss regardless of the partner? This is something worthy to experiment on. Her brain was already in overdrive formulating a hypothesis and experiment methods. He heard her and felt possessive. Like hell I'll allow you to kiss other men. It's none of your business, Mr. Jean. Long Xiaolon, I forbid you to kiss other men. She was angered. You don't have the right to forbid me to do anything. I own myself. He gritted his teeth, glaring at the damn girl. He had to use all the willpower he had not to push her down to the floor and take her right there and then. He didn't understand why he was suddenly feeling so possessive of her. The damn girl was making him go crazy. Now tell me, Mr. Jean, why you came here today. If not, please leave. I'm busy. Yeah, right. Busy sipping your tea. She glared at him. He had to take a few moments to calm down and remember why he came here today. At first, it was just because he wanted to form a business relationship. Her detailed and comprehensive reports were simply too invaluable. For a head of a big company like him, she was an untapped resource waiting to be exploited. He felt like an explorer who chanced upon a deep mine of gold and diamonds. His first instinct was to mark his territory, claim ownership, and prevent competitors from taking a share. Everything was his. She was his. But when she ignored his emails, he got more and more frustrated to the point that she was on his mind every day. He wanted to see her, to talk to her, to get to know her. He didn't care about her at all before, treating her as just one of the countless women trying to catch his brother. Her bad reputation didn't help either. But when he met her in person for the first time at the hotel lobby, he discovered that there was more to her. Way more. He had the urge to keep her to himself, not allowing others to discover this unknown, fascinating side of her. And now, finally seeing her after so long, he wanted to possess this woman. Chapter 30. How to know if you're feeling horny. Finally, Jin Liwei was able to calm down a bit. He sighed before answering her. I came today to make an official offer of a business partnership between us. I have hired countless private investigators before but not one of them can reach the level of the reports you sent me. I will pay however much you ask." Iris was silent for a few seconds. "Mr. Jin, I'm quite busy at the moment. I'm making my comeback to showbiz. I have to do extensive promotions for my upcoming album. I know. You don't have to accept all of my requests, just the ones that you can do when you have free time. Surely you can do that? As I said, the price is not a problem. 2. Be honest, I don't mind accepting this kind of work. It's just that, Mr. Jin, I feel uneasy whenever I'm dealing with you. That's why I'd rather not accept your offer." "You feel uneasy with me? Why?" She thought for a moment. "I don't know the exact reason. I need to think about it more." He rubbed his chin, looking at her with amused eyes. "Isn't it because you're attracted to me?" Iris frowned. "But I don't like you." He walked closer to her, looked directly at her eyes, and whispered, "Are you sure you don't like me? You like my kiss. That means you like me. Shall I kiss you again to make sure?" She stepped back, putting her hands in front of her. "Stop, Mr. Jin. I may be inexperienced, but I'm not stupid. I'm busy and you're busy. Let's not waste each other's time. Go find another woman if you really can't hold it in. I'm sure that with your status, there are a lot of women more than willing to satisfy you. I'm not interested. If there isn't anything else, please leave." His expression turned black. He took a few deep breaths before he was able to control his temper. He turned, sat on a chair, and poured himself a cup of hot tea. After sipping, he nodded in appreciation. If he wasn't mistaken, this was Gyakuro T1. He checked the time on his gold watch. "It's almost lunchtime. I'm hungry. Do you want to stay here, or shall we go out?" Iris' eyes twitched. The damn arrogant man was acting like he was in his own home. She sighed, suddenly feeling tired. She didn't want to waste time and energy arguing with him anymore. "I plan to stay at home today. This is my last precious day off until I start promoting my comeback album." "All right." He grabbed a small sponge cake from the plate and ate it, sipping tea in between a couple of bites. Dom returned with a laptop in his arms. When he saw his boss and Mr. Jin Liwei, he was a bit disappointed that they weren't kissing anymore. "Boss, I brought your laptop." "Thanks, Dom." Iris walked forward and sat on a chair opposite Jin Liwei. Dom placed the laptop on the table in front of her. "And also, Dom, check when lunch will be ready. Mr. Jin will be joining us." "Right away, boss." "Yeah." Dom hurried to the kitchen. Maybe he would be able to witness another kissing scene later. How exciting. Jin Liwei ate the sponge cakes. Good stuff. He would ask for some to take home later, while admiring the serious expression on the girl's face as she typed on her laptop. She frowned while reading something, tilting her head to the side. Moments later, her expression looked more and more confused. "What are you looking at?" he asked, unable to hold his curiosity any longer. Not hearing an answer, he stood up, walked to her side, and looked down at her laptop screen. Seeing what she was reading, his jaw fell down in shock. She was reading an English article from a foreign website. The title? "How to Know If You're Feeling Horny." One of the finest Japanese green tea. The plant is grown under a shade rather than in the full sun. Chapter 31, Pursuit of Knowledge. "How to Know If You're Feeling Horny." Jin Liwei read aloud in English. His accent sounded a bit American. Number 1. You fantasize about the person you're into. He glanced down at Iris. "Do you fantasize about me?" he asked in Mandarin. "No." Displeased by her quick answer, he scowled. However, he continued reading aloud. Most of the points were very general. Jin Liwei thought that these should be considered as common sense, so why did the girl look so confused earlier? Number 7, he coughed. Iris read it aloud herself. Number 7, your vagina is tingling. Jin Liwei's eyebrows rose in surprise. This girl was becoming more and more mysterious. She actually spoke English with a British accent. The investigation results he ordered about her reported that she only spoke passable English with the usual Chinese accent. Her English marks at school were also too tragic to even look at. So what happened? Was she just acting men? It was at this moment that her assistant returned. "Boss, lunch will be ready shortly." "Dom, you're right on time. How does one know when one's vagina is tingling? Do you know how it feels?" "Boss, how would I know? I don't have a vagina. Do you want me to ask Grandma May or some of the married maids?" "Yes." "Right away, boss." "Wait, what are you two doing?" Jin Liwei couldn't believe them. "Aren't you embarrassed?" Iris looked at him like he was an idiot. Why should I feel embarrassed in the pursuit of knowledge? Wise people don't pretend to know everything. When they don't know something, They aren't embarrassed to ask questions. Jin Liwei almost choked hearing her answer. This was pursuit of knowledge? His mouth opened and closed, but no words came out. PFT. Baha. Dom couldn't stop himself. He doubled over, laughing loudly while holding his abdomen. Jin Liwei glared at him. Dom tried so hard to stop his laughter. He could feel Jin Liwei's murderous intent directed at him, but it was just too funny. The famed Jin Liwei didn't know how to deal with his boss' straightforwardness. As expected of his boss, even Dom himself was surprised by his boss' brutal honesty when he started working for her. But now he was used to it, and even became influenced by her. For him, this was normal now. She ignored them and continued to read the last point aloud perfectly in English. Number 8. Your vagina becomes wet. Huh? Maybe she really felt horny when Jin Liwei kissed her earlier? She wondered, feeling the slight dampness between her thighs. HM? What's wrong? Are you wet? Did I make you wet? He teased, his voice husky. Yes, she admitted as she continued to read the article in silence. She didn't find anything wrong in being honest with him. She had no idea that her honesty would affect him so much. He inhaled sharply, his eyes darkening. His breath quickened. He leaned down close to her ear and whispered, "Be careful with your words, Long Shilon. You might unknowingly release a beast that you can't control." "What are you talking about?" She turned her head to him. Seeing the intense expression on his face, she instinctively moved her torso away from him. He was tempted to kiss her senseless again. "Young miss, Mr. Jean. Lunch is ready. Please follow me." Imei, now recovered from her earlier shock, called them as she returned from the kitchen. Jin Liwei straightened up. His face regained its usual cold expression, but his eyes couldn't disguise the lust he was feeling. Iris released a breath of relief. "Imei, please get the first aid kit and treat Mr. Jin's lip first." "Yes, young Mississippi. Please wait." Moments later, Imei returned with the first aid kit. Jin Liwei turned to Iris. "You treat me." She gave him a side eye. "I don't know how." "Imei, go ahead." "Mr. Jin, please stay still." Imei looked like a butcher about to slaughter a mighty bull for premium beef. Dom snickered. Jin Liwei shot him a deadly look. Dom immediately shut up, but Iris glared at Jin Liwei instead. Dom was her assistant. What was the damn arrogant man glaring at her assistant for? Imei opened the first aid kit, used sanitizer to clean her hands before disinfecting and treating Jin Liwei's wound. He stiffened at the stinging pain, but otherwise stayed unmoving, his face a mask of cold indifference. Chapter 32. Give me your number. Imei made sure to press hard on the man's cut. How dare he eat her young Miss Tofu in her own home? If Imei was not mistaken, Jin Liwei was already in his 30s. The young miss was barely in her 20s, only recently leaving her teenage years, and this old man wanted to lay his lusty paws on her? An old cow eating young grass. What a villain. The young miss was too gentle, only leaving a small cut on his lip. She should have bitten this evil man's tongue off. He might be the most powerful man in the country's business world, but to the old housekeeper's eyes, Jin Liwei was just a lustful brat who set his lusty eyes on her innocent young Mississippi. Imei roughly applied a small bandage on the man's injury. Jin Liwei couldn't help but wince a bit, but his pride wouldn't allow him to make a sound or complain. He looked sharply at the old housekeeper, but the housekeeper quickly rearranged the first aid kit and stood up, not meeting his eyes. "Thank you, Imei," Iris said. "At your service, young Mississippi. Let's go to lunch." Iris stood up. Everyone followed the housekeeper. The three Iris, Jin Liwei, and Dom ate lunch together. Poor Dom felt like the brightest light bulb. If murderous intent could kill, he would be dead so many times already. Although Jin Liwei didn't show much expression on his face, Dom was also a man, so he could definitely sense that Jin Liwei wanted him to leave the two alone together. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What could he do? His boss wanted him to eat with them. They enjoyed a simple yet hearty meal of roasted Peking duck and mappa tofu as the main dishes. Jin Liwei had not eaten such a common meal for a long time. The personal chef he hired to cook for him at home ensured that he always had high-class, five-star worthy meals every single day. And as the head of the country's #1 company, people would always clamor to serve him similar high-class dishes during business meals, hoping to impress him and gain advantageous deals with Jin Corporation. Eating traditional Chinese cuisine like this was not bad at all. It reminded him of the family dinners during his childhood. Now everything was so formal that it was stifling. He enjoyed eating a meal for the first time in a long time. Not to mention that he had a mysterious and intriguing beauty to admire beside him as he ate. This felt good. The two men ate several servings, looking like they were inhaling all the food. As they ate, Jin Liwei once again tried to persuade Iris to accept his offer to hire her for her detailed and comprehensive reports. She didn't want to waste time arguing with him anymore, so she reluctantly agreed. Jin Liwei was immediately in a great mood. After lunch, Jin Liwei was ready to leave, carrying a box full of sponge cakes. "Xiaolon, give me your personal phone number." Iris narrowed her eyes. The arrogant man now dropped her surname. "No need, Mr. Jin. You can contact me anytime via email. You also seem to have my assistant's phone number already. You can reach me through him." "No, I want your own phone number," he insisted. "I'm not leaving until you give it to me." No matter how Jin Liwei tried to find her personal phone number, he couldn't. Iris made sure to conceal it. Jin Liwei turned to her assistant, threatening him with a look. "Her number is—" Dom immediately recited his boss number. "Got it." Jin Liwei instantly memorized it. He was very pleased. Iris was taken aback. She glared at her traitor of an assistant. "Dom, do you want to get fired?" Hey. Sorry, boss. I won't do it again." My stomach suddenly hurts. I need to run to the washroom. See you later, boss. And have a good day, Mr. Jin." But the traitor ran away. She could only sigh. Iris had no choice but to send off Jin Liwei to the private elevator herself. The two stood in front of the elevator door looking at each other. "Xiaolon, you must answer my calls. If you don't, I'll come here again." She glared at him. "Xiaolon, fine," she inwardly harumphed. "And good luck on the release of your comeback album. I'm looking forward to it." Her eyes softened. "Thank you. Take care of your health. Don't push yourself too hard." "Yes, thanks. I'll leave now." "Okay." They looked at each other. Jin Liwei pulled her into his arms and kissed her once again. Hard. Before she could react, he already released her. She was dazed and breathless. "Goodbye, Xiaolon. I'll call you." He stepped inside the elevator and the door closed behind him. Chapter 33. Drastic Change in Style. By the second day, the video posted on all of Iris Long's social media accounts already accumulated a combined total of more than 10 million views. And the amount was still climbing every hour. A big part of this was because her name was repeatedly mentioned alongside a superstar like Jin Chonglin. Not mentioning Jin Chonglin's massive army of fans, there were also a lot of bored netizens who only wanted to discuss something exciting. The rumored love triangle between Iris Long, Jin Chonglin, and Fan Luo definitely counted as an exciting topic. Adding to the rumor of Iris Long's secret pregnancy with Jin Chonglin as the father of their love child, it was a recipe for a potential scandal. Something that these bored netizens were always eager to sink their bloodthirsty fangs on. There was less than 2 weeks remaining until Iris Long's comeback album Rebirth would be released. JJ's record label and Bright Summit Entertainment Company heavily promoted her upcoming comeback album online, on TV and radio commercials, newspapers, and public advertisements. This hinted to everyone the confidence JJ and Bright Summit had for Iris Long. People were baffled but also curious as to why. Was Iris Long really talented to garner this kind of excellent treatment from these big shots? Wasn't she only a second-rate teen pop idol who was just lucky to have viral songs? What poison did she feed JJ and Bright Summit to sign someone like her under their companies? Even though she was already popular before her abrupt retirement, her previous record label and talent management company never promoted her as hard as this. She managed to enjoy decent fame before because many of her songs were catchy and went viral. However, her songs were like shooting stars. They would shine brilliantly for a short period of time before disappearing amidst the sea of other brighter stars. JJ's record label released previews of some of her music videos online. Iris and Bright Summit actively shared them to their own respective online followers. These previews topped the search and view rankings in various websites. After people watched them, they were shocked by Iris' drastic change in style. Wow, is this even Iris Long? She looks completely different from before. I'm not saying that her face changed or anything like that. Her face looks the same as before, but looks different. Am I even making sense? Do people understand what I'm trying to say? Poster above. Yes, we know what you mean. Oh my God. It's just a preview, but I already cried watching Phantom of Your Love. The credits say that Iris Long is also the composer of these songs. Are you kidding me? Does she even know how to compose songs? Poster above. Answer, Ghost Composer. The song Black Star gave me goosebumps. I can't wait to hear the whole song. What sorcery is this? This is not Iris Long. I don't believe it. It must be an imposter. I didn't know that Iris Long could play the piano. What, playing the piano? It must be a camera trick or CG. Who'll believe that she can play the piano? If she really can, she would have bragged about it and showed it off for everyone to see a long time ago. Why wait until now? The reactions were mixed. Many of the fans of her previous musical style of dance pop didn't know how to feel about this drastic change. A few of them were dismayed, accusing Iris Long of being a traitor, even becoming her anti-fans. Some of them were very excited and thought that this style suited her voice better. The majority were neutral, withholding their verdicts until the album was officially released. An announcement was posted on all of Iris Long's social media accounts. She would be performing on Music Fest Tonight, this coming Friday, a week before the official release of her album Rebirth. Music Fest Tonight was a popular concert TV program aired live every Friday night from 7:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m., where singers, bands, idol groups, and musicians perform in front of a large audience. The previous Iris Long was a frequent guest performer in this program because many of her songs were quite popular that time. It would be more than 2 years since she performed on this stage. Music Fest Tonight would mark her official comeback performance since her disappearance and abrupt retirement 2 years ago. Many were looking forward to this coming Friday's Music Fest Tonight episode for different reasons. Her haters couldn't wait for her to mess up her comeback performance, humiliate herself, and become a laughingstock. It was a fact, however, that people were curious about Iris Long. She disappeared for so long after all. How would she perform? Was the hype surrounding her upcoming comeback album Rebirth worth it? Was she really changing her musical style? Would this change in style be successful? What really happened to her during her absence? All sorts of questions popped into people's minds. They were hoping that Iris Long would provide them with answers this coming Friday. Chapter 34, Senior Jean Chonglin. Friday, Iris arrived at the TV station building where the big studio for Music Fest Tonight was located. Dom, her new manager Tang Yi, a makeup artist and a hairstylist provided by Bright Summit accompanied her. She wore big, dark sunglasses and a mask, so the crowd of various fans outside the building wouldn't recognize her. They were greeted by one of the show's assistant directors who led them to a dressing room. Fortunately, she didn't need to share it with other artists like before. Iris could feel the influence of both JJ and Bright Summit. They were 15 minutes early. They first familiarized themselves with the dressing room. The makeup artist and the hairstylist started arranging their equipment. Finally, the two started working on Iris. Tang Yi was busy speaking to someone on the phone. A flat-screen TV hanging on a corner showed that tonight's episode already began airing. They watched the opening artists' performances and short interviews, while Iris was having her hair and makeup done. Dom was pacing back and forth with an anxious expression on his face. Dom, can you stop? You're making me dizzy. Iris finally couldn't stand his non-stop pacing anymore. But boss, I'm so nervous. I can't breathe. I feel like puking. I think I'm gonna have a heart attack. Why are you nervous? I'm the one who's performing on the stage, not you. Dominic Chua, stop spreading your nervousness. Tang Yi rebuked him. You should be encouraging Iris instead. Do your job as an assistant properly. If you can't calm down, get out of the room. Sorry, big sissy. Boss, just ignore me. I'll calm down. Dom took exaggerated inhalations and exhalations. Tang Yi rolled her eyes before turning to her new artist. Don't be nervous. Relax and perform your best. I know you can do it. I've seen how hard you worked making this album and rehearsing for this performance. Show everyone the new Iris Long. Show them that you deserve this comeback. Iris smiled at her. Don't worry, elder sister E. I'm only feeling a little nervous. I'll be all right. Good. The symphony orchestra has arrived. Everything's in order. Thank you, elder sister E. She changed into an elegant emerald dress similar to the one she wore at the end of the video she posted on her social media accounts. However, the style was slightly different. This dress had subtle sparkles that glittered when the light hit them. Oh my god, boss. You're gorgeous. Let me take pictures of you. Dom excitedly snapped some photos of her from different angles. Iris chuckled. She accommodated her assistant, striking classy poses which made Dom squeal in delight. You look beautiful. Tang Yi nodded her appreciation. Thank you. Elder sister Yi, I need to go to the washroom. All right, I'll go with you. Dominic, stay here and guard our stuff. No problem, big sissy. When Iris and Tang Yi left the dressing room, Dom sent the photos he took of his boss to Jin Liwei. Yeah. Dom didn't feel guilty at all. He figured that it was only a matter of time before his boss and Mr. Jin Liwei officially became a couple. Dom was also a man. He knew when a man was interested in a woman. His momsy told him before that he had a fearsome intuition. That was why he insisted that he worked and lived in China, even though his beloved family was in the Philippines. He just felt deep within his bones that his fortune was in this country. Others called him reckless, but for him, it was just walking the path God destined for him. If things went according to Dom's predictions, then Mr. Jin Liwei would marry his boss. Then wouldn't Mr. Jin eventually become his boss as well? It wouldn't hurt to start presenting a good impression to his future sir boss now. Yeah. ####. Miles away, Jin Corporation. A cold-faced Jin Liwei was leaving his company building followed by his assistant, Su Tian. His employees respectfully bowed and bid him goodbye as he walked past them. As the car drove out of the parking lot, Jin Liwei's phone beeped. He took a look and saw that it was a message from the girl's assistant. Moments later, a smile brightened the cold man's face. Su Tian glanced at the rearview mirror and just happened to see the president smiling. He almost crashed the car. Su Tian, drive to a florist. Order 100 fresh red roses and send it to Long Xiulan's home tonight. Understood, President. Jin Liwei spent almost the entire drive looking at the photos, a dangerous smile on his face. ####. Back at the TV station building, Iris and Tang Yi left the washroom after they were done. They hadn't met other artists so far, only encountering some of the show's staff who they exchanged greetings with. Iris could see the curiosity for her in their eyes when they recognized her. She just smiled at them, not speaking much. However, they soon met a familiar face in the hallway while they were heading back to her dressing room. Is that you, Iris Long? Jin Chonglin called out to her, his eyes widening in surprise upon seeing her. Iris stiffened and stopped walking for about a second before putting a formal smile on her face. She gracefully walked towards Jin Chonglin. He was accompanied by his manager, Lin Dong. She knew that he would also be performing tonight because she saw his blog post a few days ago saying so. She just didn't expect that she would meet him in the hallway like this. An image of Jin Liwei rose in her mind, warning her to stay away from his brother. Suddenly feeling annoyed, she pushed the arrogant man out of her mind as she greeted the damn man's younger brother in front of her. Greetings to Senior Jin Chonglin. Chapter 35, Alarm Girls. Jin Chonglin was also an artist managed under Bright Summit Entertainment Company. This means that he was, technically speaking, Iris Long Sr. Good to see you, Junior Iris Long. Jin Chonglin followed her example smoothly. He made sure to look at her thoroughly from head to toe and back up again. The long dress complemented her alluring figure, and the emerald color made her white skin glow like the purest of pearls. Damn, she looked absolutely gorgeous. He subconsciously nodded his head in appreciation of her beauty. Tang Yi and Lin Dong nodded at each other in greeting. So how are you? Jin Chonglin asked her, making conversation. You seem to be doing well. Yes, thank you, Senior, she replied politely. Jin Chonglin waited for a few seconds, but she didn't say anything else. Good luck on your comeback performance tonight. I'll be sure to watch. Thank you. I also wish Senior good luck on your performance. He gave her his best smile, his famous smile that never failed to send his fans screaming and even some fainting. He won over a lot of women and been a lot of men with this trademark killer smile. However, Iris was unmoved. Her expression remained polite. He was a bit disappointed when he didn't get more of a reaction from her aside from her polite smile. Wasn't she supposed to be interested in him? Didn't she follow him around before? Why was she acting so distant now? If Senior will excuse us, we need to return to my dressing room. I might get called for my turn soon. Sure. Go ahead. See you sometime in the company. Good luck. He stepped aside to let Iris and her manager through. Watch your actions. Lin Dong warned him when the two women disappeared from their view. It's best not to get too close to Iris Long at this time. Your fiancé hates her guts. The public thinks that there's a love triangle going on between you three. They even think that you fathered a child with her. Don't make trouble. I know. Gosh, you don't trust me. I do trust you, but not when it comes to women. Humph. Let's go. The two men walked to Jin Chonglin's dressing room. ####. Iris and Tang Yi almost reached their dressing room, but along the way, they were blocked by a trio of brightly and skimpily dressed young women. From the original Iris memories, she recognized them as the girl group called Alarm Girls. These girls and the original Iris shared the same musical style. However, their looks, already enhanced by cosmetic surgeries, couldn't compare to Iris Long's natural beauty. Their vocals were mediocre at best. Their songs also weren't as popular as Iris' viral songs. Some of their fans started comparing them to Iris Long, more specifically, on how they couldn't compare to her. Then some fans started accusing the three girls of imitating Iris Long. It happened so often that the girls started hating Iris. The original Iris didn't care about them at first, but when the trio started provoking her whenever they met, Iris would lose her temper and retaliate. Trading insults was a regular occurrence between them. Iris was curious about how the trio would act this time. She watched them approach, not saying anything. Well. So the biggest slut in showbiz is really making a comeback. Wan, the trio's leader, laughed sarcastically at Iris. I heard you got pregnant? How's the baby? Or did you abort it? Fei followed their leader. Of course she aborted it. She dared to pin the responsibility to Jin Chonglin? How shameless. Mimi sneered. Excuse me. Stop causing trouble, or we'll report your outrageous behavior to your management company. Tang Yi stepped forward, blocking them from Iris. The trio ignored her. Their aggro was firmly on Iris. Wan. Do you really think that just by changing your image and your musical style, you'll be welcomed back in the industry with open arms? How naive. You should never have come back. You don't belong here anymore. Mimi, yeah. You're nothing but an outdated and damaged product now. Nobody wants you here, so go back to retirement where you belong. Fei, you're nothing but a bitch. A slut. A whore. Chapter 36. Furious Dominic. You. Tang Yi was enraged. Security? Security. There are people causing trouble here. The door to Iris' dressing room opened. Dom came out, wanting to know who was causing so much ruckus. Seeing his boss and Sis E surrounded by three girls who looked like hookers, he immediately walked over to protect the two. The hairstylist and makeup artist also stuck their heads out of the door, but Tang Yi motioned them to stay inside the room. They obeyed, closing the door firmly behind them. However, they stuck their ears close to the door and even tried peeking through the slit to see what was happening. Seeing such a cute young man suddenly step in front of them, interest gleamed in the trio's eyes. Dom shuddered. He felt like the three hookers were stripping him naked with their eyes. When the alarm girls saw him acting protectively of that Iris slut, their hatred and jealousy towards her deepened even more. Fei, a slut will always be a slut. You're not satisfied with Jin Chonglin. Now you've seduced another man. Mimi, mister, don't be fooled by that slut. She seduces all handsome guys that she sees and sleeps with them. You should stay away from a dirty woman like her. I'm saying this for your own good. Wan. Mimi, don't bother warning him. Everyone knows that Iris Long is a slut. Men choose to be with her because they want to fuck her. That's what a slut is for anyway. Hearing such disgusting words coming from their dirty mouths, Dom was instantly furious. Pudong Ina, one shameless. Who do you think you bitches are? You're the sluts. Your whole family are sluts. How dare these hookers say such immoral things about his boss? Unforgivable. He wouldn't normally hit females because his momsy raised him well, but if these bitches go too far, he would wipe their ugly faces on the floor. Just watch him. Some of the show's staff were already making their way towards them, responding to the commotion. Dom. Iris finally spoke after staying quiet. She stopped her assistant who was about to lose control and charge at the three girls. Iris stepped forward, looking at the three girls with cold eyes. In a deceptively gentle voice, she spoke to them. I don't know if you've heard, but I got in a serious accident 2 years ago and was comatose for a whole year. As a result, I'm suffering from selective amnesia. Excuse me, but I don't remember who you are. At all. Please kindly move aside. We have to return to my dressing room. You bitch. Forgot about them? How dare this slut? Wan charged forward to attack. What's going on here? One of the show's staff finally arrived and asked aloud. The other two girls pulled at their leader when they saw the staff. These girls are causing trouble to my artist. Tang Yi immediately aired her grievances, threatening to use Bright Summit to make a formal complaint. More staff members reached them. They separated the two parties and mediated. The manager of Alarm Girls was called and politely reprimanded for the incident. The trio tried to shift the blame to Iris and her manager, accusing the two of bullying them. The staff members turned their attention to Iris and Tang Yi, asking what they had to say to the accusation. Tang Yi was enraged, but she was professional and managed to keep her cool. As if on cue, Iris blinked several times and her eyes suddenly watered, her face forlorn. Added with her natural beauty and grace, the staff members panicked seeing her heartbroken expression. They immediately felt protective of her and inwardly shifted the blame on the three girls. How could someone with such an angelic face bully others? They didn't notice that her heartbroken expression was shallow, only focusing on her beauty. Now, Miss Long, please don't cry. We sincerely apologize that this happened to you. The staff member turned to the trio's manager. What kind of manager are you, letting your artists cause trouble in a place like this? Do you think this is your own house? The manager of the trio panicked. He repeatedly bowed and apologized to Iris and the staff. Fei, why are you apologizing? We did nothing wrong. It's all that bitch's fault. Mimi, that's right. We're being wrongfully accused. 1-1. Are you people blind? Can't you see that she's faking her tears? You three, stop it. Apologize to Miss Long right now. Their manager pleaded with them. 1-1. No way. We'll never apologize to a slut like her. The staff members looked at the three girls with disgust. Iris suddenly swayed and grabbed Tang Yi's arm for support. Her eyes drooped, her face pale. Her pretty eyebrows were scrunched into a painful frown. She lightly gasped for breath. She looked like she was going to faint. Putong ina is a Filipino curse phrase which translates to, your mother is a slut. Chapter 37, Acting Duo. Seeing Iris Long's suddenly weak and ill appearance, the staff members were alarmed. Iris threw a quick, meaningful look at Dom before continuing to sway as if she was going to fall at any moment. She held onto Tang Yi's arm tightly, as if her life depended on it. Dom caught his boss look and immediately understood her intention. Without any hesitation, he brought out his over-the-top, award-worthy acting performance. He gasped loudly. His expression was filled with fear and righteous indignation. Oh no, this is bad. Miss Long is going to faint. Don't you know that she was comatose for a year? Her heart can't handle too much stress. How could you agitate her this way? Quick, take those troublemakers away. How dare you three bully her? Do you plan on killing her? You murderers. Dom wailed loudly, alarming the surrounding staff even more. Tang Yi immediately panicked. She had no idea that a performance was currently playing in front of her, starring the acting duo of Iris Long and Dominic Chua. Although there was something unnatural and awkward about the actions of the two, Tang Yi was still concerned because it was a fact that Iris was comatose before. She wrapped her arms around Iris protectively. Iris dropped her head to her manager's shoulders, closed her eyes, and let her knees buckle. Iris. Tang Yi was afraid. She held up Iris' limp body to prevent her from falling on the floor. Dom swooped down and carried his boss princess style. Is Miss Long gonna be okay? The staff asked worriedly. Someone call an ambulance. No need. Dom quickly stopped them. Miss Long brought her medicine. I'll just give her some and she'll be fine. Just please give us a few minutes to ourselves. I know that Miss Long won't want her condition to cause trouble for you and the show. Yes, of course. We'll leave you inside your dressing room. Don't hesitate to call any of us, and we'll immediately assist you if you need anything. Thank you. Please excuse us. Dom carried his boss inside the dressing room, a panicked Tang Yi following behind them. Big sissy, please close the door behind you. Yes. She fumbled with the door before she was able to close it properly. Will Iris be really okay? What do we do now? I think we should call an ambulance. This looks serious. Wait, let me cancel her performance first. No need for that, elder sister E. Iris' calm voice almost made Tang Yi's soul fly out of her body. Iris, SSSHH. Dom gestured for her to be quiet, as he put his boss down on her own feet. What's going on? Tang Yi was confused alongside the hairstylist and the makeup artist. Boss. Hey, how was my performance? Was I good? I was good, right? No, I was awesome. Iris smiled. Yes, Dom. You were awesome. Worthy of the Best Supporting Actor award. Ehehe. Of course. Who do you think I am? I'm your assistant. If I can't even do this much, then I'm not worthy. But boss acting also deserves the Best Actress award. Did you see everyone's faces when you started tearing up and fainting? Uh-huh. Iris turned to the makeup artist. Sorry, but can you do a quick touch-up of my makeup? Why, yes. The makeup artist woke up from her daze and immediately set to work. The hairstylist followed suit and fixed Iris' already immaculate hair. You too. You were acting. Tang Yi couldn't believe them. You almost scared me to death. So that was why their actions didn't feel natural. However, everyone was too caught up in the moment that nobody paid close attention to whether Iris and Dom were faking it or not. Forgive us, elder sister E. Iris spoke in a calm voice. If Dom and I didn't do that, we would have all been forced to stay in that disagreeable situation for a long time. I don't have the time, nor the energy to spare arguing against those stupid girls. I just want to focus on my upcoming performance and do my best. Tang Yi's eyes softened. Finally, she sighed and said, I understand. Just don't scare me like that again. But are you really okay? Don't worry, elder sister E. I'm healthy. Do you really have selective amnesia? Tang Yi remembered what Iris told the three girls earlier. Chapter 38. I will perform tonight. Iris giggled. Of course not. My memory is perfectly fine. You, Tang Yi, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After promoting your album, perhaps we should start auditioning you for acting roles. But you need a little more training. I'll leave it to you, elder sister E. But right now, I want to focus on music. Hey, big sissy, why don't you compliment me? I'm a great actor, right? I was awesome just now, wasn't I? Right? Right. Tang Yi chuckled. Yes. You're a good actor, Dominic. But of course Iris is slightly better than you. Ehe. Of course. Boss is the best. They heard a knock on the door. Iris immediately reverted to looking slightly weak. The makeup artist and hairstylist stepped back. Dom looked at his fellow accomplices and nodded before opening the door, appearing overdramatic by doing so. It was a staff member. Seeing that Iris was finally awake, he was visibly relieved. Miss Long, we are truly sorry about what happened. We already reported the alarm girls and the incident to our higher-ups. Tang Yi snorted. Your higher-ups should expect a call from our Bright Summit's higher-ups. Inviting artists with such questionable morals and allowing them to bully one of our artists. What are you going to do if something happened to our Iris? What if she fails to wake up and becomes comatose again? The staff member paled. We're terribly sorry. We will make sure to demand a proper apology and explanation from the Alarm Girls Management Company. Please don't worry, Manager Tang. Elder Sister E, it's not the staff's fault. With so many artists performing, they can't possibly control and monitor everyone at the same time. Don't be too angry. See, I'm all right now. Iris turned to the staff member. How much longer till it's my turn to perform? What? You're still performing? The staff member was shocked. Of course. But you fainted. Are you sure you're okay? Don't worry. We can reschedule you for another episode. You have legitimate reason. We won't blame you. You better not blame my artist, Tang Yi warned. No, I am scheduled to perform tonight, so I will. Iris spoke calmly, but with conviction. Admiration filled the staff member's eyes. I understand. As long as you're really okay. There are still a few more performances to go. Just stay here and wait. We'll call you for standby when it's almost your turn. I understand. Thank you. The staff member left. Iris and company watched the ongoing performances on the TV inside the dressing room. After a few more performances, Iris was finally called out for standby backstage. Tang Yi and Dom went with her, trying to calm her down when they were the ones more nervous than her. She just smiled at them, appreciating their care. On stage, the male and female hosts were interviewing a newly formed male idol group after their performance. Behind the curtains, a symphony orchestra started climbing on the stage, preparing for the next performance. The interview with the male idol group finally ended. The audience was in high spirits. Are you ready for the next performance? The male host asked the audience. Yes, the audience screamed at the top of the lungs. Our next performance is a special one, the female host said in a mysterious tone. Oh, the audience was very receptive. Male host. Yes, it is special indeed. Our next performer abruptly retired and disappeared for 2 years. Now she is back and will also release her new album a week from now. The audience quietened, whispering among themselves. They were already beginning to guess the next performer's identity. Female host, you're right. What's more shocking is that she changed into a new musical style. Even I am shocked. This will be her official comeback performance after her 2-year retirement. Male host. Everyone, can you guess who it is? Yes, the audience shouted. Female host. Everyone please welcome our next performer. Male host. From her upcoming album Rebirth, singing the song Black Star for the first time on television. Both hosts. Iris Long. Polite applause. The lights went out. Chapter 39, Black Star. The stage at the front was in total darkness, but the audience glowed like a sea of stars in the night sky. Seeing the spectacular effect of their light sticks in total darkness, the audience cheered louder. They were interrupted when the edge of the stage lit up like Christmas lights. However, they still couldn't see anything on the stage itself, which was still shrouded in darkness. There was still some whispering among the audience, but when they heard a mournful piano melody reverberate throughout the entire studio, everyone finally closed their mouths and became quiet. Holding their breaths, they focused entirely on the music. After a few more notes, an ethereal voice began singing along with the piano melody. The voice was just humming, harmonizing perfectly with the piano melody, yet was able to convey so much emotion without lyrics. The voice sounded like a crying goddess descending from the heavens, heartbroken by the darkness in the hearts of mortals. The lights at the back of the stage turned on, showing a well-dressed symphony orchestra. The orchestra started playing, harmonizing with the piano and the ethereal voice seamlessly. Moments later, the spotlight finally lit the grand piano at the center of the stage and the beautiful young woman sitting in front of it. Her fingers flew above the piano keys like butterflies flitting from flower to flower. The audience gasped when they finally saw Iris Long. They almost couldn't recognize her. Was this really Iris Long? Her emerald dress sparkled gently like stars, giving the illusion that she was glowing with divine light. A goddess. No, a fairy goddess. Her long black hair was artfully arranged in gentle waves flowing behind her. Her entire aura bespoke a noble countenance. She began singing, her voice so exquisite that the audience felt their chests tighten. I was young and fearless, blazed through my dreams without direction, tried to reach the sea of the brightest stars in the sky, looking down on all of us dreamers. The stars above, our land of dreams. The young people in the audience felt their blood boil when they heard the lyrics. All of them had dreams they were trying to achieve. They felt inspired. Yet why was the melody so heartbreaking? I sang a song not mine, a song everyone else is singing. I lost my voice. I lost myself. I lost the essence of my dream. Oh, the audience thought about the methods they were using to achieve their dreams. Weren't they just doing what everybody else was doing? They were always competing with each other using the same old formula. It became all about crushing the opponents to get ahead or even just riding others' momentum, instead of staying true to themselves. My shooting star lost its light. I died, I faded. I am nothing but a black star in the grave of dreams. I cried, I prayed, yet I'm still nothing but a black star crawling up the grave of dreams. In the audience, the ones who failed to successfully achieve their dreams felt like someone stabbed a sharp knife into their hearts and twisted hard. Some had tears in their eyes, remembering the hopeless feeling of despair when they realized that they weren't good enough, lucky enough to achieve their dreams. They were failures in life. No choice but to give up their dreams and settle for the safe, easy paths. Oh, stars above. Oh, land of dreams. I failed, but I'm still dreaming. The meaning of life is to live our dreams. We fail, we fall, yet still we keep on dreaming. No matter how far a black star falls, it's still a star that can glow again. Their hearts thumped. They already failed. They had already given up. Could they really keep on dreaming? Should they keep on dreaming? Could their passion really ignite once again? Unbeknown to them, a tiny flame of hope had already lit up within their hearts. Chapter 40, a song entirely mine. The melody intensified, the symphony orchestra reaching crescendo as Iris' crystal clear voice effortlessly reached the high notes. Beautiful. The piano was no longer mournful, but hopeful instead. Now I sing this song. A song entirely mine. A song only I can sing. I found my voice. I found myself. I once again found the essence of my dream. Heat spread through the audience's veins. It sounded so nice. It would surely feel great if they could once again find the passion to chase after their dreams. They clutched their hands to their chests, feeling their racing hearts as they focused and listened to the song. Iris sang with all her might, as if singing for her life. She threw her head back as her pounding fingers gradually slowed and softened, gently caressing the piano keys like a mother to her infant child. Her voice also softened, almost turning into a whisper as she sang the last notes of the song. I'm a black star with no light. But so what? I'll glow again. My dream glows bright in my heart. I'm a black star that'll light up, you'll see. Iris closed her eyes as the music stopped, gasping, her face filled with emotions. The song finally ended. Silence. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Booming sound of loud applause. Cheering. Whistling. Screaming. Crying. It was deafening. Iris. 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 It was unknown who started it, but soon the entire audience was chanting her name. They all stood up, clapping their hands as hard as they could. Many were in tears. Iris shuddered as the loud applause washed heavily over her. In her past life, she was almost always alone. Sure, she had bodyguards and servants, but they were too well trained. They weren't allowed to befriend her, or they would be severely punished. Her father and older brother, as the leader and heir to their family organization, were always out working and traveling somewhere in the world. Her mother was an emotionless robot whose sole purpose was to dedicate her life and talents to the family organization. She also had a dream then, a dream to live her life freely, to share her music to the world, to stand on stage and listen to an audience clap and cheer for her, to leave her mark in the world, to prove that she existed. However, her identity in her previous life never permitted her to be the center of attention. She was fated to live in the darkest shadows of the underworld. But now, in this second life of hers, she finally had a taste of living her dream. An intense, foreign emotion welled and rose from deep within her, spilling out of her eyes without her control. She stood shakily and walked to the front of the stage. Tears flowed nonstop down her face, but she still looked beautiful. She swept her eyes across everyone in the audience. She raised both of her arms high up in the air, a gesture of triumph. A big smile lit her face, utter delight and excitement. After a few moments, she gave the audience a deep, elegant curtsy bow, her body so low that it almost touched the floor, showing them the depth of her gratitude. The applause and cheers grew even louder. Everyone in the audience felt honored to be on the receiving end of such a beautiful and elegant curtsy bow. Iris, 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 Iris. Iris stood up, touching her chest with both hands, nodding her head and mouthing the words, "Thank you." Then she turned around and repeated the deep curtsy bow to the symphony orchestra who performed with her. The orchestra musicians, in turn, bowed deeply to her. She stood up and clapped her hands to the orchestra's direction, gesturing for the audience to give them much-deserved applause as well. Iris, 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 Iris. Chapter 41. Iris, Iris, Iris. The main lights turned on, illuminating the entire studio. Over a minute already passed, but the audience's applause and cheers still continued to reverberate throughout the entire place. Iris put her hands on her chest, smiling at the crowd with an expression of amazed disbelief. Iris, Iris, Iris. They continued to chant her name. Finally, the two hosts walked back to the stage. They stood beside Iris and sandwiched her between them. Male host, wow. Just wow. What an incredible performance. Yes, amazing. I'm feeling so emotional right now. My makeup is now ruined. The female host cried. Male host, ahaha. Don't worry. You're still pretty. The audience laughed, as well as Iris. A staff member climbed up the stage to hand a box of tissues. The male host received it and offered the box to both Iris and his female partner. Both women took some tissues, turned around, and carefully dabbed the tears from their faces. The audience was still standing and clapping and cheering and whistling and screaming. After a few seconds, the two women finally turned to face the audience once again. The hosts waited for a few more moments before the audience began to settle down. Male host. First of all, we want to say welcome back, Iris Long. Iris, thank you. Thank you very much. The audience responded with enthusiasm. Welcome back, Iris. That was so amazing. I didn't know that you're this awesome. I love you, Iris. Marry me, Iris Long. Female host, just listen to the audience. They loved your performance. Iris, thank you so much, everyone. The audience screamed and clapped harder before settling down once again a few seconds later. Female host, this is your official comeback performance. How does it feel to return to the stage after 2 years of absence? Iris, nervous, excited, happy. I can't describe exactly all of the emotions that I'm feeling right now. I'm just so happy. Male host, I bet. Iris, is it true that you composed all the songs in your upcoming album Rebirth? Iris, yes, it's true. I know that it may sound unbelievable to many of you, but I really did compose all the songs in my album. I consider it as finding my true path. This is why I had to change my musical style, because I discovered that my old style is not me at all. I changed because I found the real me. Creating my own music is my true path. Female host, I see. I'm happy for you, Iris. Black Star is such an emotional and meaningful song. Did you write it based on your experience? Iris, yes. All of the songs in my upcoming album Rebirth are more or less based on my real experiences and emotions. Male host, speaking of your real experiences, I hope you don't mind that I'm asking you this, but all of us want to know. What really happened to you? Why did you disappear for 2 years? There are so many rumors flying around about you, but we want to know the truth from your own words. The audience leaned forward, as if doing so would make them hear Iris answer more clearly. Iris, some of you may have heard, I was involved in a car accident 2 years ago. It was very serious. Fatal, actually. I died, but they managed to revive me. However, I failed to wake up and was comatose for 1 year. Female host, what? Oh my God. So it's really true? I'm so shocked. Iris, yes, it's true. I only woke up about a year ago, and I had to spend months of physiotherapy and rehabilitation. In fact, I still need to go to regular checkups and occasional physio even now. Male host, we didn't know that something so serious like this happened to you. Are you okay now? Are you healthy? Iris, thank you. Yes, I'm all right now. I'm healthy. I just get dizzy sometimes, but nothing too serious. Please don't worry. Female host, that's good to hear. Before we let you go, Iris, please say something to everyone regarding your showbiz comeback, your future plans, and your upcoming album. Iris nodded, faced the audience, scanning everyone with her clear eyes, trying to convey to them her sincerity. Iris, I know that I offended a lot of people before due to my ignorance and arrogance. I can only blame it on my youth, immaturity, and narrow-mindedness. I failed to appreciate your support, taking your sincerity for granted. I regret that I had to go through an actual life and death experience to realize how shallow and ungrateful I've been. That's why I hope that with my new album Rebirth, you can see and experience the new me. The me who will strive hard to become a better person than I was before, a more meaningful person, and to appreciate life and you, my supporters, all the more. I just want to share my music with all of you because my music is my feelings coming from the real me. So I hope that you'll take the chance to check out my album Rebirth, which will be released next week. Thank you very much. Male host, thank you, Iris. We'll surely look forward to your new album. Everyone, please give another round of applause for both hosts, Iris Long. Another loud standing ovation. Iris, Iris, Iris. Chapter 42, Mortal Enemy. Jin Chonglin's dressing room. Everyone inside was quiet as they watched Iris Long's impressive performance. When one of his assistants was about to comment, Jin Chonglin raised a hand and gestured for him to be quiet. He wanted to focus on watching her entire performance, not missing any detail, no matter how big or small. When the song ended, Jin Chonglin even stood up and clapped his hands. Lin Dong and the others followed suit. That was a brilliant performance. And what a wonderful song. Jin Chonglin sat back down. I didn't know that her voice can reach that range. Wow, she's full of surprises. I almost can't believe that she's really Iris Long, Lin Dong said. Me too. This musical style really suits her better, especially with the quality of her vocals. She already had a great voice before, but her previous songs lacked too much depth to showcase her true abilities. Now, wow, Even I'm amazed. Yes. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes as he looked at Jin Chonglin. Don't tell that she's your type now. You bastard. I'm an engaged man. Stop doubting my faithfulness. Lin Dong snorted. I already warned you, Chonglin. Even if you can't completely avoid Iris Long, especially now that you both work under the same company, it's safer to lessen your interactions as much as possible. Both of you can't afford to get involved in a scandal right now. You're getting married and she's just had her comeback. TSK. I already know. Don't keep reminding me. My job is to remind you so little Chonglin down there won't forget. Lin Dong's eyes lowered to Jin Chonglin's crotch. Bastard. At your service. Humph. Although he said this, Jin Chonglin thought that it would be interesting to work with this new Iris Long. Maybe they could create some music and sing together. His character might be questionable, but beneath his playboy tendencies, he was first and foremost an artist. A talented and skilled one at that. If not, he wouldn't reach the level he was at now. Working with other talented and skilled artists was something he naturally craved. However, it seemed that he and Iris Long were not fated to work together with all the stupid rumors surrounding them. What a pity. ####. Alarm Girl's dressing room. Ayayoa. Wanwan sent all the things on the dressing table crashing to the floor. Bitch. Mimi followed her leader's example and kicked the chairs to the floor. Fei stood with her arms crossed over her chest, her angry face looking vicious as she glared at the TV, showing the slut's performance. That slut already disappeared. Why does she need to return again? Wanwan. Of course it's because she doesn't want to leave us alone. Seeing that we're now popular, she feels threatened, so she just have to return and sabotage us. Mimi. Despicable. So petty. Bitch. Whore. Slut. Girls, calm down. Please calm down. What if someone hears you? Their manager pleaded with them but stayed close to the door, ready to flee outside at any moment the girls became violent with him. He was afraid that the girls would lose control and throw things at him. Why are you so focused on Iris Long? She already changed her musical style. You don't have to worry about competing with her anymore. Just ignore her. The trio all turned their heads at him at the same time and glared. Their synchronization, even in real life, was quite impressive. Fei. So what if she changed her musical style? She's still the same bitch that she was before. In fact, she has become an even bigger bitch, causing us to get into trouble with the show. Mimi, exactly. So despicable. Manager, you have to do something. Otherwise, the company will punish us. Their manager sighed. We can't do anything about that. Iris Long is now under Bright Summit. You know how protective Bright Summit is with their artists. Plus, there's JJ. Nobody dares offend that ogre in the music industry. And it looks like JJ is intent on developing her musical career. Our company can't afford to offend those people. Just forget about Iris Long. Humph. That bitch is too lucky. Not only is she born a daughter of the Long family, now she has Bright Summit and JJ backing her up as well. She's really talented in lying on her back and opening her legs. Fei, exactly. How else could she curry favor with Bright Summit and JJ? They have such high standards. I don't believe that they'd sign that slut with them unless she sold her body. Mimi, how despicable. She's such a slut. I want to vomit. When they heard the loud applause and cheering of the audience after Iris' performance on the TV, the trio's hatred and jealousy skyrocketed. The standing ovation lasted for a long time. When they performed earlier, they only received a few seconds of polite applause, and they were mostly from the guys. Nobody even stood up. How could that slut receive such commendation? They became even more furious when they watched Iris' interview. The length of her interview was comparable to the A-list performers. When they were being interviewed earlier, they barely uttered a sentence each. The hosts almost kicked them off the stage to welcome the next performer. The girls couldn't accept the difference in their treatments. They worked so hard, almost never taking a break these 2 years, while that Iris slut disappeared from showbiz, probably busy whoring herself. They didn't believe the crap about her being comatose. They weren't dumb like most of the people. That slut disappeared for 2 years, while they slowly but surely climbed up to where they were now. They got to where they were now with their blood, sweat, and tears. While their contemporaries were busy selling their flesh to advance their careers in the shortest amount of time possible, the Alarm Girls endured lukewarm reception and even the occasional suppression just so they could preserve their dignity. It was so unfair that Iris just had to open her legs and she could get all the good things. That slut should have started from the bottom again, far beneath them, when she returned to showbiz. But how come it looked like the slut became even more popular now? How hateful, unacceptable, unforgivable. If Iris Long thought that they would let her continue climbing higher above them, she was sorely mistaken. Their hatred and jealousy for her consumed them that they declared her as their sworn mortal enemy. Chapter 43, Ghost Composer. Music Fest Tonight was broadcast live on television and on video streaming websites online. Netizens also live commented as each of the performances were happening. This Friday's episode was proving to be one of the most popular and most discussed. It was also on its way into obtaining the highest TV rating against other programs broadcast in the same time slot. Part of the reason why this episode garnered this much attention was because of Iris Long's comeback performance. Both JJ's record label and Bright Summit did an excellent job in heavily promoting her upcoming comeback album. The biggest reason, however, was Jin Liwei. An A-list artist like him was akin to a god descending upon the mortal realm to display his might and magnificence, while at the same time showering everyone with blessings. His massive army of fans alone would already guarantee an excellent viewership rating for any show he guested in. Factor in the rumors about the two of them circulating energetically online. Even people who were not their fans felt interested and watched this Friday's episode, hoping to witness some sort of confirmation about their relationship. In short, Music Fest Tonight had these bored rumormongers to thank for obtaining such an impressive viewership rating. Finally, the long-awaited moment had come. Iris Long was about to perform. People glued their eyes to their screens, be it on TV or computer. Live. Comments popped every second all throughout her entire performance and also during her short interview. The discussions blew up online. Holy shit. Wow. This is fucking amazing. Iris looks so beautiful tonight. Her dress is gorgeous. Are those real crystals on the fabric? I wonder where I can buy the dress. I finally found my new goddess. Ah, Goddess Iris. Please marry this NET. I offer my life to you and share my precious instant cup noodles with you forever and ever. Damn, she can really play the piano. I thought that she was only faking it on her music video previews, but she's actually playing the piano for real and even singing at the same time on live TV. I'm a pianist myself. I can confidently say that she's at expert level, maybe even higher. I have to see her perform other more difficult pieces to be certain. Great technique. No hesitation at all. And she rarely looks at her hands during her performance. The symphony orchestra isn't drowning her at all, which is great. Iris Long has my respect as a fellow pianist. I now have a new favorite song. Black Star. Me too. I cried listening to the song. I now hereby solemnly swear that the song Black Star by Iris Long is now my personal anthem. Plus 31. Plus 7,967. Plus 65,902 likes and counting. I'm a black star with no light, but so what? I'll glow again, my dream glows bright in my heart. I'm a black star that'll light up. You'll see, this is my new life motto. I feel so inspired. My favorite part is this. No matter how far a black star falls, it's still a star that can glow again. It's a heartbreaking but very hopeful song. I feel uplifted after listening to it. Now it's stuck in my head. I can't wait until the Rebirth album is released next week. Me too. I never looked forward to any song or album by Iris Long before. This is the first time. Don't even compare her old music to Black Star. Although her old songs are catchy and extremely popular during that time, I cringe whenever I hear them now. Ahaha. That's so true. I remember a few weeks ago, I was driving to work while stuck in traffic and the radio happened to play one of Iris' old songs. I almost bashed my head against the steering wheel. It was so annoying. I immediately changed to another radio station. Iris just said in the interview that she really composed all the songs in her album. If this is true, then she's really amazing. Poster above, don't be naive. A lot of singers say that. They contribute one word or one note, and they're already claiming that they composed the whole song. Tui. I'll believe that Iris Long can play the piano since I've seen it with my own eyes in her live performance tonight. But composing songs? And all the songs in her upcoming album at that? Huh. I'll eat my slippers if she's really telling the truth. But thanks to singers like her, people like my boyfriend can earn a living. My boyfriend is a ghost composer. The pay is not too bad. especially if the song becomes a hit or is sung by a popular singer. What? Iris Long used a ghost composer? Humph. How dare she claim to compose all the songs herself? How shameless. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with not composing your own songs. A majority of singers are like that. Even Jin Liwei doesn't compose all of his songs. In fact, Iris was like that before as well. But claiming songs she didn't compose as songs that she composed is just too shameless. Chapter 44. Eat Your Slippers. The discussions online continued even after Iris Long left the stage. Many of the viewers were still thinking and talking about her performance that they didn't pay that much attention to the next few performers. It could be said that the immediate performers after Iris Long had bad luck because the audience's response to their performances were lukewarm at best. After some netizens started accusing Iris Long of using a ghost composer, someone stepped forward and cleared her name. Excuse me, everyone, but I just have to butt in reading all the comments about Iris Long using a ghost composer. I'm currently interning at JJ's record label. I can say for sure that JJ has extremely high standards when it comes to accepting artists. And when I say that he has extremely high standards, I mean that he has super duper to the highest level extremely high standards. It's insane, but that's why he's JJ. If an artist claims to compose his or her own songs, we make sure that this is 100% true. This is supposed to be a secret, but our record label conducts a strict security check before offering a contract to an artist. If we find out that the artist lied to us, our record label will automatically blacklist that person. Since our record label signed Iris Long and even worked personally with our boss JJ as her music producer, then it means that Iris really composed her own songs. Our boss JJ isn't stupid or gullible. He didn't reach his level at the top of the music industry just to taint his reputation by supporting artists who make false claims. Plus 21. Plus 2,098. Plus 52,904 likes and counting. Oh, is that true? Hey, the commenter before who said that he's gonna eat his slippers. You can go eat your slippers now. Come on, don't chicken out and go back on your own words. I trust JJ more than all these anonymous slanderers on the internet. Yeah, JJ is a renowned and award-winning music producer. If someone like him signs Iris Long, then it must mean that he sees great potential in her. After watching Iris' amazing performance tonight, even someone like me can see her great potential. Ahaha, very true. Her performance tonight is really shocking. I almost can't believe that it's Iris Long. Are you even sure that's Iris Long? I think she really died in the accident, and the one we're seeing now is her hidden twin sister or something. So the rumor about her being comatose is really true. She said it herself. Poor girl. I can't. Imagine how it must feel to be in coma for 1 year. I still don't believe that she was really comatose. I believe more in the one that says that she got pregnant. It sounds more interesting. Ahaha, that's true. And did you all notice that Jin Liwei also performed tonight? I wonder if they met. I wish the hosts asked Iris and Jin Liwei about their relationship during their interviews. Jin Liwei already said before that he doesn't have any relationship with Iris Long. They only met each other casually, which is normal in the small world of showbiz. Huh, too naive. Did you forget how Fan Luo referred to Iris Long as the other woman on her blog? Read Fan Luo's blog post again. She didn't name Iris Long. She didn't name Iris Long, but it's obvious that she was talking about Iris. Everyone was talking about Iris and Jin Liwei when Fan Luo posted that on her blog. Who else was she referring to if it wasn't Iris Long? I'm so angry that Iris Long is returning. She's just out to chase after Prince Lin Lin again. She must have felt desperate since Prince Lin Lin and Princess Luo Luo are marrying soon. That's why she changed her musical style and did all this shit just to catch Prince Lin Lin's attention. How can you explain her suddenly performing in the same episode as Prince Lin Lin? Of course it's deliberate. Don't forget that Iris is now under Bright Summit too. Guess who's also under Bright Summit? Of course it's Jin Liwei. Oh my god. So true. I don't think these are just coincidences. Iris Long is really chasing after Jin Liwei. I already told you. Iris Long is a slut. What change in musical style? What image change? What finding her true self? She's just concealing her true aim, which is Jin Liwei. Shameless. And the haters have all come out to play again. I honestly don't care about all the shit you're talking about. All I care about is that I like Black Star. Such an excellent song shouldn't be tainted by all your shit talking. You're just letting your envy do the talking. Blah blah blah. I have a good feeling about the other songs in her album Rebirth, based on the previews I watched of her music videos. No matter what kind of person Iris Long is, I don't care. As long as I like her music, that's what matters to me. +8. +2,648. +33,003 likes and counting. I have a scoop, folks. I filled in temporarily as a staff member for a sick friend for tonight's show. Something happened involving Iris Long backstage during the show. It caused quite a big commotion, and it was even reported to the higher-ups. Guess what happened? Chapter 45, Selective Amnesia. This kind of juicy claim immediately caught everyone's curiosity and interest. What scoop? Tell us. Don't tell me you saw Iris Long and Jin Liwei sneaking together backstage. Oh my god. Is that true? That slut. So she's really still chasing after our Prince Lin Lin. Shameless. Come on, my friend. Don't leave us hanging here. Tell us what happened. Relax, people. No, I didn't see Iris Long and Jin Liwei together. Please stop telling unfounded rumors. The scoop is about Iris Long and the Alarm Girls. I'm not really sure what happened before I arrived at the scene, but what I saw was really horrible. The Alarm Girls are so awful. They kept on insulting and yelling at Iris Long. If we, the staff, didn't arrive on time, I think those girls would have already attacked her. Iris Long was with her manager and assistant. They were protecting her. Iris Long barely said anything the entire time, just standing there and staying silent. She then calmly explained to the girls that she's suffering from selective amnesia or something like that, and doesn't really remember who they are, and then asked them to let her go. But those mean girls tried to attack her. The situation became too much for Iris, so she fainted. Her assistant said that Iris Long is still a little weak from being comatose for too long, and that she can't handle too much stress. When we demanded for the Alarm Girls to apologize, they refused. They even had the audacity to accuse her of bullying them. Do they take us to be blind people? We saw with our own eyes that it was them doing the bullying, not the other way around. I've never seen such despicable people in my life. Oh my god. Is that true? Alarm Girls? Which girl group are they again? There are so many girl groups who perform tonight that I don't remember who they are. Maybe I have selective amnesia too. Ahaha. Poster above, the Alarm Girls are the ones with the 3 members. Ah, the ones who dress like hookers? PFT. Yeah, maybe they should change their name to the Hooker Girls instead. So the rumors from before about Iris Long and the Alarm Girls always butting heads must be true. The Alarm Girls are so shameless. I remember that they kept on imitating Iris Long in everything from her music, dance moves, and even her style. They're just low-quality Iris Long ripoffs. Wait, Iris suffers from selective amnesia? And she fainted. Did this incident happen before or after her performance? Sis, are you telling the truth? Did this really happen? Of course I'm telling the truth. I saw everything with my own eyes. And I'm a bro, not a sis. To answer everyone's question, this incident happened before Iris' performance. What? She got bullied and then fainted but still performed. Are you sure? Of course I'm sure. I already told you that I saw everything with my own eyes. Actually, we offered Iris Long to cancel tonight's performance and just perform on another episode, but she refused. She insisted on performing and even said that she didn't want to trouble us and the show. Right there and then, I decided that Iris Long is now one of the people that I admire the most in my life. Wow, Iris is amazing. I feel so sorry for her that she had to suffer those alarm bitches bullying and even caused her to faint. But even so, she still gave an outstanding performance. I'm giving another round of well-deserved applause for Iris Long. I'm going to send a complaint to Music Fest tonight. Those despicable Alarm Girls should have been kicked out and not allowed to perform on tonight's show. With what they did backstage, bullying a fellow artist, and almost causing a health emergency, I can't believe they still had the guts to perform like nothing happened. Despicable. +29. +1,609. +29,348 likes and counting. Poor Iris Long. Everyone keeps on saying malicious things about her, but from now on, I won't believe them anymore. I'll support Iris. During the interview, Iris Long said that she's okay and healthy. Now we know that she's just acting strong. Giving such an awesome performance after fainting, I'm so amazed by her. Well, she mentioned that she gets dizzy sometimes. So I believe that she really fainted tonight. She only played it down during the interview, but I'm sure she's not fully recovered yet. Being in a coma for a year is no joke. I'm more interested about her selective amnesia. Seems like she has forgotten some of her memories. I wonder how much she forgot. Who knows? Maybe even everything. Wait, what if she forgot everything about herself? Maybe the reason why she suddenly changed her musical style and her image is because she has amnesia and that she forgot who she was. Oh my god, that makes total sense. I could barely recognize her now. Maybe you're right. Holy shit. Fuck. Oh no. Poor girl. From now on, anyone who dares to bully Iris Long, I'll fight you. Come on. This grandfather is ready for you haters at any time. Plus 19. Plus 1,204. Plus 159,576 likes and counting. Chapter 46. She has amnesia? Jin Liwei was the final performer on Music Fest tonight. Since he was the big shot this time, most of the other performers and the staff paid their respects to him after the show ended. It took more than an hour for him to escape before he was finally able to go home. Iris Long didn't join the others in greeting him after the show. She left immediately after paying respects to the important personnel in the show. Inside the van, Jin Liwei was at the back seat with his manager, Lin Dong. His two assistants were at the front. One was driving while the other sat on the front passenger seat. Jin Liwei wore big, gold-plated headphones, drumming his hands in the air and tapping his feet to the beat of the music only he could hear. On his side, Lin Dong was busy on his phone. A few moments later, Lin Dong's eyes widened. He unceremoniously pulled Jin Liwei's headphones from his head and shoved his phone to his artist's face. Bastard, what are you doing? Read this. What's so important that you have to shove it on my face? Jin Liwei's eyes also widened after a few seconds of reading. For real? She has amnesia? I don't know. She hasn't said anything official about this. But if it's true, then it explains why she changed so much. Who has amnesia? The assistant sitting on the front passenger seat asked. Iris Long, Lin Dong answered. Really? The assistant was shocked. I believe it, the driver interjected. I've been with Liwei since a long time ago. So I was there when the girl kept on following Liwei wherever we went. She kept on popping up in front of our faces, trying to talk to him. She didn't know how to give up. And Liwei was too nice to reject her outright. It was painful to watch. But seeing her perform tonight, I almost didn't recognize her. Her aura feels so different from before. Lin Dong rubbed his chin. Liwei and I actually met Iris Long and her manager in the hallway earlier tonight. She was very polite, greeting Liwei properly as a junior to her senior. She didn't say anything unnecessary beyond the greetings. It was actually Liwei, this idiot, who tried pulling her into a conversation. On the other hand, Iris almost couldn't wait to get away from us. So different from how she acted with Liwei before. Who are you calling an idiot, you bastard? Lin Dong gave him a side eye. You know that there are rumors about you fathering a baby with her. You know that even just being seen together with her could cause a big scandal, yet you still wanted to talk to her more. If you're not an idiot, then what are you? Shut up. I know already. I'm so tired of you saying the same thing again. And again, and I was just asking her how she's been. It's not like I was asking her to sleep with me. You better not sleep with her, or else both of your showbiz careers will be finished. TSK. I said I know already. So annoying. Did you read about the part about her and the alarm girls? Yeah. Wait. Let me ask. Lin Dong snatched his phone back from Jin Liwei's hands as he tossed the big headphones on his artist's lap. He tapped on his phone and placed it on his ear. Hello? Director He? Sorry to bother you. Yes. We're on our way home. Thank you for taking care of us. Jin Liwei says that he had fun performing tonight. Of course. Next time. Director He, I have a question. I hope you don't mind. Is it true that Iris Long got into an argument with the alarm girls? It's okay if you don't answer, I understand. Oh? It's true? They bullied her? Oh no. She really fainted? I can't believe she still performed after. Unbelievable. Yes. Thank you, Director He. Of course, I won't tell others that you told me. Yes, you too. Have a good night. But, Lin Dong hung up the phone, then turned to Jin Liwei. Fuck, it's true. Jin Liwei's face looked outraged. Those bitches. Lin Dong sighed. It's not like you don't know that bullying is common in this industry. It happens all the time. Of course I know. But fuck. She fainted. Why are you so affected? It has nothing to do with you. You heartless bastard. Lin Dong. Sighed again. Jin Chonglin carelessly threw his gold-plated headphones on the seat behind him. He looked out the window in a bad mood. The van drove in the night, the people riding it silent, each with their own thoughts. Chapter 47. Come down. Gold Heights Condominium. It was already late at night when Iris and Dom returned to the penthouse. You may welcome them home. Young miss, Mr. Jin Liwei sent flowers for you. The housekeeper informed her and then gestured to the living area. Iris walked and saw a huge bouquet of red roses on top of the table. Eeh, red roses. How romantic. Dom, of course, just had to open his big mouth. Her quick eyes calculated that the bouquet had 100 red roses. She didn't notice that her heart skipped a beat. She picked up the heavy bouquet and sniffed the flowers. Fresh. Then she noticed a small handwritten card tied to the ribbon. She read it silently. It said, "My sincerest congratulations to a marvelous performance. You look beautiful tonight, Long Xiaolon. See you soon." From Jin Liwei. Her lips curved up into a smile. When her heart suddenly started beating faster, she frowned. She must be feeling really tired tonight. May have someone arrange the flowers on a vase and put it in my bedroom. Understood, young Mississippi. And dinner is ready. Please follow me. Finally. I'm starving. Dom whined. How many steamed buns did you eat while we were driving home? Boss, those were just snacks. How come your steamed buns fill me? As if to punctuate his point, his stomach growled loudly. Iris chuckled. Fine. Let's eat. She plucked the card from the bouquet and gave it to Ime. Put this in my room, too. Understood, young Mississippi. Ime wanted to rip the card to pieces and stuff the pieces into that lustful brat's throat. The brat just wouldn't leave her young miss alone. However, Ime was able to control herself and hide her inner thoughts from showing on her face. She was dismayed when she received the flower delivery earlier that evening, but it was not her place to stop men from courting the young miss. But that lusty Jin Liwei brat was doing things in the wrong order. He first ate the young miss tofu before even sending flowers. How immoral. On second thought, at least the brat, although lusty, still had a romantic bone in his body and knew how to send flowers to a lady he took advantage of. What was more, it looked like the young miss was pleased with the roses. The young miss was still too young and inexperienced, easily placated with just a bouquet of flowers. Ime led Iris and Dom to the dining table, and then instructed a maid to take care of the flowers and the card. Afterwards, she continued fussing around Iris. Dom ate 3 big servings of dinner, almost inhaling everything, while Iris ate a light meal. It was already late at night, so she didn't want to sleep with a heavy stomach. After dinner, Iris drank a cup of chamomile tea, while looking at the night view outside. Finally, she headed to her bedroom. On a table by the corner sat the 100 red roses on a jade vase. In front of it was the card. She admired the flowers for a few moments before heading to her personal bathroom. It was already past midnight when she came out of the shower. After blow-drying her hair, she changed into a pair of red silk pajamas and was about to climb on her bed when her phone rang. It was Jin Liwei. The man called her every night since the day he came to the penthouse. It annoyed her at first, but after a couple of times, she got used to it. Hello, Mr. Jin. It's already so late. She subconsciously glanced at the red roses at the corner of her room. Xiaolon, did you receive the flowers? She didn't notice that she was smiling. Yes, thank you. They're beautiful. I was calling you, but you didn't answer. I was in the shower. What are you doing now? I'm on bed. About to sleep. I'm tired, Mr. Jin. Come down. I'm in front of your building. She blinked. What? Why are you here? Just come down. Iris frowned, deciding what to do. Xiaolon. She thought for a few more seconds before sighing. Fine. Wait for me. She hung up. Then she covered herself with a satin kimono robe and wore a mask before heading to the private elevator down to the main floor. The receptionist and the security guard both nodded when they saw her. She nodded back and then hurried outside. A car honked. She headed towards the black car. An unfamiliar man wearing a business suit climbed out of the driver's seat, walked around, and opened the rear door for her. Miss Long, please climb in. She nodded at the man. She was about to enter when long, strong arms pulled her inside. Su Tian, leave us. Understood. The man called Su Tian closed the door and left. Jin Liwei wrapped his arms around her, pulling her body close to him. He removed the mask on her face and threw it on the rear deck. Mr. Jin, what are you thumph? A wet mouth suddenly covered her lips. His large hand held her jaw and pressed her cheeks hard with his fingers, trying to make her mouth open. Iris gasped from the pain, opening her mouth as a result, and in the next instant, Jin Liwei's tongue invaded her. The hand holding her jaw moved behind her head, grabbed a handful of her hair, and pressed her closer against his mouth. Iris pushed her hands against his chest, but his arm around her body was too strong, too tight. She felt furious. How dare this arrogant man? He had no right. She was going to. Her eyes fluttered close and her mouth opened a bit wider, giving him more access. He groaned, kissing her harder when he felt her finally surrendering to the kiss. Something hot and heavy pulled in her lower abdomen, making her moan. Her arm slid up and wrapped around his neck. Jin Liwei pulled her up, grabbing each of her thigh and pulling her over his lap so she straddled him. His hands untied her kimono robe. Chapter 48, Selfish Xiaolon. Focused on the kiss, Iris allowed him to take the robe off from her body, even helping him out by temporarily removing her arms around his neck and then letting the robe fall behind her on the car floor. When her arms returned around his neck, Jin Liwei slanted his head to kiss her even more deeply. Both of them moaned and pressed their bodies closer against each other. Her heart pounded against her chest. Her heartbeat felt like a hammer smashing against her rational mind, reducing her into a creature of pure sensations. He embraced her more tightly, pulling her hard against his chest as he continued kissing her passionately. She gasped when her hard nipples rubbed against him through the silk fabric of her pajama top. What was happening to her? What were these intense sensations? So good. His hands slid down her back to her hips, pulling her from the top of his thighs to his hot, throbbing bulge. When her hot core felt his hardness, she pulled from the kiss, gasping. Her eyes looked at him in alarm. Jin Liwei looked at her with dark eyes filled with desire. He used the hands on her hips to grind her against him. Mr. Jin. This pleasure shot from her core to her spine, to the top of her head, and to the tips of her fingers and toes. Her head fell on his shoulder, turning her face against his neck. His masculine scent filled her nose and her mind, making her moan louder and louder as he ground her against him harder and harder. She completely lost the ability to think. All she could do at that moment was to feel. This was the first time she felt this way. He groaned, breathing heavily. The hands on her hips slid down on her butt, squeezing her as he continued to grind her against him. She bit on his neck hard, making him groan as she trembled. Her skin shone with a delicate layer of sweat. Similarly, he was also covered in sweat, his breathing becoming harsher. Mr. Jin, she whimpered. Call me Liwei, he whispered, nibbling on her exposed ear. Liwei, oh. The pleasure became more and more intense, making her toes curl. She shut her eyes tightly, focusing entirely on all these new, unfamiliar, deliciously intense sensations. When Jin Liwei felt her stiffen, he ground her even harder while gritting his teeth. Thin tears flowed down from her eyes as the ball of pleasure tightened inside her hot core and lower abdomen, spreading throughout her whole body like a hot lava, and then finally exploding in a white light, making her eyes roll back. She cried out, her entire body shaking uncontrollably. He wrapped his arms around her trembling body, letting her finish even as he controlled his own unspent desire. He could faintly smell her musky scent, especially inside the car's enclosed space, making his nose flare and his erection even harder. An image of him pushing her down on the seat, tearing her pajamas, and burying himself inside her again and again appeared in his mind. His breath hitched. Groaning, he mentally recited the value of pi, reaching more than 100 digits before he calmed down enough. Iris laid limply over him. He rubbed her back, soothing her. Mr. Jin. It's Liwei. Liwei. Why did you do that to me? You hate it. Xiaolon, tell me. No. No what? No, I don't hate it. He smiled. So you like it? She nodded. Her head was still on his shoulder, her face against his neck. Tell me, he urged her. I like it. She sighed, nuzzling deeper against his neck. Good girl. He kissed her head. His baby girl was too honest for her own good. This was of course very advantageous for him, but also very dangerous for his self-control. Iris shifted her head so that she was looking at his face. Did you come here just to do this with me? He wiped the streaks of tears on her cheeks with his fingers. No, I only wanted to see you. But when I actually saw you, I lost control. Now that she was spent and had calmed down a little, her damp pajama pants was starting to make her feel uncomfortable. She straightened and attempted to get off him, but his arms tightened around her, refusing to let her go. Mr. Jin, I told you to call me Liwei. Fine. Liwei, let me go. No. Stay. Iris sighed. Liwei, it's true that I like what you did to me. But that's because you made me feel good. You make me feel good. I like things that make me feel good. However, it doesn't mean that I like you. Well, maybe I like you a little now. But I don't even know you that well. He narrowed his eyes at her. So you don't like me. You only like my body. She tilted her head to the side, thinking seriously about what he said. No, I don't necessarily like your body. I like that you make me feel good. How selfish, Xiaolon. You only think about yourself. You don't even think about what you do to me. You need to learn to take responsibility. She frowned. What do you mean? He leaned closer to her face and whispered, I made you orgasm and you liked it. You need to reciprocate. Chapter 49, Goodnight Kiss. Reciprocate. Iris pushed his face away with a hand. You mean you want me to have sex with you? Jin Liwei, I don't want to have sex with you. Baby girl, I made you orgasm, so what we did just now can also be considered as sex. We had sex, but with our clothes on. It's half a sex, I guess. He smiled lazily at her. She frowned, her head tilted to the side, thinking, well, what he said made sense. She might be inexperienced about this kind of matter, but she knew what sex was. Simply speaking, sex was a plug entering a socket. His plug didn't enter her socket, but it did rub against her and made her electricity flow. There was no direct contact or penetration, but it was true that he made her orgasm. Fine. We had half a sex with our clothes on. Tell me what you mean by reciprocate. Simple. I made you orgasm, so you should also make me orgasm. This way it's fair to both of us, don't you think? Her frown deepened. Something was telling her that something was not quite right with his reasoning, but logically speaking, his words made sense. She was the type of person who didn't like owing others. Since she owed him an orgasm, she would pay him back. Fine. Tell me how to make you orgasm. But I don't want to have sex with you. I mean, no full sex. So you're fine with half a sex like this? She thought for a moment. I guess. He smiled wider and gave her a quick kiss on the lips. Good girl. But not tonight. I'll let you pay me back another time. Fine. How was your day? He asked, changing the topic as he wrapped his arms around her tiny waist. I had a great time. I enjoyed performing on stage tonight. He smiled and kissed her chin lightly. You were amazing. Thank you. What else? She thought for a few seconds. Oh, I met your brother in the hallway. He also performed tonight. She felt him stiffen, and when she looked down at his face, his expression turned cold. Don't worry. We only exchanged greetings. He's my senior at Bright Summit after all. His cold silence began to bother her. She didn't understand why she was suddenly feeling nervous. Are you angry? Do you still like Chonglin? Iris once again felt the dangerous aura he emitted the first time they met at the hotel lobby. She subconsciously shifted her torso away from him. No, I already told you. Before that I have no interest in your brother. But you kept on following him before. Her lips pressed together in annoyance. That was before Jin Liwei. And even then, I only followed him around because I wanted to have more famous friends. Shallow, wasn't I? Now I know that others misunderstood my intentions, including you. I won't stupidly bother your brother again. So stop assuming. It's annoying. Are you telling the truth? She snapped. I don't care whether you believe me or not. Let me go. He held her tightly as she tried to get off him. So you don't like my brother at all? She paused, and then answered him honestly. Jin Chonglin is a talented person. I respect him as a fellow artist. However, as a person, I don't know him enough to like him. Do you want to get to know him? No. Do you want to get to know me? Xiaolon, you're too bothersome to get to know. He was speechless for a few moments. His baby girl found him bothersome? Finally, he told her. But I want to get to know you. She blinked, looking at his serious eyes. Okay. His lips lifted into a smile. So I also want you to get to know me. She thought for a moment. There was nothing wrong with the two of them getting to know each other, right? Even though she didn't like him all that much because he was arrogant and controlling, they already kissed a few times. She had to admit that she liked his kisses, and they're half a sex. He made her orgasm, which felt amazing. and even made her promise to return the favor at another time. Although she found him annoying at times, he mostly made her feel good. She wanted to live this life freely in the way that she wanted. So if he made her feel good, she wouldn't push him away without reason. She also didn't think that he would intentionally hurt her. Besides, even if he harmed her someday, she could always destroy him whenever she wanted. Finally, she nodded. Okay. His smile widened. Good girl. He gave her another peck on the lips. She yawned. You're tired. Go back to bed and sleep. Okay. She started to get off his lap, but he still wouldn't let her go. Jin Liwei, she said helplessly. Why wouldn't he let her go? Give me my goodnight kiss first. He continued to smile lazily at her. She had the sudden urge to punch the stupid smile off his face. I can wait here until the sun rises in the sky, baby girl. Fine. She leaned down and pressed her lips quickly against his. Nice. Now it's my turn to give you your goodnight kiss. He pulled her head and kissed her hard, stabbing his tongue inside her mouth. He sucked and nibbled on her, making her moan and breathless. Finally, he released her. Good night, Xiaolon. She waited until her racing heart calmed down a bit before replying. Good night, Jin Liwei. Dream of me tonight. I don't want to dream of you. He chuckled. So selfish, Xiaolon. I dream of you every night, yet you don't want to dream of me. Unfair, don't you think? Oh, you dream of me. Yes. Tell me what kind of dreams you have about me. I'll let you know someday, he answered vaguely. Because I'm going to make those dreams a reality, baby girl. Just wait. Fine. Iris couldn't help but yawn again. She was really too tired and sleepy. Jin Liwei helped her put on her kimono robe. He took her mask from the rear deck and started putting it on her. He lightly slapped her hand when she tried to take it. She glared at him, but otherwise allowed him to put the mask on her face. He gave her another quick kiss before finally letting her go. He watched her disappear inside the building. A few moments later, Su Tian climbed inside the car onto the driver's seat. Let's go, he ordered. Yes, President. Moonlight reflected on Jin Liwei's smug smile as the black car drove away silently in the night. Chapter 50, A Weapon of Mass Destruction. The next day, Jin Corporation. It was Saturday, but business was as usual. The weekend employees started streaming into the company building. Jin Liwei, as the president and CEO, didn't need to come to work during the weekends, but he would come whenever he wanted to finish up some tasks, which was almost always. That morning, Jin Liwei woke up feeling that everything in the world was very good. The sky was a beautiful cobalt blue color decorated by wispy white clouds. The sun shone brightly, and the birds were singing. Ah, what a wonderful world. His body felt light and energetic. If it wasn't for his image, he would have skipped happily while walking. He felt like he could take on anything today. Bring it on. Unfortunately, he had no idea that his bright mood would have such serious effects on his employees. For the entire day, everyone in the company was in a daze. It began early in the morning when some employees greeted their company president as usual when they saw him arrive at the lobby. Good morning, President, they greeted, bowing. Then King Yama, their president Jin, did something unimaginable. He slowed down, nodded, smiled widely, and actually greeted them back. Good morning, everyone. It was like an arrow was shot straight to their hearts. The unprepared employees immediately froze. Many dropped their briefcases and file folders, while someone dropped his coffee, staining the pristine white floor. Yet no one noticed this sacrilege to their company floor because everyone's disbelieving eyes followed the back of their big boss as he disappeared behind the elevator doors. Many unfortunate employees who met their company president along the way were one hit, one killed by his shocking smile. They thought that his eternally glacial aura and formidable leadership were already vicious enough, but they never imagined that his smile would be as deadly to their poor mortal hearts. What happened? Was it the end of the world? Did they die and this was the afterlife? Was this paradise, or was this hell? The heavens were really unfair. Their president's smile could be a weapon of mass destruction. The female employees who already considered him as their ideal man raised his position in their hearts even further to the most ideal of all the ideal men in the universe. Everyone, take a moment of silence for their poor boyfriends and husbands who would never be as good as their big boss. And the bent employees became even more bent. Hallelujah. Unfortunately, this day became the most unproductive in the history of the company since its establishment, because of their president's dangerous smile. Jin Liwei's office. Su Tian's mouth twitched as he watched one of the senior managers exit the president's office in a daze. The poor man was so dazed that he walked straight to the elevator without noticing Su Tian. Normally, he would have rebuked any employee who disregarded him because he was the president's right-hand man. His status in the company was basically only below that of the president himself, even though he didn't have an official position in the company itself. This time, however, Su Tian just sighed and shook his head. Ever since the president spent some alone time with Miss Long in the car last night, his boss had been in such a good mood. Although he didn't see it for himself, and thank goodness for that, he had an idea of what transpired between the two of them based on his boss' happy mood. Don't get him wrong. As an assistant, he was happy whenever his boss felt happy. However, looking at things today, the president's obvious good mood as demonstrated by his rare smile appeared to have negative effects to the employees. If this continued, the company would be in trouble. That would be tragic. Su Tian didn't understand why his boss suddenly became so fixated on Miss Long. From what he remembered when the president ordered him to investigate and monitor Miss Long after the accident 2 years ago, he felt certain that his boss felt disgusted at the young woman for chasing after the second master. Now it seemed like it was the president who was chasing after Miss Long. What happened between the two of them? How come Su Tian didn't notice anything? Wasn't this reversal too sudden? Oh well, he just had to do his job. It was not his place to interfere with his boss' love life. Opening the internet browser on his work computer, he typed Iris Long on the search engine. A frown formed on his face after reading for a few minutes. He grabbed the phone and dialed. Hello? This is Su Tian of Jin Corporation. May I speak to Director He? Chapter 51, Baby Girl. After speaking on the phone for a few minutes, Su Tian hung up. He grabbed a tablet, tapped a few times on it, and brought it with him as he headed to the president's office. He knocked on the door a couple of times, opened it, and stepped inside. Jin Liwei's usual cold indifference was nowhere to be seen. Obviously, he was still in a great mood, a hint of a smile softening his expression. Su Tian almost felt hesitant to destroy his boss' good mood, but he steeled himself and walked towards the huge Dalbergia wood desk. Jin Liwei looked up from the mountain of documents he was reading and signing. Please excuse me, President. I have something that I think you may be interested in. Su Tian handed the tablet to his boss. Jin Liwei received the tablet and began reading. A frown appeared on his handsome face after a few seconds. The frown deepened as he read more. After a few minutes, the frown transformed into an outraged expression. Confirm if these are true, Jin Liwei ordered. I already did, President. I just called Director He of Music Fest tonight, and he confirmed with me that there was indeed an altercation involving Miss Long and this female group called Alarm Girls last night during the show. Director He also confirmed that due to the stress from the argument, Miss Long fainted. Jin Liwei banged his hand on his desk. And they still let her perform? Director He insisted that they offered Miss Long to cancel her performance and just perform on another episode, but Miss Long apparently refused. A dangerous aura emanated from Jin Liwei. Frowning, he asked, Xiaolon has selective amnesia? Su Tian hesitated for a few seconds before answering. Her hospital records don't show any indication that Miss Long suffers from memory loss. However, it's a fact that Miss Long has refused all suggestions of psychological therapy. Perhaps. I understand. Jin Liwei continued to read on the tablet. His outraged expression transformed into a terrifyingly cold expression. These alarm girls, destroy them. Understood, President. You may go. Su Tian nodded, about to leave. Wait. Order a bouquet of 100 yellow roses and send it to Xiaolon today. He paused. No, I'll bring it myself tonight. Understood, President. Is there anything else? None. Go. Jin Liwei grabbed his mobile phone and dialed while Su Tian left. Hello. His baby girl's lovely voice answered. His expression softened a bit, but he was still feeling furious. Why didn't you tell me? What are you talking about, Jin Liwei? What did those cheese say to you? Xiaolon, he growled. He heard her sigh. So you already know. Don't worry. I'm fine. They didn't hurt me. My manager and Dom were there. And besides, I can protect myself. You fainted. She giggled. Oh, Liwei. I didn't really faint. Dom and I were just acting to escape from the situation. I didn't want to waste my time and energy arguing with people like them. I only wanted to focus on my comeback performance. You what? I think both Dom and I overdid it a little. I feel bad that I made people worry, but if I had let the situation continue, I would have missed my performance. I also didn't expect for this incident to spread online and be blown up this much. If it bothers you so much, I can delete everything about it on the web. Are you bothered? No. He sighed. I'm bothered, but it's up to you whether you want to delete the incident online or not. Okay. Xiaolon, are you really alright? Yes. Don't worry. I'm fine. He paused before asking, do you really have selective amnesia? She sighed again. No, I don't. Those girls were really annoying. I had enough of them, but I didn't want to argue at that time. So I just told them I have selective amnesia to make them leave me alone, but unfortunately they didn't. They became even more persistent, so I had to faint. I see. Do you think I'm a liar? No. Okay. Next time, tell me when things like this happen to you. Liwei, they're not worth your attention. Anything concerning you, I want to know. You'll tell me next time, okay? You're too bothersome. Xiaolon. Fine. Good girl. He smiled softly. What are you doing now? I'm on the road. I'll be guesting on a radio show to promote my upcoming album. What time will you be at home? I think maybe around 7 or 8 in the evening, 9 at the latest. I have a magazine photo shoot and interview after the radio show. I'll come by your place tonight for dinner. Okay, baby girl. Fine. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds of silence. How's work? Jin Liwei smiled so wide that it felt like it reached his ears. His baby girl was finally showing interest in him. Work is as usual. I'm still the boss. Her chuckle sounded so lovely to the ears that he almost wanted to drive to where she was to hug her and kiss her. Have you eaten lunch yet? She asked. Not yet. I still have a lot of documents to sign. I'll eat later. Okay. Make sure you eat lunch or you're not welcome for dinner tonight. He laughed. All right. I'll eat lunch. I don't want to worry my baby girl. Who's worried about you? And I'm not your baby girl, Mr. Jin. You are my baby girl. Also, if you call me Mr. Jin again, I'll move to your place and live with you. I already told you to call me Liwei. You're so bothersome. He laughed happily. His baby girl was so cute. He heard some noise in the background on her side. We've arrived. I have to go now, she informed him. All right. Take care and have fun. You too. See you at dinner tonight. Okay. See you. Bye, baby girl. Bye, Liwei. Then she hung up. He chuckled when the call ended. He was in an even better mood now. It seemed like his baby girl was starting to care a bit about him. He decided to work harder on seducing her, so she would never be able to escape from him. You're going to be mine, baby girl. Only mine. With a smug smile, he continued signing documents. Chapter 52, Lin Luo breaks up? Jin Chonglin just finished taping a variety show episode as an invited guest. As usual, he was the big shot among the celebrity guests present, so he had to spend a few minutes longer to receive everyone's greetings and respects. He woke up at dawn that morning and had been working nonstop ever since. It was already the middle of the afternoon. He was exhausted, but he still maintained a friendly smile, even when all he wanted was to tell everyone to leave him alone, so that he could rest even for just a few minutes before he started working again for his next job appointment at another location. Fortunately, Lin Dong rescued him from the crowd, expertly leading him away and heading to the dressing room. The crowd was a little disappointed but didn't complain. How could they complain? With just Jin Chonglin's presence alone, they were already certain that this episode would enjoy high ratings. He was very popular and in demand that programs had to book him months ahead in order to fit in his full schedule. Jin Chonglin sighed in relief as they reached his dressing room. Lin Dong opened the door and let Jin Chonglin enter first. A strong floral perfume scent assaulted his nose as soon as he stepped inside. He almost gagged, but was able to control himself. What the hell? Then he saw the person inside. Xiao Luo, what are you doing here? He quickly tried to smooth the furrow between his brows, but her perfume was too strong that he didn't manage to erase the expression of dismay on his face. Fan Luo pouted. Big brother Lin, aren't you happy to see me? She walked to him and clung to his arm, pressing her breasts against him. Sighing inwardly, he forced his winning smile on his face. Of course I'm happy to see you, babe. I just didn't expect that you'll come today. You should have called me first. She giggled and batted her extra-long fake eyelashes. I wanted to surprise you. I miss you so much. She purred, wrapping her arms around his waist and rubbing her body against him. Lin Dong coughed behind Jin Chonglin, a stoic expression on his face. Fan Luo pursed her lips at Lin Dong. She knew very well that her fiancé's manager disliked her. Of course, Lin Dong would not dare say it directly to her face, but her female intuition knew that she and the manager would never become friends. After all, he was only a manager while she was the future wife. Anyone with sense could tell who was supposed to be more important. She ignored the manager and continued to rub herself against Jin Chonglin. Big brother, don't you miss me too? Jin Chonglin threw a helpless look at his manager. Her perfume was starting to give him a headache. Did the woman pour perfume into a tub and use it as bathwater? He sighed inwardly. Of course I miss you. I'm just tired. I've been up since dawn. Oh, my poor big brother Lin, she exclaimed dramatically. Then she tiptoed and leaned close to his neck, kissing it, and whispered, Do you want me to make you feel better? I miss you inside me. We haven't done it for over a week now. And the last time was too quick. We also only did it once. I want more. You're too busy these days. Let's do it here quickly. I want you so much. He pressed his lips together. He was not in the mood for this, for her. He couldn't muster any desire for the woman throwing herself at him at the moment. Besides, he was still at a workplace. He might be susceptible to female seduction, but he was too professional to f***ck while working. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to stay at his high position in the showbiz industry. He put his hands on her shoulders and gently pushed her away from him. Xiao Luo, I just told you I'm tired, and I still need to go to my next job after this. Be good, all right? Tell me why you're here. Big brother Lin, why are you acting like this? Do you hate me? Her face immediately transformed into a wronged expression. Xiao Luo, stop it, he finally snapped. The throbbing on his temples was getting worse by the second. So you really don't love me anymore, she cried. Is it because of that SL*T Iris Long? Did she hook you with her dirty claws again? I knew it. She just can't leave you alone. What are you talking about? I never had any relationship with Iris Long. How many times do I have to tell you this? But you defended her on Weibo before. Now you're even working under the same company. And then you performed on the same show last night. It's so obvious that she's chasing after you again. Are you starting to like her now? As expected of a shameless SL*T. What a WH*re. Stop it. Listen to me. Don't ever drag her name in your posts again. You're being paranoid. I already told you that I never had any relationship with her, but you keep on getting jealous over nothing. I'm tired of this, do you hear me? Do this again, and I'll break up with you. Do you understand? Big, fat tears fell down from her heavily made-up face. See? You're defending her again. You even want to break up with me because of that SL*T. Jin Chonglin couldn't take it anymore. He felt tired and his headache was getting worse because of her strong perfume and her unreasonable accusations. He lost his temper. Try me, Fan Luo. Don't think that I won't break up with you just because we're engaged now. She panicked. Big brother Lin, you can't break up with me. I still can't get over the loss of our unborn baby. I'm still suffering from depression. If you leave me now, I'll kill myself. Chapter 53. The Truth About Lin Luo. Fan Luo, Jin Chonglin grabbed the hysterical woman's upper arms and gently shook her. Calm down. You can't break up with me. I'll really kill myself. Fan Luo cried. He gritted his teeth, trying to rein in his frustration. He could no longer count how many times she threatened him with suicide and reminded him of the miscarriage. He wasn't stupid. He knew that Fan Luo was using the miscarriage to tie him down. And she succeeded. How else could she get him, Jin Chonglin, to propose to her? He had no idea that she was so emotional and possessive. In all honesty, she was starting to scare him. Dealing with her on a constant basis drained him. These days, he preferred to work non-stop rather than to spend time with her. If it were any other woman, he would already wash his hands clean and never look back. However, he couldn't treat Fan Luo like that. She was a childhood friend. In addition, their mothers were best friends and treated each other like sisters. They wanted to marry their children together to officially solidify their relationship as family. He had to admit that he never had any deep feelings for Fan Luo other than as a childhood friend. As they were growing up, perhaps due to both of their mothers' constant attempts to pair them together, Fan Luo also began to fall for him. He knew about her feelings for him, but he never reciprocated. He rejected her numerous times, telling her that he only saw her as a younger sister. but she would brush his rejections aside and continue to shower him with affection. She didn't cross the line then to seduce him, so he continued to treat her the same way like a sister. But everything changed one night. He was at a friend's birthday party and drunk a lot. He was the type of person who worked hard and played hard, so getting drunk wasn't something rare for him. However, he didn't know which stupid person called Fan Luo over to come pick him up, but she showed up and drove him back home. He didn't remember what happened afterwards, but when he woke up the next day, Fan Luo was sleeping beside him. Both of them were naked. He was confused and shocked. But looking at all the evidence, he could only conclude that he ked his childhood friend while drunk out of his mind. There were dried in all over the sheets and their bodies. After this incident, it was as if she transformed from an innocent childhood friend into a seductive temptress. He was only a man so against his better judgment. He would lose control every time she seduced him, and they would end up king like there was no tomorrow. He couldn't deny his desire for her body. After some time, he accepted the fact that they had become lovers. However, he never committed to an exclusive relationship with her, and she seemed to accept it. He thought that everything was going well, until she told him that she was pregnant. His first thought was, impossible. Except for that night, when they had sex for the first time while he was drunk, he always made sure to use protection. And that night was so long ago. She didn't get pregnant then. He also knew that she was on birth control pills. She assured him that she was taking the pills every day. But suddenly, she was telling him that due to her doctor's advice for some health reasons, she had to stop taking the pills for a few months. She also told him that condoms weren't 100% foolproof, and perhaps a condom broke without them noticing. He wasn't ready to be a father. He didn't promise her anything, but swore that he would acknowledge the child as his own once it was proven that it was his. Of course, his decision infuriated the Fan family. The Fans pressured him to marry her, but he didn't budge. His mother didn't say anything, but he imagined that she was displeased with him as well, because she was very close to Fan Luo's mother. She also treated Fan Luo like a daughter that she never had. Although his mother didn't agree with his reckless decision of pursuing a showbiz career at first, she never stopped him and even quietly supported him. He didn't care about what others say about him, but his mother's opinion mattered. It didn't mean that he would do anything she asked of him, but she had the power to make him stop and consider his actions. She would gently suggest, but never forcefully order. She always had the policy of letting him and his older brother make the final decisions in their own lives. Perhaps this was why he felt guilty of displeasing her. However, Jin Chonglin could be very headstrong when he wanted to. If he wanted to do something, he would do it. Similarly, if he didn't want to do something, nobody was capable of forcing him, not even his mother or his bossy older brother. Otherwise, why would the second master of the Jin family disregard his status and pursue a career in showbiz? He ignored all the pressure from the Fan family, what he imagined to be the displeasure of his own mother, and the barely veiled ridicule of the Jin family elders. That was until he heard the news that Fan Luo was in the hospital in critical condition due to miscarriage. He wasn't so heartless to ignore Fan Luo at this point. Although he didn't love her, he still cared about her. When he saw her weak and crying nonstop, he was filled with guilt. They told him she was suffering from depression. He felt so sorry and so guilty, even thinking that it was his fault that she miscarried, that without thinking he proposed marriage to her. Of course, she accepted immediately. Back to the present. Jin Chonglin was overwhelmed by all the negative emotions he felt at the moment. Ever since he and Fan Luo became engaged, he always felt like walking on eggshells around her, afraid of triggering her fragile emotional state. His guilt could only last so long. He was already regretting his decision of proposing to her. He was starting to feel that their relationship was becoming toxic with each passing day. He didn't want to live like this. However, he already ignited everyone's expectations. His mother didn't force him to do anything, but he could sense that she was pleased with his engagement to her best friend's daughter. "Calm down," he told her again. "You can't use this against me forever. I already agreed to marry you. Don't go beyond my limits. Don't make me lose my respect for you." Fan Luo crumpled to the floor, bawling. Her makeup remained impressive as ever though, not ruined by her torrent of tears. She spent a lot to get the latest edition of her favorite brand's waterproof makeup. "So you don't feel anything at all when I lost our baby? I'm the only one heartbroken? How can you be so heartless, big brother? It was our baby. Your baby." Jean Chonglin wavered. Lindong quietly snuck out of the dressing room. Firstly, to allow the engaged couple their privacy, and secondly, to guard the door outside and ensure that nobody was spying on them. This was a sensitive matter after all, perfect material for a scandal. I didn't mean that. Jean Chonglin sighed. Of course I'm sad that you lost our baby. I'm just tired today, Xiao Luo. He helped her stand up and hugged her, rubbing her back to soothe her. Fan Luo hugged him around the waist tightly. Her tears soaked the front of his shirt. Oh, big brother. Please don't break up with me. I can't live without you. I love you so much. Okay. He murmured to her, continuing to console her. He just wanted her to stop crying already. How long was she going to continue crying? His headache hurt so badly. I love you, big brother Len. Okay, he mumbled. He needed some painkillers. Chapter 54, DJ Song. Inside the radio broadcasting studio, Iris wore headphones and sat in front of a microphone while conversing with one of the most popular radio hosts in the country, DJ Song. DJ Song and JJ were friends. As a result, JJ's artists frequently guested in DJ Song's radio show. And now, Iris was experiencing this benefit. The previous Iris Long guested in countless radio shows, but was never invited to DJ Song's radio show before. Aside from being a DJ, he was also known as a harsh music critic. He shared the same high standards as his friend, JJ. With the previous Iris Long's shallow songs, how could she expect to be invited by DJ Song? She would just be asking him to shred her to pieces with his criticisms. Now, however, was different. Although she could sense DJ Song's reservations about her, he was polite because she was now one of JJ's artists. The show was being broadcast live on air on radio. In addition, there were also video cameras mounted in different locations within the studio and a cameraman moving around inside to live stream online. Iris was very calm and eloquent, surprising DJ Song and the staff working on the other side of the studio's glass partition. At the start of the interview, they talked about general things and her abrupt retirement. She briefly shared about the accident and her coma, basically repeating what she said at her Music Fest Tonight interview the night before. DJ Song made some sympathetic noises but quickly moved on from the topic. He and JJ had an agreement that more focus should be placed on her upcoming album. DJ Song. How did you come to work with old Jay? I know what he's like. He won't accept just anyone. Iris laughed lightly, and everyone thought that her laughter sounded lovely. Iris, indeed. Mr. JJ has extremely high standards, but that's also why I was determined to work with him. Who doesn't want to work with the best, right? I sent him a couple of demo tapes. And then I got a call from him, and that's how everything started. DJ Song, that's it? He accepted you just like that? Iris, of course not. How could it be that easy? Let's just say that he liked the songs I sent him, but was doubtful about me because my previous musical style was very different. In the end, we ended up meeting for lunch, and he dared me to perform live at the restaurant. I accepted the challenge, and as they say, the rest is history. DJ Song. In other words, he made you audition. Iris, now that I think about it, yes, maybe that was my audition. It's one of my most memorable experiences, the first time that I performed with this new musical style in front of a live audience. DJ Song, were you nervous? Iris, of course. I think that anyone who is dared by Mr. JJ to perform on the spot will feel nervous. DJ Song, that's true, but not me. I'm not afraid of that old man. Everyone laughed. DJ Song, what's it like working personally with old Jay? I hope he didn't make you cry. He has a reputation of reducing his artists to tears with his extremely high standards and demands. Difficult guy to work with, right? Iris, no, he didn't make me cry. DJ Song, really? Congratulations. How rare. She chuckled. Iris, as for being difficult, I don't see him that way. We all know that he has extremely high standards. And that's why I wanted to work with him in the first place. Instead of saying he's difficult, I think it's more appropriate to say that he's adept in giving out constructive criticisms. DJ Song. That's a nice way to put it, but you're right. He has difficult demands from his artists because he wants to draw out their full potentials. Hearing you say all these about him, it seems that your experience working with him was harmonious. Iris, absolutely not. We actually fought a lot while recording. DJ Song, what? You fought with old Jay, and you're still alive and sane. Everyone laughed. DJ Song, what did you fight about? Iris, differences in our ideas. He had all sorts of ideas on how to perfect my songs for their final versions, but I didn't always agree with him. I composed all the songs in the album myself, so I feel, protective of them, I guess. As the composer, I have a vision in my head on how I want each of my songs to sound like. Mr. JJ and I fought a lot because our visions differed from one another. DJ Song. Oh, I see. So what happened? How did you resolve these differences in your visions? Iris. A lot of fighting, debating. But in the end, we were able to reach a compromise that made both of us satisfied with the final results. DJ Song. Wow. Let me just say that I'm impressed with you for being able to stand up against old Jay. I know what he's like. He's very stubborn and likes to get what he wants, especially when it comes to music. Iris. Yes, but I'm also very stubborn and like to get what I want when it comes to music. Especially now. Back then I always let others decide the music I sang. I followed others' lead. I don't want to be like that anymore. I want the freedom to choose my own music. I want to feel comfortable whenever I sing and perform. I want to be myself. DJ Song. I see. Makes sense. Very inspiring. Iris. Thank you. DJ Song. And now do you feel that you're being yourself? Will this be your musical style from now on? Iris. Yes, I feel very much like myself now, so I'm very happy and grateful to Mr. JJ for giving me this opportunity. As for this musical style, I'm not going to say anything definite. Like I said, I want freedom when it comes to music. That means that I'm going to do my best to sing songs from the heart. My emotions change, so I think that it's only natural that my music will also change based on my life experiences. Also, I want to develop my composing skills, so exploring different kinds of styles might prove useful to me. DJ Song. That sounds exciting. It looks like this is only the start of us seeing the new Iris Long, folks. It seems that she has more in store for all of us. Chapter 55. I Will Survive. After the initial interview, Iris performed Phantom of Your Love to promote her upcoming album Rebirth. DJ Song looked solemn as he watched and listened to her singing opposite him with so much emotion. Some of the staff, especially the female ones, working on the other side of the studio's glass partition were crying as they listened to such a heartbreaking song. Tang Yi and Dom were with the staff. Dom clasped his hands tightly together while looking at his boss like a proud mama. He would wipe tears from his red eyes with a handkerchief now and then. After the song, DJ Song interviewed her again briefly about Phantom of Your Love. Iris, this is actually the song that I performed when Mr. JJ dared me at the restaurant. DJ Song. Oh, really? So this is your audition song. Now I see why old Jay would sign you up after hearing you sing this song. Wow. Such a beautiful song, Iris. Now I really believe that you have talent as a composer. Iris, thank you very much, DJ Song. I appreciate it. But I know that I still have a long way to go, so I will work harder. DJ Song. Good to hear. So what are you going to sing for us next, Iris? Iris, I'm going to sing a cover. DJ Song. Oh, interesting. What is it? Iris, it's an English song. I won't say the title because I think that everyone will recognize it once I start singing. DJ Song. Now I'm getting excited. Can you tell us why you chose to sing this cover? Iris, all the songs from my album Rebirth are very emotional, so I thought that I should sing something upbeat for a change of pace. And also the song itself, especially the title when you hear me sing it shortly, is relevant to me, to what happened to me. It is also to show my determination in coming back. DJ Song. All right. Let's hear it, then. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up again for Iris Long. A familiar piano melody reverberated. Then the beat changed and Iris began singing this classic English song. At first I was afraid, I was petrified. DJ Song's eyebrows rose and his entire face brightened. The staff, Dom and Tang Yi, began cheering and clapping on the other side of the glass partition. Their bodies started to bounce in time with the beat of the music. I've got all my life to live, and I've got all my love to give, and I'll survive. I will survive, hey, hey. Iris was dancing while singing on her seat. She performed like it was a concert, gesturing and looking at her audience. DJ Song was clearly enjoying himself. She turned and saw her manager and assistant together with the staff on the other side of the glass partition. Dom was busting his best moves, shaking his booty. Everyone was enjoying themselves. Even the cameraman couldn't help but shake his hips, but had to hold himself back because viewers would complain if the camera view wasn't steady. It was very difficult not to dance with this song. It was at this moment that the listener and viewer counts skyrocketed. The musical arrangement was a little different from the original version. Iris personally customized it for herself. She removed the original disco vibe and made it sound more modern. It showcased the power and range of her vocals, even adding a small portion to display some unexpected vocal acrobatics, reaching such high notes that shocked everyone. DJ Song abruptly stood up from his seat, his eyes and mouth wide open, as he looked in shock at Iris. He felt goosebumps all over his body. "I will survive." When the song ended, everyone stood up, clapping and cheering enthusiastically. Iris also stood up and bowed to everyone. She waved to the cameraman, to the online viewers watching the live stream. "Iris, thank you. Thank you very much." Her light laughter tinkled like crystal bells. She also enjoyed herself. It took almost a minute before DJ Song was able to regain his senses. DJ Song, wow. Wow. What was that? What just happened? Iris Long, you are on fire. Amazing. Iris, thank you, DJ Song. DJ Song, you are so full of surprises. I am so shocked. I'm sure everyone is as shocked as every one of us here in the studio. Wow. They talked for a few more moments. For her final song, Iris sang another song from her album. She sang Black Star. It was currently the most anticipated song from her album, especially after her performance on last night's episode of Music Fest Tonight. After singing, Iris and DJ Song talked a bit more before easing to the end of the radio show. Iris said a few words to promote her album before saying her thanks and goodbye to the listeners and the online viewers. Finally, the radio show ended, and everyone stood up and clapped. DJ Song, especially the staff, were all feeling ecstatic because they didn't expect to receive such high listener and viewer counts for this episode. It may not be a record breaker, but it was already impressive, especially when the guest was not an A-lister. The anticipation towards Iris Long's upcoming album Rebirth exploded almost to fever pitch. Its momentum was unstoppable. Chapter 56, The Black Stars. Online during the radio show livestream. Is this a joke? DJ Song actually invited Iris Long to guest in his show. I'm so disappointed. Did he run out of good artists to invite over? He's one of the most respected music critics in the country, but now I think his judgment is becoming questionable. Such a shame that his standards fell to such a degree as to invite someone like Iris Long. Hey, did you not watch Iris Long's performance on Music Fest Tonight last night? If you did, I don't think that you'll still be spouting all that sh*t. Oh, I watched last night's episode of Music Fest Tonight. Iris Long was amazing. I can't count how many times I watched the recording of her performance last night online. Black Star is stuck in my head. What are you all talking about? I didn't watch her last night. Was her performance really good? Not just good. It was fantastic. Watch it. Here's the link. After a few minutes. Oh my god. Seriously? Ahaha. I told you. The live stream reached the part when Iris was talking about her experience working with JJ. I don't believe it. She says that she fought with JJ? Huh. I'll eat my slippers if this is true. Hey, I remember you. You're here again. You said that you'll eat your slippers if it's proven that Iris is really the one who composed the songs in her album and not a ghost composer. An intern from JJ's record label already proved it. So did you eat your slippers then? Show us the proof. Now you're saying that you'll eat slippers again. You must really like slippers, ah. In response, this particular netizen changed his username to I Eat Slippers and posted a photo of himself from below the nose to his chest, not showing his whole face. It showed himself chewing on a slipper. Ahaha. Io. At I Eat Slippers, you're a real man. Yes, real men should keep their promises. In the live stream, Iris began singing Phantom of Your Love. Damn it. Who's cutting onions? My manly tears can't be stopped. What is this song? So heartbreaking. I can't stop crying. So beautiful. Hi. Makes me remember a lot of old memories. It's so depressing, but so beautiful. I can just imagine this song as a theme song of a movie. A tragic love story. The live stream now reached the part when Iris was singing I Will Survive. Oh my god. This is King awesome. It sounds a bit different from the original. I love it. What am I hearing? She can even do that? Is that even humanly possible? Whoa. Listen to those high notes. How high did she reach that part? I don't care what others say. You're now my idol, Iris. Iris Long. Please marry me. Converted Iris Long fan. Here, plus 98, plus 1,603, plus 12,902 likes and counting. Many of the online viewers messaged their own friends to watch the live stream. Hey, check out the live stream of DJ Song's radio show. Iris Long is the guest, and she's killing it. First, it was last night's performance on Music Fest tonight. Now she's conquering DJ Song's radio show. Iris can't be stopped. Goddess Iris, I prostrate myself to you. My blind eyes have been opened to your awesomeness. This is the best version of I Will Survive that I have ever heard in my life. Honestly, damn, I came only now. I want to watch from the beginning. I can watch this live stream again when it's over, right? Yeah, we can watch the recording afterwards. I'm also planning to rewatch it. This is amazing. More and more listeners and viewers tuned in to both the radio and the online live stream, curious as to why so many people were talking about it and inviting others to check it out. Finally, it reached the part when Iris sang Black Star. Oh yes, she's singing my new favorite song now. Here comes my personal anthem. Shower me with courage and inspiration, oh great Black Star. I'm crying. Please release Rebirth now. I can't wait anymore. Wow, the quality of her vocals is even better now that she's just focused on singing and not playing the piano at the same time. Captain Blackstar, I hereby establish the new Iris Long fan club. We will be called the Black Stars. Message me to sign up. Me. Let me join. Mrs. Love Phantom. Finally, I've been waiting to hear Phantom of Your Love again ever since I heard Miss Long singing it at that restaurant. Hearing her talk about it in the interview, I'm quite proud that I personally witnessed her audition to Mr. JJ. I've been a fan of Miss Iris Long since that moment, so of course I'll join this Black Stars fan club. Let me know how I can be of help with the fan club's establishment. Captain Blackstar, at Mrs. Love Phantom, thank you. Please accept my friend request, and then we can discuss. JJ number 1 fan. We promised our idol JJ that we'll support Iris Long. We'll follow our sister at Mrs. Love Phantom and join Black Stars fan club. JJ number 2 fan. Yeah, we'll follow our sister at Mrs. Love Phantom and support Iris Long. I love you, JJ. JJ number 3 fan. Agreed. Wherever our sister at Mrs. Love Phantom goes, we'll go too. Make Rebirth the number 1 album. JJ, I framed the dress that you signed that day. Captain Blackstar, wow. At Mrs. Love Phantom, you brought a lot of people. Thank you very much for the help, ladies. Please accept my friend requests. Signed up. Old fan here, but seeing the new Iris. I've now turned into a diehard fan. Iris forever. Signed up. New fan here. I heart Iris Long. Signed up. We love Iris Long. Plus 109. Plus 5,038. Plus 23,574 likes and counting. I eat slippers. Might as well sign up too. Munching on a slipper. It was at this historical moment that Iris' strongest and most loyal group of supporters was born. Chapter 57, Uniting for the First Time. The discussion online continued even after the live stream ended. In fact, it became even more heated as more people watched the video recording afterwards. It was also at this moment that the Black Stars fan club demonstrated the early signs of its impressive unity. I hate Iris Long. Iris Long sucks. Don't be blinded by her recent performances. She's just having some good luck. It won't last. Don't forget what a B *TCH, a SL *T, and a WH *re she is. Captain Blackstar, die, you evil demon. User at Mrs. Love Phantom reported at I hate Iris Long to the administrator. User at JJ number 1 fan reported at I hate Iris Long to the administrator. User at JJ number 2 fan reported at I hate Iris Long to the administrator. User at JJ number 3 fan reported at I hate Iris Long to the administrator. I eat slippers. Shut up, B *TCH. You want a taste of my slippers? I'll shove them down your throat. I hope you choke. Damn B *TCH. Administrator. The user of the account at I hate Iris Long is temporarily suspended due to an excessive number of reports by other users. We are currently reviewing your account for violations. If you are the owner of this account, please contact us to confirm your identity and/or to file an appeal in order to regain access to your account. Captain Blackstar. Our first victory, my fellow Black Stars. Plus 57. Plus 632. Plus 2,091 likes and counting. I eat slippers. Heh. This is the power of my slippers. It can ward off evil. I still hate Iris Long. F***CK you all. You think a simple account suspension can stop me? Wake up, losers. Iris Long will always be a B***TCH. ASL**T. A WH**re. You're all stupid SH**T for following a dirty SL**T like her. F***CKU. Captain Blackstar. Comrades, attack. All the members of the newly formed Black Stars fan club immediately swarmed around and virtually beat the account user. I still hate Iris Long, black and blue, until the administrator suspended this account again. I eat slippers. Come on, bastards and B***cheese. Come at us, and I'll whack you all with my mighty slippers. I hate Iris Long forever. F***CKU. You mother***curs. What Black Stars? More like Iris Long's dirty and smelly dogs. You don't know SH**T. You have SH**T for brains. You should all be buried along with that SL**T Iris Long. Captain Blackstar, what a persistent cockroach. I eat slippers. Taste my slippers, B***TCH. User at Mrs. Love Phantom reported at I hate Iris Long forever to the administrator. User at JJ number 1 fan reported at I hate Iris Long forever to the administrator. User at JJ number 2 fan reported at I hate Iris Long forever to the administrator. User at JJ number 3 fan reported at I hate Iris Long forever to the administrator. The administrator suspended this account again. At I hate Iris Long forever and ever. You can never stop me, stupid mother***curs. As long as I live and have internet access, Iris Long's name will never be clean online. I'm not afraid of you, you black SH***ters. Captain Blackstar, what a vengeful evil. Demon, I eat slippers. My mighty slippers aren't enough to whack this cockroach to death. Let me call some reinforcements. User at Mrs. Love Phantom reported at I hate Iris Long forever and ever to the administrator. User at JJ number 1 fan reported at I hate Iris Long forever and ever to the administrator. User at JJ number 2 fan reported at I hate Iris Long forever and ever to the administrator. User at JJ number 3 fan reported at I hate Iris Long forever and ever to the administrator. As expected, this account got suspended again. The Black Stars members expected another account to pop up again, but surprisingly the peace wasn't disturbed this time. Moments later, a new user explained why. Monkey face, brother at I eat slippers, everything's done. That person won't be able to create new accounts and bother you for the time being. I eat slippers. Thanks, bro. I'll treat you sometime. Captain Blackstar. Thank you, brother at Monkey Face. But what did you do? I eat slippers. He's my friend, my bro. He's an expert with computers and that kind of stuff. Captain Blackstar. Oh, I understand now. Thank you. Brother at Monkey Face. Are you interested in joining our Black Stars fan club? It will be great to have a computer expert like you in our ranks. Monkey Face. Sure, I'll join. I'm free anyway. And my brother at I Eat Slippers is also a member, so why not? Looks interesting. Captain Blackstar. Awesome. Please accept my friend request. The founder of the Black Stars, Captain Blackstar, created a private group chat with the newly signed up members to discuss the formal establishment of the fan club. Soon, everyone called him Captain and voted him as the fan club's president. I Eat Slippers was voted as the vice president. Some members objected to his nomination because they remembered him as an Iris Long critic, bordering on a hater, before. However, he accepted his new post with gusto, waving his virtual slippers in triumph, proclaiming that he was now an Iris fan. The complainers could only grumble to themselves after this. Mrs. Love Phantom and her 3 friends were voted as the PR officers, with Mrs. Love Phantom as their leader and the fan club's official spokesperson. Monkey Face was also appointed as the chief IT officer. Mrs. Love Phantom and her 3 friends promised to provide the initial funding to formally establish the Black Stars fan club. They also promised to contact Iris Long's management to ask for recognition as Iris official fan club. In the meantime, Monkey Face was tasked to create the fan club's website so that the members could have a permanent home online. With Mrs. Love Phantom and her 3 friends' promise of funding, he felt very motivated to create the fan club's website. Although it was still in its early stages, the Black Stars fan club was officially established. There was so much progress in one day. A bunch of online strangers gathered together to form a fan club that was already displaying such strong sense of unity and organization. I eat slippers. This is all thanks to my mighty slippers. Chapter 58, Rather Die Than Apologize. While Iris Long was having a blast working that day, her self-proclaimed mortal enemies were livid at her, cursing her with all their might. Alarm Girl's company-issued apartment. A heavy ceramic vase crashed loudly against the wall, breaking into several sharp pieces before falling to the floor. A lampshade and a bunch of ripped entertainment magazines promptly followed it, forming a mangled mess of broken things. The living room was in total disarray. It looked like a savage beast went wild and tore the entire place upside down. Furious shrieks and roars from the apartment frightened away the birds in the area and alarmed passers-by, making them think that a bad case of domestic violence was occurring. Some of them wanted to report it to the police, but their companions stopped them, saying that it was none of their business and it was better not to interfere with other households' private matters. Others with more creative imaginations, upon hearing the female shrieks, had images of depraved rituals running through their minds with lots of ropes, leathers, and whips. There were still a few responsible and concerned citizens, however, who still called the police to check what was happening. Inside the chaotic apartment, 3 girls looked like crazed, bloodthirsty hyenas. There is absolutely no way that we're going to apologize to that SL*T. Wan threw the TV remote next. Fortunately, it was in a rubber cover. Otherwise, it would share the same fate as the poor broken things on the floor. She turned red in anger, her chest heaving, as she picked up whatever stuff near her and threw them forcefully against the wall and the floor. She screamed and shrieked like an evil demon about to slaughter humanity. Mimi, yeah, leader's right. Who wants to apologize to that SL*T? Fei crossed her arms across her chest, her hands closed into tight fists until her fingers dug painfully onto her palms. She felt so furious that she was trembling. Their manager avoided the broken debris on the floor, waving a letter in the air and showing it to the 3 girls. You have no choice. The company issued you an order. Either you give an official apology to Iris Long, or you'll find your resources taken away. His words made the 3 girls even more enraged. Wan, what kind of manager are you? You didn't even say anything in our defense. Mimi, yeah, what kind of manager are you? Useless. Fei, you just let everyone bully us. Who's bullying who? The manager grumbled to himself. He took deep breaths, trying to contain his anger. The alarm girls were his biggest source of income after all. He just had to endure until he finds a better money tree than these 3 B***cheese. It was just his bad luck that he was assigned to manage such unreasonable B***cheese like them. He didn't feel like a manager at all, more like their servant and a punching bag with no human rights. He frequently had thoughts of quitting, but as someone with little guts, he tended to endure slights to his person rather than to stand up for himself. The girls weren't like this before. They were hardworking and sincere. Their innocent eyes lit up with dreams of success. It was only when they started competing against Iris Long that their personalities began warping into such ugly she-devils. As a result, he also blamed Iris Long a little for his misfortune. He knew that he was being unreasonable for feeling this way, but he just couldn't help it. After all, he was the one who had to suffer the 3 B***cheese abuse on a daily basis. Gritting his teeth, he forced the anger down. He hated these 3 B***cheese, but he also hated himself for putting up with them. However, he couldn't give them up. Losing them was akin to losing money. Of course, the alarm girls couldn't compare to the big stars, but they enjoyed decent popularity and were in a much better position than complete newbies. He would hold on to these 3 B***cheese and their skinny thighs until luck gives him a better and bigger thigh to hug someday. This is not the time to be stubborn. The company is serious this time. Both Bright Summit and Music Fest tonight lodged complaints to the company, he explained. If you still refuse to apologize, don't expect to be invited to the show again. It's just a simple apology. Just give it and be done with it. Wan, shut up. What's simple? Apology. Over my dead body. I will never give that B***tch the satisfaction of seeing us apologize to her. Mimi, yeah, I'd rather die than apologize to someone like her. Fei humph. The manager sighed. He knew that reasoning with the girls was pointless, But he had to go through the motions so the company couldn't fault him for not doing a proper job. He already warned and explained the consequences to them. He already did his job and was satisfied with himself. He walked over and placed the letter on the low table in front of the couch. Think about the consequences of going against the company orders. I hope that you'll be more clear-headed tomorrow. I'll take my leave now. Wanwan screamed when the manager closed the door behind him, leaving the three alone in the messy living room. She grabbed the letter and tore it angrily into many pieces. Iris Long, UB*TCH. This is all your fault. Sounds of crashing and shrieking echoed once again inside the apartment. Later, the police knocked on the door. The three girls gave them the ridiculous excuse of doing a late spring cleaning while practicing their vocal skills. The officer was doubtful, but since no one was hurt, he could only warn them before leaving while shaking his head. That was scary, Mimi said after the police left. Who called the police? Feifei asked. We're getting into all kinds of trouble because of that Iris. This is all her fault. Wanwan, of course, blamed everything on their mortal enemy, regardless of whether it made sense or not. Chapter 59, Sleepover, Gold Heights Condominium. It was just after 7 p.m. when Iris and Dom arrived at the building's underground parking area. After her guesting at DJ Song's radio show earlier that day, they headed to her magazine photo shoot and interview. It also went well, and they wrapped up earlier than expected. The private elevator stopped at the main lobby. Iris instructed Dom to meet and pick up Jin Liwei, who was already waiting outside. Dom was, of course, super excited when he heard that Jin Liwei would be staying over for dinner. Based on his reactions, it was as if he was the one having a clandestine meeting with his lover. When Iris saw Jin Liwei following after Dom and walking towards her, she didn't notice that her heart skipped a beat. She just vaguely assumed that she was too tired, so she couldn't breathe properly. Dom allowed Jin Liwei to enter the elevator first before stepping inside after him. When the door closed, his sparkling eyes took several not-so-secret glances at the couple beside him. Jin Liwei wore casual clothes. A simple black cotton long-sleeve shirt showed off his wide shoulders, lean-muscled chest, and trimmed waist. He completed the look with jeans and a pair of black sneakers. It was the first time that both Iris and Dom saw him out of his business suit. He looked younger than he usually appeared. In his arms, he carried a huge bouquet of yellow roses, which he handed to Iris. Thank you. Iris received the bouquet with a smile and smelled the roses. Give me my thank you kiss, he said. She hesitated, tilting her head to one side. She knew that in this country, kissing as a form of gratitude was not common, but some modern thinking and open-minded people did it. Many of them had experienced living abroad, especially in Western countries. As for her, it was normal for her to kiss her father and older brother in her previous life whenever she greeted or thanked them. What should she do then? Should she kiss him or not? Well, she and Jin Liwei already kissed before, so she stood on her tippy toes and pressed her lips quickly on his cheek. It was an innocent thank you kiss. But then his hand snaked around her waist, pulling her close to his side. Then he used his other hand to lift her chin and gave her a longer and hotter kiss on the mouth, nibbling and sucking on her lips. That's my you're welcome kiss. His voice was low and husky. Beside them, the ignored light bulb Dom was like a fish out of water, his mouth opening and closing as he stared at the couple. His hands were itching for his phone. He expended a huge amount of willpower not to take photos and videos of the hot scene being played live in front of him by his boss and future Sir Boss. Don't forget my hello kiss, Jin Liwei shamelessly demanded. Iris blinked a few times. Huh, he wanted more? She pursed her lips, turned her head, and ignored him. Don't be shy. It's just a hello kiss. Well, true. It was just a hello kiss. She still felt a little conflicted, but she didn't really mind kissing him that much. It felt good, and she liked things that felt good. She once again stood on her tippy toes and gave another quick peck on his cheek. Jin Liwei smiled widely and dove for another deep kiss, licking her lips before reluctantly releasing her. Huh, was this normal? She would kiss him on the cheek, and then he would kiss her on the mouth? She would search this up later. Perhaps she wasn't aware of some sort of custom or tradition. His kisses felt nice, to be honest. She leaned her head against his chest afterwards and felt a little dazed. His now familiar masculine scent was making her want to burrow closer in his embrace. This was nice. It was at this moment that she noticed the sports bag slung on his shoulder. What's this for? she asked, touching the bag. I'm sleeping over tonight. She opened her mouth, but then closed it again. A slight furrow formed between her brows, but it was kissed by the man who shamelessly invited himself for a sleepover at her home without informing her beforehand. Aye. Dom put his hands on his cheeks as he squealed like an excited fangirl watching a romantic TV series. Iris gave her assistant an annoyed look while Jin Liwei ignored him, focusing instead on hugging his baby girl's tiny waist. The elevator dinged and the door opened. They entered the penthouse and was greeted by Imei. Welcome back, young miss. Mr. Jin. The housekeeper hesitated for only a second. A trace of dismay appeared, but then quickly disappeared on her face when she saw the lusty brat clinging all over her young miss. We're back. Iris greeted the housekeeper. Hi, Grandma Imei. I'm so hungry. Is dinner ready? Dom immediately whined. Imei hit him on the head. What are you, a small child? Go wash your hands before you touch anything. Iris chuckled and handed the bouquet to the housekeeper. You know what to do. Imei nodded. Dinner will be served shortly. Please relax while waiting. All right. Iris nodded. Oh, have someone prepare a guest room for Mr. Jin. He's staying over for the night. No need. Jin Liwei quickly interjected and then looked at Iris. I'm sleeping with you in your room tonight. Dom squealed in delight while Imei clutched at her chest, almost dropping the huge bouquet of flowers. The housekeeper looked like she wanted to run to the kitchen to grab a butcher's knife and hack at the lusty brat. Okay, baby girl. Jin Liwei kissed her on the forehead. Iris thought for a few moments. Ever since last night when he made her experience her first orgasm in her 2 lives, her reservations and caution around him drastically fell. She felt pleasant in his presence, and he managed to make her feel good most of the time. He could be annoying, but she actually quite liked his kisses and his touches. But she still needed some time to get used to his touchy-feely behavior with her. He waited patiently for her decision. Okay, she finally agreed. Well, he already made her orgasm. She saw nothing wrong with sleeping in the same room with the man she was the most intimate with at the moment. She could always kick him out if he did something unforgivable to her. Besides, she was also curious about these new, unfamiliar sensations he was making her feel. Jin Liwei, of course, felt absolutely pleased with her answer and dipped his head to have another taste of his baby girl's sweet mouth. Chapter 60. Can't wait for dessert. Since dinner wasn't ready yet, Iris led Jin Liwei to her bedroom so that he could put his stuff there and she could change out of her dress and high heels into more comfortable clothes. Dom ran into the kitchen to beg the cook for an early taste of dinner, but had his thieving paws hit hard by a spatula. He had to grudgingly ease his hunger in the meantime with a banana instead. Imei, now recovered from her earlier shock and dismay due to the lusty brat's shamelessness, instructed a maid to put the yellow roses on a vase and place it later in the young Mrs. bedroom. When Jin Liwei saw his baby girl's bedroom, he was slightly taken aback. He thought that they entered the wrong room. Everything was in shades of black with accents of dark wood, charcoal, and silver. The furniture were big, bold, and structured. It looked even more masculine than his own bedroom back home. Some portions of the walls were artfully covered by irregular dark gray stone bricks, giving a rugged yet cool and mature feel to the room. In front of the big bed, there was an impressive wall-mounted waterfall fountain illuminated beautifully by dim golden lights. The sound of falling water was relaxing. The waterfall fountain was framed by more stone bricks and crawling golden pothose vines. On each side, there were big pots of bamboo palms. All over the room, there were different kinds of plants giving a refreshing and natural atmosphere. Sansevieria and peace lilies decorated the windows. On each side of the bed over the bedside tables sat potted jasmines. Pots of aloe vera and gardenias were placed on the shelves, alongside books, CDs, and other ornaments. There was a cacti terrarium beside the laptop computer on the study desk. Jin Liwei looked at the masculine bedroom and his delicately feminine baby girl. The extreme juxtaposition gave him a big hard-on. His breath hitched, and he had to close his eyes for a few moments to control himself. Opening his eyes, he caught sight of the 100 red roses he gave her last night on a vase by the corner. He smiled, feeling even more pleased when he saw the handwritten card in front of it. Put your bag wherever you want, Iris told him. Wait here. I'll just change my clothes. He dropped his sports bag on the floor beside the bed. He didn't wait like he was told, but instead followed his baby. girl to her walk-in closet. Iris hesitated, trying to decide whether to rebuke him or to let him be. In the end, she let him be. She was too tired to argue with him. She grabbed a simple white t-shirt and a cotton culottes pants. She reached behind her dress and struggled with the zipper. "Let me," Jin Liwei said, walking to her. She stood ramrod straight as he smoothly pulled down the zipper behind her. "Thanks," she gasped when his warm hands snaked around her bare waist inside the dress and pulled her back against his chest. "Liwei, wait." He pushed the dress off her shoulders and let it fall to her feet. He leaned down and rained wet kisses on her nape and shoulders. One hand stroked her tight abdomen, while his other hand roamed upwards and cupped a breast still covered by her bra. She moaned, leaning her head back and instinctively turning her face towards him. He dipped his head and captured her mouth, stabbing his tongue deep inside her sweetness. He turned her so that she faced him and lifted her up, wrapping her legs around his waist. Iris wrapped her arms around his neck and hesitantly kissed him back, exploring the insides of his hot mouth like a cautious yet curious kitten. His pleased groan made her excited. She let her instincts take over and surrendered completely to the kiss. They were so absorbed that they failed to hear the knock on the door. A scream shocked them out of their haze of pleasure. Iris turned her head and saw a red-faced maid with wide eyes stammering by the door to her walk-in closet. Sorry, why, young miss? I didn't mean to interrupt. Dinner's ready, so. Please continue." The poor maid was so embarrassed that she ran away so fast before Iris could even say anything. Iris felt like a bucket of ice-cold water was poured down on her. She immediately came out of her dazed state and blushed hard. She couldn't believe that her employee saw her in such an embarrassing situation, almost naked and wrapped like a koala around a man. "Liwei, they're calling us for dinner." Later, he murmured, diving in for another kiss, but his mouth was covered and pushed away. "Put me down." "No. Liwei, please." He sighed. "Fine, but give me one more kiss." She bit her lower lip but quickly gave him a peck on the lips. He reluctantly put her down and whispered close to her ear in a low, husky voice. "We'll continue later." She quickly escaped from his embrace, her cheeks and ears burning, as she hurriedly put on the t-shirt and culottes. "Let's go and eat dinner," she said, heading out before him, her eyes avoiding him. Yeah, can't wait for dessert." He licked his lips, his eyes locked on to her plump behind. Chapter 61, Stupid Computer. "Boss, oh please have mercy on me and hurry up. I'm starving. I'm gonna die if I wait one more second to eat." Dom immediately whined when Iris and Jin Liwei arrived at the dining table. Ime knocked on his head. "Behave." She turned to Iris and smiled. "Please have a seat, young miss." "Mr. Jin." Jin Liwei walked over and pulled a chair for his Sholon. "Thanks," she said as she sat down. He kissed her forehead before taking a seat beside her. "Ihia." Dom looked at them with sparkling eyes. He didn't know whether his drool was because of the lovebirds or the delicious food on the table. The dinner was Filipino-inspired once again, which explained Dom's impatience. The main dishes were chicken afritada, 1, lumpia, 2, and regular steamed jialan, 3, with oyster sauce for the vegetable dish. Dom wolfed down the food, and Iris had to remind him numerous times to chew before swallowing. It was the first time Iris and Jin Liwei tasted afritada, and they were very curious about it. Dom was more than happy to tell them about the dish in between shoving spoonful of food into his mouth. After the simple yet sumptuous meal, they were served with hot hibiscus tea. Jin Liwei gave his baby girl's assistant a steely look. Dom immediately understood and quickly excused himself and left the two alone at the dining table. Iris enjoyed her cup of tea in an unhurried manner. This nightly ritual calmed and relaxed her, slowly easing the tiredness from her body. Jin Liwei only drank half a cup of the tea. He sat quietly beside his Sholon, admiring her with intense eyes. Finally, she finished 2 cups and stood up. He stood up as well. Thanks to the tea, she was calm when she looked at him straight in the eyes. "Let's go." She started to walk, intending for him to follow her, but he took her hand and held it, clasping their hands together. She looked at their held hands and subconsciously smiled as they walked together. Inside the bedroom, "You can use the bathroom first. I'll go after you," she said and tried to pull her hand from him but failed. "Kiss me first." "You?" She sighed and hesitated before pulling him down by the shoulder with her other hand and pressing her lips to his cheek. Now go. N. He let her go, picked up his sports bag from the floor, and headed to the connecting bathroom. She watched until the bathroom door closed behind him. Her lips lifted into a soft smile. Then she walked to her study desk and turned on her laptop computer. Her smile brightened when she saw that the yellow roses were now sitting on a vase beside the red roses by the corner. She admired the flowers for a few moments before pulling all her attention to the laptop in front of her. When Jin Liwei came out of the bathroom, he saw his baby girl focused in front of her laptop. He rubbed his dripping hair with a towel as he walked to her. He had no shirt on, exposing his lean and well-defined muscles, only wearing plaid pajama pants hanging loosely around his hips. He stood behind her and looked at what she was doing. It looked like she was writing some sort of computer code. He didn't really understand the string of characters on the screen. What he found impressive, however, was the speed of her typing. Her wrists remained steady as her fingers flew in a blur over the keyboard, making no sound as they pressed the keys. He leaned down and kissed her cheek, but got no reaction from her. He kissed her again, but still no reaction. "What are you doing?" he asked. No answer. "I'm done showering. It's your turn." No answer. "Baby girl." MMN. She finally made a noise, but otherwise didn't acknowledge his presence. Displeased that he was being ignored, he pulled her up, but even when she was standing, her eyes and hands never left the laptop. He scooted over and sat on the swivel chair before pulling her down to sit on his lap. She never missed a bit, continuing to type nonstop. He wrapped his arms around her and leaned his chin on her shoulder. When his roving hands failed to elicit any reaction from her, he sulked. Was the stupid computer more interesting than him? He had the urge to grab the computer and toss it in the garbage. Sighing, he hugged her tighter and just watched her work so seriously. After a while, his sulking turned to curiosity and then to awe. Curiosity as to what kind of code she was writing, and awe at her superb typing skills and concentration. He noticed that as time passed, her fingers moved faster than his eyes could keep up. Finally, she stopped. She stretched her back, neck, and arms like a cat, massaging her hands. It seemed that she only now noticed that she was sitting on his lap. She twisted and looked at him in surprise. He scowled. "You like your computer more than me?" Without thinking, she nodded, but suddenly stopped when his expression turned ugly. Chapter 62. Amazed by her. Iris was a bit confused as to why Jin Liwei looked irritated. She tried to think of what she had done, but found that she couldn't remember anything from the moment she started coding. She didn't even notice when he came out of the shower and had no idea when she sat on his lap. Sorry. Indeed, she was. He was a guest in her home, but she failed to take care of him properly because she was too absorbed with her computer. Humph. Are you angry? She looked directly at his eyes. He softened and then sighed, realizing at how childish he was acting. No. He kissed her, nibbling on her lower lips. She sighed and closed her eyes, enjoying the light kiss. "What were you doing?" he asked, stroking her back. Software program." She nuzzled against his neck, inhaling his clean scent. She felt pleased when she smelled her own soap on his skin. "What kind?" "Just a little something easy to make and sell for some extra money." "Oh, how much are you going to sell it for?" Maybe about 100 grand. It depends on how much the buyer negotiates." His eyebrows rose. "How long did you work on it?" "Just now." "You mean you started working on it while I was in the shower and just finished it now?" She nodded. "What kind of software is this that you can make it in?" "Less than an hour and sell it for 100,000 RMB. She straightened and frowned at his words, feeling insulted. She lifted her chin with haughty pride. "Excuse me, it's 100,000 US dollars. This is already a bargain for something created by me." He looked at her and realized that she wasn't joking. He lifted his hand and stroked her cheek. "What kind of software is it?" Her eyes shifted around and she blinked repeatedly, avoiding his gaze. He caught her guilty look and was amused. Is it something illegal?" He chuckled when he felt her stiffen. I'm going to shower." She tried to stand, but his arms locked around her waist and held her tightly, not allowing her to leave. "Tell me, baby girl. Don't worry. I'm not going to judge you, and I won't tell anyone." He waited patiently as she thought for a couple of minutes. She bit her lips. "Well, it still should be within the legal boundaries in the country of the person I'm selling it to, so no, it shouldn't be illegal, I think." She looked at him and gave a tentative smile. He threw his head back and laughed. Huh. Why was he laughing? Iris was utterly confused. Was he mocking her? It didn't look like it. But why was he laughing so hard? She didn't understand. Oh, my dear Shilon, you're the best. He framed her small face in his hands and pulled her, giving her a loud, smacking kiss on the lips. Frowning, she pushed him away. What do you mean? Nothing. I'm just amazed by you. She blinked. He just complimented her, right? She smiled. So you have time to make software and sell it for 100 grand. When will you have time to work on some reports for me? I can pay more than $1 million per report. Just give me a price. It depends. Which languages can you proficiently read? Chinese, English, French, a little bit of Spanish and Japanese. She nodded. If the information are in these languages, I can create the reports more quickly because I won't have to translate. I took longer on the reports I sent you before because I had to translate from Russian to Chinese. As for the price, let's just stick to the 1 million renminbi per report, plus the miscellaneous fees accrued during the gathering of information. Wait, you know French, Spanish, and Japanese too? She nodded, grabbing a notepad and a pen from the desk before giving them to him. Write the names of the individuals or companies you want the reports about, and I'll work on them during my free time. He ignored the items she was handing him. How many languages do you know? She tilted her head to the side, thinking, I can't list all off the top of my head. Most of the major languages spoken in the international commercial world, I guess. I like learning languages, so I have varying proficiency in different ones. I'm most comfortable and fluent in European languages, though, as I personally find them easier to learn. He frowned. Then he asked in French, Do you understand what I'm saying? Of course. Stop joking around and write on this notepad. She replied in perfect French. How about now? Do you understand me? He switched to Spanish. She looked at him like he was an idiot before replying again in perfect Spanish. Yes. Are you going to write or not? I'll kiss you if you can understand what I'm saying now, he said in Japanese. I'll punch your face before you can kiss me. Why are you being so annoying? She grumbled in Japanese. His mouth fell open, looking at her in amazed disbelief. TSK, if you're not going to write, then don't. It's not like it's my responsibility to make those reports for you, she said in English, her British accent sounding so sexy to his ears that he instantly got a raging hard-on. Chapter 63, The Black Notebook. Of course Iris felt him harden beneath her as she was sitting on his lap. Let me shower, okay? Jin Liwei looked at her with dark, desire-filled eyes. Kiss me first. She quickly pecked him on the cheek and stood up. He reluctantly let her go and watched her run like a bunny to the bathroom. Placing his elbow on the desk, he plopped his head on his knuckle and thought deeply. Ever since he became closer to Long Xiaolan, he constantly felt that common sense shouldn't be used to understand her. He found that his earlier assumptions based on the dossier he ordered about her and her bad reputation were all completely wrong. He now knew that she was clearly intelligent and skillful to the point of being a genius. Yet why did it not reflect on her academic grades at school? If it wasn't for her father's influence, she wouldn't even graduate from senior high school. Was it a case of the typical misunderstood genius? He remembered reading from somewhere that some geniuses didn't do well in standardized educational systems because their minds worked beyond and differently from what society deemed as normal. He rubbed his chin and tapped the fingers of his other hand on his thigh. There were so many baffling mysteries surrounding his baby girl. Before the accident, she was known as a dumb, spoiled, wild party girl with a short temper, a fame-hungry starlet, and a tireless man-chaser. But now, he couldn't see any of these in her. What he was seeing with his own eyes was a beautiful and elegant young woman, a talented musician, an intelligent linguist, and a skilled computer expert. Was she hiding her real intelligence and talents before to the point that her reputation became severely damaged? For what reason? He was still confused, but decided not to dwell too much in these thoughts. So what if she pretended to be dumb before? Now he knew that she was actually a genius. What mattered was that he knew the real her now. He decided to disregard the inaccurate information on her dossier and the misleading bad rumors about her. He would only believe what he saw with his own eyes from now on, especially when it came to her. If he could, he would keep her all to himself, not letting others discover this amazing side of hers. But he also wanted to show off her amazing talents to the world and slap the faces of all the people who misjudged her. There were so many people who misjudged her, including himself, before getting to know her in person. And he intended to get to know more about her. She was his. He was going to make sure that his baby girl belonged completely to him. She was surprisingly naive when it came to the intimate relationships between men and women. It was completely contradictory to her promiscuous reputation. In fact, she could be dense to the point that innuendos were completely useless on her. Something that he thought was common sense seemed completely foreign to her. This was why he had to use the most straightforward method of seduction, which was to overwhelm her with constant intimacy, kissing and touching her whenever he could. Of course, all within the boundaries that she was comfortable with. He wanted her to feel good whenever he touched her. So far, it was working. He had always been a man of action. When he wanted something, he would do anything to get it. Now that he had found his woman after not feeling anything for the opposite sex since his birth, like hell he would let her escape from him. Long Xiaolan was his. His goal was to seduce her completely, marry her as soon as possible, and tie her to himself forever by impregnating her with his baby before she could even realize what was happening. By the time she realized everything, it would be too late because she would already be Mrs. Jin and the mother of his children. He hoped that by that time, their feelings for each other would be deep enough to guarantee a lifelong marriage. She would never be able to escape from him. Only then would he feel relaxed. At the moment, his heart-on already calmed down from all the thinking. He heard water still running in the bathroom. While waiting for his Xiaolan to finish showering, he remembered to write the names of the companies and individuals he wanted reports about on the notepad. He placed the notepad beside the laptop after writing. Then he noticed a black notebook on a corner of the desk. Curious, he opened it and took a look. There were 4 names written on the first page. The first one was Fan Luo. The other 3 names were Wan Wan, Fei Fei, and Mimi, which he didn't recognize. As for the first name, he frowned. Was this Fan Luo, his younger brother Chonglin's fiancée? Why would Xiaolan write Fan Luo's name? His baby girl already assured him that she didn't have feelings for his brother. Then why? What was this black notebook for anyway? What if? His heart thumped, suddenly feeling nervous. Anxious, he grabbed his phone and called his assistant. Are you certain that all traces leading to the real reason behind Xiaolan's accident were erased? On the other side of the line, Su Tian was baffled as to why his boss was asking this now at this time of the night. Yes, President. I'm sure. Check again. Su Tian paused before answering. Understood. Only then did Jin Liwei's nervousness ease a bit. Good. He was quiet for a few seconds before remembering something. Is everything prepared for my plan tomorrow? Yes, President. All right. He hung up. He looked at the first name on the black notebook again and then glanced at the bathroom, guilt flashing in his eyes. He was now starting to regret what he did, but he reasoned to himself that he didn't know Xiaolan before like he knew her now. And as the head of the Jin family, who was now considered by many as the most powerful family in the country's business world, he had a duty to protect his family's name and image. Any smear, no matter how small, was unforgivable. So he always thought that it was better to eliminate potential problems before they could occur. But the most important reason was to protect his mother's feelings. Ever since his father died, his mother worried about the brothers more than ever, especially when it came to Chonglin, who seemed to do whatever the hell he wanted without any care in the world. And their mother treated Fan Luo like a daughter that she never had. Before, he thought that he didn't care about anyone and anything, as long as his mother's feelings were protected. Now, however, he wanted to confess everything to Xiaolan, but was afraid that if he did it now, she would never let him near her. Again, he couldn't afford to destroy their current progress. He could sense that she was still hesitant when it came to him. He needed the security that she was completely his first and wouldn't leave him before he could reveal the truth to her. Jin Liwei looked at the black notebook again, feeling a vague sense of danger. However, he shook it off. It should be all right. No, it would be all right. Perhaps the one written on the notebook was not the same Fan Luo that he knew of. Assuring himself with this thought, he carefully put the black notebook back in its original place. Chapter 64. I'm Your Lover. Jin Liwei forcefully pushed away the guilt he was feeling and focused on his plans to make Xiaolan completely his instead. Tonight, he would make sure to imprint himself on her as deeply as possible so she would never dare think about other men besides him ever again. After a few more minutes, the bathroom door opened. His baby girl came out wearing a bathrobe and a towel twisted on top of her head. She looked flushed from the hot shower. Traces of white cream were on her face, and she gently smoothed it all over her skin with light fingers. She gave him a quick smile before heading to her walk-in closet. Of course, he wouldn't miss this opportunity. He stood up and followed after her. Iris opened a drawer and took out a small cotton panties. When she felt him behind her, she immediately felt wary. Liwei, can you wait outside while I put on clothes? I'll be quick, I promise. Don't mind me. Go ahead and put your clothes on. Her brows furrowed. What did he mean? He wanted to watch her? Are you feeling shy now? He teased. She scowled. So what if I'm feeling shy? Isn't it normal for me to feel shy in this kind of situation? What do you take me for? A shameless person who strips in front of strangers. It was his turn to scowl. What strip in front of strangers? You're not allowed to show your naked body in front of other people besides me. Huh? Wasn't this man missing the point by too much? And what did he just say? What do you mean by besides you? I'm not going to show my naked body to other people, much less to you. Who do you think you are? I'm your lover. She froze. Ah, what? She blinked a few times. The panties in her hand fell to the floor. She was still frozen when he bent down to pick the panties from the floor. Then he crouched down in front of her and stretched the elastic waistband of the panties, holding it before him. Here, baby girl. I'll help you wear it. His words snapped her out of her momentary daze. When she realized what he was trying to do, her cheeks and ears burned from embarrassment. She tried to snatch the panties from him, but he evaded her, holding it out of her reach. What are you doing? Give it back. I'll wear it myself. Be good. Stop fighting me. If you just let me help you, we won't need to waste this much time. Iris took a couple of deep breaths and looked at the ceiling. The man was exasperating. Liwei, please give it back. I'm not a small child. I can put it on myself. But the man completely ignored her and crouched down in front of her again, holding out her panties in ready-to-wear position. Come on, baby girl. No need to be shy in front of your lover. Who's your lover? When did we become lovers? Jin Liwei sighed in an exaggerated manner, shaking his head. What hurtful words, baby girl. You mean you don't consider me your lover when you have kissed me so many times already and even used my body to make you orgasm? Why was he making it sound like she was the one taking advantage of him? He waved the panties. Are you wearing this or not? If not, I'm fine with that too. I'll wear it, she hissed at him. Give it to me. No. She glared at him. What feeling was this? She felt so embarrassed and furious at the same time. This was the first time she felt so mortified in her 2 lives. After a few moments, she sighed, suddenly feeling tired. She didn't want to argue with him anymore. Fine. She gestured for him to hold the panties properly. She didn't even realize that all she needed to do was get another panties from the drawer and wear it herself. Smug of his victory, he immediately complied. She stepped into the panties, and he pulled them up her smooth legs from inside her bathrobe. He looked in anticipation at the slit in the robe for a glimpse of her treasure, but his chin was pushed up by her hand, forcing him to look up at her cold, beautiful face instead. He sighed inwardly. Fine, he couldn't see, but he could still feel. When the panties reached the desired area, he made sure to grope her thighs, hips, and squeeze her sexy butt. She slapped his bare chest, furious at his audacity. But when his shameless hands caused a hot pool of pleasure to form within her lower abdomen, she wrapped her arms around his waist instead and pressed herself against him. Baby girl, do you feel good? He asked in a low, husky voice. His hands continued to knead her bottom cheeks. She didn't realize that her hands had become infected by his shamelessness, traveling across his bare, muscled back before dipping low to his tight, and squeezing him as well. He gasped and then groaned, his rod instantly hardening. His eyes turned predatory. Chapter 65, Measuring Tape. Liwei, Iris moaned, her eyes drooping close, enjoying the sensations he was making her body feel. He lifted her up and made her wrap her legs around his waist. Her arms quickly hooked around his neck, too absorbed in her desire. She didn't notice that he was already carrying her out of the walk-in closet towards the bed. She inhaled his masculine scent, now overpowering the fragrance of her soap on his skin from his shower earlier. Moments later, she felt her back bounce on the soft bed. The towel on her head tumbled off, her wet hair splaying over the bedsheets. Then, she was immediately pressed down, his big and heavy body crushing on top of her. His kiss was deep, hot, wet, and urgent. She grasped his slightly damp hair with one hand while her other hand roamed all over his back. She responded to his kiss with passion, clumsy at first, but later managing to establish a sweet rhythm together with his tongue. His hands untied her bathrobe and opened it widely, revealing her beautiful, smooth, milky white skin underneath. Jin Liwei stopped what he was doing to sit back and admire her. "Beautiful," he whispered. She instinctively covered her bare chest, but he was quicker and stopped her. He pushed her hands away and then grabbed her breasts with each hand. Gasping, her eyes drooped closed and her back arched as he kneaded her. "Oh." He kissed her again, thoroughly exploring the insides of her hot, sweet mouth, while his hands continued kneading. Then he trailed wet kisses down her neck, chest and finally closed in on a breast. "Ah." She grabbed his head, breathing quickly and heavily. He gave her nipple a long lick before suckling her hard, like a hungry baby. His other hand played and pinched gently on the other nipple. He alternated between the two, making her toes curl. The hot ball of pleasure on her lower abdomen became tighter and tighter until she couldn't hold it in anymore. She cried out and shuddered as she climaxed. Jin Liwei moved up again, kissed her neck, and then whispered into her ear. "What's this? You came with just your breasts." She groaned, her eyes still tightly shut as she savored the last tremors of her spent pleasure which was gradually fading away. She didn't know what happened, but it felt amazing. "Baby girl, that's already two for you. It's time to pay me back for last night's orgasm." Her eyes flew open. She looked at his handsome face, filled with desire. "MMN. Are you sure?" She nodded. A promise was a promise after all. She owed him, so of course she would pay him back. "Good girl." He kissed her on the forehead. He sat up again and hooked his thumbs on the waistband of his pajama pants. "Ready?" he asked. She nodded, biting her lower lip. In one smooth move, he pulled his pajama pants down and his erection sprang free. Iris' eyes widened, her mouth opening, swiftly inhaling air. She stared at his erection standing strong and proud. Jin Liwei stroked himself slowly, his eyes dark with desire, while looking at her reaction. Wait here." She stood up and started climbing down the bed. He pulled her back by her bathrobe. "Where are you going?" "Wait here a bit. I'll be back. I'm just going to get something." He reluctantly let her go, still stroking himself, as he watched his Sholon run to the study desk, open a drawer, and rummage inside. She came back, carrying something small in her hand, and climbed back on the bed. "What's that?" Instead of answering, she unrolled the thing in her hand, and he finally saw what it was. A damn measuring tape. Seriously? Then she scooted closer to him, reached for his erection, and started measuring his length like it was the most natural thing to do in the world. "Jin Liwei, I should have measured you before you got hard for comparison." Next time, he heard her mutter under her breath. He was so taken aback that he was speechless. After measuring his length, she circled the tape around to measure his girth. Then she climbed down the bed again. "Where are you going again?" "Just wait. I need to search this up." She was already back at her study desk, tossed the measuring tape on top of it, and then grabbed her laptop. "Search what up?" he asked when she returned on the bed with her laptop. He pulled her to his side, as he continued to slowly stroke himself. Her weird actions were confusing, and he was already softening up a bit as a result. "I want to know how you compare to the average size of Chinese men, maybe also among other Asians." His jaw fell down. Was she serious? "You don't need to know that kind of stuff. But I want to know. It's going to bother me if I don't search this up." He gritted his teeth. "Baby, it's enough for you to know that I'm bigger than the average." She gave him a side eye, clearly doubtful. "How do you know? How many erect pin *ses have you seen to make that kind of statement?" Chapter 66. Give me your hand. Jin Liwei closed his eyes, trying to rein in his exasperation. "Fine," he hissed through his teeth. "Search to your heart's content. But can you hurry up? You're killing me here, baby." He focused on stroking himself, trying hard to maintain his erection. "Sorry." Iris bit her lower lip, feeling a bit guilty. But her curiosity must be satisfied as soon as possible or she wouldn't be at peace. "I'll be quick, I promise. And then I'll pay you back, okay?" He just nodded. Her fingers flew over the keyboard. Indeed, she was quick as promised. Within a minute, she found the information she was looking for. "Oh, you're right. You're bigger than average. But only among East Asians." She mumbled a few sets of numbers. Pleased, he smiled smugly. Told you so. You done? Yes. Good. He grabbed the damn laptop, closed it, and placed it on the bedside table. Now it's payback time. She stiffened, beginning to feel nervous. But she steeled herself. Okay. Take off your robe, he ordered. She hesitated but still obeyed, removing it from her body and then tossing it on the floor. Distracted, he bent down and caught one breast in his mouth, making her moan. After a few moments, he lifted his head and kissed her mouth before he straightened. Sit in front of me. Good. Now watch. He stroked himself from bottom to top and then back down again over and over. She swallowed but watched his actions intently. Your turn, he whispered. Give me your hand. When her fingers closed around him, her hand shook and she almost let go, but his hand closed on top of hers, preventing her from escaping. Then he began to guide her on how to pleasure him. He gasped and closed his eyes, groaning and even moving his hips a bit in time with her strokes. She was surprised at how hot, smooth, and hard he felt in her hand. He grabbed her head and kissed her passionately like a thirsty man gulping water after days of being parched. She moaned. Don't stop, he growled. Tighter, baby. Yes. Like that. Her eyes widened, and she looked at him in surprise. It got harder. How hard can you get? He was breathing heavily. I don't know, baby. We'll find out together. Oh, maybe this could be a potential experiment subject, measuring how hard he could get depending on which actions she performed on him. She would have to think more about this. Faster, baby. Okay. Finally, he stiffened and then groaned loudly, spraying all over the two of them and on the bed sheets. Oh. She froze and stared at his mess, not knowing what to do. He pulled her to his chest, kissing her sloppily on the mouth as he continued to groan. She felt weird, feeling the warm and sticky fluid spreading and rubbing between their bare chests and abdomens. When he calmed down, he stroked her back and kissed her forehead, sighing in satisfaction. Iris slowly straightened up and looked down at the white mess on their bodies. So this is what Sim***** is like, she murmured. And I have more if you want. They're all yours. Kay. She didn't really hear him. She was more interested in feeling the texture of his Sim****, wondering about its properties. She was thinking of buying a microscope so she could investigate. She read from various textbooks before that Sim**** differed depending on the individual. She also read that it could change in texture and taste depending on the diet. Her eyes lit up. Perhaps she could make him eat something different each week, and then, wait, how would she know what it would taste like? Would she have to know way? But she was very curious. She would have to brainstorm about whether this experiment was feasible for them or not. He thought that she was agreeing with him that all his sperm cells now belonged to her, and that only his sperm cells could combine with her egg cells to make babies in the future. He couldn't help but smile widely. Finally done with her thoughts, she saw the damp towel that fell off her head from earlier by the corner of the bed. She took it and began wiping herself. After cleaning herself, she wiped Jin Liwei as well. Next was the mess on the dark bed sheets, but the stains wouldn't come out. She sighed. Come here, baby, he called to her after she was done. He first removed his pants and boxers and threw them to the floor. He was now completely naked. Then he pulled her in his arms, and they laid down together. He covered both of them with the duvet. She looked up at his satisfied face. Did you feel good? Yes. Very much. He kissed her forehead. Oh, that's good. I've paid you back now. I don't owe you anything anymore. Baby girl. Are you wet? She stiffened. Tell me. She hid her face against his chest. Come on, baby. Don't be shy. Yes. Yes what? Yes, I'm wet. He inhaled sharply and felt himself harden again. I want to touch you. No. She started to panic for a bit. I'm not ready. He lifted her chin so that she was looking up at him. Don't worry. I'm not going to enter you. Not yet. I'll just touch tonight, okay? I'll make you feel good. He waited patiently for about a couple of minutes for her to think it over. Let's just try, okay? If you don't like it, just tell me to stop, and I'll stop. How about that? She spent another minute in silence, thinking. He stroked her head while waiting for her decision. Okay, she finally said. Let's try. She actually felt curious. Good girl. He sat up while she remained lying on her back. He pushed the duvet off of them. He reached for her panties. Wait. It's all right, baby. Just relax. Okay. She hesitated for a few seconds before agreeing. Raising her hips slightly, She allowed him to remove her panties. Open up, baby girl. Liwei, don't be shy. You already saw my everything. Fine. When she loosened her closed legs, he immediately pounced and spread her thighs wide apart, before placing himself between them. He inhaled sharply when he finally saw her. He reached down and ran his fingers over her wet slit, making her whimper. So beautiful. He sucked his fingers, tasting her. His erection twitched, hardening even more. He touched her again, rubbing her soft and wet folds, enjoying the sound of her gasps and moans. His fingers still pleasuring her, he bent down over her and captured her mouth, swallowing her cries. Then he stabbed a long finger inside her. Ow! The sharp pain dragged her harshly out of her haze of pleasure. She pushed him hard off her. Chapter 67. We're all human beings. Happy with his discovery, Jin Liwei ignored his baby girl's bared teeth and claws as he crushed her with a tight hug, nuzzling against her hair. Iris bit his shoulder. Jin Liwei. He still looked pleased, kissing her on the forehead. He still couldn't stop himself from grinning while her angry eyes shot daggers at him. Feeling the proof inside her that she never had any man before him, he mentally beat his chest and howled with joy. You're a virgin, he stated, delighted. Don't be stupid. I read somewhere that a hymen is not a definite proof of virginity. He frowned. You don't believe me? Let me search it up and I'll show you. She tried to push him off again and moved to reach her laptop on the bedside table. However, he didn't let her. Are you a virgin or not? She glared at him. I am. But even if I wasn't, so what? Are you one of those backward men who look down on females who aren't virgins? No, of course not. I like you just the way you are. I'm just happy to know that I'll be your first. And I intend to be your last, he thought to himself. Can't I be happy? He continued. She pursed her lips. I'm sorry, baby. She wavered. He rained light kisses on her face. She wavered even more. I didn't mean to offend you. I'm just so happy. I still want to touch you. I won't go too deep this time, okay? She was about to reject him, but his shameless hands already started kneading her breasts again, making her feel so good that she forgave him. Well, the man knew how to make her feel good, and he already apologized, but she would really show him next time who he was dealing with. He better not piss her off, or else. Seeing her lost in pleasure, his hand reached down once again and rubbed her folds, making her even wetter and her moans louder. He trailed kisses on her face, down her neck, chest, each of her breasts, abdomen, down her hips, and then her inner thighs. When his face reached her hot core, he inhaled her musky scent, and his hot rod dripped a little. Then he started eating her, giving a long lick over her entire slit before sucking her hard. Liwei, what are you doing? She tried getting up, but his arms circled around her thighs, holding her in place. His tongue entered her as he continued sucking, making her tremble. She whimpered and moaned, her hands subconsciously reaching for her own breasts and squeezing her mounds, as her body bowed in intense pleasure. She was unaware that her hips started rocking on his face. Tears flowed down her eyes, as her cries became louder and louder. She grabbed on his hair, pushing his face harder against her, as she stiffened and shuddered. Liwei. Oh, Liwei. He swallowed her release, intensifying it with the rubbing of his fingers as he continued to suck hard on her. He only stopped when he felt her slacken. He pushed himself up over her and kissed her mouth, letting her have a taste of her own juices. She moaned, kissing him with all her might. She wrapped her arms around his neck and pulled her down on top of her so that she could feel his weight. Her legs wrapped around his waist. More. She murmured at his ear in such a sexy voice that it almost made him come in that instant. Fortunately, he was able to control himself in time. His eyes darkened with an even stronger desire. His lips lifted into a predatory smile at her request. His Sholon was turning out to be a wildcat in bed. Anything for my baby. They began another round of pleasuring each other. He, with his mouth and fingers, and she, with her hands. Afterwards, she was shuddering again in pleasure as he pumped his release all over her chest and stomach. When he finished, he bent down and kissed her with an open mouth, tangling their tongues together, before sucking on her lower lip. She sighed and smiled in satisfaction, and then stretched her flexible body like a lazy cat. Jin Liwei chuckled. He straightened and grabbed the used towel to wipe themselves again. Poor towel. Then he laid down beside her and pulled her into his embrace. Under the duvet, embracing each other, they were both feeling nice, warm, comfy, and very, very, very satisfied. Baby girl. When will you let me enter you? She looked up at his face. They stared at each other. He waited patiently for her answer. I don't mind the idea now as much as before. She was curious whether it would feel better than what they were doing now. Then, his eyes brightened. But you'll need to get tested for STDs first. When you have shown me proof that you don't have any STD, then maybe I'll allow you to do it with me all the way. We'll see. Okay. In her previous life, she overheard her father and older brother discussing that any potential candidate to be her husband was required to be screened for sexually transmitted diseases, in addition to other strict and high criteria which she had no idea about. After eavesdropping to their conversation, she immediately searched up STDs and was scared silly. She agreed with her father and brother about the screening. He scowled. I don't have STD. But I don't know that. Baby, trust me. I don't have STD. I've never had sex with anybody before, so I'm 100% sure that I'm clean. She pushed herself up and looked at him, doubt in her eyes. Don't tell me you're a virgin. Yes, I'm a virgin, he snarled. She was shocked. What? How old are you? 30. 31. You're 31 and you're still a virgin? He glared at her. Wait, you're serious? Really? She stared at him like he was an exotic animal. How is this possible? Stop it, Xiaolon. But Liwei, I just find this hard to believe. Are you playing with me? He turned serious. I'm not playing with you. Never. I'm serious. You're the first woman, the only woman, to give me a hard-on. I want us to be each other's first, Xiaolon. That's why I was so happy to learn earlier that you're also a virgin. Oh, her heart skipped a beat when she heard his serious words. She felt touched and decided to believe his sincerity. But wait, did he say that she was the first woman to give him a hard-on? Did that mean that his previous hard-ons were caused by men? Oh. She looked at him deep in the eyes and took a deep breath. She patted his arm before saying in a gentle voice, It's okay. I accept you for who you are. Male, female. What's the difference? We're all human beings in the end. Huh? What was she talking about? He frowned, confused at her words. Then his eyes blanked out when he heard her next words. I don't care about your original sexual preference. So what if you liked men before? Don't worry. I won't judge you. Chapter 68. To hell with the schedule. What are you talking about? Jin Liwei roared. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. I'm not gay. Iris gave him an understanding smile. No need to be ashamed. I told you that I'm okay with it. He closed his eyes and took deep breaths with gritted teeth, fighting the urge to explode and embarrass himself in front of her. He opened his eyes and looked at her seriously. Baby girl, I'm not gay. Oh, then do you mean you never had an erection before this? I have, but they're not caused by anyone. For physiological reasons, males would often wake up with an erection. Oh, it's only when I met you that I had to suffer from constant hard-ons whether I'm awake or asleep. You're constantly on my mind, and I have to relieve myself while thinking of you. Baby, I have to touch myself every night because of you. It's making me crazy. Oh, now do you believe me? She tilted her head. So you've never been sexually attracted to anyone before? No, not until I met you. I don't like getting close to other people. They're so annoying. It's only you, Xiaolon. Only you. But how are you so knowledgeable and skilled in kissing and touching me? Lots of research, and I practiced a lot in my head. I want to make you feel good, to make both us feel good. Besides, you only think I'm skilled because I'm your only experience. Yeah, so everything is for you. Oh, okay. She couldn't resist his sincere expression. She leaned down and kissed his lips. The gentle kiss turned fiery after just a couple of seconds. He pushed her down and climbed on top of her, beginning another session of lovemaking without going all the way. And another session, yet another session. The next morning, 7 a.m. Iris woke up first. Although they both slept very late last night, her body was conditioned to rise early during Sundays. She tried to move, but found that she couldn't. Jin Liwei's limbs were all coiled around her body in a vice grip. What am I? His body pillow. She struggled, pushing him, trying to loosen his tight embrace around her, but to no avail. She felt hot, sweaty, and uncomfortable. Liwei, wake up. I need to pee. She patted his face. A grunt, and then nothing. Liwei, please. I can't hold it anymore. His eyes fluttered open. Morning, Beautiful. She was already smiling at his greeting before she could even think about it. Good morning. Then he climbed on top of her. Liwei, I need to pee. Later. Please, oh. I don't think I can hold it in anymore. 5 minutes later. Holy. She didn't know that having a full bladder would make it more intense. Thank goodness for her strong pelvic muscles, or she would have peed right there on the bed. After Jin Liwei made another mess all over them and the bed sheets, she hurriedly jumped off the bed and ran to the bathroom. She stepped under the hot shower, rinsing her body, after answering nature's call. The bathroom door opened, then a toilet flush. Soon after, Jin Liwei joined her in the shower. As expected, they couldn't keep their hands off each other, and so began the second round of the day. He wanted to go. Another round, but she had to firmly stop him. Liwei, we have a schedule this morning. The entire household works out every Sunday. The instructor will be coming in about an hour. We need to hurry. He sighed, a bit disappointed, but not too much. His little brother down below felt extremely satisfied. So who was he to complain? Did you bring workout clothes? She asked him when they entered her walk-in closet. Yeah. Good. She quickly changed into a racerback tank top and yoga pants. The workout clothes fitted so well that her hourglass figure was exposed for everyone to see. Seeing her sexy body, he almost lost control again. He also changed into a pair of black jogger pants and simple jersey t-shirt. Iris stood in front of her vanity mirror, sighing, as she looked at all the hickeys covering her body. She grabbed a tube of concealer and started covering them up. Liwei, can you not put so many kiss marks on me next time? There's such a hassle to cover up. But I like seeing them on you. She turned and glared at him. He walked towards her and hugged her from behind. He kissed her hair. Fine. I'll only mark you on hidden places next time. She sighed. Well, at least he compromised. Here. You can mark me too, if you want. It's only fair, he said, pulling the neckline of his shirt. Giggling, she turned around and sucked and nibbled all over his neck and chest. He groaned and pushed her against the wall, kissing her hungrily. Wait. Liwei, we have a schedule. To hell with the schedule. And so there went the third round of the day. Iris glared at him afterwards because she had to change her stained clothes while he remained clean. The man just had to shoot it out all over her. Chapter 69. Delicious. Finally, Iris and Jin Liwei walked out of the bedroom holding hands. They headed into the kitchen where all the noise was coming from. People in colorful workout attires were chatting and laughing around the big granite kitchen island. They were eating in assortments of cereal, oatmeal, toasted bread, and fruits. Someone was making protein shakes with a blender, pouring them into tumblers and distributing them to everyone. Dom, chewing on a banana, was the first one to notice the two of them. Boss. Sir Boss. You're here. Good morning. Ehehe. His eyes immediately sparkled when he saw their held hands. Everyone turned to their direction and greeted them. Good morning, young miss, sir. Good morning, everyone. Iris smiled at them. Jin Liwei nodded, his cold face showing no expression. Young miss, Mr. Jin, please sit down and eat something before the workout. Ime called out to them, quickly recovering from her dismay upon seeing the lusty brat holding her young miss's hand. They took a seat beside each other. A blushing maid who avoided meeting their eyes quietly handed them 2 tumblers of protein shakes. She was the unfortunate one who caught them kissing inside the walk-in closet last night. The poor girl had big, dark bags under her eyes because she couldn't sleep after seeing her young miss doing that kind of shy things with a big, handsome, but scary man. She was terrified that the young miss would fire her because she saw them. Iris had no idea that her maid was worrying herself almost to death about what she witnessed them doing last night. She only saw the maid's embarrassed expression. Her eyes twitched and fought against the blush creeping up her own face. She turned to Jin Liwei instead and asked, "What would you like to eat?" Oatmeal. Maybe some toast as well. Okay. She looked at the cook. You heard him. And just a bowl of cereal for me, please. The cook smiled. Coming right up, young Mississippi. Everyone ate and chatted at the same time. The atmosphere was very casual and pleasant. It was the first time Jin Liwei experienced something like this where the master, or in this case, the mistress of the household and the servants were interacting so comfortably with each other almost on equal terms. What's all this? What's happening? He asked Iris. She licked her lips after drinking her protein shake. We have Zumba class every Sunday morning. Zumba? Yes. Originally, I wanted a regular workout regimen to condition and strengthen myself, especially after my physio and rehab. However, for the life of me, I can't bring myself to slave away hours using those boring gym machines. I also find working out by myself boring. Although I'm alright with doing yoga alone. Dom recommended exercising in a class setting, so I hired instructors to come here and forced everyone to work out with me. Unfortunately, these people can only keep up during Zumba. You should have seen them when they tried the other classes for the first time. They look like zombies. So it's usually only Dom and me doing the other classes after they gave up. Hi, young Mississippi. How can you expect old people like us to keep up with you young people? The cook interjected as she pointed at herself and Ime. Don't point at me. Who are you calling old, huh? You're the old one. Ime scowled at the cook. Everyone laughed. Other classes? What else do you do? Jin Liwei asked Iris again. Sunday is Zumba day. Mondays and Tuesdays, Dom and I do Systema for self-defense. Wednesdays, hip-hop. Thursdays, Latin dance. I like dancing because I don't feel like I'm exercising. Fridays, yoga. Saturdays, I do whatever I want. But now that I'm getting busier, the current scheduling might change. I might even have to cut some classes. We'll see. Systema? The Russian martial arts. Oh, you know it. Yeah. A friend of mine practices it. Who's your instructor? There's not a lot of people who practice Systema in the country compared to other martial arts. UMO? A surprised expression showed in his eyes. He's my friend. Really? What a coincidence. Yeah. Then his eyes turned cold. He would make a call to UMO later and warn the man not to get too close to his baby girl. Tell me if he ever tries to hit on you. Even if he's my friend, I'll break his legs. No. UMO is a professional. He won't hit on me. He better not, he muttered. Or else. And if he ever does, I'll just fire him. Then I'll break his legs. She chuckled. His eyes darkened hearing her lovely laughter. Before he could even think, he swooped down and kissed her hard in front of everyone. Dom, of course, squealed like a fangirl, milk and cereal spluttering out of his mouth due to his overexcitement. The others froze and quickly shifted their eyes away, looking at other directions and pretending that they didn't see anything. Ime squeezed a banana so hard that it... Ouch. Delicious. Jin Liwei licked Iris' lips before straightening up and then smiled at her smugly. Chapter 70. Girlfriend. Iris' face burned in embarrassment, especially in front of her own employees. She forced herself to calm down. She would not lose control in front of her own people. Besides, it was only a kiss, she reasoned to herself. Yes, it was only a kiss. No need to feel embarrassed. She nodded. Jin Liwei looked in amusement at his baby girl's myriad facial reactions before returning to her cool and calm expression. What are your plans for today? Anything else you need to do after this Zumba class? He asked her. She tilted her head to the side. No, I was supposed to have work scheduled for today, but my manager moved it tomorrow instead. Good. How about you? Do you have plans for today? Yeah. I'm taking my girlfriend out on a date. Girlfriend? Her vision turned red and her hands closed into tight fists. With flashing eyes, she hissed at him. What did you say? Confused at her sudden fury, he asked warily. What's wrong? She totally lost her usual composure. She was so angry that she found it hard to breathe. Never in her 2 lives had she lost her temper like this. She grabbed his collar and bared her teeth at him. You say I'm your lover, and you did all those things to me. And now you're saying you have a girlfriend? You bastard. What do you take me for? Your F***ck buddy. Dom gasped, eyes and mouth wide open in shock. Ime clutched at her chest and almost stumbled back, but caught herself. The cook supported her. The 2 older women shot murderous looks at Jin Liwei. The others backed away, staying as quiet as possible, not even daring to breathe too much. Jin Liwei was taken aback, aghast at her words. What are you saying? Get out. I don't want to see you ever again. Iris roughly pushed her chair back and jumped off angrily, intending to leave, but he caught her and wrapped his arms around her. Baby girl, calm down. Let me explain, okay? He tightened his arms. Explain what? Let go, you bastard. Don't touch me. Her emotions were all over the place. She felt so furious that tears threatened to fall from her eyes. These negative emotions frightened her. What was happening to her? Listen to me, baby. You're misunderstanding me. What misunderstanding? Go back to your girlfriend. You're not welcome here anymore. Jin Liwei couldn't hold it in anymore. He laughed loudly. Why are you laughing? She became even more enraged. She wanted to claw his face off. Sorry, baby. He struggled, trying to stop laughing. I just find it so funny that you're being jealous of yourself. She stopped. What? When I said girlfriend, of course I was referring to you. Who else? Wait, what? I'm your girlfriend. He let her go when she finally stopped struggling. She turned around to look at him with a confused expression. Yes, he replied, amused. Oh, he chuckled. Phew. Thank you, Lord. Dom exclaimed, patting his chest with a relieved expression. His heart almost stopped. Oh, how scary. Then his eyes sparkled brightly. So much drama. His boss and Sir Boss love story was even better than those romance TV series he often watched. The others looked relieved as well, except for Imei. The housekeeper had a complicated expression on her face. She looked like she wanted to bash Jin Liwei on the head for taking advantage of her young miss. Wait. Iris frowned. When did I become your girlfriend? I didn't know that I'm your girlfriend. Baby girl, you just said it yourself. We're lovers, and we already did all those things together. If you're not my girlfriend, then what are you? But you didn't ask me. Don't just decide by yourself. How would I know if you don't tell me? I thought that it's already understood between us without words. Well, Jin Liwei, I'm sorry to tell you, but I'm not psychic. I can't read minds. You have to tell me this kind of things. And tell me, when did you decide that I'm your girlfriend? Last night. He scowled at her. The first time I came here. We kissed that day, didn't we? I don't go around kissing people just like that. I kissed you, so you're my girlfriend. I touched you, so you're my girlfriend. I sleep with you, so you're my girlfriend. He wanted to add, you're my future wife, but managed to stop himself. He didn't want her running for the hills. That long ago? The damn man already decided that they were boyfriend and girlfriend back then? She didn't even like him that time. In fact, what she felt for him then almost bordered on hatred, especially with her bad impression of him from their first meeting at the hotel lobby. But he thought that they were lovers? What the this man? Wasn't he a little too much? She took several deep breaths to calm herself. Liwei, you should have asked me first if I'm willing to be your girlfriend. Just deciding for yourself is a total disregard and disrespect to my own choice. I understand. He took her face in his hands and looked deeply and seriously at her eyes. Long Xiaolon, are you willing to be my girlfriend? Aye. Dom and even two of the young maids squealed. Her heart raced inside her chest, threatening to jump out. They already did things together, and she was starting to like him. Excitement pulsed within her. Yes. She took another deep breath. Yes, Jin Liwei. I'm willing to be your girlfriend. Are you willing to take me, Jin Liwei, as your boyfriend? She smiled. Yes, I, Long Xiaolon, willingly take you, Jin Liwei, as my boyfriend. He kissed her hard, roughly smashing his open mouth against her sweet lips. She closed her eyes and moaned, wrapping her arms around his waist. They were both gasping when their mouths separated. They were too preoccupied with each other that they had forgotten there were other people in the kitchen with them. Dom and the two maids were making a ruckus, cheering and squealing at the romantic scene playing in front of them. Baby girl, you're not allowed to take your words back. It was official. Even his baby girl wouldn't be able to deny their relationship now. And like hell he would allow her to deny it. Congratulations, boss and Sir Boss. Dom exclaimed, clapping and jumping around enthusiastically. Pictures. We have to take pictures of this important moment. Good idea. Jin Liwei fished out his own phone from the pocket of his jogger pants. He unlocked it before tossing it to the excited assistant. Then his arm snaked around his Xiaolon's tiny waist and posed with her. Dom squealed as he took pictures of the gorgeous pair of lovebirds from different angles. Yes. Turn this way a little. Perfect. Smile a little, Sir Boss. Even for just a tiny bit. Oh, okay. Never mind. You're still handsome, anyway. Oh yes. Kiss each other. I have to take a photo of you kissing. Iris chuckled. No. That's enough. Jin Liwei leaned down and kissed his baby girl hard, pressing her so far that she bent her back at over a 90-degree angle. Oh, he didn't know that his baby girl was so bendy. His eyes turned wicked, formulating devious plans in his evil mind on how to make use of his girlfriend's flexibility. He smirked. Aye. Dom and his fellow fangirls squealed so hard that it hurt the ears of the people around them. He continued snapping photos like the paparazzi. They were interrupted by the sound of the ringing intercom. Imei hurried to answer it. Jin Liwei retrieved his phone from the grinning assistant. He viewed all the photos, a satisfied expression on his face. Iris leaned from the side and peeked at the photos as well. He kissed her forehead. I'll send copies to your phone. Okay. Moments later, Ime returned with a flamboyant-looking, tan muscle man in pink skin-tight pants and a matching tank top with plunging neckline. His wavy hair was held back by a bright neon yellow headband. Hello, 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 he greeted with high energy. Good morning to you. Good morning to me. Good morning to everybody. Are you all ready to Zumba your way to sexy booties today? Yes. Iris employees shouted with gusto. Hello, Miss Xiaolon. The energetic Zumba instructor smiled widely at Iris. Then his eyes widened with interest upon seeing the tall, gorgeous man hugging her. Oh, hello, Mr. Gorgeous. Jin Liwei gave him a quick nod, his expression cold and indifferent. This is the first time I've seen you here, handsome. I'll do my best to make sure that today will be extra fun for you. He winked at him. Iris felt Jin Liwei stiffen. She wrapped her arms around his waist and gave a warning look to the Zumba instructor. He's mine. Jin Liwei looked down at his baby girl, feeling extremely pleased. Heard that. She just claimed him. Not to mention that she went crazy with jealousy earlier because she mistakenly thought that he cheated on her with another woman. Today was such a great day, and it just started. He was looking forward to spending the rest of the day with his girlfriend. The instructor wasn't offended at all by his client's warning, even laughing merrily. Oh, Miss Xiaolon. I know. Please don't worry. I'm just admiring such a beautiful couple like you two. Shall we start the class? Everyone headed to the home gym, which was more of a dance studio, because there was a lot of space and entire walls of mirrors. It only had 3 machines, treadmill, exercise bike, rowing machine, and a rack of weights inside. The Zumba instructor stood at the very front facing them. Dom, Iris, and Jin Liwei positioned themselves in the first row while the others were behind them. Ime and the cook were at the very back, so that they could follow the young people's movements in front of them. They started with a couple of not-so-fast songs to warm their bodies up. After that, the instructor went into overdrive, shouting instructions while dancing energetically. 1, 2, 3, shimmy. Shimmy, and then shake. Pump, shake, pump. Shake those booties. Harder. As hard as you can. Imagine shaking the fats and sweat out of your bodies. Let me hear you. Ho, ho. Everyone shouted while shaking their booties. Jin Liwei looked up at the ceiling with a blank expression, wondering what in the 18 hell's tarnation was he doing jumping around and gyrating his hips to the beat of booming dance music. He turned his head to the side when he heard his girlfriend's giggles. Great moves, Mr. Jin, she teased. Her eyes bright and her smile mischievous. Not as great as yours. He subconsciously licked his lips with dark eyes as he watched his Xiaolon's sexy body pumping perfectly in time with the beat of the music. He sighed inwardly. If there weren't other people present at the moment, he would have already pushed her down to the floor and showed her just how great his moves really were. Halfway through, both Ime and the cook gradually slowed down. Everyone was sweating heavily. They had short but frequent water breaks. Jin Liwei shared Iris' water bottle, refusing to even acknowledge the bottle intended for him. Finally, the Zumba class ended. They were all out of breath and drenched in sweat, but every single one had happy smiles on their faces. Well, except for Jin Liwei, who had his usual indifferent expression, but those with sharp eyes would notice that his eyes looked bright. Done? He asked his baby girl. Yes. Good. Then he crouched down, caught her by the thighs and lifted her over his shoulder before striding like a king out the door. Liwei, what are you doing? Put me down. She was momentarily disoriented at suddenly having her view turned upside down. Plus, she was still breathless from the intense Zumba workout. He slapped her butt and then groped it. Time to shower, baby. Seeing another exciting scene, Dom and his fellow fangirls with the addition of the energetic Zumba instructor all squealed in delight. Their imaginations were already overheating from thinking of what the lovebirds would be doing next. Eehee. Of course, what else would they be doing? That's so hot. The Zumba instructor sighed as he watched the lovebirds disappear from view. Eehee. I know, right? Dom shook his booty, a big grin on his face. They high-fived at each other, waggling their eyebrows meaningfully. Ime scowled, itching to throw her sweaty shoe at the lusty brat. Jin Liwei carried Iris back to the bedroom and then headed straight to the bathroom. As soon as he put her down on her feet, they kissed each other hungrily. They hurriedly stripped each other's sweaty clothes before stepping under the shower. 2 rounds later, he was groaning while she was shuddering. The water raining down on them washed his white release immediately down the drain. Iris had enough and wanted to take a real shower, so she grabbed the soap and started washing herself. "Do me too, baby," he demanded. She gave him a side eye but still complied. The lazy man just stood there like a king while she did all the work and lathered the soap all over his body. Then she noticed something standing up once again, ready for another round of action. She stopped. "Liwei again? Seriously?" He had already grabbed her hand and placed it around his length. He leaned down and licked her ear, whispering, "One more time." "Okay, baby girl." "No, you do it yourself. I want a shower. Please. I need you." She sighed. "Fine." 5 minutes later. "Liwei, I'm tired. Hurry up and shoot it out. Just continue rubbing. I'm almost there. Why are you taking so long? Just rub, baby. The faster you rub, the faster I'll finish." Iris was starting to have second thoughts about entering a relationship with him. If she only knew that it would be such a responsibility and so much hard work keeping up with the man's desire and stamina, she wouldn't have agreed to be his girlfriend so easily. Sighing, she tightened her hold on him and rubbed him faster as he requested. Finally, he stiffened and groaned, shooting another white mess all over her before being washed away by the water. He kissed her mouth clumsily. She opened up her mouth, accepting him. She inwardly sighed at herself. She had no idea that she could be so attracted to a man and so quickly that she would find it so difficult to deny him. Before she even realized it, Jin Liwei had already become an important person to her in this life. In fact, thinking about it more carefully, he was actually the closest person to her at the moment physically, and maybe even emotionally. Was this what having a lover felt like? She was still unsure about him because they had only known each other for such a short period of time, but her attraction to him was real. She felt alive with him. She decided to just enjoy their relationship and see where it would take her. Whether it would last or not in the end, she would be grateful to him for the experience. After showering, they blow-dried their hair and headed to her walk-in closet. "You said you're taking me on a date?" she asked, slathering lotion all over her smooth, milky white skin. "Yeah, we're leaving after we get ready." "Where are we going?" "You'll know when we get there." Jin Liwei took out clothes from his sports bag. Iris saw his black jeans and decided that she should also wear something comfortable. It looked like they were going to a casual place and didn't need to dress up formally. He glanced at the clothes he brought, then around her massive walk-in closet. His eyes lit up with an idea. He strode around the closet and started picking out clothes for her. Iris wanted to complain at first, but felt that it wasn't worth it arguing with him over such a small and silly matter. Besides, it wasn't like she hated his idea. It sounded interesting. In the end, they finished dressing. They were in matching outfits. Both wore black jeans and red shirts under black leather jackets. Black sneakers and big, dark aviator sunglasses completed their outfits. After tying her long hair into a simple ponytail, she grabbed a small black leather backpack and put her wallet, phone, and other essential stuff inside. Then she slung it behind her. He took out his phone and pulled her to stand with him in front of the wall mirror. He took a picture of their reflection, saving this memory of their first matching outfits. "Ready?" he asked, kissing her forehead. "Yes. Let's go. Shall we eat here first before leaving? I'm hungry after the workout." "Which workout?" He smirked. What do you mean? Didn't we just do Zumba?" The innuendo completely flew over her head. He chuckled, shaking his head. He let it go and didn't explain what he meant. "We'll eat on the way," he told her. "Oh, okay." They walked out of the closet together holding hands. He suddenly stopped. "Wait." She looked up at him, confused. "You're my girlfriend." She blinked. "Yes." "And I'm your boyfriend." Yes." "Then don't just call me by my name anymore. It sounds too formal. Call me darling from now on, all right?" "No, Liwei." She started walking again, but her hand was pulled back. "Baby girl, this is what boyfriends and girlfriends do. They call each other by pet names." She gave him an unwilling look. "Do I have to? It sounds stupid." "Stupid? Not at all. I call you my baby girl, so you should call me darling. This is supposed to be romantic. Come on, baby. Try it. Please. Darling," she mumbled under her breath. "Louder. I can't hear you." "Darling," she shouted. He smiled so widely that his straight, white teeth almost blinded her. She fought the urge to punch the stupid grin off his face. "Good girl." He kissed her forehead. Let's go. Okay. Okay, what? Her eyes twitched. Okay, darling. Maybe it was really a mistake agreeing to be his girlfriend so easily. Holding hands, Iris and Jin Liwei stepped inside the private elevator. Dom ran after them, dressed to the T. He looked even more dressed up than the two of them. Ehehe. Wow, boss and sir boss. You look cute in your matching outfits. Dom, of course, had to comment with sparkling eyes after the elevator door closed behind him. He was a little breathless after running to catch the elevator. Thanks. She smiled. Going to church? Yeah. I'm gonna pray for the success of Boss album, my family back in the Philippines, everyone's good health, and of course for boss and sir boss relationship. Ehe. Oh, and world peace. Can't forget about that. Her eyes softened, chuckling. Thank you, Dom. I appreciate it. Have fun. With your day off today. Thanks, boss. By the way, where are you going? Liwei is taking me out for our first date. Jin Liwei pulled her close to his side and spoke in a low, dangerous tone. HM? What did you call me? She stiffened. There was no way she was going to call him that in front of other people, even if it was just Dom. Baby girl, didn't we just agree on this? Call me properly. Say it again. She pressed her lips together. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Then she sighed, giving in to him. My darling is taking me out for our first date. Good girl. He kissed her forehead. Aye. So romantic. Oh my God. I need some air. Dom fanned himself with his hands in a dramatic manner. Is it getting hot in here or what? Iris hid her burning face on Jin Liwei's chest. See? I told you it's supposed to be romantic. Jin Liwei stroked his baby girl's head, a smug expression on his handsome face. Finally, they walked out of the elevator to the main lobby. Dom bid them goodbye outside the building before skipping away to enjoy his day off. Jin Liwei pulled her by the hand to a gorgeous silver luxury car waiting a few steps away. The door to the driver's seat opened. A man in a black business suit wearing an earpiece and dark sunglasses stepped out and then walked towards them. It wasn't Su Tian. Master. The man greeted Jin Liwei and gave a brief nod to Iris before handing the car key. Jin Liwei nodded and received the key. The man bowed, turned and walked away, and then climbed into the passenger seat of another waiting car. When the other car drove away, Jin Liwei opened the car door for her. She climbed into the passenger's seat. He closed the door, walked around to the other side, and then climbed into the driver's seat. Once inside, he leaned over and pulled the seatbelt for her, locking her in place. Then he grabbed her by the neck and gave her a quick, searing kiss. Ready? His voice was husky. Yes. The kiss was quick, but it already made her breathless. Yes, what? She bit her lip. He nibbled on the lip she just bit. Yes, what? Yes, darling, she finally whispered. He grinned and gave her a loud, smacking kiss before putting his own seatbelt. He started the car's engine. Moments later, they were driving away from her condo building. Along the way, Jin Liwei stopped over by a bistro in response to her hunger complaints. He told her to wait for him in the car as he went inside the bistro by himself. When he returned, he was carrying a couple of simple sandwiches and bottled drinks. He chuckled when he saw her dismay upon seeing the sandwiches. Bear with the sandwiches for now. We'll eat lunch at the place we're going to, he explained. Oh, okay. She felt better when she heard his promise. She was really feeling hungry. She wanted to eat at home before leaving, but he insisted on leaving right away. They ate while driving. He had to focus on driving, so she had to feed him. He just opened his mouth like a king while she did all the work of feeding and wiping him. Iris had the niggling feeling that he bought takeout just for this very purpose. After about an hour of driving, they reached a rural area. There weren't many houses visible from the road. Everywhere they looked were farms, pastures, plantations, open fields, and forests. The area looked very quiet and peaceful, totally different from the bustling city, filled with tall buildings and traffic. There were so few cars driving in this place that at one point, they were the only ones on the road. Where was he taking her? They drove for a few more minutes before arriving at a gated property. Tall cypress trees blocked the view from inside. Jin Liwei lowered his window and spoke to the gate's intercom. A few seconds later, the gate opened automatically and they drove inside. After going through the cypress forest, Iris finally realized where Jin Liwei was taking her. It was a large farm villa. Strong horses ran inside a large stable. On the other side were barns for the cattle and sheep. Although the place was technically a farm, The big country mansion, sitting majestically at the end of the long paved driveway, gave the place a high-class atmosphere. Carefully maintained yet natural-looking gardens were spread throughout the entire property, especially near the mansion. Iris could see plantations of different fruit trees. There was also a lake with a dock of small boats. It was a beautiful place. She turned to Jin Liwei with excited eyes. "Like what you see?" he asked when he felt her looking at him. "Yes." She gave him a bright smile. She almost couldn't wait to step out of the car and explore the entire farm villa. "Yes, what?" "Yes, darling." She was feeling so excited that she forgot her unwillingness in calling him this endearment. The car suddenly stopped. Eh. She looked at him in confusion. Why did he stop? They were still along the driveway. Were they getting off here? "Kiss me, baby girl," he demanded. His eyes were dark with desire. Iris blinked at Jin Liwei, filled with disbelief. Wasn't he being too unreasonably demanding? Couldn't the man wait? They were almost at their destination, and he decided out of the blue to have a stopover because he wanted to kiss? Was he so hungry for a kiss that he had to stop whatever he was doing just to get it instantly? Just watch her. She was going to rebuke this selfish man. This couldn't go on. What did he think he was? A spoiled kid? His lips parted a bit, looking moist after he subconsciously licked them. He gave her such a sexy look that her defenses totally crumbled. Before she could even think, her hands already moved on their own and pulled his head for a greedy kiss. She completely forgot her earlier intention of lecturing him. He allowed her to lead the kiss this time. She wasn't as aggressive or as rough as him, but her boldness and natural sensuality pleased him greatly. She was becoming more and more skilled the more times they kiss each other. As the kiss grew more intense, her desire for him overpowered her. She fumbled for her seatbelt and wanted to climb over his lap. Her inner wild Iris kicked aside and locked up her inner Lady Iris in chains. It felt like a hungry beast possessed her. She wanted to devour the man before her. Jin Liwei felt the change in her. Of course, he was delighted. It meant that his baby girl wanted him as much as he wanted her. Her obvious desire fed his hunger for her. He wanted to rip the clothes off her body. However, he still retained a tiny presence of mind unlike her. He remembered where they were. This was their first date. "Baby girl, we need to stop," he managed to say with great difficulty. She ignored him. She successfully unlocked her seatbelt and squeezed her small frame between his body and the steering wheel, all the while continuing to kiss him. Astride his lap, her body moved against his body in an enticing way, almost making him go crazy. Her mouth moved down to his neck, sucking and licking. Her hands slipped under his shirt and groped his abs and chest. She moved following her instinct. He gasped and fought hard to regain his mind. "Whoa, baby. Easy." He groaned when he felt her shift forward so that she directly sat on top his already rock-hard bulge. His mind almost blanked out. "Baby, calm down." "Enough." He gently but firmly pushed her away. "No, I need," she moaned as she started to rock on top of him. Gritting his teeth hard to stop his hips from moving as well, he reached up and held her face between his hands. He looked directly at her dark eyes. "Baby, we can't right now. Listen to me. Someone's coming." Finally, his words managed to register. "Emin? What?" She reluctantly turned her head to the front of the car. Indeed, someone was coming towards them. Her mind instantly cleared up. "Damnation," she unusually cursed, hurriedly getting off his lap. Ouch! Her back hit the steering wheel hard in her rush. She dove back to her seat and pulled down the visor mirror in front of her. "Careful, baby. Quick, check me. Do I look okay? Will he know what we were doing? For goodness sake, fix your clothes. Your hair is a mess." "Oh no." He chuckled, watching her flustered and anxious self. She straightened her clothes and retied her ponytail. "Relax. Even if he knows, he won't say anything. Besides, you're my girlfriend and I'm your boyfriend. There's nothing wrong with us kissing each other." Iris paused. Right, they were officially in a relationship now. What they were doing was supposed to be normal. So what if she kissed her own boyfriend and sat on his lap? She had every right to do so. It wasn't like they were naked and having sex out in public for all eyes to see. She stopped worrying too much once she thought things through this way. Seeing her calm down, he exhaled in relief. The tightness under his jeans was uncomfortable, but he reminded himself that today was their first date. He had to focus on romancing his woman during this date, so that she wouldn't think that all he was after was her body, although he really liked her body very much as well. Now that she was clear-headed, She was shocked at herself. She completely lost any rational thoughts and lost control of her desire. Would she lose control like this with him every time? The idea scared her. Was this normal? She needed to search this up. Both of them had no idea what happened. At first, it was just him demanding a kiss because he felt too excited when he heard her call him darling, without her usual unwillingness. But then the situation suddenly evolved to her losing control and attacking him instead. A tall, thin man with a gentle face walked towards the car. He wore a simple polo shirt and trousers and looked to be in his early 30s, about the same age as Jin Liwei. He was still a distance away from them. Jin Liwei took out his phone and called someone. Iris saw the man ahead of them stop, walking to answer his phone. Eldest brother, it's me. Jin Liwei spoke to the phone. He opened the car window, stuck his head out, and waved at the man. The man waved back. Stay there. No need to walk so far to meet us here. Jin Liwei spoke to the man on the phone. We'll meet you there. After the call, they drove and parked in front of the mansion. The man Jin Liwei called eldest brother waited for them below the steps. A welcoming smile on his face. Stay there. I'll open your door, Jin Liwei told her. After both of them got out of the car, he held her hand and led her to the man waiting for them. Third brother, you're finally here. The tall, thin man greeted them. He had a very amiable aura. Eldest brother, thank you for having us, Jin Liwei answered. The two gave each other a one-armed manly hug, patting each other on their backs. Ahaha, what are you saying? You sound like a stranger. My brothers are always welcome in my home. He turned a curious look at Iris. And this beautiful lady is? Jin Liwei wrapped his arm around her tiny waist before introducing her. Eldest brother, this is Long Xiaolan, my girlfriend. A surprised expression appeared on the man's face, even though he already suspected as much, seeing the couple's matching outfits and the way Jin Liwei clung to her. Who would have thought? Baby, this is Lin Yian. He owns this farm villa. He's one of my best friends. She stepped forward with a graceful smile and offered her hand. Her actions were natural, smooth, and elegant, very much like a proper lady. Hello, Mr. Lin. It is a pleasure to meet you. Lin Yihan accepted her hand and shook it, silently impressed at her noble bearing. Hello, Xiaolan. A pleasure to meet you too. Welcome to my villa. Thank you. Your place is beautiful. Jin Liwei cleared his throat and pulled her close to his body, breaking their handshake. Lin Yihan inwardly snickered. In our group, we call him eldest brother. You can call him eldest brother too, Jin Liwei told her. Yes, that's right. Please don't be a stranger. Seeing that you're our third brother's girlfriend, I would be more than happy if you call me eldest brother as well. Iris looked at Jin Liwei. Seeing him nod at her, she turned and smiled at Lin Yian. All right. Thank you, eldest brother. The three entered the mansion. The interiors were all wood and big stone bricks, giving a rustic elegance to the place. Although the house was massive, it still felt like home, warm and cozy. I suggest to eat lunch first before touring the villa, Lin Yian said. They agreed with him, especially Iris, who was looking forward to finally eating a proper meal. They were about to head off to lunch when they heard a car horn outside. Lin Yihan frowned. Sorry, wait here for a moment. Let me see who it is. Then he went outside. Jin Liwei embraced Iris while they waited. He pointed at some things in the living area and shared some interesting stories about them. Third bro, I heard you're coming here today. Where are you? A loud male voice called out from the entrance. Stop shouting, fourth brother. Third brother is not deaf. Another male voice spoke. Lin Yihan, hi. Why are you two here today? Jin Liwei scowled while Iris tilted her head to the side. The first voice sounded familiar to her. Ahaha. Why are you being like this, eldest bro? Aren't we brothers always? Welcome here. You mentioned the other day that third bro will be coming here today, so here we are. We haven't hung out together for a while, so your presence is not needed here today. Leave. Jin Liwei's cold voice was like a whip cutting mercilessly at the voice's owner. The three men ahead stopped. Lin Yihan smiled helplessly, feeling a little guilty. Third bro, how can you be so heartless? We just want to Xiao Xiao, is that you? Why are you here? Teacher you, Iris exclaimed in surprise. Then she turned to Jin Liwei. Oh right, you mentioned that teacher UMO is your friend. Lin Yihan, huh? What? You know each other? UMO? Of course we know each other. Xiao Xiao is my beloved systema student. Jin Liwei's face turned black, his eyes cold. his voice low and dangerous. Xiao Xiao, beloved. The two new arrivals finally noticed that Jin Liwei and Iris wore matching outfits and that their arms were around each other's waists. Uemoe? Xiao Xiao, why are you with third bro? And why are you both dressed like that? Wait, don't tell me. Jin Liwei, go away. I'm here on a date with my girlfriend. Umo, girlfriend? Ah what? Ahaha. I think there's something wrong with my ears today. Maybe I forgot to clean them. Lin Yihan looked at his stupid friend and shook his head. Hi, good luck. The other man who also just arrived stepped forward. He had a similar cold appearance like Jin Liwei, but looked more approachable. His sharp eyes looked amused. He gave a slight smile and extended a hand to Iris. Hello, I'm Wang Yingjie. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. I'm Long Xiulan. She smiled at him and shook his hand. Jin Liwei pulled her to him again, breaking the handshake. He nodded at Wang Yingjie. Second brother. Wang Yingjie. Third brother. You hit her well. We had no idea that you already have a girlfriend. UMO. F***CK. Are you for real? You're really third bro's girlfriend? Xiao Xiao, why didn't you tell me? Iris. I didn't know that teacher you and Liwei are friends. Jin Liwei. HM? What did you call me? No way. Oh no. She was sort of alright saying it in front of Dom, but not in front of all these people she just met. Absolutely no way. Jin Liwei. Baby girl, what are you supposed to call me again? HM. We already talked about this, didn't we? UMO. Hey, third bro. Are you bullying my beloved student? Jin Liwei glared at him so viciously that UMO immediately shut up, feeling cold sweat on his back. Jin Liwei. Say it again. Properly this time. Come on, baby girl. Don't be shy. These are all my brothers. She pursed her lips at him. He kissed her forehead, encouraging her, but his eyes remained insistent. Iris, I didn't know that teacher you and my darling are friends. This was so stupid. If only she wasn't meeting his brothers for the first time, she would have already punched Jin Liwei's face. Jin Liwei was able to coax Iris by persuading her that there was nothing to be embarrassed about in front of his brothers. His brothers were also now her brothers. She finally calmed down and began to chat naturally with everyone. Dismayed, Jin Liwei tried to shoo them away, but they pretended that they didn't hear him, even when he was already being so direct, blatantly telling them to go the F***ck away. They may be his best friends, his brothers, but at the moment, they were all annoying flies buzzing around his beautiful girlfriend. To his three brothers, this was such a rare moment. Their third brother finally got himself a girlfriend. The one among them who never showed any interest in women before and turned murderous whenever someone attempted to seduce him or even just flirted with him. Deep within their hearts, they even suspected that their third brother might be bent the other way, but of course, nobody dared to voice this suspicion unless they wanted to die. UMO, Xiao Xiao. Tell teacher how you and third bro met each other. Come on, we want to know. Iris. We met at a hotel. UMO what? Hotel. That fast. Iris. A lobby. Wait, what? Jin Liwei's scowl was so ugly that it alarmed Lin Yihan. Lin Yihan laughed unnaturally and knocked UMO on the head. Wait for people to finish talking first. UMO. Oh, lobby. Ahaha. Of course you met at a hotel lobby. Lobbies are a great way to meet people. Go on. Jin Liwei. Enough. Leave us alone. My girlfriend and I are on a date. UMO. But third bro. We haven't seen each other for so long. And this is the first time we're meeting your girlfriend. Well, not my first time meeting her, because we see each other every week. But this is the first time I'm meeting her as your girlfriend. You know what I mean. Lin Yihan. Let's go. Let's not disturb the two of them anymore. UMO. But eldest bro. Wang Yingjie. Xiulan. Are we bothering you too? Jin Liwei. Yes, you are all bothering us. Iris. No, of course not. Jin Liwei's expression was so scary that UMO subconsciously stepped back. Damn it. He was a martial arts expert, but in front of his third bro, he felt like a weak little kid. Iris looked up at Jin Liwei. Why don't we let them join us? Your brothers are already here, and it's rude that we're driving them away. Jin Liwei, no. They're the rude ones for disturbing our date. Iris. How about we make an exception for today? I won't be at peace if we just drive them away. Besides, we're the ones borrowing eldest brother's villa. Jin Liwei gave her an unwilling look. Iris. Please, Liwei, darling. His eyes immediately lit up. Say it again. Iris, darling. Let's spend time with your brothers today. Okay. Jin Liwei. Again. Iris, darling. Her voice sounded robotic saying the word, but it nevertheless was like music to his ears. Jin Liwei. Fine. But you have to give me a kiss first, baby. She hesitated and felt the stares of his friends. Seeing Jin Liwei's expectant look, she relented. Oh well. They already knew that she was his girlfriend anyway, so there was nothing wrong with seeing the two of them kiss. She stood on her tippy toes and pressed her lips quickly on his mouth. His arms circled around her waist and lifted her up for better access. Umo, my eyes. After the kiss, Iris was a little breathless while Jin Liwei had a pleased expression on his face. He turned to his brothers. Jin Liwei, fine. You may join us, but no touching my girlfriend. Lin Yihan, ahaha. Umo, what are we, stupid? You think we want to die? Wang Yingjia, all right then. Everything is now settled. So what shall we do now? Lin Yihan, let's eat lunch. Umo, perfect timing. I'm starving. Let's go. Come, third sister-in-law. Iris frowned. I'm not your sister-in-law. Jin Liwei stiffened beside her. She looked at him, confused at his reaction. Umo, Of course you're our sister-in-law. Your third bro's girlfriend. Iris, that's not how it works, teacher you. I'm his girlfriend, not his wife. Enough, Jin Liwei snarled. He crushed her into a tight hug. What is wrong with you? Iris couldn't understand him. She wanted to stomp her foot on his leg. However, she stopped herself. They were in front of his brothers, after all. She would give him face in front of them, but only this time. The three men looked at each other, staying quiet, as they watched their third brother throwing a tantrum. They wished their third sister-in-law good luck in their hearts. Seeing her controlling and angry expression, Jin Liwei realized he went too far. Sorry, baby. I didn't mean it. Let's go eat. She ignored him, looking around the place instead. Lin Yihan cleared his throat and tried to diffuse the awkward atmosphere. He instructed his staff first before leading the group out to the lakeside. They arrived at a large wooden pergola with crawling grapevines all over it, providing a dense, cool shade from the sun. The view was breathtaking. The clear lake reflected the blue sky and the white clouds. There was a kitchenette under the pergola with a granite countertop, sink, and stove. There was also a big barbecue grill. The dining table was long and wide with a vase of flowers freshly picked from the garden. The group sat around the table on comfortable cushioned seats. Jin Liwei continued to coax his sulking baby girl by hugging her and giving little kisses all over her face, hair, neck, and her hands. Iris slowly melted and responded to his tender ministrations. She was just too attracted to this man. She held his face with a delicate hand and couldn't help but shower light kisses all over his lips and jaw. She sighed in satisfaction as he rubbed her back, comforting her. The two completely forgot that they weren't alone. As for the other three men, they were forced to eat all the dog food this couple kept on throwing at them. They couldn't believe that the amorous man in front of them was the same person as their cold and indifferent third brother. The staff arrived to deliver fresh meat cuts of chicken, pork, lamb, and beef. There were also fresh corn and vegetables like eggplants, zucchini, bell peppers, and mushrooms. All of these were for grilling. The four brothers started grilling the meat, the corn, and the vegetables themselves, while the staff only assisted them by washing, seasoning, and skewering. Jin Liwei blocked Iris' attempt to help out with the grilling. What if she got burned? He would end up murdering the grill. Seeing her desire to help, Lin Yihan suggested that she mix the leafy vegetable salad in the bowl instead. She happily went to work. Finally, the food was ready and they began eating. Everything was delicious, especially since they were all fresh from the farm. While eating, Iris listened to the brothers chatting happily about good times. It must be nice to have a group of best friends, she thought. She realized that she didn't have any friends, except for Dom and her own staff at home. However, they were her employees and as such, could not really defy her even in just a joking manner like friends sometimes do. She got along with them, but at the end of the day, their employer-employee relationship limited the level of their friendship. What's wrong? Jin Liwei asked, noticing the lonely expression in her eyes. She shook her head. Tell me. She was quiet for a few moments. He waited. Patiently. I'm just a little envious that you have such great friends, she finally said in a soft voice, barely audible. I don't have any. His chest constricted after hearing her words. He immediately pulled her in a tight embrace, kissing her head and rubbing her back. Listen to me. I'm your lover, and I'll also be your friend. She smiled at him. Thank you. UMO? Okay. That's enough lovey-dovey. Xiao Xiao, teacher is hurt. We see each other twice every week, and yet you still don't consider me as your friend? Ah, I'm heartbroken. Wang Yingjia. Xiaolan, I already consider you as a friend. I hope you don't mind. Lin Yihan. That's right. You're someone important to our third brother, so that means that you're also important to us. You are now our sister, and we are your brothers. From now on, we're friends. Iris blinked and took a deep breath. Her chest suddenly felt tight. Baby, all of us are your friends now. Jin Liwei told her. His eyes looked serious and sincere. Thank you, she said, smiling brightly at them. The four men momentarily stopped breathing as they were blinded by her beautiful smile. Jin Liwei frowned slightly and blocked his brother's view with his body. Then he stood up. Let's take a walk, he suddenly announced, offering his hand to her. Okay. She placed her hand over his and let him pull her up. Good idea, Umo exclaimed and also stood up. Jin Liwei glared at him. Lin Yihan pulled his fourth brother back down to his seat and knocked on his head. Learn to read the atmosphere. Let the lovers enjoy some alone time. Wang Yingjie added. Please excuse us, big brothers, Iris said sweetly before she was pulled away by Jin Liwei. The three men watched the couple walk away in their matching outfits and dark aviator sunglasses. The two held hands and frequently kissed each other as they strolled by the lakeshore. Is it just me, or Xiaolan looks familiar? Wang Yingjie suddenly commented. Lin Yihan, yeah, I have a feeling I've seen her somewhere before. Umo, of course you've seen her before. She's a celebrity. Lin Yihan, ah what? Is there a celebrity named Long Xiaolan? Wang Yingjie, a celebrity named Long. Wait. Oh, Umo, now you recognize her? Wang Yingjie, yes. Lin Yihan, what? Tell me. Wang Yingjie, she's Iris Long, isn't she? Umo, yup. The very one. Lin Yihan, Iris Long who? Iris, sounds familiar. Huh, wait, that doesn't sound right. Don't tell me she's Iris Long, that scandalous starlet? Umo, eldest bro, not too loud. What if third bro hears you? You wanna die? Wang Yingjie. Lin Yihan, no way. You're kidding me. Third brother hooked up with that Iris Long? Didn't she used to chase after little Chonglin before? There are even rumors of their affair and even her getting pregnant. And now she's hooked up with third brother? What is he thinking? Is he insane? Umo. I've known Xiao Xiao for quite a while now since I've been teaching her systema. I can confidently say that she's not at all like what the rumors say about her. She's such a serious and elegant lady that I even fell for her a little, but I can tell that she has no interest in me. And I follow a strict code of ethics not to pursue my students. Don't tell third bro, or he'll kill me. Lin Yihan, I heard that she was comatose for a year? Umo, yeah? In fact, one of the reasons why she wanted to learn systema is to strengthen her body because it became too weak after the coma. And indeed, when we just started our classes back then, she tired so easily that she would almost faint. But what's amazing was she never quit. She's actually one of my best students. I only need to show her something once, and she'd be able to do it. Lin Yihan, I think that their relationship is too suspicious. I know for a fact that third brother used to have her monitored because of little Chonglin. I don't understand why she and third brother suddenly became lovers. If I had known that she's that Iris Long, I wouldn't have been this welcoming to her. She better not have any bad intentions. Even if third brother hates me, I will destroy her. The usually gentle Lin Yihan had a fierce and dangerous expression on his face. The atmosphere among the three brothers sitting under the pergola turned a little heavy. They continued to watch the couple by the lakeshore who were now intensely making out. Their third brother was pawing all over his girlfriend's body. Wang Yingjie, I think that we should trust third brother's judgment. He's the smartest out of all of us. We all know that he's not someone who's easily deceived. There must be something about the girl that hooked him so much. I don't think she's a bad person. All of us had great impressions of Xiaolan when we didn't know that she's actually Iris Long. Umo, second bro is right. Don't judge Xiao Xiao based on hearsay, eldest bro. Besides, didn't we just pledge our friendship to her? Are we going to take back our words? Real men don't go back on our words without a valid reason. Lin Yihan, I didn't know that she's Iris Long then. Wang Yingjie, I personally think Xiaolan is a great lady. I'll only judge based on what I see with my own eyes. UMO. Well, I know that Xiao Xiao is a great lady. If she wasn't my student or third bro's girl, I would totally pursue her. But don't tell third bro. I don't want to die yet. Lin Yihan, hi. Fine, fine. I actually also think that she's a great lady based on today's meeting. But I'll keep up my caution just in case. We'll see how their relationship goes. I hope she's not acting and really cares about her third brother, not just using him for her own benefit. UMO, Xiao Xiao isn't that kind of person. The three men gradually moved on from the topic and started chatting about other things. When the couple returned to the pergola, the group all stood up and began touring Iris around the farm. Villa. First they walked around a portion of the vegetable farm. Rows upon rows of different vegetables were planted neatly as far as the eyes could see. They showed her how to pick cucumbers, eggplants, and potatoes. They placed their harvests in a basket, so she and Jin Liwei could take them home later. Next, they visited the nearest part of the fruit tree plantation. There were guavas, mangoes, lychees, apricots, pomegranates, wampies, and figs. A little farther, they reached the passion fruits, dragon fruits, and even the durians, which Iris had never tried before. Xiao Xiao, do you want to try durian? UMO asked with a mischievous expression. Absolutely not. Jin Liwei immediately rejected the idea. I heard that it's smelly. Is it really? Iris asked. Lin Yihan. Yes, but it's delicious. My farm can only produce a very small amount of durian fruits because we can't grow them easily in this country. And we can't even guarantee that they'll all bear fruit. Caring for the trees in this type of climate takes a lot of effort and even science. That's why I don't sell them. They're only for personal consumption. UMO, try it, Xiao Xiao. Wang Yingjia. It's good to experience something even just once. Iris, okay. I'll try durian. Jin Liwei. Baby, don't. Iris, but I want to. Jin Liwei sighed. Lin Yihan called one of his workers and instructed him. The worker picked up a durian fruit which had fallen under a tree and then hacked at it with a large curved blade. The durian cracked into two. Iris looked at the fruit curiously. The outside was hard and spiky. Jin Liwei wouldn't allow her to touch the spikes. The inside looked like creamy-looking yellow flesh. UMO, try smelling it first. Jin Liwei scowled at him. She cautiously edged near the fruit and sniffed. Her whole body stiffened. Oh, she covered her nose and mouth. She ran fast and dived into Jin Liwei's embrace. The others laughed loudly at her reaction. Jin Liwei glared at them as he held her tightly in his arms. How dare these hooligans bully his baby girl? Iris groaned softly. Are you sure the one you picked is not rotten? Is that even edible? UMO, ahaha. Oh, my stomach hurts. Ahaha. Wang Yingjia, you're laughing too much. PFT. Lin Yihan. Xiaolan, do you still want to taste it? Jin Liwei. No need. She doesn't want to. Iris, I'll try. Jin Liwei. Baby, don't force yourself. Iris, it's just a fruit. It's not like it's a bomb or something dangerous like that. Eldest brother, please let me try. With clear plastic gloves on, Iris broke a small piece of the yellow flesh. It felt soft. She had to take several deep breaths before she quickly placed the flesh in her mouth. She fought against the urge to gag. UMO, Xiao Xiao, how is it? Tell us. The horrendous smell seeped inside her mouth and even to her nasal cavity. She almost vomited. She cautiously chewed the soft, creamy flesh. After a few moments, her eyes lit up. Oh, you're right, eldest brother. It's smelly but delicious, she finally said. Glad that you like it. Lin Yihan smiled gently. He was trying to find faults in her, especially after learning that she was Iris Long, the scandalous starlet. However, he couldn't pick anything against her so far. She acted so natural and elegant, even cute, that he couldn't really bring himself to dislike her. He would need to observe her further and more carefully. After all, she was a showbiz person and most of their kind were natural actors. UMO, aw, how boring. Iris turned to Jin Liwei. Do you want to have a taste too? Yeah, he replied. Okay, let me take some for you. She didn't notice his eyes darkening with desire. She was about to take off another piece from the durian using her plastic gloves when her face was suddenly grabbed. Jin Liwei covered her mouth, swallowing her gasp of surprise. His tongue quickly entered and gave a thorough sweep inside her sweet mouth. Delicious, he murmured after he was done tasting her. UMO. Ah, my eyes are burning. This is too much, third bro. The couple, of course, ignored him. Smelly? She asked, breathless. Inside your mouth, no. The other men coughed hearing Jin Liwei's super cringy honey words. They almost choked. They couldn't believe that such words came out of their cold and indifferent third brother's mouth. Let's eat, too, Lin Yihan finally suggested. The brothers had always liked eating durian, so they wouldn't reject the offer. Iris ate a couple more bites of the stinky fruit before stopping. The men, on the other hand, finished the entire fruit by themselves in no time. Even Jin Liwei ate a lot, and then gave another deep kiss to Iris, forcibly making the two of them share the pungent smell and taste. She was already used to the smell by that time, so she didn't mind it anymore. They drank water and rinsed their mouths, but still couldn't remove the smell. Iris opened her leather backpack and took out a pack of mints. She shared with everyone, and the stink in their mouths decreased a little. Afterwards, they walked to the animals. There were chickens, pigs, and cattle. Iris was very amazed at the egg production. She listened intently to Lin Yihan as he explained the process. She asked intelligent questions, impressing him. More points for her. Next were the goats. They entered the tall and sturdy pen. Someone handed a milk bottle to Iris for her to experience feeding the baby goats. She stretched her arm and fed the kids, maintaining a good distance from them. She felt apprehensive but thought that the little goats looked kind of cute drinking from the bottle in her hand. Jin Liwei took photos of her with his phone. Then one of the workers called for Lin Yihan. The other men looked interested, so they followed their eldest brother as he discussed something with the worker at the far corner of the pen. They left Iris alone. She continued feeding the baby goats, when suddenly she noticed a big goat standing a few meters away from her with very long and sharp-looking horns. The goat stared at her with unblinking eyes while stomping its front hooves. To her, it looked like it was glaring at her. She felt spooked. She glanced quickly at Jin Liwei and the others, but they were still busy talking with the worker. The men, absorbed in their discussion, were suddenly interrupted by a high and piercing scream. The sound was so blood-curdling that Jin Liwei felt his heart stop for a moment. Their heads snapped to one direction and saw Iris running for dear life before impressively jumping high and climbing the tall fence. She stayed on top, lying on her stomach and hugging the fence like her life depended on it. Whoa, she's like Spider-Man, the worker commented when he saw her quick and agile movements. As expected of my beloved student, Umo spoke with pride. Jin Liwei immediately ran to her, his heart pounding. Baby, what's wrong? No. Get it away from me. It wants to kill me. What? Who wants to kill you? Iris refused to look at the goats again, pointing randomly with a shaking finger instead. The goat. The goat wants to kill me. Jin Liwei. Umo, PFT. Wahaha. Ahaha. Wangingjia. Don't laugh too much, PFT. Lin Yihan was able to suppress his laughter unlike his brothers, but it took a lot of effort. He walked over to the couple. Jin Liwei's mouth twitched, but didn't dare laugh at his baby girl. He cast a vicious glare at his imbecile brothers instead. Nobody wants to kill you. He spoke to her in a gentle, coaxing tone. Come, I'll help you down. No, don't worry, baby girl. I'll protect you. Iris calmed down a little hearing his voice. She turned her head and saw him extending his arms up to her. Reluctantly, she reached down and started climbing down from the top of the fence. He caught her in his arms. Her eyes caught the evil goat running to her direction again. She screamed at the top of her lungs. The pitch was so high that it was impressive. Indeed, she was a singer. She quickly climbed up Jin Liwei's body until her legs coiled tightly around his upper chest. With her boobs on his face, Jin Liwei couldn't help but grin. Good thing that she couldn't see his expression. See? See that? The evil goat wants to kill me. It's still chasing me. Umo, I can't take it anymore. Lin Yihan finally reached them. He reached down for the big goat and patted it. Xiaolan, calm down. The goat would never kill you. It's chasing you because it likes you. Don't be afraid. Eldest brother's words made sense, and she started to feel embarrassed of her overreaction. Indeed, how could a domesticated goat kill her? How ridiculous. She was about to ask Jin Liwei to put her down when, meh, the evil sound almost made her soul fly out of her body. She shrieked again and closed her eyes tightly. She tapped Jin Liwei, begging him to exit the pen. Oh my God. Please, oh please. Liwei darling, please get me out here. Hurry up. In her fear, she forgot her embarrassment in calling him this way. Jin Liwei felt so happy hearing her call him darling that he felt like he was floating in the clouds. Added to her generous boobs squishing him on the face, he felt like he was in paradise. To prolong the moment, he walked slowly like an astronaut on the moon towards the pen's gate. Once outside, Iris climbed off him and sat on the ground, catching her breath. Jin Liwei felt a little disappointed but became concerned when he saw her pale face. "Baby, are you all right?" She focused on her breathing. "Give me a moment." Everyone exited the pen and looked at her with concern, but amusement still danced in their eyes. After a few minutes, she finally calmed down and regained her rosy complexion. She tilted her head, thinking deeply. Then she looked up at Jin Liwei. I have a fear of goats, a little." Meh. Iris almost jumped out of her skin. What an evil sound. She was trying to control herself and stop shaking, but she couldn't. She felt embarrassed and ridiculous. "How about we leave this place?" Wang Yingjie suggested upon seeing Iris becoming pale once again. His doctor's instinct told him that she was not faking it. If they stayed longer here, she might even faint. Jin Liwei immediately scooped his baby girl up in his arms and carried her away princess style. Iris wrapped her arms around his neck and buried her face on his shoulder. She felt so embarrassed. "Xiaolon, would you like to see some bunnies?" Lin Yihan asked in a gentle voice. "Umo, maybe she has a fear of bunnies too." Iris felt insulted. "I do not." "Teacher Yu, stop speaking nonsense." Jin Liwei glared at his stupid fourth brother. Umo immediately shut his mouth. So off they went to the bunnies. And indeed, she didn't have any fear of bunnies. She immediately forgot about her earlier embarrassment as she hugged and petted the fluffy fur balls. She took out her phone and snapped photos of them. Jin Liwei also took endless photos of his happy baby girl with his phone. However, when she became too engrossed with the bunnies that she stopped paying attention to her boyfriend, Jin Liwei suddenly wanted to wrench the little furry monsters from his baby girl's embrace and throw them far, far away. How dare they act cute and hog all his baby girl's attention? But seeing the happiness and smile on her face, he controlled his murderous intent. After much coaxing from Jin Liwei, Iris reluctantly left the adorable bunnies. The group then headed to the villa's shooting range. They explained to Iris that Lin Yihan was a former sports shooting athlete who even competed professionally on the national level. Now he retired but would occasionally coach aspiring young shooters whenever his mood and schedule permitted it. Additionally, he was also a hunting enthusiast. His farm villa was surrounded by a dense forest abundant with wildlife. The brothers all owned hunting licenses, so whenever it was hunting season, they would head to their eldest brother's farm villa and bond with each other while hunting. When they arrived at Lin Yihan's shooting range, Iris' eyes contracted. Everything looked so professional. As expected from a former shooting athlete, her expression momentarily darkened as memories of her previous life flashed in her mind. "Xiaolon, have you tried shooting a gun before?" Lin Yihan asked her. She nodded before thinking. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. "Really? When?" Umo asked. She realized her mistake, but quickly smoothed out her expression and replied with nonchalance. "Some years ago. I don't really remember it that much. My father has a friend from the military, and he brought me along to the compound's shooting range for a visit." "That makes sense," Wang Yingjie said. After all, Long Tingfei was a man of power and influence in his own right. It was only expected that he had friends from different sectors, including the military. She didn't exactly lie. The original Iris Long was indeed brought along by Long Tingfei to a military compound before to visit her father's friend. Iris just sat there along with the other kids, all of them bored out of their minds, as their fathers discussed adult matters while shooting guns at the range. She only agreed to come when her father promised to buy her the latest handbag from one of her favorite luxury brands. In exchange, she had to chat with his friend's kids. In the end, the kids just ignored each other. Iris inwardly sighed in relief after hearing Wang Yingjie, but then noticed that Jin Liwei was looking at her with unreadable eyes. She gave him her most innocent look. Moments later, they were all equipped with eyes and ear protectors. Iris chose a pistol. She was unmoving as she held and stared at the gun in her hands. Her eyes were a little unfocused, lost in her own memories. Jin Liwei was about to walk to her, intending to teach and guide her, but Lin Yihan silently gestured for him to stop. The men all watched as she finally moved. Their eyes widened in surprise when her aura suddenly changed. Calm, steady, focused, even dangerous. She settled in a stable stance before lifting the pistol with what looked like ease and familiarity. Lin Yihan nodded as he watched her smooth and confident movements. Bang. Bullseye. UMO, wow. Xiao Xiao, that's bang. Bang. UMO, amazing, eh? Bang. 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 UMO, what the hell? Wang Yingjia inhaled sharply. Lin Yihan's eyes were wide and sparkling, his body trembling with excitement. Jin Liwei's expression was unreadable, but his eyes were sharp as he stared deeply at his baby girl. Bang. 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 Every single bullet hit the bullseye. In addition, all bullets exited accurately through the hole pierced by the first bullet. There was just one small clean hole on the target. Iris finally lowered the pistol and removed her ear protector. She turned to the others and found them all staring at her like she was a ghost. I'm done. You can all start shooting if you want," she said, a bit confused by their intense stares. UMO, holy. Xiao Xiao, oh my god. You're so cool. When did you learn to shoot like that? You're like Lara Croft. As expected of my beloved student. The brothers surrounded her, their eyes bright. They praised her shooting skills and asked her questions. Iris didn't know how to respond to all of them. Jin Liwei blocked them and pulled Iris in his arms. He glared at his brothers, especially at his overenthusiastic fourth brother, UMO. Lin Yihan stepped forward with his usual gentleness. This time, however, he was more energetic. His excitement couldn't be contained. "Xiaolon, you're magnificent. Amazing. I didn't know that you're this skilled. Do you like shooting? Do you practice it regularly? Are you interested in becoming a shooting athlete? Are you?" His earlier doubts about her character and intentions to his third brother seemed to be blown completely away by the showmanship of her expert shooting skills. He shot rapid-fire questions at her. Thank you." She didn't know how to answer all his questions. She looked helplessly at Jin Liwei. He kissed her forehead, assuring her. Then he turned to Lin Yihan. "Eldest brother, calm down. You're overwhelming my girlfriend. Ask your questions. One at a time." Oh, of course. Sorry. Ha ha ha. Lin Yihan wiped his forehead and forced himself to calm down. He was just about to open his mouth to ask her a question when, UMO, Xiao 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 Xiao. Teacher is so proud of you. You're so cool. How are you so skilled in shooting? Of course she was skilled. In her previous life, she was required to train her shooting skills almost every day from when she was but a small child. Even when she didn't want to, which was almost always, she would literally get dragged to the training center and forced to shoot countless stationary and moving targets. When she became old enough, her targets were replaced with live animals. She shuddered just remembering. She hated it so much. But she couldn't say all of these things, so she just shrugged and answered, "I don't know." "Umoe? What do you mean by you don't know?" "Wang Yingjia, how many times have you shot a gun before?" She had no idea. In her previous life, she would be forced to shoot using different types of guns like a robot until her trainer was satisfied with her performance. There was one time she was forced to shoot for the entire day until her hands and body became numb and her mind became blank. Her lack of enthusiasm and poor performance in training always displeased her mother. But of course she wouldn't say that to these brothers. Just that one time when my father brought me to the military shooting range, I guess," she replied. "What? Lin?" Yihan almost exploded in shocked excitement. His eyes were sparkling as he looked at Iris like she was a divine monster. "Talent. This must be talent. Superb skills, yet having shot a gun only once before. If this is not talent, then I must be blind." Iris felt a little guilty, but maintained an innocent expression on her face. She burrowed herself in Jin Liwei's embrace. She felt comforted when his arms tightened around her. "Umo, wow. You're not only talented in Systema, but also talented in shooting guns. As expected of my beloved student." Ahaha. Lin Yihan. "Xiaolon, can you shoot using other guns?" Iris hesitated. She carefully answered, "I haven't tried." She mentally apologized for the lie, but she couldn't just tell them that she could shoot any gun. How would she explain it to them? "Lin Yihan, are you interested in trying other guns? Here, try this shotgun." Iris, okay. She allowed Lin Yihan to show her how to use the shotgun. Although she already knew how to handle it, she still pretended like a complete noob. Jin Liwei wanted to be the one to teach her, and almost lost control when Lin Yihan touched his baby girl. But seeing his eldest brother's enthusiasm in teaching, he controlled himself. He repeatedly persuaded himself that his eldest brother didn't have any other intention. Lin Yihan was a shooting expert, and it was inevitable to have some body contact when showing others how to use guns. He took several deep breaths to calm himself, but still couldn't erase the urge to fling his eldest brother away from his baby girl. Wang Yingjie sensed his third brother's turmoil, so he firmly patted his back. Jin Liwei just nodded at him. After the quick lesson, Iris was ready to shoot. Lin Yihan backed away. His eyes were excited and hopeful. Her aura changed again as she settled into another stable stance, the long gun lifted in front of her. Calm, steady, focused, and dangerous. Lin Yihan's hands closed into tight fists in his excitement. Jin Liwei felt a certain part of his lower body harden a little as he watched how beautiful and domineering his baby girl looked holding a shotgun. Bang! Bullseye! Umo pumped his fist and even jumped up and down. Bang! 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 Wang Yingjie, your girlfriend is amazing. Jin Liwei, I know. Bang! 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 Like before, all bullets hit the bullseye, leaving only a single clean hole on the target. Afterwards, everyone swarmed around her again. Umo jumped forward and was about to hug Iris when someone grabbed him away by the neck. Umo, ow ow ow. Please stop. It hurts. Third bro, mercy. My neck's gonna break. Jin Liwei, no touching my girlfriend. Umo, okay. I won't touch. Please let me go. Jin Liwei, humph. He flung this annoying fourth brother of his and made his way to his baby girl. He once again pulled her into his embrace. Lin Yihan, Xiaolan, are you interested in becoming an athlete? I'll coach you personally. We'll aim for the championships. Maybe we can even aim for the Olympics. Iris, not really. Lin Yihan, but why? You're so talented. She smiled at him helplessly. Lin Yihan, don't you like shooting? Memories of her previous life's training regimen played in her mind. Her expression darkened. She pushed all the memories away and smiled apologetically at the excited Lin Yihan. Please don't feel offended, eldest brother, but I don't really like guns. Disappointment flickered in Lin Yihan's face, but it quickly disappeared and his usual gentleness surfaced. I understand, he sighed. I know that not many approve of guns, especially in this country, so you don't have to worry about offending me. It's just that as a former pro shooter athlete, I get excited whenever I meet skilled shooters like you. Iris was relieved hearing his words. Sorry, eldest brother. It's fine. Don't apologize, Lin Yihan said, a gentle smile on his face. But you're not against shooting with me here at the range, right? Just for fun. Nothing too serious. You'll visit my farm villa again, won't you? Of course, she replied. If it was just for fun and she didn't need to shoot all the time, she didn't mind. Then she remembered something and turned to Lin Yihan. But only at the shooting range. No hunting. Her eyes momentarily glazed over as memories of the pitiful, bloody animals she failed to kill in one shot flashed in her mind. She remembered that their wails of terror and agony gave her nightmares for many nights. Everything was for the sake of correcting her soft-heartedness, according to her mother. She shuddered. Jin Liwei rubbed her back when he felt her tremble in his arms. He assumed that she must be really against and scared of hunting wildlife. Lin Yihan chuckled sadly, but still nodded. The group spent more than an hour shooting the targets at the range. Lin Yihan was indeed a former pro shooter athlete. Although he couldn't achieve Iris' abnormally perfect accuracy, he was still the best among the brothers. As for the others, they were all decent shots. After they had their fun at the shooting range, they headed back inside the mansion for late afternoon tea. They chatted and laughed. Lin Yihan, hi. It would have been better if fifth brother was here, too. Iris tilted her head. Fifth brother? There was still one more that she hadn't met yet? Wang Yingjie, true. I hope he's feeling better now and return to the country soon. It has been a long time since all five of us were together. Umo, I talked to him on the phone a couple of days ago, and he said that he's recovered now. He's still not sure when he'll be permitted to return to the country, though. He's still waiting for his doctor's approval. Let's call him later and tell him that third bro finally got himself a girlfriend. He'll be shook. Jin Liwei, no need. I'll tell him myself. I'll visit him in Toronto during my business trip to Canada this week. Iris, You'll be away this week? UMO? Oh, someone's in trouble. Jin Liwei glared at his annoying fourth brother. He turned to his baby girl and tucked a lock of stray hair behind her ear. Yes, I was going to let you know later, but I'll tell you now. I have to go on a business trip to Canada. I'm leaving tomorrow. I'll be back by next weekend. She felt a little disappointed that she wouldn't be seeing him for many days. Oh, okay. He felt pleased when he saw her disappointed eyes. I'll call you every day. You have to answer my calls, okay? She nodded. Will you miss me? He asked. She nodded again. Tell me. I'll miss you. Miss me what? She hesitated for a few seconds before whispering. I'll miss you, darling. He grinned. I'll miss you too, baby girl. So much. UMO? Okay. That's enough lovey-dovey. It's too much for our currently single hearts. Are you really our third bro? Maybe you're an imposter. How can our third bro say such mushy things? I'm shivering. Jin Liwei glared at him and would have smacked him, but his baby girl felt so good in his embrace. He didn't want to let her go just to deal with an imbecile. Lin Yihan and Wang Yingjie snickered. After chatting a bit more, Jin Liwei announced that he and his girlfriend were leaving. The others tried to persuade them not to leave yet, with UMO directly protesting and Lin Yihan inviting them to stay over for dinner. However, nobody could stop Jin Liwei once he made up his mind. In the end, the brothers walked the couple to the parked car outside the mansion after exchanging phone numbers with Iris. Wang Yingjie. Xiaolan, it's such a pleasure to have met you today. I hope that we see you soon again. Iris. Thank you, second brother. It's a pleasure to meet you too. UMO, ahaha. Well, I'll be seeing our third sister-in-law tomorrow for our Systema class. See you tomorrow, Xiao. Iris frowned when he referred to her again as sister-in-law, but she didn't want to argue, so she just ignored it. See you, teacher you. Dom and I are looking forward to tomorrow's class. Jin Liwei's mouth curved into a slight smile when his baby girl didn't protest hearing sister-in-law. Lin Yihan. Xiaolan, you're welcome to visit my farm villa again anytime, even if you're not with third brother. Just give me a call. Let's shoot again at the range sometime. I'll make sure that the moving targets are set up the next time you're here. Iris, thank you for having us today, eldest brother. Your farm villa is such a beautiful place. I would love to visit here again. Lin Yihan gave her a gentle smile. He had a great impression of the girl, especially after knowing what an excellent shot she was. As long as she didn't betray his third brother, he would not discriminate against her. Jin Liwei. Eldest brother, thanks again for having us. Second brother, fourth brother, it's also nice to see you too. I originally planned to have a date with my girlfriend with only the two of us, but since Xiaolan enjoyed your company, I'll forgive all of you for disturbing us. The brothers smiled wryly. UMO, hey third bro. Iris, please don't listen to him, big brothers. I'm glad that I met all of you today and spent the day with us. Thank you very much. They said their goodbyes. The brothers placed the baskets of vegetables they harvested earlier in the trunk. Jin Liwei and Iris climbed into the car, and the couple drove away. Jin Liwei and Iris chatted about their day at the farm villa while driving. She enjoyed herself, while he felt dissatisfied that he wasn't able to spend the entire day with just the two of them. It was supposed to be a romantic date, not a group outing. When the view started to transition from rural to urban, the sun was almost setting. Wait! Stop the car, Iris suddenly exclaimed. Jin Liwei parked by the curb. What's wrong? She didn't answer. Instead, she quickly unbuckled her seatbelt, opened the car door, and jumped outside. Baby, where are you going? He also unbuckled his seatbelt and followed her outside. Iris trotted to the grassy and rocky roadside. Then she squatted in front of a cardboard box and poked at something inside. He heard mewling sounds when he neared her. He looked over and found two tiny kittens shivering inside the box. His baby girl was rubbing them with a finger. Then he noticed a scrawled note taped on the box which read, "Please take care of us." She looked up at him with adorable puppy eyes, even batting her eyelashes. His mouth twitched. "You want them?" She nodded. He sighed, but immediately put on a stern expression. "Do you know how to take care of cats?" "No, but I'll learn. I'll read lots of books and ask a veterinarian. Kiss me, and we'll take them." She immediately jogged to him and kissed him on the lips. His arms circled around her tiny waist and then snaked down to her plump behind to give it a pat and a squeeze. "MMN. All right, let's bring them." She smiled up at him brightly. His heart stopped for a moment. She was so beautiful. He pulled her against his body and kissed her passionately, making her moan. They were both breathless after the kiss. Iris carried the box of kittens, and they climbed back inside the car. She played with them on her lap, while Jin Liwei searched for a veterinarian on his phone. When he found one that satisfied him, they started driving again. He glanced at his happy baby girl. You should name them first. What do you think? What names would you give them? Quickly looking at the tiny and thin fur balls, he replied, Brownie and Blackie. Iris stared at him with blank eyes at first, and then looked at him like he was the most stupid person in the planet. They're not even brown and black. The striped one has a very light ginger coat. It's not brown. And this one here has a beautiful pure gray coat, almost silver. Which part of it is black? He just shrugged. They're just names. She pouted and then harumphed. You have no imagination. How dull. Fine, I'll be the one to name them. I won't allow my own cats to have such stupid names. All right, let's hear what great names you'll give them. This cute ginger will be, Popcorn. And this silver gray beauty will be, let me think. Oh, I know. You'll be called Ice Cream. Then she turned her head to Jin Liwei with a proud expression. He tried hard not to laugh. She said that Brownie and Blackie were stupid names? Popcorn and Ice Cream weren't? Compared to her crazy naming sense, he thought that Brownie and Blackie were more sensible names for cats. What do you think? Perfect names, right? She asked him smugly. He coughed. Of course. The names my baby girl thought of are the best. She giggled and then continued playing with the kittens. His mouth curved into a smile. So what if she named the kittens Popcorn and Ice Cream? As long as she was happy. Even if she named them Toilet and Panties, he would praise her for thinking such creative names. After driving for some time, they finally arrived at a small plaza where the veterinarian clinic was located. They parked and climbed out of the car. Jin Liwei carried the cardboard box. The veterinarian was a kind man in his 50s. He immediately identified the kittens to be British Shorthairs with age at about 4 to 6 weeks old. They just looked smaller because they were malnourished. He examined them gently and talked about the basics on how to care for kittens. Then he handed them a list of kitten essentials and shamelessly told them that they could buy everything at his pet store next door. Iris didn't want to leave the kittens alone at the vet, but Jin Liwei gently dragged her to the pet store next door, assuring her that the kittens would be safe in the clinic. At the pet store, Jin Liwei took a cart. Iris handed the list to a clerk and asked him to direct them to where the items were located. She frowned when she discovered that there were different types and brands for every item on the list. Since she had no idea what was what, she just took whatever the clerk said were the highest quality, which were almost always the most expensive. She now had 2 kittens, so she would take at least 2 of everything. Her hands constantly pulled something from the shelves and dumped them into the cart. Soon, the first cart was filled. Another clerk immediately followed them with an empty cart without even being asked. Someone took Jin Liwei's full cart and placed it at the cashier counter to wait for them when it was time to pay. Both Iris and Jin Liwei tossed items to the train of carts following behind them. The majority of the clerks catered to them. Even the store manager was called and took over the job of recommending items, smelling big money from the couple. All the books about cats were taken. Cat toys? They almost emptied the shelves. Even items not on the vet's list were dumped into the carts because of the manager's effective sales talk. Finally, they headed to the cashier. Some of the other customers looked at them in awe and curiosity upon seeing the train of full carts. The scanning of the items took quite a while. The manager refrained himself from shouting with joy upon seeing the astronomical final total of the scanned items. He was beyond amazed when he noticed that the couple didn't even bat their eyelids upon seeing the total price. Rich. These people must be rich. Their pet store hit the jackpot. I'll pay. Jin Liwei fished out his wallet from his pocket. No, they're my cats, so I'll pay. Iris stopped him. Then she unzipped her small leather backpack for her own wallet. Baby girl, there are cats. Oh, so let me pay this time, okay? She thought for a few seconds. Fine. He handed a black card to the cashier. The manager's eyes popped wide open upon seeing the legendary black card. He pushed aside the cashier and hurriedly received the black card with shaking hands. It was the first time he ever saw one. He wanted to take a selfie with it, but stopped himself. After the transaction, the manager reluctantly returned the card to Jin Liwei. He almost didn't want to let it go. He rubbed his fingers all over his body, hoping for some of the financial fortune from the black card he just touched would bring him good luck. The clerks all helped carry the shopping bags and boxes out to the parked car. Jin Liwei instructed Iris to head back to the vet clinic first while he and the clerks stuffed and squeezed all their purchases inside the car. Back at the clinic, Iris signed what needed to be signed and paid what needed to be paid. She was also given a schedule of appointments for the kittens' first vaccinations. Then she finally collected the kittens. They were all cleaned up and together inside a new carrier lined with a warm blanket. Iris thanked the veterinarian and then exited the clinic with the carrier. Jin Liwei and the clerks just finished when she reached the car. Finally, they drove away headed for home. The sky was already dark. It was evening. Gold Heights condominium. Outside the condo building, two of Jin Liwei's men climbed out of a waiting car. Iris recognized one of them as the one who delivered the silver car that morning. Master. They both greeted Jin Liwei and then politely nodded at her. Bring all of our purchases to the penthouse, he ordered. Understood. One of the men handed Jin Liwei a garment bag. It was his business suit for work tomorrow. He and Iris headed up first. His two men made several elevator trips before all their purchases and the baskets from the farm villa were delivered to the penthouse. Dom was already back in time for dinner. He squealed upon seeing the adorable kittens, immediately playing with them. Put everything in my bedroom, Iris instructed Imei. Absolutely not. Jin Liwei rejected the idea. But I want the kittens in my room. Not a good idea, baby. She frowned. Why not? Now that we've adopted them, we're now their parents. And they're our kids. Baby girl, you're now a mother. Would you like our kids to personally see us, their parents, rolling on the bed naked? Dom gasped in delight. Imei's eyes widened in horror. The maids all blushed and avoided looking at the couple. Jin Liwei's two men had their usual stoic expressions, but the suspicious flush on their faces, ears and neck, betrayed their true emotions. Oh, Iris blushed a bit before nodding. Turning to Imei, she instructed, put everything in one of the guest bedrooms. Convert it into a cat room within the week. Understood, young miss. Imei replied, quickly recovering from what Jin Liwei said. Then she began instructing the maids and Jin Liwei's two men as to which room to place all the kitty stuff. Afterwards, everyone had dinner together. Even Jin Liwei's men stayed over to eat before leaving. The cook prepared a delicious Greek-style dinner. The main dishes were roasted lamb chops, chicken and pork souvlakia, with lemon rice pilaf. The side dishes were horiatiki salad, 3, and roasted potatoes sprinkled with feta cheese and choices of yogurt and ginger sauce dressings. Iris and Jin Liwei ate together at a small table by the living area, overlooking the dazzling night lights of the city outside the ceiling-high glass windows. Dom ate with the others at the big granite kitchen island, including Jin Liwei's two men. All the men wolfed down everything. Nothing was left when the meal was over. After the meal was hot peppermint tea. Iris and Jin Liwei sipped the tea before heading to the cat room to visit the kittens. Dom and one of the maids were feeding the kittens milk from tiny bottles. Seeing this, Iris immediately wanted to try and took the bottle from the maid. Sir Boss, want to try too? Dom asked Jin Liwei. Wordlessly, Jin Liwei took the bottle from Dom and started feeding one of the kittens as well. Eehee. Dom took his phone and started snapping photos of the couple and the kittens while squealing. Oh my god. Cuteness overload. I'm gonna die from too much cuteness. Popcorn, stay still and let daddy feed you milk. Sir Boss, hold him gently. Yes, like that. Ah, ice cream is so well behaved. So cute. Even the way she sucks milk is so elegant. Just like her mommy. Iris blushed upon hearing Dom refer to them as the kittens' mommy and daddy. Jin Liwei had an indifferent expression on his face, but his mouth slightly curved into a smug smile. He was very pleased. However, when his baby girl spent almost an hour cooing and fussing around the kittens, his expression turned darker and darker. Would the two tiny fur balls take all her attention away from him from now on? If so, then he was starting to regret that they adopted the kittens. Baby girl, time for bed. MMN. Later, but they're already sleeping. I know, but they're too cute. I want to look at them more. He sulked. He wanted to throw the kittens out, but controlled himself, especially since he was the one who first referred to them as their kids. He was a father now. He needed to learn patience with his kids. Desperate to regain her attention, he used the guilt trip. Baby, I'm leaving tomorrow. I'll be gone for my business trip, and we won't be able to see each other for a week. You can look at them whenever you want, but I want to spend more time with you before I leave. Oh, she finally stood up and walked to his embrace. Let's go to bed. He smiled and kissed her hair, and then held her hand as they walked together to the bedroom. They showered together and made love with their hands and mouths. After drying their bodies, they blow-dried each other's hairs, all the while playfully kissing and touching each other. Finally, they fell on the bed. The stained bedsheets were already replaced with clean ones while they were gone for the day, smelling fresh of lavender. Liwei, call me properly. Darling. She was starting to feel a little more comfortable with calling him darling, although she still thought that it was stupid. He smiled, pleased. Thank you for today. I'm so happy. He tightened his arms around her and gave her a light kiss. Anything for my baby girl. What time are you leaving tomorrow? About 5 a.m. I need to go to the company first before my flight. It was her turn to tighten her arms around him. Will you miss me? He asked. She nodded. Tell me. I'm going to miss you, she whispered. Miss me what? I'll miss you, darling. She looked up at his face. Will you miss me too? Of course. I'll always miss my Shilon. So much. All the time. They looked at each other's dark eyes filled with desire. Then they started another fiery and passionate kiss while lying on the bed together. Jin Liwei's hand played and squeezed her breasts before crawling down her flat abdomen to the wetness between her legs. She gasped, moaning loudly and opening her legs wider to give him better access. Touch me too, baby. She wrapped his hard length with her hand and stroked him, as they continued kissing each other with open mouths. Their tongues danced together, sucking and nibbling each other's lips. Iris was the first one to break the kiss as she panted and cried out her release. She bit his chest hard and trembled, moaning and whimpering. When she finally calmed down, he kissed her cheek and then sucked his fingers dripping with her juices. He moaned as he tasted her. He felt his length hardening even more. He touched her wet slit again and then used her juices to lubricate his member. Baby, want to try something new? She looked at him with half-lidded eyes. What? He gently pinched her nipple. Something that will make me feel really good. Oh, she tilted her head. Only you? What about me? Well, I'm not sure if this will make you feel good. But let's try, and then you can tell me if it feels good or not. Okay. Good girl. He gave her a quick peck on the lips. Stay still. Then he sat up and straddled her waist. She watched him, curious as to what he wanted to do. He scooted forward until he was on top of her chest. Lowering himself without burdening her with his weight, he placed his hard length moistened with her juices between her breasts. Then he grabbed each of her breasts with his two hands and pressed them tightly together, sandwiching his hardness between them. Ready, baby? He asked in a low, excited voice, breathing heavily. Seeing his unusual position, she now somewhat understood what he wanted to do. Yes, she replied. He tested the newfound heaven by slowly moving in and out. He closed his eyes and groaned deeply. Opening his eyes, he looked down at her and started pumping in a steady rhythm. She placed her hands on his thick, muscled thighs as she watched him pleasure himself with her breasts. He looked like he was feeling really good. His sweat dripped down on her skin. Her breath quickened and she became even wetter. She pressed her thighs together and restlessly rubbed them, trying to ease the weird feeling of emptiness between her legs. She didn't expect that watching him pleasure himself would also affect her this way. Jin Liwei rubbed her nipples with his thumbs as his rhythm became even faster. He hissed and closed his eyes, savoring the intense pleasure. When he heard a moan, his eyes snapped open and he looked down at her. She was biting her lip while moaning, her hands gripping his thighs. Do you feel good too, baby? Tell me. Oh, I don't know. Maybe. Yes. Liwei, darling, please. Me too. He chuckled. He loved that she wasn't shy and demanding what she wanted from him. Pausing his hips, he released one breast and gently pushed his forefinger between her lips. When she licked it, he pushed it further inside her mouth. She sucked his finger and moaned, looking at him with hot eyes. Her action made him leak a little. An image of her taking him in her mouth appeared in his mind, almost making him come that very instant before he controlled himself. Next time, he inwardly promised, they would explore many things together. He took out his finger from her mouth and once again held her breast. He resumed pumping in and out between her breasts, moving in a very fast rhythm while panting and grunting, climbing quickly to the peak of his pleasure. Finally, he stiffened and groaned loudly, spraying his release all over his baby girl's neck and face. Oh, Iris was a little taken aback that he shot all over her face and neck. She didn't know how to react. She thought of getting angry, but she was surprised that she kind of liked it. As a result, she just waited for him to finish without saying anything. When he was done, he was panting. He climbed off her chest and kissed her gently on the mouth. "Sorry, I couldn't control myself." "It's fine, I guess," she replied. "I think I read somewhere that it's actually good for the skin. Something like a natural moisturizer." He laughed. "Yeah, I heard that, too. Want me to fill a container for you to use on your skin? Then you won't need to buy lotion or facial moisturizer anymore." "Ew, that's disgusting." She slapped his chest. "No thanks." They both laughed for a few more moments. Then he went to the bathroom to wet a towel with warm water. He wiped his release from her neck and face when he returned. After he finished cleaning her, she grabbed his hand and placed it between her thighs. "I need, please." Chuckling, he gave her a loud, smacking kiss on the lips. "My lady's wish is my command." He worked his fingers on her slit and was surprised to feel how wet she became. He lowered his head between her thighs and ate her. After pleasuring her with his mouth, she grabbed his hair and cried out as she convulsed. "Oh, it feels so good." They laid together in each other's arms after making love without going all the way. Both felt like they were floating on the clouds. "Baby, I don't want to pressure you, but I just want to say that I want to enter you. I want us to be each other's first." She looked up at him. "To be honest, I don't really mind now." His eyes lit up. "But not tonight. We're both tired." "I'm not tired yet." "Well, I'm tired." "No problem. You just lay there, and I'll do all the work." "But that's unfair. I want to be active, too." He sighed, then smiled softly. "All right, baby. I'm ready anytime. Just tell me whenever you're ready." She caressed his chest. "Maybe I'll feel ready when you come back home from your business trip." His eyebrows rose and his smile widened. "Then I'll be sure to hurry home to you as soon as possible." I guess you should." They kissed once more before drifting off to sleep. ####. The next morning, 4 a.m., Jin Liwei's phone alarm woke him up. The first thing he noticed was his warm, soft, and beautiful future wife sleeping in his arms. They were in a spooning position with her back on his chest. Her head laid on top of his now stiff and numb left arm. His right arm embraced her close to his body with his hand subconsciously holding one of her breasts while they slept. He kneaded her soft breast and inhaled her hair. She smelled so good, making his morning hard-on even harder. Groping her, he softly called in a husky voice, "Baby girl." However, she was deeply asleep and wouldn't wake up no matter how much his hand explored her body or how hard his erection poked her from behind. Sighing, he could only carefully remove her head from his arm. He looked at the sleeping beauty beside him and then rained kisses on her face, neck and breasts before heading to the bathroom. After showering, he went to the walk-in closet to put on his business suit that was delivered to him last night by his men. He heard a toilet flush and water running from the bathroom. His baby girl finally woke up. Moments later, Iris sleepily entered the walk-in closet wearing a satin kimono robe. She headed straight to his embrace, burying her face on his chest and wrapping her arms around his waist tightly. "Good morning, beautiful," he greeted. "Morning," she mumbled, yawning. She looked up at him with sleepy eyes. "Let me dry your hair." After blow-drying his hair, she helped him with his suit, personally buttoning his shirt and putting on his necktie. This must be how it feels like to have a wife, he thought. He felt extremely pleased and almost wanted to carry her off to the Civil Affairs Bureau while she wasn't fully awake yet and register their marriage right then and there. "Eat breakfast first before you leave," she said after he suited up. "All right, baby." He smiled and kissed her. They headed to the kitchen where the cook was already cooking breakfast for Jin Liwei. Iris instructed the cook last night to wake up early and prepare breakfast for him. The cook greeted them. The older woman's eyes shined meaningfully upon seeing the sleepy young Miss's appearance. It was obvious that the young Miss was naked under her satin kimono robe. She heard some of the maids gossiping by themselves after they replaced the stained bedsheets and towels from the young Miss's room yesterday, before being harshly reprimanded by May. Although she had these thoughts, she didn't let them show on her face and instead served the couple. Iris sat beside Jin Liwei while he ate breakfast. His breakfast consisted of a hearty wonton rice noodle soup with hard-boiled eggs and a separate dish of dim sum. He sipped a big mug of hot, freshly brewed Sumatra Mandheling premium coffee. "You're not eating?" he asked, upon seeing her only sipping a cup of plain hot water. Not yet. Later. I'll go back to sleep after I see you off." His lips curved into a smile. His future wife specially woke up early just to see him, her future husband, off. He dipped his head and captured her sweet lips. When Jin Liwei was ready to leave, the two stood in front of the private elevator, both unwilling to part from each other. They just became an official couple, after all. They wanted to spend more time with each other. He couldn't stop a big smile from spreading on his handsome face because Iris was hugging him so tightly, showing him with her actions that she didn't want him to leave. Kissing the top of her head, he murmured, "I don't want to leave you." She sighed, and then reluctantly loosened her arms around his waist. She looked up at him. "It's all right. Your work is important. Just finish your own matters, and then come back to me soon." He lowered his head and kissed her gently on the lips. "I haven't left yet, but I'm already missing you. So much." "Me too." He grinned, and then his expression became stern. "Don't get too close to other men while I'm not around." "Why would I? I already have you. You're the one who shouldn't get close to other women. I'll cut off your P***NIS if you do." He chuckled. "Baby, I never get close to women. Only you." She smiled, but then tilted her head to the side, thinking of something. Then, almost carelessly but with a sincere tone, she told him, "If you ever feel that you don't want me anymore or you meet another woman who you like more than me, just tell it to me straight. I'll feel angry, but I'll try to understand. I'm not unreasonable. Just don't cheat on me behind my back. At least break it off cleanly with me before you start another relationship. Then I won't feel too hurt or hate you too much. I'll also do the same if ever I like another man more than I like you." His aura suddenly turned murderous. He grabbed the sides of her arms, squeezing them tightly. Then he shook her. In a dangerous tone, he whispered, "What did you say?" Iris tried to pull away, but his hold was too strong. "Stop. Long Xiaolon. Do you know what you just said?" he hissed. She felt alarmed seeing his vicious expression. She was reminded of the feeling of danger she felt from him the first time they met at the hotel lobby. In fact, he felt even more dangerous now. "Don't say those things to me ever again. Do you understand?" Liwei. She was starting to feel panicked. "You're mine, Long Xiaolon. Only mine. I won't allow anyone, including you too, break us apart. Remember that." Then he smashed her against his chest and hugged her fiercely, as if wanting to forcibly fuse the two of them into one being. Then he sucked her exposed ear. "Liwei, what are you doing?" His mouth moved downwards to the side of her neck and sucked hard, leaving a dark red love bite. He alternated between licking and sucking. This man. She already told him not to leave hickeys on areas that were easy to see. After marking her, he finally straightened and glared at her. Her eyes watered. She didn't like this Jin Liwei. Was what she said so wrong? She thought that she was just being mindful of their relationship and the problems that may arise if their attraction towards each other faded. Why was he so angry? Then fury bubbled from inside her. How dare he treat her this way? How dare he claim her? She was her own person, not anyone's possession. She clenched her teeth and kneed him hard on the crotch. He groaned and doubled over, falling on his knees to the floor. He then looked up at her in disbelief. She wavered, instantly feeling sorry for hurting him, but the wet feeling on her ear and neck reminded her of how he treated her just a few seconds ago. She hardened her heart. "You deserve it," she told him. He gasped and gently massaged his poor little brother down below. It wasn't injured, right? It would still work properly, right? He would still be able to put a baby in his Xiaolon's belly in the future, right? Iris began to worry when Jin Liwei didn't get up after a minute already passed. Did she knee him that hard? She began to feel guilty. Are you okay?" He glared at her. His look pissed her off. "What? You want me to knee you again? Come. This knee is still raring to go." They glared at each other. Finally, he stood up slowly. He was breathing heavily, his expression completely black. Iris' expression wasn't any better either. After glaring at each other some more, it was Jin Liwei who cracked first. "I'm sorry," he sighed. He still felt furious, but forced his tone to be gentle. "I lost control of myself. Xiaolon, baby, you're the only woman for me. You're the only one I'll ever want. So I would never cheat on you. Trust me. And if I suddenly become crazy and stupid enough to cheat with some B*TCH, I'll kill myself first. I'd rather die than taint myself with some other woman. I swear. She stared at his serious face, feeling his sincerity. I don't want you to die, she whispered. She had already experienced too much death in her previous lifetime, more than the average person. She didn't want to go through that again, especially with him who she already considered as an important person to her. Even if they came to a point that they weren't attracted to each other or weren't in a relationship any longer, she still wouldn't wish him dead. He pulled her into a tight embrace. Baby, we belong together. Remember that. She personally didn't believe in such words of finality. Because people's feelings change. Life was unpredictable. However, she still nodded at him because she could feel his sincerity at the moment. Whether or not his feelings would change in the future was something she only needed to deal with if it happened. Besides, she herself still wasn't sure exactly how she felt about him. The only thing she was sure of at the moment was her undoubted attraction to him. She lusted for him and wanted to spend time with him, to get to know him. She also realized that she now cared about him, but she still didn't know how falling in love felt like. As for promises of forever with him, she wouldn't make, because there was no such thing as forever. Her previous life was a testament to this. Someone as powerful and formidable as her family who ruled the international underworld for many generations was annihilated in just a single night. Forever was just wishful thinking. It was better to enjoy the moment and try to live life to the fullest, so even when the good things ended, there wouldn't be any regrets. Iris sighed and caressed his face, pulling his head down to gently kiss his lips. All right, just don't do it again. Does it still hurt? Yeah. She touched his crotch and massaged him gently. He groaned. She bit her lip. It seemed that it hurt quite a lot, since she didn't feel him harden even when she was already touching him. I'm sorry I need you, but you really deserved it. He grunted and then sighed, taking her hand off his poor little brother. I don't want us to fight anymore, especially since I'm leaving soon. Hearing his words reminded her that they wouldn't be able to see each other for days. She felt her chest tighten. She immediately wrapped her arms around his waist and hugged him. He embraced her as well. Are we okay now? MMN. Yes. He released a breath of relief. Good. But I hope that you remember what I said today. Okay. But please don't do that again. I hate it. All right, baby. I'm sorry. I just want you so much. Make sure to always answer my calls and reply to my messages, okay? Okay. She gave him a peck on the lips. You have to take care of yourself while you're there. Don't tire yourself too much. All right. You too. Miss me while I'm gone. Think of me every day. Dream of me every night. Because I will miss you, think of you, and dream of you every single day that we're not together. Her heart thumped at his words. How could he say such things so easily and so seriously? It sounded kind of stupid, but a delicious warmth spread within her upon hearing his words. She wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed her body against him. Pulling him down, she whispered to his ear, Okay, I'll be waiting for you to come back home. I want to hear you call me darling. Darling. Her hot breath on his ear finally gave him a hard-on. Thank goodness. His little brother was still functioning properly. Unfortunately, they didn't have time. He had to go. His hands snaked down to her plump bottom and squeezed, feeling pleased when he heard her moan. I have to go. Bye, baby. Bye, Liwei, darling. Come back home safely. He gave her a final deep, searing kiss before reluctantly releasing her and stepping inside the private elevator. His eyes were hot and intense as he looked at her before the elevator door closed. Iris was already missing his kisses. Biting her lips, she righted her disheveled kimono robe. She stared at the closed elevator doors for a couple more minutes before coming to terms that he would really be gone for a full workday week. Was this how having a boyfriend felt like? It seemed like she was discovering a new side of herself that she wasn't aware of before. If she wasn't so attracted to Jin Liwei, she was certain that she would never want to become involved with someone like him. His personality completely clashed with her life goals. However, oddly enough, she accepted him even when she felt bothered and a little scared at how fast their relationship was progressing. Perhaps she was feeling too attracted to him at the moment that she subconsciously didn't want anything to dampen the euphoria of being in a relationship for the first time. Sighing, she turned around and headed to the cat room. The kittens were asleep. She rubbed them softly with a finger, comforted by their fluffiness and warmth. Carefully, she scooped them up with her hands and brought them to her bedroom. She placed them on her bed and enclosed them with pillows so they wouldn't accidentally fall off the bed. Then she laid down beside them. It was still very early in the morning, only a few minutes after 5 a.m. Although her quarrel with Jin Liwei was brief, it was very intense. She was now very awake with highly stimulated emotions. Fortunately, the soft but deep breathing of both kittens plus the sound of falling water from the wall-mounted waterfall fountain were both relaxing and comforting. After a few minutes, she drifted back to sleep. ####. That morning, the alarm girls, Wanwan, Fei, and Mimi, with their manager woke up early to get ready for a contract signing to seal an endorsement deal with a local nail polish company. It would be their biggest endorsement deal yet. The company couldn't compare to the big, high-end and signature brands, but it enjoyed a considerable amount of popularity among the tween demographic. This was because the company mostly used up-and-coming celebrities like girl groups to endorse its nail polish products. More than half of the endorsers this company used eventually became quite popular, so the company had a bit of a reputation within the industry of helping newbies on their road to success. Although the alarm girls couldn't be described as up-and-coming anymore, their climb to popularity throughout the years was slow but sure. They weren't the most talented nor the most eye-catching, but their years in the industry gained them a decent number of fans. Their manager worked very hard to obtain the trio this endorsement deal. He almost sold his soul in order to get the necessary connections. When he was finally able to meet with the right people, his excessive brown-nosing was cringeworthy. There were many times that he was chased out and doors slammed on his face, but he was persistent. If he could get this endorsement deal for the girls, he would get a share as their manager. This thought alone motivated him. He would do anything just to get this endorsement deal, even if he had to lick shoes. In the end, he was doing this for himself. The alarm girls were just stepping stones for him on his road of becoming a manager with a stable position in the industry. Finally, his persistence paid off, and the alarm girls were scheduled to sign a contract that morning. The contract was only for a tentative period of 1 year, but the money and benefits involved were the best the trio would receive so far. The nail polish company promised that the contract might be extended and the benefits increased based on the trio's effectiveness and performance in endorsing. As for the trio, they thought that this endorsement deal was a long time coming. Their hard work was finally starting to pay off. This endorsement deal couldn't compare to the big stars, but it was certainly better than what newbies would usually receive. Wanwan, Fei, and Mimi dressed to impress. They felt like big shots as they sauntered inside the company building. Business hours just started, and employees streamed in to start another work week. The group headed to the reception desk. "Hello. Good morning." Their manager greeted the pretty receptionist. "The ladies beside me are the girl group called Alarm Girls, and I'm their manager. We have an appointment with Mr. Chun at 8:30 a.m. "I understand. Please wait a moment while I confirm your appointment." The receptionist was very welcoming with a warm smile, her voice very pleasant to the ears. She picked up the phone and spoke with someone on the other end of the line for a few seconds. Then she frowned, but quickly smoothed out her face back to her usual welcoming expression. After hanging up the phone, she turned back to the alarm girls and their manager, looking apologetic. "I regret to inform our honorable guests that Mr. Chan is currently in an emergency meeting, so your appointment will have to be delayed. We don't know how long this meeting will take, so I suggest that the honorable guests wait in the waiting area. The meeting might end in a few minutes or a few hours, but it's best that you're ready to be called upstairs anytime." "I understand, the manager was about to say, but what? We came so early and even called ahead to confirm our appointment, but we still end up having to wait? This is so unprofessional." Wanwan didn't hide her displeasure. The receptionist's warm smile immediately froze and her expression turned cold. However, she was still a professional. Her tone didn't change, but her words were biting. "We apologize for the inconvenience, honorable guests. Mr. Chun holds an important position in the company, and he has many responsibilities. Emergency meetings are normal occurrences in our company, especially for a key officer like Mr. Chun. If you are unhappy with the current situation, rest assured that I will convey your complaints to Mr. Chun once he's finished with his meeting." No. This is just a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding?" The manager laughed unnaturally. "Miss Receptionist, there is no need to bother Mr. Chun with such trifle matters. We will wait. Please don't concern yourself too much with us. Wanwan glared at him, unsatisfied by his behavior. Why must he lower himself to such a degree in front of a mere receptionist? She opened her mouth and was about to say something again, but was stopped by Fei Fei. Fei Fei was also disgruntled at the situation, but she was cool-headed enough to remember how important this endorsement deal was to their career. It was better to maintain a good impression while the contract wasn't signed yet. They needed to make sure that the deal was 100% theirs before acting reckless. Wanwan calmed down after Fei Fei gave her a meaningful look. Right? They just had to wait and endure for a few hours at most. When they signed the contract, they would automatically be treated as VIPs by this unprofessional company. Then, they would be the ones to get the last laugh. Their manager sighed, relieved, upon seeing Wanwan hold back. He was cursing the impulsive idiot for almost ruining this endorsement deal that he worked so hard and so long to obtain for them. He gave a fawning smile to the receptionist before leading the three girls to the waiting area at the lobby. The couches were big and soft, very comfortable. Latest issues of magazines and newspapers were available for reading on the tables. After a few minutes, a different receptionist served them hot tea and some biscuits. Humph, at least they know how to serve refreshments, Wanwan muttered as she sipped tea. Mimi immediately attacked the biscuits. Fei Fei pretended not to see. She was on diet. They read some of the fashion and entertainment magazines, looking at the clock every now and then. After more than an hour of waiting, the three girls couldn't take it anymore. Mimi, what's taking so long? How long do we still have to wait? Wanwan, this company is so unprofessional. Fei Fei, manager, go and inquire. The manager smiled bitterly. He spent almost a year trying to obtain this endorsement deal for them, but these girls couldn't even wait for an hour. However, he too wondered what was taking so long. He was starting to feel uneasy. He stood up and headed to the reception desk to inquire. He was told that Mr. Chun was still at the meeting and was unavailable to be contacted, so please be patient and wait until further notice. The three girls were clearly unhappy that they still had to wait for who knew how long, but they still had the presence of mind to know that this endorsement was important to their career. They had to endure this humiliation until the contract was signed. After another hour passed with no word from Mr. Chun, the three girls lost their patience. They marched to the reception desk and demanded to see Mr. Chun as soon as possible. They ganged up on the receptionist until the receptionist could no longer maintain her welcoming countenance. Their manager was in the washroom, so he wasn't able to stop them. Honorable guests, please calm yourselves. The receptionist told them coldly. I already informed you that Mr. Chun is still at the meeting. If you are unsatisfied with the current situation, please feel free to leave, and I will be more than happy to inform Mr. Chun that you, honorable guests, are too busy to wait for him. What did you say, UB*TCH? Wanwan finally lost her temper. You're just a mere receptionist. How dare you speak to us this way? Where's your manager? You deserve to be fired. So unprofessional. The receptionist inwardly sneered. Who did these girls think they were? She didn't even know who the hell these alarm girls were before they introduced themselves earlier. What were the higher-ups thinking wanting to sign these uncouth B*cheese? We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. The receptionist robotically repeated. I have no way of contacting Mr. Chen until he comes out of the meeting. The honorable guests have two options. Wait patiently until Mr. Chun is ready to see you or leave. B*TCH, say that again. Wanwan almost climbed over the reception desk to slap the receptionist. Fei Fei pulled Wanwan and tried to calm her down. Leader, let's just wait for now, all right? It's only been 2 hours. I heard that some business meetings take the whole day. Hopefully, we don't have to wait that long. Wanwan glared at Fei Fei. I think Sis Fei Fei is right, leader. We can't lose this endorsement deal, Mimi interjected. Wanwan finally got a hold of herself. She took several deep breaths. Giving a vicious glare at the receptionist, she stomped back to the waiting area. Fei Fei and Mimi followed after their leader. Mr. Chin's secretary watched her boss read the usual weekly reports before signing them. She served him a fresh mug of hot coffee. She cleared her throat. Mr. Chun, the receptionist called again. I told her that you're still busy in a meeting. The alarm girls and their manager have been waiting downstairs for more than 3 hours already. Will you not see them? Don't concern yourself with those insignificant people. Hand me the reports from the last week of the previous month, will you? I need to make some comparisons. Understood. Sir, excuse my ignorance, but aren't you supposed to sign the contract today with the Alarm Girls for our latest endorsement deal? Hi, didn't you hear what I just said? I told you not to concern yourself with them. But you had me schedule this meeting with them a month in advance. So I thought that it's supposed to be important. Mr. Chen finally put down the report in his hand and sighed. To tell you the truth, I was also looking forward to signing them up. I liked their perseverance in trying to survive for years in the cruel world of showbiz. They're not the most popular, but they're still holding on. I felt that our company has a similarity to them in that both of us aren't the best or the most popular, but we're succeeding slowly but surely. Earlier this morning, however, I discovered that it's a big mistake to even think about signing them up as our endorsers. Why is that, Mr. Chun? Hi. Did you know that our company CEO called me first thing in the morning and scolded me for getting involved with the Alarm Girls? The secretary frowned, confused. Why would our CEO scold you, sir? I thought that he was already informed and aware of your plan to sign the Alarm Girls as endorsers. Didn't he approve it too? Exactly. However, the CEO suddenly changed his tune. Then he lowered his voice and looked around, making sure that nobody else was listening. Don't tell anyone this. It seems like those girls offended someone from Jin Corporation. Hi. They can offend anyone, but why do they have to offend someone from the #1 company in the country? Are they stupid or what? The secretary gasped. Jin Corporation? They're crazy. What did those girls do? Mr. Chun clicked his tongue. Who knows? That's why our CEO backtracked from this endorsement deal. Our company can't afford to get involved with the Alarm Girls, or else we'll offend Jin Corporation. One word from Jin Corporation, and our company is finished. Do you understand? The secretary nodded. So sir, what do you plan to do with the Alarm Girls now? They're still waiting downstairs. Isn't it better to just tell them that the deal is off so that they can leave? Let them wait. I got scolded harshly by the CEO this morning. Do you think I enjoyed that? My mood is ruined for the entire day because of them. Let them wait until lunchtime. All right, sir. Understood. ####. Downstairs at the lobby waiting area. Mimi splayed over the arm of the couch. I'm so hungry. We've been waiting for over 4 hours already. I'm so tired of waiting. My butt hurts from sitting for too long. Is he not done with that meeting yet? How long do we still have to wait? I think they're doing this on purpose. Wanwan's expression was ugly. She rolled a magazine and was twisting it out of shape in frustration. Fei turned to their manager. Her earlier impatience and anger already transformed into anxiousness. She felt that something was not right. Didn't you say that this deal is a sure thing? They're not going to back out, right? The manager was also feeling quite panicked, but he gave them a reassuring smile. I already talked with Mr. Chen a few times both on the phone and in person. I can confidently say that he's very enthusiastic and excited about working with you, girls. So don't worry too much. We'll get this endorsement deal. I'm sure that Mr. Chun is just really busy with that emergency meeting. We just need to wait until he's ready to see us. But we've already waited for so long. Wanwan threw the crumpled magazine hard on the table. Since there was no Mr. Chun to direct her anger at, she lashed out at their manager instead. This is all your fault. You're so incompetent. You can only connect us with this kind of unprofessional and small-time company. We deserve better. We deserve endorsement deals with the big companies. Leader, not so loud. Fei warned her, looking around. There were already quite a few people, most of them employees of the company, who were looking at them after hearing Wanwan's outburst. Their expressions showed obvious displeasure that their company was described as unprofessional and small-time. Wanwan crossed her arms and lifted her chin. Mimi agreed with the leader 100%, but she also understood why Fei was being so cautious. The manager clenched his hands into tight fists, his fingers digging painfully on his palms, trying to rein in his anger at Wanwan's insult. Let me inquire at the reception desk again. Incompetent. Wanwan spat, watching their manager stand and walk for the nth time to talk to that *TCH of A. Receptionist. Leader, I'm really getting worried. What if we don't get this endorsement deal? Mimi finally voiced out. Of course Wanwan was getting anxious as well. This was, after all, their biggest endorsement deal yet. It would be a huge boost to their career. But her pride wouldn't allow her to show it. Instead, she let her impatience and anger spill out. So what? This is just a small-time company anyway. I don't even like their nail polish products. So cheap. Fei, leader please. Not so loud. The employees nearby were already glaring at them. If these employees informed Mr. Chun, they would probably really lose this endorsement deal. Wan, tisk fine. It was already lunchtime and many of the employees were heading outside to eat. However, there was still no word from Mr. Chun. Another hour passed by. Lunchtime was over. The employees returned to their work after eating. The alarm girls were hungry and angry. They snapped at their manager who offered to buy them lunch, telling them that they should eat while waiting. Fine. If you don't want to eat, then don't eat. He thought as he chewed on another biscuit. Finally, after more than 5 hours of waiting, Mr. Chin's secretary stepped out of the elevator and found them. She introduced herself in a detached, professional manner, observing the bedraggled appearances of the three girls. She inwardly shook her head at the girls' stupidity and bad luck for offending someone they shouldn't have offended. Only someone with a screw loose would dare offend Jin Corporation, yet these girls did. Hello. The manager immediately greeted the secretary with a fawning smile. These are Wan, Fei, and Mimi. They're the alarm girls, and I'm their manager. Is Mr. Chun ready to see us? We've been waiting for 5 hours, Wan grumbled. The secretary cast a cold look at the complaining girl. The manager laughed awkwardly. He wanted to knock some sense into the stupid girl's head. He smiled at the secretary. Please lead the way. We are looking forward to meeting with Mr. Chun. The secretary inwardly sighed at being assigned the unpleasant job of informing these unfortunate girls that they waited for so long in vain. Alas, her boss had no desire to meet them in person. She cleared her throat and spoke in a cold tone. Miss Wan, Miss Fei, Miss Mimi, Mr. Manager. I regret to inform you that our company cannot continue on with this endorsement deal with you. There are issues that cropped up at the last minute, and we decided that the alarm girls aren't the best fit to endorse our products. We apologize for the inconvenience, but we stand behind our final decision. We wish you good luck on your career. The exit is that way. Please stay safe on the road. Have a good day. The manager blinked. His mind turned blank. What? This wasn't happening, right? He worked so hard and so long to obtain this deal. How come? What in the world happened? The three girls also froze, not believing what they just heard. The endorsement deal was off? Just like that? No way. Wan, what the hell are you saying? Say that again. The secretary ignored the girl's attitude and spoke in a cold voice. Our company has decided that the endorsement agreement with you is now canceled. After much consideration, we believe that your group is not suitable to endorse our products. Please kindly leave because Mr. Chun will not be meeting with you. Wait. There must be some mistake, the manager said. He was sweating hard. I talked with Mr. Chun a number of times, and he assured me that the endorsement deal will be given to my girls. Mr. Manager, there is no such thing as a sure thing in the business world, especially if the contract is not signed yet. I'm sure you know that. The secretary made a show of looking at her wristwatch. Please excuse me. I am quite busy at the moment. The exit is right there. Please show yourselves out. Fei couldn't take it anymore. She had been the most understanding while they were forced to wait for hours. Now that they learned that they waited for nothing, she felt furious. Is this how you treat your endorsers? You made us wait for more than 5 hours. If the deal is off, you should have told us earlier. Then we wouldn't have waited all this time. Miss Fei, you are mistaken. First of all, we treat our endorsers very well. Some of the successful ones even launched their own nail polish line with us. Many of them are our best sellers. Second of all, you are not our endorsers, so we don't have any obligation to you. You? How dare you? Mimi shrieked. Her voice was so shrill that it echoed across the entire lobby, attracting a lot of attention. People stopped what they were doing and looked at their direction. Many of the employees recognized Mr. Chin's secretary. Some of them called for security to intervene just in case the undisciplined girls hurt their fellow colleague. They already had a bad impression of the girls, especially after hearing them bad-mouthing their company earlier. Now they were even shouting at Mr. Chin's secretary. Were they crazy? How dare they? Calm down, girls, their manager told them. Let's try to talk this out. I'm sure there must be some kind of mistake. Wan, calm down. Mistake. They made us wait for more than 5 king hours, and now they're telling us that the endorsement deal is off. How do you expect us to calm down? This is all your fault. You're such an incompetent manager. You can't even connect us with a reputable company. And what do you mean by that, Miss Wanwan? Are you saying that our company is not reputable? The secretary's voice became colder. She started working for the company since she graduated from university. She had only experienced working for the company and was very loyal to it. Wanwan, that's exactly what I'm saying. Because if you're really reputable, how can you treat us this way? You're just a bunch of losers with trashy products. Who wants to endorse your cheap nail polish? We don't. The manager was already beyond panicking. Everything was ruined. These idiotic girls ruined all his hard work. I see. That's good to hear because our company doesn't want to work with you either. We don't associate with conceited spoiled brats like you who think too highly of yourselves. Who do you think you are? There are a lot of other girl groups who are more deserving to become our endorsers than you. If you don't have any more business with our company, please leave, or do you want someone to show you where the exit is? UB*TCH. Wanwan pounced at the secretary, pulling hard at her hair. The secretary wasn't a pushover either. She slapped and scratched at Wanwan's face. Of course, Fei and Mimi jumped into the fray, ganging up on the secretary. Fei and Mimi held the secretary while Wanwan attacked with all her might. The manager was so shocked that he wasn't able to react in time. He was frozen and stared with blank eyes at the women viciously fighting like wild beasts in front of him. Security guards quickly ran over to separate the women. The employees all came over, concerned and curious. They pulled and supported Mr. Chen's secretary, protecting her from the uncivilized girls who dared bully their colleague right in front of them in their own territory. What audacity! Mr. Chen's secretary was in a sorry state. Her clothes were ripped. There were small bald spots on her head where clumps of hair were pulled out. There were scratches and bruises all over her face and body. Her mouth was bleeding, and she had a nasty black eye. Wanwan was also scratched and had a couple of bruises, but she was in a much better condition than the secretary. Fei and Mimi, on the other hand, had no injuries on them at all. They only looked disheveled. One look, and it was plain for everyone to see who the real victim of this altercation was. Each of the alarm girls were held by a security guard. They were struggling and shrieking about physical assault and sexual harassment. The security guards restraining them were males. The receptionist was on the phone calling for the police. The manager finally regained sense and realized how deep the trouble the stupid girls fell into this time. He immediately rebuked the girls, ignoring their ferocious glares, and bowed and apologized to everyone, especially to Mr. Chen's secretary. He was, as expected, ignored and even denounced. Soon after, the police arrived. Seeing the police officers, the alarm girls finally panicked. Mimi broke down in tears, sobbing hysterically. Wanwan blanched, but determination flashed across her fierce eyes. Fei trembled, but the same determination also appeared on her expression. The three girls realized that they totally lost control of themselves and the situation today. Ever since the altercation with that *TCH Iris Long last Friday at Music Fest tonight, and receiving an official order from their management company the day after to apologize to the *TCH. They were all in a foul mood for the entire weekend. They thought that everything would turn for the better once they seal this endorsement deal, but they were instead forced to wait for more than 5 hours. They were hungry, angry, and frustrated. But in the end, they were told that the endorsement deal was off the table. It was the final straw which triggered the volcano of negative emotions that they were bottling up the entire weekend. They just exploded. The police officers started asking questions to gain an understanding of what happened. The manager knew that the situation spiraled out of control, so he insisted that he and his girls wouldn't answer any questions from the police without the presence of their lawyer. He immediately contacted their management company to ask for a lawyer and instructions on how to handle the situation. Although the alarm girls and their manager refused to respond to the police officers' questioning, Mr. Chen's secretary and the people who witnessed the entire thing were more than willing to recount what really happened. Some of them even recorded the incident on their mobile phones. Upstairs, Mr. Chun received a call from the receptionist. After hearing what happened to his secretary, he hurried to the elevator and ran downstairs to the lobby. When he arrived at the scene and saw his secretary's sorry state, he was absolutely livid. How dare these girls beat up his secretary? Why didn't someone call for an ambulance? He yelled. My secretary is injured. She's even bleeding. Hurry up. Mr. Chun, don't worry. We already called, and the ambulance is on its way, someone informed him. Sir. The secretary finally broke down and cried when her boss arrived. Her hands touched the bald spots on her head. My hair. Mr. Chen finally noticed the bald spots on his secretary's head. He knew how she treasured her hair and would frequently catch her combing it while she was on her desk. He was furious. Turning to the three evil girls, he roared, "You be asterisk cheese. How dare you?" He pounced at them, but several security guards and employees held him back. His legs flailed in the air, struggling against the people restraining him. Please calm down, Mr. Chun. Let me go. These be asterisk cheese hurt my secretary. I'll teach them AF asterisk king lesson. Mr. Chen, please stop. The police are already here. Yes, Mr. Chun. Let the police handle this case. I'm sure that they will give your secretary the justice that she deserves. All of us can serve as witnesses, and we have evidence. He calmed down a bit after hearing everyone. Finally, he noticed the manager standing protectively in front of the evil girls. He snarled at him. I'm so relieved that our company didn't commit the mistake of signing your 3B asterisk cheese as endorsers. You would have destroyed us. Connecting with you is the biggest mistake of my career. I hope that you're ready because our company won't stop until we get justice. We will see you in court. He broke away from the hands restraining him. When they were sure that he wouldn't suddenly attack, they released him. He took out his phone and contacted their company's CEO, informing him of what transpired. The CEO was, of course, furious. He was currently out of town attending a business conference. Hearing about the trouble in his company while he was gone, he immediately hurried back and contacted their corporate lawyer. Back at the nail polish company, the ambulance finally arrived. Mr. Chun accompanied his secretary to the hospital. The police took the alarm girls and their manager to the police station for questioning. As for the people left in the company, they burst into gossip. The ones who weren't present during the incident were promptly informed by their colleagues who witnessed the entire thing. Upon hearing the alarm girls' total disrespect to their company and how they attacked their fellow colleague, Mr. Chin's secretary, they were all indignant. Within an hour of the incident, videos of the alarm girls beating up a woman at a company lobby surfaced online and instantly went viral. Bright Summit Entertainment Company. Iris and Dom quietly entered the building and headed to Tang Yi's office. They encountered familiar celebrities along the way, but nobody recognized Iris because she wore a mask and big sunglasses. She didn't want to deal with the fuss of being recognized, especially since she was currently one of the hottest topics during the weekend after her hit performances on Music Fest Tonight and on DJ Song's radio show. Not to mention her previous infamy before the accident 2 years ago and her supposed scandal with Jin Chonglin and Fan Luo, plus the heavy promotion of both Bright Summit and JJ's record label for her upcoming album. Many people were interested in Iris Long at the moment. Inside Tang Yi's office. The office was not very large, but there was enough room for a work desk, file cabinets and drawers, a couple of chairs, a couch, and a low table. It looked like the typical, boring office. A small pot of Pachira aquatica, a type of money tree, was the only attempt to liven up the room. Sit down. Tang Yi instructed the two. When the three were seated, they began discussing Iris' work schedule for the week. She would be extremely busy. The release date of her album Rebirth was on Friday. They planned on holding a launch party where she would perform some of the songs from the album live. Her album in several formats, and even merchandise would also be available for sale right there at the party. There would be a signing event afterwards. We already booked a venue for the launch party, Tang Yi said. However, now it seems that the venue's size won't be enough anymore. Iris tilted her head to the side. I have good news. This morning I received a call from a representative of a group called the Black Stars. They were just established over the weekend, but they're already quite organized. They want to be recognized as your official fan club. Dom gasped in delight. What? Really? That's so awesome. And they even called themselves the Black Stars after Boss Song. Iris remained quiet, waiting for Tang Yi to say more. To be honest, I'm already impressed by them. It's only been, a couple days since they got together? But they already have officers running the fan club. They even have their own funding and a working website. They look very professional. The report they provided me shows that there are currently about 50,000 members signed up, and the numbers are increasing by the day. I see. So you mean that you invited them to my launch party this Friday? Exactly. Just from the Black Stars fan club alone, They already confirmed over 1,000 people who are sure to attend your launch party. And the number is still increasing at the moment. If the number exceeds 2,000 by tomorrow, we'll have to book a bigger place, perhaps even a concert hall or a stadium. Dom, oh my God. Boss, this is amazing. Iris, I would like the launch party to be casual. I prefer for the audience to be seated around tables rather than the normal concert seating arrangement. I want them to enjoy some food and drinks and be able to chat with each other. Tang Yi nodded. All right, so no concert hall. I'll go look for a big hall then. Maybe even a convention center. I hope that there are still some places that are available this Friday. Iris, I'll leave it to you, elder sister E. Dom, sissy. So this fan club is now boss official fan club. Iris looked at Tang Yi, also curious. Tang Yi tapped her fingers on her desk. Not yet. Although they've impressed me, we'll still have to personally see how they operate before we make any final decision. I also need to contact some of the higher-ups here at Bright Summit to hear what they think about this matter. I'll have to observe how these Black Stars members are like when we meet them at the launch party. Both Dom and Iris nodded. Tang Yi looked at Iris and changed the subject. I didn't book any guesting for you this week, so you can focus on rehearsing the live performances for when you promote your album. However, starting from Saturday, you'll be extremely busy every day to promote your album. You'll barely have any day off for an entire month. Prepare yourself. Iris, I understand, elder sister E. Tang Yi, how's the progress of the album's piano transcription? Iris, I'm actually already finished, but I still need to do a lot of tweaking and polishing before I'm satisfied. Tang Yi, good. It would be great if you finish it within a month, so JJ's record label can get everything ready and release the piano version of Rebirth 3 to 6 months after the release date of the original album, maybe even earlier. This way, the interest in your album Rebirth will be prolonged. It also looks like JJ wants to widely release the piano version internationally. Iris, yes, Mr. JJ mentioned it to me before. I also want to publish the sheet music of each of the songs and compile them into a piano book. So if people are interested, they can buy the piano book with the album, or they can buy them separately. I need to ask Mr. JJ what he thinks. Tang Yi, that's a great idea. Wait, are you preparing the sheet music yourself? Iris, of course. Tang Yi, are you sure you can do it by yourself? Just tell me if you need any help, and I'll give you some people. Iris, thanks, elder sister E. But I'm fine. It's not a problem for me at all. It's not like I'm doing the transcribing by hand, drawing the notes one by one. I have a software which automatically transcribes whatever I play on the piano. Very easy and fast. Tang Yi sighed in relief and nodded. They talked a bit more before Tang Yi dismissed Iris and Dom. The two left Bright Summit and headed to a music rehearsal studio. Iris needed to rehearse for her performance at her upcoming launch party this Friday and also for her other future live performances. She had her own band and a full symphony orchestra, the very same one who performed with her at Music Fest tonight, to accompany her throughout this album's live performances. Iris' blood pumped with excitement. Finally, her dream of sharing her music with the masses was almost within reach. After an intense rehearsal with her band and the symphony orchestra at the music rehearsal studio, Iris and Dom climbed into a waiting van. A cashmere scarf was wrapped around Iris' neck to protect her throat. It felt a little sore, so Dom bought a cup of hot ginger tea from a traditional tea house nearby. The rehearsals would only become more grueling from here on. She needed to protect her vocal cords, especially after the release of her album when she needed to perform on a regular basis. Anticipating that she and Dom would be both extremely busy promoting her album, they hired a driver. She didn't want to exhaust Dom by making him drive them around during this upcoming busy period. And she couldn't drive herself. She knew how to drive, but it appeared that Iris Long's body still held a deep trauma when it came to driving. After all, the previous Iris Long died in a car accident while she was driving. She actually tried driving before when she was well enough after the coma, but when she sat on the driver's seat and started the engine, her body started trembling violently and she almost fainted. After that, no matter how many times she tried, she couldn't seem to overcome the trauma. She thought of accepting Dr. Ching's suggestion of psychological therapy, but quickly rejected the idea. It was too dangerous. She was a different person who mysteriously occupied Iris Long's body. At the moment, Her personality change could be explained by saying that she was too traumatized after experiencing a life-and-death situation. But when faced with a psychological expert, the gap between the personalities of the old and the new Iris would be too obvious. What if she was mistakenly diagnosed with some kind of mental disorder? As a celebrity, this was far from ideal. It was not worth the risk. So what if she couldn't drive? She could just hire a driver. Problem solved. Iris and Dom sat at the back seat. The traffic was quite heavy. Bach's Brandenburg Concertos softly played inside the van. Iris closed her eyes and relaxed while listening to the classical orchestral music. She heard Dom gasp loudly beside her. Her eyes opened and she turned her head to see her assistant looking at his mobile phone with a shocked expression. "Oh my God, boss, look at this." He held the phone in front of her. "Turn down the music," she told the driver. Then she watched a shaky video of what looked like some women fighting each other. No, it was 3 women ganging up on one woman. They looked familiar. "Are those the alarm girls?" she asked. "Yes." "Who's the woman they're beating up? When did this happen?" According to the uploader, it just happened earlier today. Apparently, the alarm girls were supposed to sign an endorsement deal with a company, but for some reason, the endorsement deal was suddenly canceled. The woman is said to be the unfortunate employee who informed them of the bad news. Then I guess those 3B*cheese couldn't accept it and just beat her up. TSK. How barbaric. Iris leaned her cheek on her hand, looking at the video. How stupid. Ahaha. I know, right? They're gonna be in big trouble this time. Humph. They deserve it. Especially after how they treated you boss last Friday. If they weren't girls, I would have punched their ugly, fake, plastic faces already. Humph. Just remembering the things they said to you makes me so angry. Humph. Don't think about them anymore, she told Dom before leaning back on her seat. Turn the music back on. She instructed the driver, and Bach's Brandenburg Concertos resumed playing inside the van softly. She closed her eyes. Dom continued scrolling through his phone, even participating in the online discussion. Of course, he was condemning the trio for their barbaric actions. Being Iris' assistant, he learned some easy tricks from her on how to comment online anonymously without being traced. After all, if his name was dragged in the mud, her name would also be dragged alongside his because she was his boss. Iris let the music gently wash the fatigue away. She sighed softly, disappointed with the alarm girls. What were they doing, ruining themselves publicly like that? She was actually looking forward to them provoking her again, so she would gain a legitimate reason to fight with them and ultimately destroy them with her own hands. That was, of course, if they provoked her too far. Their provocation during Music Fest tonight was nothing to her. It was like the buzzing of bees. Annoying, but could be ignored. They hadn't stung her yet. She was waiting for them to up their game and try to sting her, so that she could finally crush them. But from the look of things, she wouldn't even need to lift a finger and the alarm girls would already destroy themselves. Where was the excitement in that? This was the reason of her earlier, "how stupid" comment. It seemed like she would need to cross out Wanwan, Fei and Mimi's names from her black notebook sooner than she expected. How boring. The following days were like an avalanche of misfortune for the alarm girls. An oppressive atmosphere surrounded them, starting from when the police dragged them from the nail polish company to the police station to be interrogated. The 3 girls and their manager refused to respond to the police's questions, resulting in the officers feeling frustrated and having a bad impression of them. Wanwan didn't help the situation either by losing control and threatening the officers of suing them for mistreatment. Fei and their manager tried to stop her, but Wanwan was just like a crazy beast who snapped at everyone. Mimi was too preoccupied with her nonstop wailing. As a result, the police couldn't muster any niceness or sympathy towards the girls and threw them in jail. Their manager pleaded with all his might with the officers, but he was ignored. The 3 girls thought that he was the most useless and incompetent manager for not only failing to secure an endorsement deal for them, but also for allowing the police to throw them behind bars. Now they hated him as much as they hated that SL*T Iris Long. Finally, a lawyer arrived sent by their talent management company. The 3 girls grabbed at him like he was their lifeline, spilling all their grievances to him. The lawyer was able to bail them out. However, the nail polish company's corporate lawyer also arrived not long after, bringing a horde of reporters, journalists, and cameramen with him. He formally pressed charges against the alarm girls on behalf of Mr. Chen's secretary, who was still being treated at the hospital. He also even sued the alarm girls' manager and their talent management company on behalf of the nail polish company for false and misleading representation of their artists, deceiving Mr. Chun and the nail polish company of almost signing such violent people as endorsers. In other words, the three girls, their manager, and even their talent management company were all slapped with numerous counts of charges. After leaving the police station and struggling through the bloodthirsty sea of hungry reporters and journalists, they were escorted back to their company-issued apartment. As soon as they arrived, Wanwan wrecked the entire place and roared and screeched like a deranged animal. Mimi dove to her bed and burrowed under the covers, still crying her eyes out. Feifei did her best to control her emotions and checked what people were saying about them online. The results were horrendous. The catfight video instantly went viral. Everyone was denouncing and cursing them. Clearly, the nail polish company moved quickly and mobilized people to defame them and exaggerate details about the incident. Then someone brought up the incident with Iris Long backstage during the last episode of Music Fest Tonight. Now everyone believed that the alarm girls really bullied Iris and even caused her to faint. Since Iris Long's name was dragged, the Black Stars fan club members couldn't stay silent. They quickly mobilized and joined in on the online roasting. Captain Blackstar, someone exorcised these three evil spirits. First they attacked our dear Iris, causing her to faint. Now they attacked a poor woman and even sent her to the hospital with injuries. Despicable. I eat slippers. Let my mighty slippers whack them all the way to the 18 levels of hell. Mrs. Love Phantom. How can such nice-looking girls act like savage beasts? I am aghast. Didn't their parents teach them proper behavior? JJ number 2 fan. The poor girl. She got beaten up so badly. I hope she's alright. JJ number 3 fan. Heavens. I only noticed that the brats pulled the poor girl's hair so hard that there are now bald patches on her head. How horrible. JJ number 1 fan. Oh no. Not the hair. Moments later, banners with "Lock the Alarm Girls in Jail" written on them in big, bold characters appeared on various popular websites. Some of them even hijacked and replaced the normal ads and had to be taken down by the websites. However, they just kept on reappearing, causing a massive headache to the website administrators. Some sharp-eyed people noticed a small dot at the low corner of the banners. When they zoomed in, they saw that the dot was actually a simple clip art of what looked like a monkey's head. The incident blew up to the point that even the major TV news programs and newspapers reported about the story. Following the trend online, many of them also mentioned the alleged altercation between the alarm girls and Iris Long at Music Fest Tonight. Director He of the show was even intercepted and interviewed. He admitted that the incident really happened, and it was also true that Iris Long fainted because of the stress of being bullied. After his admission, the people were in uproar. Seeing the issue blowing up to such a degree, the nail polish company grabbed the opportunity to finally be in the limelight and milk the drama for all it's worth, condemning the alarm girls as evil and painting Mr. Chen's secretary as the pitiful victim. The masses clearly sided with Mr. Chen's secretary and the nail polish company. The nail polish company might have lost their planned endorsers, but this incident was proving to be many times better in advertising their company's name. Of course, the alarm girls' talent management company wasn't happy. In fact, they were furious. The very next morning, they banged on the girls' apartment and unceremoniously told them that their contract with the management company was terminated. They were also ordered to vacate the apartment within 3 days. The three girls didn't sleep at all. They looked like zombies. Hearing that they were being kicked out, they felt that their world was ending. Wanwan, what do you mean that our contract is terminated? Didn't we just renew it? And leave this place in 3 days? Where are we going to go? You can't do this to us. Mimi, we're finished, we're finished, we're finished, we're finished, we're finished. Feifei, please, please, don't do this to us. We'll apologize to everyone. We'll do it. We'll explain ourselves and even offer to pay for the hospital fees of Mr. Chun. Just please don't terminate our contract. Our careers will be over if you give up on us at this critical time. The management company's representative was unsympathetic. She scanned the three girls and told them coldly, "It seems that you still don't understand your situation. Your careers are already over." While the alarm girls were experiencing their worst life crisis yet, Iris was busy rehearsing with her band and the symphony orchestra every day. Dom would update her on the latest news about the alarm girls during breaks, but she already mentally tossed them away as not worth her time and precious brain cells. For now, all she wanted was to focus on perfecting every single live performance of her songs. Tang Yi visited her one time during rehearsals. "Iris, I received many interview requests. They want you to talk about the Music Fest tonight incident with the alarm girls and your fainting episode. And I'm guessing that they also want to hear about your opinion about what the alarm girls are going through right now. What do you think? Do you want to accept an interview? Don't worry, I'll choose the safe ones who won't give you a hard time." Iris sipped hot ginger tea from a thermos. She waved a dismissive hand, looking uninterested. Then she returned to studying the sheet music for one of her songs again, mentally rehearsing while she rested her vocal cords during this break. Tang Yi sighed and then chuckled. She felt pleased seeing how dedicated Iris was in rehearsing. Tang Yi thought of one word to describe Iris at the moment: obsessed. It wasn't just passion, but an obsession. Iris breathed music, lived music. It was deep within her bones. Usually, when an artist was too much of a perfectionist, nitpicking everything to the smallest detail, the band musicians would feel disgruntled and resentful for being made to work harder over and over a part that they personally thought couldn't be improved any further without changing the style. This was why JJ was a nightmare to work with. He would frequently reduce people to tears with his extreme perfectionism and overbearing attitude. However, it was a fact that his perfectionism wasn't for nothing. The music he produced were almost always phenomenal. It was just that his methods were extremely difficult to take, especially for the faint-hearted. Iris was also a perfectionist, but her approach was totally different from JJ's. She knew what she wanted, and she also knew how to achieve it. She would explain her vision in a clear, easy-to-understand manner. When words weren't enough, she would just grab their instruments and personally show them the way she wanted them to sound. Whether it were the string or the percussion instruments, she could play them all with ease, surprising and impressing the musicians. Although she couldn't play the woodwind and brass instruments, she could still patiently explain what she required of them and how she wanted them to sound like. Her obvious skills, creativity, professionalism, and good attitude completely won their respect. The grueling rehearsals went on every day. During these days, she rarely spoke aloud to protect her vocal cords. As a result, Jin Liwei forced her to video chat because she refused to speak more than a couple of sentences during a regular voice call, and he was unsatisfied with just texts. During their video chats, Jin Liwei spoke while she typed. Seeing his face on her phone screen, Iris was surprised of how much she missed him. She still felt a bit sullen at how he treated her before he left, but she was really missing him at the moment. She wished that he would come home sooner and hug and kiss her. Iris sighed. "What's wrong, baby?" Jin Liwei asked in the video chat. "I wish you're here," she whispered, wanting to say the words in her own voice. He looked surprised at first before his mouth curved into a delighted smile. "Me too. I wish I didn't have to leave you. I'll be back home soon. Wait for me." "Okay." She returned to typing. She paused and then typed again. "Ice cream and popcorn miss you too." He chuckled. "Tell them be good and daddy will bring them some good stuff." "How about their mommy? Does their mommy miss their daddy too?" She blushed. "Yes." "Yes what?" "I miss you," she whispered. "Miss me what?" "I miss you, darling." His eyes darkened with desire. "I miss you too, baby. So much." Despite the half-a-day time difference and jet lag, Jin Liwei never failed to call Iris every single day. She knew that he was exhausted from all the business meetings, but he ignored her repeated suggestions of limiting their communication so that he could rest up. "I need to talk to you, or I'll feel even more tired," he told her. She shut up after hearing his reason. She realized that she also felt the same way as him. Her exhaustion from the rehearsals would mysteriously melt away whenever she talked to him. She even felt oddly energized. She didn't understand why. She needed to search this up. Later, however, her search results proved uncertain. She couldn't find any concrete or verified data or evidence. Most were personal feelings and experiences from random people. An overwhelming majority of them claimed that the mysterious feeling was called falling in love. She tilted her head, thinking deeply. Was she falling in love with Jin Liwei? She didn't know. It was frustrating for someone like her to be unsure of anything and to not be able to find a concrete answer. Falling in love was such a hassle. Since she was still unsure, She would not recklessly conclude that she had fallen in love with Jin Liwei. She would wait until she had gathered enough data. She had no idea how she would gather these data, but she would find a way. Then perhaps she could finally claim that she had experienced falling in love for the first time in her 2 lives. In the meantime, officially in her mind, she had not fallen in love yet. Toronto, Canada. The sun blazed brightly above the clear blue sky. The clouds floated like giant white cotton candies. It was the peak of summer, the weather quite hot. Fortunately, cool breeze from the Great Lake would blow now and then, making the otherwise humid temperature refreshing. Jin Liwei and Su Tian exited the convention center, alongside other business leaders from all around the world. The famous landmark tower of the city cast its tall shadow over them, as they strode to their waiting cars. The chauffeur opened the rear door, and Jin Liwei climbed inside the car. Su Tian sat at the front. Passenger seat. Jin Liwei instructed the chauffeur on where to go next. He loosened his necktie and opened the first 2 buttons of his dress shirt, sighing in relief. The small, red love bites were exposed on his neck. The chauffeur just happened to glance at the rearview mirror and saw the hickeys on his boss' neck. What happened? Jin Liwei barked when the car suddenly braked, but then smoothly resumed driving like nothing happened. Thank goodness for seat belts. The poor chauffeur coughed. Pardon, sir. I thought there was a squirrel crossing the road. Must be my imagination. Ah, how dangerous. The chauffeur cautiously glanced at the rearview mirror again. The glaring red marks on his boss' neck proved that the hickeys weren't just figments of his imagination. What the hell? Did this mean that the boss finally found a lover? But the most important question, was it a woman or a man? The chauffeur mentally hit himself on the head. He needed to focus on driving, or else they would really crash. Besides, his boss' love life was none of his business. Su Tian saw everything. His mouth twitched. He could guess what the poor chauffeur was thinking. As a matter of fact, he was also shocked when he first saw the hickeys, but he was not as surprised as the chauffeur, because he already knew beforehand about the boss and Miss Lon's relationship. Jin Liwei frowned, but didn't say anything. He fished out his phone. His wallpaper was a photo of him and Iris holding there 2 tiny kittens. His baby girl looked so beautiful with her enchanting smile. As for him, although he wore his usual cold expression, his eyes looked somewhat gentle. His arm wrapped possessively around Iris. Ice Cream stared at the camera looking like everyone in the world was beneath her, while her brother Popcorn looked comical with his little paws up in the air, mouth and eyes wide open, his little pink tongue out, as if laughing like a hooligan. Jin Liwei's mouth curved into a slight smile, pleased with their family picture. He was tempted to call Iris, but looking at the time, he could only wait until later. She should be in deep sleep now. Based on Dominic's daily reports, his baby girl worked extremely hard every day. Her assistant also sent him regular snapshots and even short videos of her during rehearsals. Jin Liwei was shocked to discover that she was skilled in many different instruments besides the piano. She was only becoming more and more mysterious the longer he knew her. He was missing her so badly. So much. It almost drove him crazy that he couldn't see her in person for an entire workday week. He wanted to return to her as soon as possible, and hug her and kiss her, and finally to make love with her. He was starting to feel aroused just thinking about her. He took a deep breath and recited the value of pi in his mind, attempting to control himself. After reaching a couple hundred of digits, he finally calmed down. Aside from Dominic's daily reports, he also received a few photos and videos from his 4th brother. UMO Iris and UMO saw each other on Monday and Tuesday for their Systema classes. Jin Liwei watched her nimble movements during sparring. He had to agree with his 4th brother that Iris was talented in Systema. She looked very natural and fluid. She almost looked like she was dancing. He had to recite the value of pi again because his body couldn't help but react thinking about her. Finally, they reached their destination. The car drove in front of the main entrance of a high-rise condominium. The modern, glass building stood tall, overlooking the Great Lake. It had a magnificent view of the yachts and sailboats cruising leisurely over the waters. Ferries transported tourists from the city harbor to the islands, and then back again. The chauffeur opened the rear door, and Jin Liwei climbed out of the car. Jin Liwei entered the building by himself. After speaking to the intercom, the sliding glass door opened. A private elevator took him to a penthouse unit. Immediately upon entering the unit, he heard Tchaikovsky's Swan Lake gently playing in the background. Nice speakers. very clean and crisp. He would ask later which brand they were. He walked to the modern, minimalist-style living area. Everything was white and gray. The view of the Great Lake outside was spectacular. It almost didn't look like a bustling city at all. "Third brother," a male voice called out. "I'm at my office." Jin Liwei headed to the office and saw a roguish man with a mischievous smile reclining on a chaise longue, a book in his hand. "Fifth brother, good to see you alive and well." Jin Liwei greeted his friend. "Third brother, good to see you too," Lu Zihao greeted back. He carefully stood up from his reclining position. Jin Liwei gently gave his youngest best friend a man hug. "How are you? I heard your injuries healed nicely." "Yes, I'm now fully recovered, but my doctor is too cautious." TSK. Once I get her approval, I'll immediately fly back home to China to see our other brothers." Jin Liwei nodded, patting his friend's shoulder. The two men sat in front of each other. Lu Zihao sat back on the chaise longue, while Jin Liwei sat on an armchair. "You scared all of us when we heard that you were comatose. Good thing you woke up after a week. Grandfather Lu told everyone that you broke your neck from jumping off a snowy mountain. He called you the most stupid grandson in history." Lu Zihao chuckled. "I didn't break my neck, but close enough. I was paralyzed, but look at me now. Aren't I just fine? You're all worrying too much. You're too reckless. You sound like the old man. Grandfather Lu is just worried about you." Lu Zihao sighed. "I know, but he didn't have to burn all my ski equipment. He also used his influence to make my favorite ski resorts all around the world to ban me. Who does that? He did the right thing. If I was your grandfather, I would have done the same thing." Lu Zihao burst into loud laughter. His handsome, rakish face was hard to get angry at. Jin Liwei noticed the book that his fifth brother was reading before he came. His brow knitted. "What's that book? It's not Chinese or English. It looks Russian." He didn't notice Lu Zihao stiffening for half a second. All he saw was his fifth brother's usual mischievous smile. "Yeah, it is. Good eye, third brother." He held the book up. Jin Liwei frowned. He recognized it. It was the same book that Iris was reading when they met for the first time at the hotel lobby. However, his fifth brother's book was a hardcover while his baby girl's was paperback. "When did you learn Russian?" "Oh, here and there when I had some free time." Lu Zihao shrugged. His lips curved into a devil-may-care smile. "Why? To pick up some Russian ladies, of course. Russian ladies are hot, don't you know?" Jin Liwei's eyes contracted, his eyes narrowing. This was like déjà vu. Third brother, what's wrong?" "Nothing. You just reminded me of my girlfriend." "Oh ho ho. So now you're finally telling me. I've been waiting for you to share it with me ever since I heard from fourth brother that you finally got yourself a woman. It's been a long time coming. To be honest, we've all been worrying about you. Fourth brother is too much of a blabbermouth." Jin Liwei felt irritated for having his thunder stolen. He already told their other brothers that he wanted to personally tell Lu Zihao about Iris. Lu Zihao chuckled. He stood up. "Cognac or whiskey? Or maybe something else?" "Cognac is fine." "Got it." Lu Zihao walked over to the small bar at the corner. He pulled a bottle of cognac and 2 snifters. He returned to his seat and poured for both of them. The two brothers enjoyed their drinks while listening to Tchaikovsky's Pathetique. Jin Liwei had a weird feeling with the atmosphere. It strongly reminded him of Iris. He looked at his fifth brother. He was still the same carefree guy, but there was something a little off about him. It was not too noticeable, but Lu Zihao seemed more intense than usual. Before, Lu Zihao was someone who wore his feelings on his sleeve. But now, it felt more like his usual laid-back attitude was just a facade, his real thoughts and feelings hidden within an endless, dark abyss. Jin Liwei couldn't read this brother clearly anymore. Jin Liwei felt uncomfortable with the direction of his thoughts. What was he thinking? How could he doubt his own best friend, his brother? His fifth brother just survived from an otherwise deadly accident. If it weren't for the quick response of the emergency workers, his fifth brother would probably now be dead. Perhaps people who brushed closely with death all experienced some sort of change in personality, like Iris and Lu Zihao. However, it looked like his fifth brother's changes weren't as apparent compared to his baby girl. Yes, this must be the reason. Jin Liwei nodded to himself. Third brother, tell me about your girlfriend. What is she like? Fourth brother is gushing nonstop about her, saying how she's such a beauty. The way he's praising her like she's the most perfect woman in the world made me so curious. Jin Liwei snapped out of his musing. Her name is Long Xiaolan. She's beautiful, and I'm going to marry her. Oh, Lu Zihao raised an eyebrow. Mary? You're engaged already? So fast. No, I haven't proposed to her yet. I don't want her running away for the hills. I'm still letting her get used to me. Then I'll make her my wife. She won't be able to escape from me so easily then. Wow, I'm surprised that she's not jumping in a hurry to be your wife. So many women are vying for the position of Mrs. Jin Liwei. You're even telling me that she might run away if you propose too early? I almost can't believe what I'm hearing. Jin Liwei's mouth curved into a soft smile. She's different. By the way, why did you say that I remind you of your girlfriend earlier? Jin Liwei explained about how he met Iris, how she was reading the same Russian book, and said the exact same thing as Lu Zihao. Interesting. Lu Zihao rubbed his chin. Something unreadable flashed in his dark eyes, before reverting to his usual happy-go-lucky self. Now I can't wait to meet her in person. She's mine. Jin Liwei frowned, his tone frosty. Lu Zihao laughed out loud, clutching at his abdomen. Of course she is. Only someone stupid with a death wish would snatch Jin Liwei's woman. Jin Liwei nodded, pleased to hear Iris being referred as his woman. Indeed, she was his woman, and he would kill anyone who dares steal her away from him. Anyone who dares steal his wife and the mother of his children deserved to die a horrible death. Friday. Rebirth album release date. Tang Yi ended up booking a convention center outside the city because it was the only place available at such short notice. All the other places she inquired at were fully booked. It was quite far and big for an event called a party, so she was at first worried that nobody would come. However, she was assured after talking with the Black Stars fan club. Just the people from this fan club alone who confirmed that they would attend the launch party were enough to fill the convention center nicely without Iris and her team losing face. In addition to the fan club, there were also quite a lot of individuals who unofficially confirmed their attendance via the online invites posted by JJ's record label on its website and social media accounts. At the convention center, inside near the entrance, Iris Long's Rebirth album in several formats were displayed at a pop-up shop. There were also posters and other limited edition Rebirth merchandise available only at this launch party for sale. Several cashier counters were already set up at the venue for convenience. The guests had the option to immediately purchase the album and the other available merchandise at the pop-up shop upon being admitted inside. In fact, the majority of them did so, while the others wanted to explore the place first and to claim the best seats near the stage. They were assured by the on-site staff that the shop would be open all throughout the launch party. When the doors closed just a few minutes before the launch party's scheduled start time, the attendance exceeded 5,000 guests. This number was above JJ's record label's original estimates. This was no longer just a mere launch party. It was more like a concert, although an informal one at that. The on-site representative from JJ's record label was very pleased, immediately reporting the numbers to JJ himself on the phone. I knew the brat can do it, JJ replied on the phone. Do you think that a famous and award-winning music producer like myself will sign an untalented artist with no potential under my record label? I only work with the best. Make sure that there are enough albums and merchandise available for sale there. You have my authority to order an additional expedited shipment if needed. I was just going to ask about that, Mr. JJ, the representative said. I understand. I will immediately make an additional order because they're selling out fast. Some people are buying more than one copy of each item. Hopefully, the shipment arrives before the party ends. Tell them that they better deliver the items on time or they'll face my wrath. Understood, Mr. JJ. After bidding goodbye to his boss, the representative hung up the phone. Then he made another phone call to order an additional shipment of the album and merchandise. He had a great feeling about this album. He didn't want to jinx anything, but he had a feeling that it would make some sort of history in the music industry. A handful of reporters were also invited by Bright Summit and were given a media badge upon entering. Most of them were very young, only starting out in their careers. With this alone, it could be seen that the media didn't really put any importance in this launch party, especially since it was held in such a faraway place from the city. They only sent their most minor staff as a courtesy to Bright Summit. In the venue, following Ira's preference, the seating arrangement was rather informal. It looked more like a restaurant bar with tables of different sizes. There were catering tables along the walls with simple buffet of refreshments. Nothing too grand or heavy on the stomach, but enough to whet the appetite. No alcoholic drinks. The guests already seated themselves. After saving their spots, many of them headed to the catering tables to grab some snacks and drinks. Everything was very casual. Although there were a lot people present, the open and relaxed atmosphere made them comfortable enough to start chatting, even if they didn't know each other before meeting at that moment. Moments later, the MC informed the guests that the launch party would be officially starting shortly. They returned to their tables carrying plates filled with various snacks and drinks. The lights dimmed. A hush fell over the crowd. The big screens hanging from strategic parts of the ceiling played the now viral video that Iris Long posted on her empty social media accounts to announce her comeback. Everyone cheered. After the video, the MC invited the representative from JJ's record label on stage. The representative made a short speech. Next was another speech by a representative from Bright Summit Entertainment Company. The formal speeches done, the big screens played a series of videos. They were select making of and behind-the-scenes footage during the album production. The full videos were available in the DVD and Blu-ray formats of the album. They watched, impressed, as Iris argued with the legendary JJ without any fear. She held her own. Listen, Iris Long. I'm an award-winning music producer. I'm always right when it comes to music. I say we should change this part of the song to a faster tempo, so we should do it. No, Mr. JJ, you're wrong. That's so stupid. Are you planning to make this into a disco song? What did you say, you brat? The guests chattered as they watched, their hands constantly shoving food into their mouths. So it's really true that Iris fought with JJ. When did she say that she fought with Mr. JJ? Ayaya, you didn't watch DJ Song's radio show when Iris guested last Saturday? Hi, you missed out on something amazing. What? Really? Damn it. I had work that day. Can I still watch it? Yeah. The video is still up online. Here, I'll send you the link. At a nearby table, a small, young woman giggled. She glanced at the man sitting beside her. The others at their table followed suit, looking at the man. Bro, now it's proven that Iris really did fight with Mr. JJ, she said. Being looked at by so many, he gave a sheepish smile. He rummaged inside his backpack, finally taking out a new, clean slipper and then chewing on it. Ahaha, bro. You're a real man, the small, young woman exclaimed, taking photos of the man chewing on a slipper with her phone. The others laughed together. This particular table comprised of widely assorted individuals that, at first glance, didn't look like they would match each other. However, from the look of things, they got along pretty well. The camaraderie between them was very natural. They didn't look awkward at all. The giggling young woman taking photos with her phone looked like a teenager, but in fact she was the same age as Iris Long, a university student. Beside her was the man posing for her, while chewing on a slipper he brought just for this event. He was a thin, grumpy-looking man who appeared to be in his late 20s. Laughing at the young people's antics were four posh middle-aged ladies wearing stylish dresses and eye-popping jewelry. If Iris could see them now, she would recognize them as the widow and her three friends who she met back then after performing Phantom of Your Love Live for the first time at the hotel restaurant. At the corner was a lone figure quietly eating and drinking. If one looked past his pallor and exhausted, listless eyes, he was actually quite good-looking. However, he had an unapproachable, bored vibe emanating from him. The others would ask for his opinion from time to time, but he would only give brief replies and resume minding his own business. Despite this, he still looked comfortable with this odd group. The series of video footage finished playing on the screens. The MC chattered a bit, hyping the guests as much as he could. Finally, the red curtains on the stage opened, revealing a full symphony orchestra at the very back. In front of them to the sides was a four-part band of acoustic guitar, electric bass guitar, and drums. Off to the corner near the front of the stage were two backup singers, one female and one male. At the center of the stage closest to the audience was a black, shiny grand piano. It was currently empty, but just seeing the piano was enough to make everyone cheer in anticipation, knowing who was going to play it soon. MC, I'm sure that you can't wait anymore. Yeah, we can't wait anymore. Stop talking already. Hurry up and announce our fairy goddess Iris. We want to see her. The MC coughed and then laughed off, all the curses being flung at him. All right, I'll stop talking now and get on with the show. I know that most of you have traveled quite far just to reach here today. Thank you for coming. We really appreciate that you took the time and effort to attend today's launch party to celebrate the release of Iris Long's comeback album Rebirth. I heard that some of you even came as far away as, what the fudge are you still talking for? You just said that you'll stop talking, yet you're still yapping. Stop talking already and hurry up. I want more osmanthus cake. The buffet table just ran out. Yeah, and more black sesame rolls too. Hey, look, someone's restocking the tables. Yay, let's go get some more food before they run out again. Who cares about the food? I want Iris. I love you, Iris. Please marry me, Iris. You're killing us, MC. We want Iris. 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 Everyone started chanting her name, calling for her to come out. MC. Okay. I get it already. Calm down, everyone, and let me do my job. It took an additional couple of minutes for him to placate everyone. Finally, the audience settled down, their expressions strict, looking pointedly at the MC, daring him to continue dilly-dallying. Of course, the MC knew that enough was enough. Any more nonsense from him, and the people might murder him. He cleared his throat and took a deep breath, putting on his very best professional smile. MC, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please give a warm welcome to the one and only, the beautiful and talented pianist, vocalist and composer with the voice of an angel, our fairy goddess who descended from the plains of the immortals to grace us with her F***CK this. Come, comrades. Let's kill this man. Let's go. Mr. MC, you want to die? Iris. 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 The representatives from both JJ's record label and Bright Summit shared the same desire as everyone else to strangle the MC, especially after seeing the audience becoming more and more unruly. They were about to call security to control the situation and then drag the over-talkative MC from the stage to slap some sense back into him. However, they didn't need to because a graceful woman in a sophisticated, sharp yet feminine white tuxedo suit suddenly appeared and walked elegantly to the stage. She looked tall in closed-toe silver high heels. Her long, black hair was swept to one side in vintage waves. Bold, red lips and black liner drawn into sharp cat eyes made her look like a femme fatale. Gasp. Hush immediately fell among the people, their eyes following the movements of the beautiful young woman. They couldn't tear their gazes away. It was as if she was the only existence in the world for them at that very moment. So beautiful that she should be illegal. Even the females felt themselves bending the other way upon seeing this kind of beauty. The MC was so mesmerized by the beautiful woman walking towards him that he dropped the mic in his hand, causing a loud boom. However, everyone else was in the same mesmerized state that the loudness failed to register in their consciousness. Iris Long stopped in front of the MC. He was frozen, mouth and eyes wide open, staring at her like an idiot. She smoothly bent her knees in an almost curtsy-like movement, and then picked up the mic from the floor. She stood straight back up in an equally smooth movement. She scanned the people all looking at her. Tang Yi told her back in the dressing room that the attendance exceeded 5,000. She understood how much this number was, but seeing all of the people in front of her was a completely different experience. 5,000 wasn't just a number. They were real people who came to meet her, to listen to her music. Her blood sang, excitement bubbling from deep within her. This was it. This was the start. Her start. Lifting the mic, she finally spoke. Hello, everyone. Her lovely voice filled the entire place. I am Iris Long. Silence. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Welcome to my launch party. Iris spoke once again, not minding the zero response from the audience. Thank you everyone for coming here today to help me celebrate the release of my album Rebirth. Silence. Iris lowered the mic, swept her eyes across everyone, and then smiled. Her blinding smile finally woke everyone up from their daze. It's Iris. Oh my God, it's really Iris. Iris, you're so beautiful. Wow. Just wow. Wow. She's so wow. Wow. How can someone be so beautiful? This is impossible. Yes. She looks even more beautiful in person. Woo-woo. I can die happily now without any regrets. Woo-woo. I love you, Iris. They were screaming and cheering and whistling. The more extreme ones were crying, while some were still staring at Iris as if they couldn't believe that she was real. The majority of them were clapping, praising her unexpectedly strong presence. I'm your #1 fan, Iris. Hey, I'm her #1 fan. Dream on. This young master is her #1 fan. Marry me, Iris Long. This young master will give you everything you want and take care of you for the rest of your life. Huh? You want me to whack you all with my mighty slippers? I'm Iris #1 fan. This comment caused some good-natured booing from those who heard it. What did you say? Is it just me, or am I hearing things? Are you nuts? You're her #1 fan? Don't think that we've forgotten how you criticized Iris online before. Yeah, I have screenshots of your earlier negative comments. I have evidence. Let's see if you can still deny. Hey, what negative comments? Those are constructive criticisms, you know? My mighty slippers have always been used to fight for Iris. So I'm her #1 fan, okay. Constructive criticism, my ***. Try claiming to be her #1 fan again, and this uncle will fight you. Come at me. This banter made the surrounding people laugh. They were finally fully awake from their earlier stupor. Feeling relaxed, they continued to tease the thin, grumpy-looking man. With her great ears, Iris heard most of the shout-outs. Thank you, everyone. Iris spoke to the mic again, eliciting another wave of loud applause. She handed the mic to the MC, who was still staring at her like an idiot. She raised an eyebrow at him. The MC finally regained some of his senses. Oh, he hurriedly received the mic from her, holding it like it was the most precious treasure in the world. His actions caused Iris to giggle. Hearing her laughing at him, he blushed like a teenage boy meeting his longtime crush. Haha. Thanks, Iris. I mean, Miss Long. Thank you very much, Miss Iris Long. I think it's time to start the performance. Her light, lovely laugh was like music to his ears. Our guests have waited long enough. Ah, yes. Of course. Right away, Iris. I mean, Miss Long. Pause. Iris raised both of her eyebrows at him, silently reminding him that he was supposed to be the one to make the announcement for the performance. Oh, an awkward laugh. He had to take several deep breaths to calm his racing heart. Damn, he had never seen such a gorgeous woman up close and personal before. Was Iris Long this beautiful before? He didn't notice. He knew that the pop singer was pretty, but meeting her in person at this moment felt like all his breath was sucked away from his lungs. He even had the urge to prostrate on the ground and declare eternal loyalty and servitude to her. Her presence was that strong and magnetic. It was a completely different experience than just watching her on the screen. He shook his head, feeling ridiculous. Right, he had a job to do. Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come. Please give it up for the one and only Iris Long. Deafening applause. Iris waved at the 5,000 audience before walking to the piano. She was about to sit down when, "Go to hell, you evil ****TCH. A shrill, angry yell was heard. Then a masked woman ran forward and then jumped on stage like a crazed beast. Everything is your fault. We hate you, Iris Long. Another shriller voice yelled. A second masked woman threw raw eggs on stage, trying to hit Iris, but Iris nimbly dodged. The eggs hit the MC and two of the guitarists instead. The other musicians quickly backed away, trying to dodge the raining eggs. Meanwhile, a third masked woman threw an opened plastic bottle filled with what looked like yellow water. The poor MC was slow to dodge and was yet hit again. F***CK? Is this urine? He sniffed at his dripping clothes and immediately gagged. Everyone was too shocked, watching the unbelievable scene playing in front of them. What in the world was happening? Just a few seconds ago, they were waiting and cheering in anticipation for Iris' performance. But suddenly, they were too slow to process what was happening, so they couldn't react in time. It was only when they saw the next actions of the first masked woman that they were jolted out of their shock. Die, Iris Long. Die. I'm gonna kill you. USL***T. The first masked woman grabbed the mic stand by the piano and chased after Iris, intending to violently hit her. The second masked woman ran out of eggs, so she too jumped on stage and chased after Iris. The drummer and the male backup singer immediately ran forward to try to stop the two crazy women. However, they were still a little too slow to react. Security. Where's the security? The representative from JJ's record label frantically looked around, shouting, "Hurry up! Save Iris." The representative from Bright Summit saw some of the security officers running all the way from the back. "What are you doing? Why are you so far away?" Tang Yi and Dom hurried from backstage after hearing the clamor. Boss. Dom immediately ran to Iris upon seeing her about to be attacked. Chaos. Everything was in utter chaos. Many people screamed in fright when they saw the two masked women successfully corner Iris. No. Tang Yi's heart felt like it dropped to the ground. The drummer reached them first, but was pushed back when the first masked woman swung the mic stand at him. He tried to dodge, but the crazy woman kept on swinging until she hit him hard on the crotch. He buckled and dropped to his knees. Seeing the drummer hit so horribly, the backup singer became wary and didn't immediately enter the fray, especially after the second woman grabbed her own mic stand belonging to the backup singers. Boss. Iris, be careful. Tang Yi shouted, scared to death. The second masked woman swung the mic stand towards Iris. People screamed. Some covered their eyes. Die die die, UWH*3. How dare you destroy our lives? We worked so hard. So hard. Why did you have to come back and sabotage us? We're finished because of you. UF*King SL*T. If we're going down, we're going to drag you with us. F*CKU. Burn in hell, you evil B*TCH. Iris already recognized the masked figures from their voices. She didn't expect these stupid girls to be so stupid as to attack her in a public setting. Weren't they just digging their own graves deeper? What a hassle, dealing with brainless idiots like these girls. Iris looked at the mess on the stage, the poor MC dripping with both raw eggs and urine, the drummer hurting on the floor, and the backup singer trying to stop and dodge the other masked woman's attack. The third masked woman was surrounded by security personnel and some audience members down the stage. However, she was struggling with all her might, hitting and kicking, even scratching and biting. She already hurt quite a few people just by herself. So these girls had already given up in life, deciding instead to drag other people down who didn't even do anything to them, just because things weren't going well in their lives. They would harm others, including the innocent, without hesitation. This kind of people, Iris hated the most. How dare they? Her eyes turned cold. Just when the mic stand was about to hit her, Iris' left hand caught it, pulling downwards as her body smoothly sidestepped, and then her right hand whipped and flicked, hitting the masked woman in several points in the body. Her movements were too quick for the people watching to catch all the details. The masked woman groaned in pain, releasing the mic stand. Iris tossed the mic stand far away. She didn't need a weapon to deal with a stupid girl. Damn you, Iris. I'll kill you. Iris' eyes turned even colder. She initially planned on quickly knocking the stupid girl unconscious, but scratch that. No mercy for these stupid, dumb, evil girls. How dare they interrupt her performance, try to destroy her launch party, and even hurt her people. Unforgivable. Her left arm locked around the stupid girl's head, and then struck 3 times with her right hand. The headlock transitioned into a violent hair pull downwards, as Iris' leg kicked the girl's shin, successfully knocking the girl to the floor. The mask fell off, revealing Mimi. Tears, snot, and a trace of blood were all mixed on her face. Bruises were already starting to form. I hate you, Iris Long. Mimi screamed. I noticed. Iris stepped on Mimi's back while pulling on her hair upwards, locking Mimi in place. Mimi tried to get up, but Iris was like an immovable mountain on top of her. The B*TCH's high-heeled shoe ground painfully on her back, and she could feel some of her hair being wrenched out of her scalp. Not her hair. I'm gonna kill you, you evil B*TCH. You don't have the ability. Boss, watch out. Iris wanted to hit Mimi more, but upon hearing Dom's warning, she decisively knocked the girl unconscious before jumping back to avoid another mic stand being swung at her. Die die die. Wanwan's mask also fell off some time ago, revealing crazed eyes filled with hatred. Everything is your fault. USL*T. Dom and a security personnel were trying to drag Wanwan back. Her blouse was already torn from all the pulling, but the crazy woman didn't care, still struggling and finally breaking free to jump on Iris. The backup singer looked like he suffered the same fate as the drummer, holding his crotch in pain. Iris dodged. She quickly glanced behind Wanwan and saw blood trailing down Dom's mouth. Her vision turned red, an uncontrollable loud hiss escaping from her lips. How dare this woman? How dare this woman make Dominic bleed? Wanwan stopped for a couple of seconds, instinctively sensing the change in Iris. However, her hatred for the B*TCH overwhelmed her. She ignored her instinct's warning once again charging forward. However, she suddenly blacked out. She didn't even know what hit her. She regained consciousness a few seconds later only to find herself lying on her back, Iris astride on top of her, raining strikes on her face. Boss, boss, stop please. That's enough. Dom hugged Iris from behind, trying to pull his boss away, but he couldn't. It felt like his boss was glued in place. No, this woman hurt you. She hurt my people. Dom froze. Then his eyes watered. So her boss went crazy because he was hurt. Boo-hoo-hoo. Where in the world could someone find a boss as awesome as Iris Long? What was he doing, trying to stop his boss? He was her assistant. Wasn't his job to support her in everything she wanted to do? He quickly made his decision. He released his boss and stood up. That's right, boss. That ugly, evil B***TCH hurt me. It's so painful. My handsome face is damaged because of her. Boss, avenge me. Yeah, hit harder. If you're tired, just say so. We'll take turns. Go, boss. Dom started cheering, waving his imaginary pom-poms. Let's get fired up. Get rough, get tough, get mean. Let's get fired up and roll right over that ugly B***TCH. My boss is ready. My boss is smooth. My boss will take control and stomp all over you. Hooray, hooray. Iris. Please, that's enough. Iris, please stop. Tang Yi was finally able to come near. She tried pulling Iris off the now unconscious girl, but how could she? She turned. Dominic Chua, help me. But Dom was too busy cheering, busting his cheerleader moves. My boss is number one, never number two. And she's going to beat the crap out of you. Go, boss. Go, boss. Love Iris Long. BOSS, that's my boss. Tang Yi wanted to smack Dominic, but she had no time. She had to control the rampaging Iris. The reporters present were already filming the entire affair. She turned to the security personnel. What are you doing? Help me get her off. And someone shut up that cheering idiot. The security and some of the unharmed musicians stepped forward, trying to pull Iris off the unconscious Wan, asking her to stop. However, she was like a robot who never stopped her systematic hitting. She hurt my people. Unforgivable. No mercy for hurting my people. They could hear her mumbling under her breath. Your hands. Iris, please stop or you'll injure your hands. Tang Yi cried. Mr. JJ already told her to treat Iris' hands like national treasures. What were they going to do if Iris injured her hands, making her unable to play the piano or other instruments? UB**TCH. How dare you hurt Leader Wan and Mimi? Iris suddenly stopped. Her head turned to Fei Fei, who was being pulled by several security personnel and audience members down the stage. Slowly, Iris stood up and stepped off Wan. How dare I? Iris' voice was just a whisper, but it was enough to make those who heard her break into cold sweat. Her eyes and tone chilled the people, making them shudder. How dare I? She repeated, her tone evoking an image of frozen hell. How dare you? She tossed Fei Fei's words back at her. Iris raised her hands in front of her, examining them with her frighteningly cold eyes, checking whether they had been injured or not. Aside from some redness, fortunately, they weren't seriously hurt. She was well trained in Systema. She wasn't passionate about it, but she acknowledged its benefits. She trained in other martial arts as well in her previous life, but she felt the most comfortable with Systema. It just felt natural to her. That was why she continued to train in it in this second life of hers. Her fighting style was self-defensive, focusing more on creating opportunities for escape. Thus, she was trained to fight while avoiding serious injuries. In her previous life, her bodyguards and servants were all trained assassins. She saw no need to train in a more aggressive style when there were so many people protecting her. If it was up to her, she wouldn't really want to train in any martial arts at all. However, her family dictated that she should, so she had to. Choice was an alien concept for the previous her. Although she was well trained in Systema, she had never really applied it in real-life combat except during sparring sessions. This was the first time in her 2 lives that she ever fought, not only because she had to defend herself, but also because she wanted to hurt other people. As a lady, she could never hope to overpower a person physically stronger or more skilled than her using just her bare hands. But if it were only these 3 stupid girls, beating them was nothing but child's play to her. This was the first time that she ever physically punished another human being, or in this case, 3 stupid girls, for pissing her off. After all, Her usual modus operandi was destruction through hacking. She had to take a few moments to try controlling the cold fury from completely engulfing her, or else she would have already beaten the lives out of the three stupid girls. Although they pissed her off, they didn't do anything to warrant death. And she didn't want to become a murderer either. So Iris continued to examine her hands with a cold expression as she inwardly fought against her bloodthirst. Looking at her, everyone thought that she felt bored after beating up people, so she was checking the state of her manicure. Iris gently massaged her hands. Although they weren't injured, they still felt sore and tender from all the hitting. To those watching her, however, she looked like she was cracking her knuckles, preparing for another rampage. With her pristine white suit, barely out-of-place hair, and still immaculate makeup, to everyone's eyes, she looked like a badass gangster lady boss. "That's so cool," a fan commented. "Yeah. Wow. She's just so, wow. Did she really just wow? Iris, I don't mind that we're both girls. I want to bear your babies. I love you so much. Move aside. My lady Iris, this young master begs your hand in marriage. This young master will give you the world. If you want to beat up people, this young master will find people for you to beat up. No problem. Hey, what nonsense are you punks spouting? You want a taste of my mighty slippers? Come here, and I'll whack you. How dare you propose to Iris? No, to boss. Yes, she's our boss. You think nobody's like you are good enough for someone as amazing as the boss. Boss, please accept me as your disciple. Me too, boss. As if the boss will take pussies like you as her disciples. Boss, this uncle is willing to be your subordinate. I will follow you wherever you go, even to the gates of hell. Boss, I'm willing to be your punching bag. Me too, boss. Beat me up all you want. I offer you my body. Just like that, everyone started calling Iris boss. The Black Stars fan club would change the way they referred to Iris. From that moment on, Iris Long was known as the boss to her fans. Dom stopped cheering when he heard what the people were calling his boss. He was angered. Anakin Patakti. What did you just call my boss? Find your own boss. Don't even think about stealing my boss. Isn't it good that everyone is calling Miss Iris boss? A violinist spoke beside Dom. It means that they've acknowledged her and that they see her as a strong leader. Isn't that good? Dom paused, his brows scrunching together, thinking. Then his eyes lit up. Oh, you're right. Boss is indeed the most awesome leader in the world, so it's only natural for people to call her boss. Why am I being so petty earlier? Aya. So what if all these people call her boss? I'm still her number one follower. Yeah. I'm number one, never number two. My name is Dominic, and I'm much better than all of you. Go me, go me. The violinist was speechless as Dom started busting his cheerleader moves again. Shut up. Shut up. Feifei's hysterical screaming once again interrupted the atmosphere, which just lightened up. How can all of you be so blind? You're all so stupid to follow a SL*T like Iris Long. We worked so hard to reach where we are now. We rehearse day and night every single day. But all she has to do is to lie on her back and spread her legs, and all the good things fall on her lap. So unfair. She's nothing but a WH*re. All of you stupid people are worshipping a WH*re. The fans were enraged hearing such offensive words being directed at their idol. What a barbaric child. Feng Wan and her three friends couldn't believe what they were hearing from the mouth of a young woman. The four posh middle-aged ladies felt absolute revulsion to such crass words. Die, you evil demon. Comrades, attack. The small 20-year-old female university student beside the posh ladies mobilized her fellow fan club members. Some immediately responded and charged forward, intending to beat Feifei up. However, they didn't get to do it because something extremely fast hit Feifei on the head. She collapsed on the floor like a heavy sack of rice. Everyone. A few moments earlier. Until that moment, Iris never took any insult hurled at her personally. In fact, she even felt amused sometimes. Although she was now Iris Long, she still considered herself completely separate from the original owner of the body. The original Iris had a severely damaged reputation. All she cared about were fame and spoiling herself. She was blessed with natural beauty and talent, but because she knew this, she grew complacent and arrogant. Her ill temper rubbed others the wrong way, dragging down their impression of her even further. The rumors about her sleeping around to advance her career were utter rubbish. After all, she was the daughter of Long Tengfei, and a legitimate heiress of the Long family's fortune. She was entitled to inherit, as long as she wasn't officially disowned. Why would an heiress need to sleep around just to advance her showbiz career? The current Iris had a niggling suspicion that someone was inciting these slanderous rumors behind the scenes. Perhaps she should investigate it later. It was something to think about. Although the rumors about her being a SL*T and a WH*Re were all untrue, it was a fact that the original Iris was a B*TCH. She was confident that her status as Long Tingfei's legitimate daughter alone could protect her, no matter what ridiculous things she did. As a result, she had no qualms in recklessly fighting with others who provoked her in any way, like what happened with the Alarm Girls. This was one of the reasons why there was such bad blood between the girls. The current Iris already tossed the matter of the Alarm Girls verbally attacking her at Music Fest tonight. To her, they were just annoying flies buzzing around. She didn't want to waste her time and energy dealing with small, stupid flies like them. Now, however, was a different matter. These three stupid girls tried to destroy her launch party. She had been anticipating and preparing for this moment for so long. This was supposed to be the start of her music career, which she had been dreaming of since her previous life. How dare they come between her and her dream? Even worse was that they hurt her band members, some of her fans, and the one which enraged her the most was that they hurt Dominic. For that alone, she had the strongest urge to break all of the three girls' limbs without feeling the least bit of guilt. This time, it was personal. The Alarm Girls wanted to wage war with her? Fine, she would grant them their wish. It was now war. Iris' eyes turned colder with each derogatory word coming out of the hysterical Feifei's mouth. Now that her perspective changed regarding the Alarm Girls, every insult fueled her cold fury. She, the former princess of the international underworld and one of the most sought-after hacker in the world during her previous life, was being called a SL*T and a WH*Re by such a stupid girl? How laughable. Her leg whipped into a high sidekick, her high-heeled shoe shooting like a silver bullet towards the screaming Feifei. Her kick was too quick and her shoe flew too fast. Everything was a blur, lending no time for the people to react. Feifei was hit on the head, and she dropped to the floor like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Just a second ago, she was screaming her throat out. Now, she laid unmoving on the floor unconscious. The people couldn't process what just happened. They could find no words. Silence. Iris looked at the security officer beside her and extended her hand like a lady. Dazed, the man took her fair hand, confused. Did she want to hold hands with him? Was he that handsome? Then a thought entered his mind, and he became horrified. Did she want to beat him up? She wasn't satisfied with beating those three girls, so she set her bloodthirsty eyes on his poor self. He almost pissed his pants. Iris didn't know that the poor man was treating her like a scary, violent monster in his mind. She ignored his trembling hand, thinking that he was just experiencing too much of an adrenaline rush because of the current situation. The truth was that she only wanted him as support to help her balance on one leg now that she was only wearing one shoe. Dom, she called in a voice so gentle, it sounded like crystal bells. The poor security officer shivered in fright. To his ears, her words sounded like the call of death. Yes, boss. Dom immediately stopped cheering and jogged to her. What is it, boss? Tell me, would you kindly pick up my shoe down the stage and bring it back to me? Oh, okay, boss. Right away, boss. He followed her instruction and returned a few seconds later, kneeling in front of her like a knight to help her wear her high-heeled shoe. Thank you, Dom. My pleasure, boss. Ehe. She removed her hand from the officer's hold. Thank you. The man shook his head, his heart racing, feeling as if a deadly monster just transformed into a beautiful goddess. He was still frightened, but at the same time, he couldn't stop staring like an idiot at her beauty. His mind was so muddled that he had no idea how to respond to her thanks. Remembering Dom kneeling in front of the monster goddess just a few seconds ago, he also kneeled in front of her without thinking. However, he looked more like a sacrificial maiden offering himself to the devil than a knight paying respects to his queen. Iris was taken aback by the man's sudden action. What a weirdo. She blinked a couple of times, then pretended that she didn't see anything. Elder Sister E, please call the police and some ambulances. We have quite a few people injured. Those three also need immediate medical attention. They're still unconscious. I didn't hold back much when I beat them up. It took a few seconds before Tang Yi regained her senses. When Iris' words finally registered, she nodded her head and immediately started calling on her phone. Dom, call my lawyer. Yes, yes. On it, boss. Dom made a phone call as well. The representatives from JJ's record label and Bright Summit headed to her. They asked, worriedly, if she was okay. Both of them already concluded that the launch party was a total disaster, a failure. However, Iris thought otherwise. Please have someone clean up the stage. Then she turned to the MC and the musicians. Hurry up and change into clean clothes. We still have a show to perform. Let's not keep our audience waiting any longer. Wait, what? You're still performing? The representative from JJ's record label couldn't believe her. Of course, she replied with a matter-of-fact tone. The show must go on. It's not like there's a natural disaster, so we have to cancel. Iris said. This is only a minor hiccup. There are no serious injuries, aside from 3 unconscious girls who were, without a doubt, the perpetrators of this ruckus. There are no dead bodies. Just patch up the injured ones and haul those 3 girls away. She clapped her hands and gave everyone a firm look. Let's get moving. The band musicians didn't move. Iris narrowed her eyes. You don't want to? Fine. You may all go. I'll perform by myself. Damn it. I practiced so hard for this. I'll perform. The drummer said aloud, massaging his crotch. It's not like that B*TCH castrated me. I'll be fine. It was just a mic stand, not King bulldozer. Right? I never rehearsed so hard before this. I'll perform too, the male backup singer said. But can someone bring me some ice? My balls still hurt. F*CK. Me too. I hope my beloved sperm cells are okay. I still want to make a baby with my girlfriend someday. With these two's decision, the rest of the musicians announced that they too would perform. Most of them were still clean, so they didn't need to change clothes. The ones who were hit by raw eggs and splashed by urine had to change into regular clothes. They were no longer dressed as fancy as before, but at least they were clean. The ones who didn't bring any extra clothes had to buy t-shirts and sweatpants sold as merchandise at the pop-up shop. Iris promised to reimburse them as long as they send the receipt to Dom. However, nobody planned on doing so. After working with her, they already grew great respect for Iris' creativity, skills, and professionalism as a fellow musician. They felt like it would be an insult to her if they allowed her to reimburse their merchandise purchases. The first aid responders in the convention center treated the injured. Nobody was heavily injured, just a few scratches, swelling, and bruises. Some of the people were already preparing to leave, but stopped when they heard an announcement that the launch party would continue after the stage and the musicians were cleaned up. Everyone stayed after that. They excitedly chattered about the incident with each other and shared it online. The refreshments were also refilled because the majority of them ate as they waited. The police arrived and immediately started asking questions to understand the situation. After a few minutes, the ambulances arrived. By this time, the alarm girls finally woke up. They were groggy at first, but started screeching like tormented spirits in hell, especially when they saw the familiar police uniforms. Not again, they thought. Some of the police officers and the paramedics had to forcefully restrain them because they were getting violent in their struggles. The police got the gist of what happened after questioning a few people. They arrested the alarm girls on the spot, especially after one of the officers recognized them and revealed to his colleagues that the 3 girls already had a record. They were only out on bail, and their previous record was also because of physical assault, which they were once again being accused of now. Backstage, Iris and her management were being questioned. The police wanted Iris and the others to follow them back to the police station for further questioning. I will fully cooperate with the police, Iris told them. However, I still have a show to perform, so I can only go to the police station after this event ends. Miss Long, this is a very important legal matter that we're talking about, the police officer replied. Just cancel the event and do it another time. The event is scheduled for today. I've already kept the audience waiting for too long. Miss Long, this is not some trivial matter that you can put aside. We are the police. We have the authority. We are asking you to cancel your event and follow us to the police station. Iris' eyes narrowed. Was he threatening her? Perhaps due to her previous life's identity, she never felt at ease with the police. She fought the urge to flee, reminding herself that she was a responsible and law-abiding citizen, except in hacking. She took a deep breath and spoke in a calm manner. I already mentioned that I will fully cooperate with the police. I'm not refusing to follow you to the police station. I'm only asking for a delay of a few hours at most. Rest assured that I will immediately go to the police station as soon as I finish performing. Miss Long. The stern officer was interrupted by a colleague. The colleague held a phone and then whispered something to his ear. His eyes widened. He smoothed his stern expression into a mild one before answering the phone. Hello, Chief. What an honor. He spent a few minutes on the phone, his earlier sternness gone. Instead, he was very subservient, even fawning to the person on the other end of the line. Finally, the call ended. He turned back to Iris with a big smile on his face. Miss Long, I didn't know that you were acquainted with the chief of police. She frowned, confused. What did he say? Was he joking? How could a person like her who was allergic to the police become acquainted with their chief? But before she could say anything, the officer continued babbling. You should have told us earlier, so that we didn't have to make it hard for you. Of course, you can finish up your performance. Go ahead, go ahead. I can see that everyone's been waiting for you. Wow, there are a lot of people here today. You can visit our police station anytime that's convenient for you. Even if it's tomorrow, no problem. He was babbling so much that Iris couldn't find the right time to interrupt him. At one of the tables in front of the stage, Feng Wan sipped a glass of sparkling water. She glanced at one of her friends who was talking on the phone. After a few seconds, the friend hung up and smiled. All done? Feng Wan asked. Yes. My husband took care of everything. He's the best. That's great, the second friend said. Now the performance won't be canceled. It must be amazing to have the chief of police as your husband, the third friend commented. Of course, the chief's wife agreed, her expression very proud. Feng Wan smiled, happy for her friend, even when the word husband made her heart ache. She couldn't wait to hear Iris sing The Phantom of Your Love Live Again. She sighed. Then she saw the police dragging the alarm girls away. Her gentle eyes turned sharp. I hope the chief of police makes sure that such malicious and violent people won't be able to attack or hurt others again, she said in a tone that sounded like she was commenting on the weather. Of course, my husband hates injustice the most, her friend replied in a similar tone. The four posh ladies clinked their glasses. The MC once again stood on the stage, dressed in full rebirth merchandise of t-shirt, sweatpants, head cap, and wristbands. His hair was still slightly damp from the quick shower he took to clean up the filth of raw eggs and urine. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment that we've all been waiting for is finally here. Although we've experienced such an unexpected and shocking event today, resulting on this launch party to be on the verge of getting canceled, everything worked out fine in the end. I wish for the injured people to get well soon. That was such a scary experience. I hope that everyone... Shut up, MC. I've had enough of this. I have stage fright and I stutter, but I think that I'll be a better MC than this chatterbox. The audience complained one after another, displeasing the representatives from JJ's record label and Bright Summit. They glared at the MC. The MC cleared his throat and smiled bitterly. Seeing the audience getting rowdy once again, he was reminded of what he just went through earlier. He remembered all the raw eggs and urine he had to wash off and shuddered. Feeling traumatized, he didn't dare dilly-dally any longer. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, the one and only, our beloved boss, Miss Iris Long. Everyone stood up and gave a deafening applause to Iris, who made another grand entrance. You're so beautiful, boss. Boss is so cool. Yua. She looked at me. Boss actually looked at me. The overexcited girl fainted but woke up a few seconds later, only to continue fangirling like nothing happened. And yes, she did faint. For real. Boss. I love you, boss. Boss. Iris blinked, puzzled, but continued to smile and wave at the audience. Did Dom clone himself, or something? Why was everyone calling her boss? Was this a new trend that she wasn't aware of? She didn't understand. She set aside her confusion for now. It was time to perform. She sat in front of the piano, flexing her hands. She looked at her band, the backup singers, and the symphony orchestra, and then nodded. A now familiar mournful piano melody reverberated. All of the Black Stars fan club members stood up and cheered even louder. Then Iris opened her mouth and harmonized her voice with the piano melody. It was such a full, emotional, and beautiful sound that many of the audience were already tearing up. The symphony orchestra also began playing. The overall harmony gave everyone goosebumps. Iris began singing. I was young and fearless, blazed through my dreams without direction, tried to reach the sea of the brightest stars in the sky. The audience sang with her. They waved their hands up in the air, singing with all their heart. Their movements were so synchronized that they looked like one giant organism. The meaning of life is to live our dreams. We fail, we fall, yet still we keep on dreaming. No matter how far a black star falls, it's still a star that can glow again. Iris would stop singing now and then to let the audience sing by themselves. Everyone loved it. They felt as if they were an important part of the performance. Then Iris' fingers on the piano slowed down, her voice softening almost into a whisper. The audience also followed suit, singing as softly as they could. I'm a black star with no light. But so what? I'll glow again. My dream glows bright in my heart. I'm a black star that'll light up, you'll see. Hearing more than 5,000 voices sing together was nothing new to the representatives from JJ's record label and Bright Summit. After all, both of them had experienced working with artists more famous than Iris who could command more than tens of thousands of audience per concert. However, there was something different in the audience this time. It was as if they were possessed by a single spirit, united as one, brought together by Iris Long's music. This performance had heart. After the song Black Star ended, there was another deafening standing ovation. Their cheering and applause were tinged with pride. This time, it wasn't only directed at Iris and the musicians, but also at themselves, the audience. It was like experiencing music on another level, giving them an exhilarating feeling that many of them had never experienced before. Iris performed some of the other songs from her album, including the next popular one after Black Star. When she sang The Phantom of Your Love, Phone One burst into tears. Her three friends also had tears streaming down their faces as they huddled and comforted their dear friend together. I'm dead when awake, alive when asleep. How do I live when there is no you? Except in my dreams at night. Even when her intense emotions threatened to choke her, Phone One still sang with everyone else through the torrent of her tears. She remembered the first time she saw Iris perform this beautiful, heartbreaking song for the first time at the hotel restaurant. Back then, Iris was wearing a flowing black dress. This time, she was in a sharp white suit. The contrast made Phone One feel as if Iris was an envoy of both the light and the dark. Oh, spend 1,000 years with the phantom of your love. Everyone howled the last notes of the song. It wasn't only Phone One who was wailing in sorrow, affected by the dark music. People were hugging and crying on each other's shoulders, even though they were strangers before this day. Iris decided to give everyone a break to calm their highly stimulated emotions. She played Chopin's Raindrops on the piano, gently easing the atmosphere into that of a relaxed one. During this break, some staggered to the buffet tables to gulp drinks. Some shoved cookies and pastries into their mouths to comfort themselves. Some, still affected by their emotions, spilled their life stories to the people beside them, crying together like long-lost brothers and sisters. The others just closed their eyes, savoring the delicate piano melody Iris was playing, allowing the music to calm them. When the atmosphere became relaxed, Iris' fingers suddenly became energetic, dancing swiftly on the keyboard. The music changed, and a familiar piano melody reverberated. Everyone's eyes lit up. They all stopped what they were doing and turned their heads, excitement evident on their faces. Then the beat changed and Iris began singing. The audience once again sang with her, and many started dancing. At first I was afraid, I was petrified. Iris left the piano at some point, grabbed the mic from the stand, and finally displayed the full might of her extraordinary stage presence. She sang and danced along with the audience. When she performed the now famous vocal acrobatics of her version of the song, everyone went wild. Then she did something even more amazing. The extremely high notes she reached when she guested at DJ Song's radio show before already left many in awe. This time, she went beyond her previous performance, reaching the shocking whistle register. She sustained the whistle notes for so long that everyone's jaws fell down and eyes almost popped out. Even the band musicians, the backup singers, and the symphony orchestra were all shocked. This wasn't in the rehearsals. Still, they were professionals, and continued playing as if everything was as expected and nothing was amiss. Tang Yi's mind went blank. The representative from JJ's record label clutched his chest and staggered back, while the representative from Bright Summit covered his gaping mouth with his hands. Dom burst into tears and sobbed happily like a proud mama, recording everything on video to send to his sir boss, Jin Liwei, later. Everyone else was staring at the performing Iris, their eyes and mouth wide open, looking at her as if she was a mythical creature. "Tethys, I will survive." Iris snapped her hand, holding the mic up in the air when the music stopped. Her shoulders and chest heaved as she panted. An exhilarated expression was on her face. Someone started screaming in a fervent frenzy. Then more followed suit. This standing ovation was even more deafening than the previous ones. "Boss, I love you. I love you so much. Yua. So amazing. Wow. She's so wow. I don't think she's human. Just wow. I'll follow you for the rest of my life, boss. This young master has fallen even more deeply in love with you. Oh, my lady boss. My mighty slippers will fight exclusively for you, boss. Boss. Kaya. Boss, please take me in as your concubine. I want to bear your babies. Ladies, hold me up. I'm going to faint." And indeed, a lot of people fainted, but nobody panicked. Most of them woke up a few seconds later to continue cheering for their boss, Iris. Because of the incident earlier, the convention center's management sent extra security and first aid responders to the launch party. The ones who fainted were taken care of swiftly by these emergency workers. Iris returned to the piano and covered a couple of classic Mandarin songs afterwards. Then finally, it was time for the finale performance. This final song is, for me, the most special in the album. Her lovely voice was low and gentle, yet full of emotion. She swept her eyes across everyone. It is also the hardest to compose and write. I struggled so much that it hurt. I almost gave up to write another song. But I persisted because this song was desperately crying within me, begging me to give birth to it so that the whole world can listen. Everyone became curious hearing what she said. "This is the first time that you'll hear this song," she continued. "I asked Mr. JJ not to release any previews of it because it's too special for me. I wanted to personally be the one whom you'll hear it from today. So now I'm going to perform the titular song of my album, Rebirth." The audience clapped, but quickly hushed themselves. They were eager to listen to the song, to figure out why it was so special. Iris closed her eyes. A lone violin played a melancholic melody. It was sad but not dark, gently making hearts ache. Then the other string instruments followed before gradually transitioning into a lone flute. This time, the melody was sweet but sounded much sadder. Then the other woodwind instruments followed before transitioning again into the piano. Iris still had her eyes closed, her body swaying, as her fingers flowed softly like sea waves on the piano keys. Then she sang in a gentle voice, so gentle that everyone's chests twinged in pain, caged and chained in a tiny world, wondering what it's like outside. A little bird imprisoned by love, dying little by little inside. I want to be free. Free as a bird. But where are my wings? I cannot fly. There was no outward emotion on her face. Iris looked calm, serene even. Her singing, however, conveyed heartache and longing. The audience's eyes watered, but they tried to be as quiet as possible. They didn't want to miss any note or lyrics. I sing a song inside my cage, while shadows destroy my tiny world. Break my bones 1,000 times. Go ahead, I will not cry. These red roses smell so sweet. At last, I'm free. Will I ever fly? The full symphony orchestra finally played, the harmony so full yet light. The audience felt like their bodies were rising with the melody. Goosebumps were all over their skin. Iris' voice also rose, effortlessly reaching high notes. From the ashes, I rise like a phoenix. A little bird no more. I spread my wings so big and wide. Now I am free. Now I can fly. Oh, I can fly up in the sky. While tears flowed down my joyful eyes. Up I fly, up I soar, until I brush against the clouds. I'll stay up here and touch the stars. I'll reach as high that I can. Everyone nodded. Many of them had their hands clasped together like they were praying. They looked at Iris on the stage, as if they were seeing her as a tiny, delicate bird transform into a majestic phoenix. Iris' voice became fuller and more powerful. The symphony orchestra reached crescendo. This rebirth of a tiny bird into a rising phoenix. Power courses through my veins. To break the chains. To spread my wings. So this is freedom. I am free. The melody erupted into a beautiful medley of triumph, longing, and sadness. Now it was only the piano and Iris singing the last notes of the song. Oh yes, I am free. What kind of song was this? Happiness and sadness combined in harmony within their hearts. It was such a strange feeling. However, one thing was for certain. This song, Rebirth, was indeed special. They could feel its heart and spirit. It was as if it was alive with its own unique aura. They doubt that another person could sing it the way Iris Long sang it, like she and the song were one being. The applause for this final performance of the evening was of awe and of congratulations. Awe at the astounding performance, and congratulations at Iris' achievements for this album. The neutral fans remaining in the audience were all completely won over. They were sold by Iris' sincerity, artistry, and skill in her music. After the performance was another short break, while the staff quickly prepared the venue for the signing session. The people were divided into groups, and when their groups were called out, they would line up to receive autographs. This way, everyone was orderly. Iris signed copies of her album, merchandise, personal notebooks, and even weird places on people's bodies. The ones who requested for her to sign on their bodies proudly told her that they would turn her signature into permanent tattoos. She was amused and very touched. She also took quick pictures and chatted with them. People keep on saying that she's AB*TCH and all that SH*T, but just look at her. Will AB*TCH have the patience to sign autographs and chat with 5,000 people? How many hours until she's done with everyone? Yeah, my thoughts exactly. Those people are just jealous because our boss is so talented. Can they even do what she did earlier? I know, right? Damn. I will never forget those whistle notes. Yo, the people talked with each other like old friends. They gossiped about the alarm girls and the commotion they caused earlier, and gushed about Iris' unbelievable performance. It was during this signing session that Iris finally met the officers of the Black Stars fan club. The first people she recognized were Feng Wan and her 3 friends. The 4 posh middle-aged ladies looked proudly at Iris like she was their beloved niece. Madame Feng. Iris stood up and walked to the group, a smile on her face. She also greeted the other 3 ladies. It's a pleasure to see all of you again. Thank you for coming today. Feng Wan took Iris' hands and held them. Iris, may I call you Iris? Of course. Thank you. Feng Wan's eyes watered. Thank you for your music. Thank you for letting me see you perform The Phantom of Your Love again. Madam, it is my pleasure. Then Feng Wan revealed that she and her friends were members of the newly established Black Stars fan club. She introduced the others. First was the small young woman who valiantly hollered and led her comrades to battle earlier when Fei Fei was insulting Iris. She looked more like a kid, but was actually a 20-year-old university student already. Hello, Iris. I can't believe that I'm meeting you right now. I'm a big fan of yours. My name is Zhou Mayer, and I'm the president of the Black Stars. I go by the username Captain Black Star online. She's actually also the founder of the Black Stars fan club and the one who gathered all of us. It's all thanks to her that we're all standing here together at this moment to meet you. Feng Wan informed Iris. Iris shook Zhou Mayer's hand and smiled. Thank you very much, Miss Zhou. You've worked very hard. Your support means so much to me. Zhou Mayer teared up. Iris patted her shoulder. Feng Wan was about to introduce the next person, but the man already stepped forward before she could say anything. Boss, to be honest, I didn't really like you before because I thought that you were a fake person and a factory-produced unoriginal pop idol like so many others who only knew how to act pretty and sexy. Your brain-dead songs didn't help either. They were so terrible that just thinking about them is making me want to burn all my precious slippers. Zhou Mayer, ayaya. Bro, what are you doing? But then you suddenly made a comeback. I still didn't like you. I thought that you were just fishing for fame and attention like before. So I continued to bash you on the internet because I'm a troll. Not ashamed to admit that. Trolls are awesome if we're on your side. But then you constantly slapped my face so many times with your awesomeness that I had no choice but to convert into your #1 fan. When the surrounding people heard his claim of being Iris' #1 fan, they booed. The grumpy-looking man looked even grumpier. He glared at the booing people and waved an actual slipper at them. What? Want to fight against my mighty slippers? Come at me. I'll whack you all. Everyone laughed. They didn't take him seriously, as he was already quite famous in their web circle. In fact, He was the most famous among the officers of the Black Stars fan club. Umph. As expected, nobody dares to stand against my mighty slippers. The grumpy-looking man grumbled under his breath. Then he looked at Iris again. As I was saying, I'm your #1 fan, eh? Boo. Come at me and get a taste of my slippers. Phone 1 chuckled. All right, boy. That's enough. How long do you need until you properly introduce yourself to our dear Iris? I can do it for you, if you want. I don't mind. The man's grumpy-looking face flushed red. Madam Phone. No need. No need. He cleared his throat and once again turned to Iris. Boss Iris, my name is Wu Chun, a simple office worker from a simple company. But on the web, I hold great influence as the heroic I Eat Slippers, fighting with my mighty slippers under your banner to protect boss name against evildoers. Boo. What? You got a problem with what I said? Come at me if you have slippers mightier than mine. Iris laughed, amused at the man's antics. She extended her hand. Mr. Wu, glad to finally meet you. I was actually looking forward to meeting the famous I Eat Slippers. I'm a fan of your many online trolling feats. Wu Chun, aka I Eat Slippers, shook her hand with gusto. Same here, same here. Nice to meet you too, eh? What? You're a fan of me? Iris Webbots would automatically catalog all of the accounts and pages that made negative comments about her. She would normally not care about them, but if one of her most active bashers suddenly turned into one of her most passionate supporters, of course she would notice. She began saying out loud the list of all of Wu Chin's previous usernames he used for online trolling off the top of her head. The grumpiness on Wu Chen's face was finally replaced by an utterly shocked expression. He didn't know that he was this famous online. Even his idol, no, his boss knew about him. But wait, how did she know all of his usernames? Many of them were anonymous accounts that he got help to set up from his bro, who was a computer expert. His bro assured him that they would be untraceable. The quiet and bored young man beside him looked at Iris, interest flashing in his eyes. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Mr. Wu. I'm glad that you're not trolling against me anymore, but trolling for me instead. Thank you. Wu Chun forgot his doubts and laughed proudly, flattered by her words. Of course, my mighty slippers will fight exclusively for you from now on, boss. Like I said, I'm your #1 fan, eh? Boo. He chased after the people booing at him, waving a slipper in the air. Everyone laughed. Iris turned to the quiet young man. He had an unhealthy pallor and tired eyes. He looked sleepy and exhausted. This time, however, his usually bored eyes were bright with curiosity as he looked back at her. You must be Monkey Face, the computer expert. I've also been wanting to meet you. She smiled at him and offered her hand. Ho Liang. He introduced himself in a low voice. He reached for her hand, intending to quickly shake it and be done with it, but found his hand tightly grasped and squeezed hard. He frowned and looked up at her. Iris' eyes looked cold and challenging, as he looked at him. Ho Liang tried to pull his hand back, but she wouldn't let it go. My hand. Then she leaned forward and whispered something to his ear. An expression of shock, disbelief, and then horror appeared on his face. She finally released his hand and smiled widely at him. What an honor to finally meet you in person, Mr. Ho. Thank you for your support. Ho Liang's scalp went numb, and he felt cold sweat on his back. The hand that she squeezed was aching, but he didn't dare complain. In his mind, Iris Long transformed into a ferocious dragon looking down at him, daring him to go against her. As if he would do such a stupid thing. How did you? Her laugh tinkled like crystal bells, but to him, it sounded like the evil cackle of the goddess of calamity. Don't worry. I'm not going to tell anyone, she told him. Our kind should protect each other. Let's compare notes when we both have free time. Who are you? You'll know soon enough. Besides, I have a feeling that we'll get along very well, Mr. Ho. Just remember that whatever you need the most now, I can provide. I'll think you about it for now. Both of their voices were low, so the surrounding people couldn't hear what they were talking about. Although they were confused why Ho Liang suddenly looked so scared, Iris' calm and pleasant demeanor assured them that nothing was amiss. Perhaps the guy was just too excited as a fan that he became so scared and shy in front of such a beautiful celebrity like Iris Long. Yup, that must be it. Iris left the frozen Ho Liang and turned her back on him to chat with Phone Wan and the others. After a few more moments, the group finally allowed Iris to return to signing autographs for the rest of the people. It was already late at night when the launch party finally ended. All the guests went their own ways, still gushing about everything that happened during the event. It certainly was an unforgettable day to all of them. Tang Yi, Dom, and the two representatives from JJ's record label and Bright Summit all accompanied Iris to the police station directly after leaving the convention center. When they arrived at the station, Feng Wan and her three friends were already there, waiting for them. Additional officers were mobilized to ward off the reporters that were sure to come, especially after the incident of the Alarm Girls gate-crashing Iris launch party and creating such a ruckus already spread online. The invited reporters were lucky enough to get first-hand footage of the incident, but they still followed Iris and the others to the police station. Unfortunately, they were blocked from coming closer to ask questions. Despite this, they were already more than satisfied because other reporters who initially disregarded the launch party were now all scrambling from the city to this remote place. As for them, their news agencies now treated them as important correspondents. How lucky! This might be their ticket to brighter career prospects. One of Feng Wan's friends was the beloved wife of the police chief. As a result, all of the officers were respectful and hospitable to everyone, especially to Iris, who was obviously being protected by the madam. Iris' lawyer also arrived after some time. On behalf of his client, Iris Long, he officially filed a lawsuit against the Alarm Girls for physical assault, slander, and defamation of character, and a slew of other charges. The representatives from JJ's record label and Bright Summit, after speaking to their superiors on the phone, also informed Iris that they would send their own lawyers to support her lawsuits against the Alarm Girls. Feng Wan added that the audience members injured by the Alarm Girls were also planning to file their own class action lawsuit, and that she and her friends would provide a lawyer for them. The police officers present couldn't help but feel sorry for the three girls. What madness controlled them to offend this group of powerful people? They looked at the four posh middle-aged ladies. One of them was the wife of their esteemed chief. The other two were also of equal influence. And lastly, the one leading them, Madame Feng Wan, was from such a powerful background that only stupid people would dare offend her. Not even the Jin family and the other top business families in the country would dare slight her, lest they be ostracized from high society. And such powerful and influential ladies were supporting a second-rate pop singer, even using their impressive backgrounds to help her. The officers looked at the calm Iris Long, curious as to why all these formidable people were assisting her. Sure, she was a daughter of the Long family, but wasn't she estranged? And even if the Longs had their own wealth, power, and influence, they still couldn't compare to the deep background of Madame Feng Wan. The officers sighed. These Alarm Girls are finished, they thought, shaking their heads. In modern times, although the Longs were a prominent family, their wealth, power, and influence couldn't compare to the Jins and the Lus. The Jin and the Lu families didn't have deep roots compared to the other families who were already well established for a long time. These two families were average people, out of high society's radar, but just a few decades ago, they suddenly skyrocketed to the top as the leading business families in the country. On the other hand, the Longs were already well known for centuries. Then why the discrepancy in their current status in society? A big part of this was because the Longs were a proud, traditional family. They could trace their roots all the way back from ancient times when an ancestor was bestowed a noble title for meritorious deeds by the reigning emperor of that period. Since then, the Longs believed that they were aristocrats by birthright. They saw and held themselves on a higher status than regular people. Even when times had changed and aristocracy was no longer widely recognized, they still held on to this self-importance, resulting in them being stuck in a backward mentality that merchants or people who worked in trade were of lower status than aristocrats like them. They were a piece of history who refused to move forward and adapt to the changing times. It was only when Long Tengfei's grandfather married an artisan's daughter that the Long family started to shift into a business family. Long Tengfei's grandmother had a flair for business from her experience of helping out in selling her father's works. She ignored the protests of the Long family members and opened a trading business under her husband's name. Her father was an artisan, so her expertise was in trading traditional arts such as pottery, porcelain, and silk. The business prospered under her leadership, effectively shutting up the rest of the Long relatives who disdained the idea of becoming a business family. In fact, It fueled their self-importance even more, especially when the growing wealth was distributed to the entire clan. The business expanded to include calligraphy, painting, and sculpture in the hands of Long Tengfei's father. His father inherited his grandmother's flair for business and diversified into other industries as well, such as textiles, land development, and food production and processing. When Long Tengfei took over, he led the business into even greater heights by entering the shipping industry, successfully making it into the international stage. Under his leadership, the Longs stabilized their position as a wealthy and influential business family in the country. However, most of the Long family members, especially the elders, still retained their self-important aristocratic mentality. They cared a lot about their face and on preserving the Long family's noble name. They disapproved of Long Tengfei's decision to divorce the wife they arranged for him in order to marry a gold-digging, social climbing model. They despised Wei Lan from the very beginning. When the young Miss Xiaolan was born, they were determined to mold her into a perfect lady. Unfortunately, they discovered that this daughter took after her disgraceful mother, entering the scandalous world of showbiz and besmirching their family's noble name again and again. They wanted to disown her, but Long Tengfei fiercely rejected their suggestion. They could only grumble to themselves, not daring to blatantly go against him, because he was the current head of both the family and the business. Long family ancestral residence. As the head of the main family, Long Tengfei and his family lived in the ancestral compound where the Longs lived for many generations since ancient times when they were still a recognized aristocratic clan. It was very grand and traditional, like traveling back in time. The huge compound was very difficult to maintain. It was a challenge to upgrade the amenities to modern ones while still preserving its original ancient dignity. However, Long Tengfei didn't mind the huge maintenance costs because the place was a legacy from his noble ancestors. He lived at the master wing with his third wife. His eldest son from his first wife lived alone at the eastern wing. He originally planned for his daughter, Xiaolan, to live in the western wing, but she had other ideas, buying her own penthouse to live by herself. As for his two illegitimate children from his former mistresses, he didn't even attempt to take them in. The elders absolutely couldn't accept any illegitimate children living in the ancestral residence. Even so, Long Tengfei loved all his children. He was generous in financially supporting and providing them with the best education and opportunities. He might not be affectionate, but nobody could fault him for shirking his responsibilities as a father. Inside the study, Long Tengfei was watching the late-night news on a huge flat-screen TV, which looked odd among the antique decorations. His third wife, Yang Jiahui, served him hot Longjing tea. His assistant, Chao Guang, was also in the room speaking on the phone with the elders. He was trying to appease them. The elders were complaining about the young Miss Xiaolan because she was once again involved in a scandalous incident earlier that day. The elders were livid that she beat up others like a thug in front of thousands of people, very unladylike. What upset them the most was that she filed lawsuits against the girls she beat up, earning so much attention that her face and name were plastered all over the news. How embarrassing. While his assistant was busy on the phone, Long Tengfei and Yang Jiahui watched a footage of his daughter Xiaolan dodging the attacks of the masked alarm girls. She looked stunning in her white suit. Her nimble movements were impressive. When she started fighting back and beating the girls, Yang Jiahui couldn't help but gasp. Was Xiaolan that strong? How did she learn to fight like that? She asked. I heard that she's training in some sort of Russian martial arts after she completed her post-coma rehab. Looks like it's effective. He nodded. The next footage showed her kicking off her high-heeled shoe and accurately hitting the other girl unconscious. Long Tengfei laughed aloud, slapping his thighs in his excitement. That's my daughter. His voice was filled with pride. Yang Jiahui smiled. Indeed, she is. Finally, Chao Guang was done with the phone calls. Chao Guang, find out all the details about what happened to Xiaolan today. Yimei already stopped giving me regular updates ever since Xiaolan became financially independent, so I have no idea what's happening to her anymore. It seems that she totally won over the old housekeeper's loyalty. Also contact her lawyer and tell him to put all his firm's resources into her lawsuit. Tell him he can use my name if he needs to. Right away, President. Also call Xiao Yu and ask him whether Xiaolan can afford the fees. That lawyer is expensive. I know that Xiaolan wants to be completely independent, but she's just had her comeback. I doubt that she has earned that much yet, especially now that she refused to receive allowance from me. Just tell Xiao Yu that I'll cover the fees and no need to tell my daughter. Understood, President. Long Tingfei sipped his tea. Umph. These little girls dare attack my Long Tingfei's daughter? Serves them right that Xiaolan beat them up. That's my daughter. His delighted laugh echoed through the ancient walls. Gold Heights condominium. It was already past 3 a.m. when Iris, Dom, and their driver arrived home. Even so, Imei still welcomed them, her face filled with worry. She immediately fussed around Iris, making sure that her young miss was safe and uninjured. Dom ran straight to the kitchen to heat up an extremely late dinner. He was so hungry that he could die. The driver joined him. Imei encouraged her young miss to eat, but Iris declined. She had no appetite. Iris didn't feel well. She was still feeling all right while they were at the police station, but when they were in the van on the way home, her body started aching. She also felt a nagging headache. Perhaps she overexerted herself when she fought against the alarm girls, in addition to the accumulated exhaustion from the daily rehearsals and her performance at the launch party. She checked on ice cream and popcorn who were sleeping soundly in the cat room. She gave them quick, gentle rubs before heading to her own bedroom. She took a quick shower. Originally, she wanted to soak in a long, hot bath, but decided against it because she was too sleepy. As soon as she laid on the bed, she was fast asleep. Silence. Darkness. Her body felt like it was floating in a black ocean, the viscous water pressing heavily against her, drowning her. She tried to swim, tried to escape, but she couldn't move. Then a whirlpool sucked her and threw her onto a place so familiar. It was her only world once upon a time. Her little hands were pounding the piano, fumbling on the keys she couldn't reach with her short fingers. Rimsky-Korsakov's Flight of the Bumblebee played over and over, not stopping even when her little hands started to cramp. She did her best to match the intended rapidity and chaos of the piece as best as she could. That's enough for today, her strict music teacher announced. She immediately stood up and faced her teacher, her tiny back ramrod straight. Her little hands were tired and shaking, but she didn't dare complain. Your techniques have improved, Miss Evelina. Teacher is very pleased. However, you're still hesitating. With the way you played it today, it sounded like the wings of the bumblebee are damaged and couldn't fly properly. Learn how to fully embrace the music. Feel the music, be confident. She tried listening to the rest of her teacher's lecture, but the sounds became distorted and her surroundings became hazy. Then everything warped, and she was sitting by the garden for afternoon tea with her parents. My dear Evelinaka, 1. I heard from your tutors that you aced your Dutch and German language tests. Congratulations, my little princess. Thank you, father, she replied, smiling shyly. Her mother set her teacup on the table, and her frigid eyes looked at her. Her small body trembled under her mother's intense gaze. I heard that you're not doing well on your shooting and close combat training. Her mother's voice was cold and devoid of any emotion. Tell me the reason why. Her small lips shook, but she forced herself to answer. Mother, I don't like shooting and fighting. You are a member of the Vetrov family. We, the Vetrovs, must learn all these things whether we like it or not. Do not shirk your duties for such a silly reason ever again. Do you understand? She blinked her green eyes, fighting against the tears. She didn't cry, or else she would be punished. I understand, mother. Now, do not be too hard on my Evelinaka. My little princess is a good girl. Her father patted her golden hair. Her surroundings started warping once again, and she was now crying and screaming at a documentary on TV while burrowing her little self in the safety of her big brother's arms. Don't cry, Evelinka, too. Her big brother rubbed her back. It's just a bison. It's not scary at all. But the horns are so big and sharp. He chuckled. Don't worry, my little sister. Your big brother will make sure that no animals with horns will come near you. If they do, I'll kill them and cut off their horns. I'll exterminate all animals with horns for you. So don't cry now, okay? He wiped her tears. Oh, okay. Good girl. Her brother's face shifted into her father patting her head. Good girl. Then it was her mother's beautiful, ice-cold face. Be a good girl and improve your shooting and close combat skills. The faces of these three warped and interchanged with each other, again and again, faster and faster. Good girl. What a good girl. Be a good girl. The voices multiplied. They were murmurs at first, but gradually became shrieks, screaming, good girl at her. Sounds of helicopters added to this hellish cacophony. Doors banging, glasses shattering. Howling, roaring. We have orders. Fire. Gunshots. No, no, no. No. She closed her eyes and covered her ears. Stop it. Please stop. Then a familiar pair of big, warm arms embraced her from behind. The sounds finally stopped. Relieved, she leaned back into the embrace and then turned around to see a handsome face smiling at her. Liwei. She threw herself at him, crying. He kissed her forehead. I'm here. Don't be afraid. We're together now. She hugged his waist tightly, afraid that he would leave her alone back to that hell. Stay with me, baby, he said. Yes. He ran his fingers down her long hair. Good girl. She stiffened and looked up at him. You're mine, Long Xiaolon. Only mine. Her mind suddenly became befuddled. Her eyebrows scrunched together. Long Xiaolon. Who's Xiaolon? He smiled and leaned down to kiss her on the lips. You are Xiaolon. My Xiaolon. She was very confused. Her mind couldn't understand what the man in front of her was saying. No, I'm not. My name is Evelina. Then his figure disappeared within a fog. She couldn't see anything besides the whiteness. She walked and walked, yet the fog stayed and surrounded her. Who was she? She had forgotten. Why was she walking for so long? For what purpose? Was she real? Did she exist? She couldn't remember. Come back. A faint voice called for her from a distance. She stopped, but her mind was still muddled. So she continued walking. No, don't go. The faint voice echoed. She stopped again and turned around. Remember that you are me now. You are Long Xiaolon. The faint voice was getting weaker. Remember? Her head started aching and her lower abdomen felt heavy, as if her insides were being squeezed. It hurt. Don't erase my existence. You are Long Xiaolon. I am Long Xiaolon. ####. Footnotes. 1. Nickname for Evelina. 2. Another nickname for Evelina. Iris woke up gasping. Her heart raced, pounding so hard and so loud, as if it wanted to jump out of her chest. She was soaked in her own sweat, yet her body felt ice-cold and shivered uncontrollably. Her teeth was even chattering. She looked around her familiar dark bedroom, trying to ascertain that everything was real, that she wasn't dreaming anymore. Remembering her nightmare, her breath hitched and she shuddered. It felt so real. Forgetting her own self was the most frightening feeling that she had ever experienced in her 2 lives. It felt like she wasn't alive, like she didn't exist, like she was nothing, no one. She closed her eyes and took deep breaths, focusing on the sound of the falling water from the wall-mounted waterfall fountain to slowly calm her down. It took a long time before her heartbeat slowed and her body stopped shaking. She still felt cold, but at least it became more bearable than when she just woke up. Now that she calmed down enough, she noticed that her body felt heavy. She also felt lightheaded. Her lower abdomen was cramping, and there was something wet and sticky between her thighs. She sighed and climbed off the bed. Her pajama pants and bed sheets were stained with blood. Just walking was difficult. Everything ached, and she felt a bit dizzy. Dragging her heavy body, every movement was a challenge. She first headed to her walk-in closet to get a clean pair of pajamas and underwear. Then she headed to the bathroom, opened a drawer for a sanitary pad, and cleaned herself up before changing into her clean clothes. She noticed that she was bleeding a lot heavier this time compared to her previous periods. Panting from these simple actions, she leaned over the sink to wash the sweat off her face. Her reflection stared at her in the mirror, looking very pale. Long Xiaolon's reflection. I am Long Xiaolon. Her voice was a whisper. She spoke again, this time louder and stronger. This is me. I am real. My name is Long Xiaolon. Staring at her own reflection in the mirror by herself started to spook her. She forced a smile. What am I doing? It was just a dream. Only a dream. No need to be so freaked out. She patted her face dry with a towel and headed back to her bed. She looked at the bloodstain on her bed sheets and sighed. Then she thought of something. She grabbed her duvet, gathered it in her arms, and went out of her bedroom. Silently and carefully, she opened the door to the cat room. She peeked and saw her 2 kittens sleeping peacefully. Ice cream was curled into a ball on her own small fluffy bed, while Popcorn was sprawled on the carpet with his belly up and tiny feet stretched in weird positions. Iris smiled and entered the room, closing the door gently behind her. She walked to the sofa, planning to sleep there, but changed her mind upon seeing the cute popcorn. She placed the duvet on the carpet instead, and then laid down beside the sleeping kitten. She grabbed the other half of the duvet and covered herself. Her cramps were becoming more painful, making it hard for her to find a comfortable position to sleep. However, she felt too lethargic to stay awake. Giving a gentle rub to popcorn with a finger, her eyes drooped close and her breathing became steady. Moments later, she was asleep. ####. Up in the sky over the Pacific Ocean. Jin Liwei was on board his private jet, typing on his laptop while reviewing the documents in front of him. His assistant, Su Tian, was on the other side of the aisle also working. A male flight attendant served each of them a cup of freshly brewed St. Helena coffee. Jin Liwei acknowledged him with a nod and resumed his work. Su Tian thanked the flight attendant and immediately sipped his cup. Jin Liwei only employed male flight attendants. There were female ones before when he bought his first private jet, but he fired all of them when they continuously tried to seduce him. They were so annoying, disturbing him every few minutes, offering this drink or that snack or the creepy, "Let me give you a massage, sir." He never had any moment of peace, so he decided to only employ male flight attendants. Unbeknownst to him, this decision of his fueled rumors that he was gay. Su Tian stood up from his seat and carried his laptop to Jin Liwei's desk. "President, this is the bid proposal prepared by the fans for our next business project." "Rejected." Jin Liwei didn't even look at it. Su Tian was taken aback. He blinked, wondering if he heard his boss correctly. President, how about take a look at it first? Isn't this project in the area of their expertise?" Jin Liwei stopped typing and looked at his assistant, his expression colder than usual. "My Jin Corporation will not have any further business with the fans. We can't pull out of our current partnerships with them now, but the moment that our contracts end, we're done. We're not renewing. From now on, reject any proposals sent by them. No need to inform me. I give you my authority." "Understood." Su Tian was confused. Through their connection with the old madam, the president's mother, the fans enjoyed a close connection with the Jins. The second master was even engaged to marry Miss Fan Luo. Everyone was already expecting a closer connection between the two families, especially in business after the two married. In fact, the fans were already using their status as the future in-laws of the Jins to win advantageous business deals. As if hearing his assistant's inner thoughts, Jin Liwei said, "I'm the boss of Jin Corporation, not my brother. He doesn't even work at the company, and from what he tells us, he has no plan on doing so in this life. Fan Luo is marrying Chong Lin, not Jin Corporation. There is no reason why I should let the fans invade my company." Su Tian didn't know what to say. He wondered why his boss was suddenly taking an antagonistic stance against the fans. Then he remembered. He glanced at his boss, who was now sipping his coffee. It must be because of Miss Long. Su Tian felt troubled. He could sense that his boss was falling more deeply for Miss Long by the day. He was happy for his boss, who was finally showing some human emotions. The reality, however, was far from ideal. No matter how much one turned the world upside down, it wouldn't change the fact that the president got himself in a problematic situation. He wondered if his boss would ever confess the truth to Miss Long, or would he bury the truth forever? President, how about you?" Su Tian swallowed his next words. He didn't have the courage to suggest for his boss to confess everything to Miss Long. Jin Liwei could guess what his assistant wanted to say. His lips pressed together, and a trace of anxiety flashed in his cold eyes. "I'll tell her everything," he said in a soft voice. "I just need the right timing." Su Tian nodded and returned to his seat. He had trouble focusing on his work because he couldn't help but worry for his boss. In his opinion, it was better if the boss confessed the truth to Miss Long, the sooner the better. Although they already erased all traces of the truth, keeping such a big secret from one's beloved would definitely have a heavy emotional toll. Who would have thought that the president would fall for Miss Long, of all people? What kind of stroke of fate was this? A relationship built on shaky ground wouldn't last long. No matter how grand and beautiful, if the foundations were weak, it would eventually collapse. This kind of secret would fester in the heart and eat away the love. As he thought more about it, Su Tian agreed with the president's decision to gradually cut off his ties with the fans. But he couldn't cut them out completely because it was a fact that they were going to be in-laws through the second master. Su Tian sighed. What a mess. If only the second master wasn't marrying Miss Fan Luo, then the president would have more wiggle room to deal with the fans without ruffling too many feathers. Whoever said that being members of the country's prominent families was easy? He could only pray that Miss Long would understand the president's reasoning for doing what he did. She was also a daughter of a prominent family, so she should be familiar with the obsession of safeguarding the family reputation. Su Tian, stop thinking about it. Focus on your work. He flinched, feeling guilty upon hearing his boss' admonishment. Apologies, President. Don't worry about it anymore. This is my problem. I'll deal with it myself. Understood, President. Although Jin Liwei said such words to his assistant, inside he was in turmoil. His hands clenched into fists, trying to control his anxiety. For the first time in his life, he didn't feel confident and was afraid of rejection. He could only do his best to show Xiaolan his feelings and make her fall for him enough that she would be able to forgive him once he confessed everything to her. Hopefully. Saturday. Gold Heights Condominium. Originally, Iris was supposed to have a full schedule every day promoting her new album immediately after the release day. But because of the incident with the alarm girls during the launch party, Bright Summit instructed her to lay low for now. Let our PR team handle the media storm. Don't post anything on social media, Tang Yi told her on the phone. Don't worry. The law is on our side. You did nothing wrong. What you did was legitimate self-defense. Besides, those alarm girls already have a previous record. Just take this time to rest up and be ready to return to work anytime. I understand, elder sister E. Thank you. Iris was actually relieved that she didn't have to work at the moment. Of course, she was excited to promote her new album, especially since she had been looking forward to it for so long. But she was not feeling well. She was listless and had no appetite. Ime almost resorted to force-feeding her before she could persuade Iris to eat a few spoonfuls of food. The housekeeper was so worried and suggested that they call for Dr. Cheng, but Iris waved her away, saying that it was just a bad case of menstruation and that she would feel better after her period. The good news was that her album Rebirth was selling like crazy, even though she couldn't actively promote it for now. Many stores were already sold out and ordered another batch from JJ's record label. It also topped the bestseller daily rankings in all the major online music stores. Perhaps the incident with the alarm girls wasn't so bad after all. It was certainly bringing a lot of publicity to Iris and her new album. The biggest reason for the demand for her album, however, was the slew of videos taken during the launch party. The videos were currently hot on the internet, not to mention the high praises from the fans who personally attended the launch party. They showed and bragged about Iris' breathtaking performances. The most popular was the one showing her singing in whistle register. Everyone was so amazed that almost all programs on TV and radio were talking about it the entire day. Even some of the newspapers made it their headlines. Many were already giving Iris long titles such as Nation's Voice, Nation's Diva, Nation's Talent, and even Nation's Siren. The netizens, however, gave her the title Nation's Lady Boss for her gangster aura when she dealt with the alarm girls. It was only the second day since her album Rebirth was launched, but it was already exceeding expectations. Iris Long, in particular, was the current hottest topic. While everyone was talking about her, the person herself didn't have the energy to care about all of these. She tried playing the piano, but she couldn't sit for too long. She tried composing, but she couldn't focus. She took Jin Liwei's list and went to her computer room. She could only finish one report before she decided to stop. Not used to being idle, she had no idea what to do. She suddenly wished that Jin Liwei would come home sooner. She wanted to call him, to hear his voice, but couldn't because he should still be on the plane at the moment. She could only settle for the next best thing and spent almost the entire day lazing around with her kittens, playing with them with what little energy she could eke out. Iris laid on the carpet in the cat room, an electric heating pad on her abdomen. Ice cream was curled on top it, sleeping contentedly. Popcorn was, as usual, jumping all around, trying to get her to play with him. "Do you miss Daddy?" she suddenly asked them, and then blushed when she realized what she just said. But her kitten surprised her. Ice cream opened her eyes, looked at her, and then meowed softly, replying to her, before returning to sleep. Popcorn also responded by giving a series of loud meows. as if demanding where his daddy was. Iris smiled and petted the two kittens. I miss daddy too. It was already evening when Jin Liwei's private jet landed in the country. He was exhausted but also extremely excited to finally see his baby girl. He missed her so much. He wanted to embrace her and kiss her as soon as possible, and also to congratulate her for the release of her new album. His subordinates picked him and Su Tian up from the airport. They were the ones who helped carry the purchases for the kittens before to Iris' condo unit, and even ate dinner there. Did you bring the things I instructed to be prepared? Jin Liwei asked. Yes, master. Everything is packed in the car. Good. To the penthouse. Jin Liwei planned on taking a nap until they arrived at the condo. He was already feeling the effects of jet lag. He was about to sleep when his eyes caught the news playing on a nearby public TV outside. Wait. He stopped the driver who was about to start the car. He continued to watch the news on the big TV screen outside. He couldn't hear the audio, but the big texts were clear enough. Then he noticed the newspapers some of the people were reading. What the hell happened, he demanded. Why was his baby girl all over the news? His expression turned furious when the news program showed a video clip of his Sholan being chased by a mic stand-wielding attacker. He was too consumed by fury watching this scene that the next video clips of her fighting back and even beating the attackers failed to register with him. Find out what happened, he ordered Su Tian. Who the hell attacked her? Su Tian immediately obeyed, checking the news sites on his phone. His subordinate who was sitting on the front passenger seat cleared his throat. Master, I know what happened. It's all over the news, especially last night when it happened. Tell me. Then his subordinate explained everything that happened at the launch party according to what was shared on the news. When he mentioned the alarm girls, Jin Liwei exploded. It's them again? Didn't I already tell you to destroy them? Why are they still bothering my Sholan? I apologize, President. I wasn't thorough enough in dealing with them, Su Tian said. I didn't expect that they'll attack Miss Long when they're already blacklisted from showbiz. The atmosphere inside the car was very cold and tense. Nobody dared breathe too loudly or make any noise, afraid of angering their master even more. Drive. The driver immediately obeyed, and the car started moving. Jin Liwei took deep breaths, trying to control his fury. He wanted to hunt those three girls and strangle them himself. He was about to call Sholan on the phone and hear what really happened from her own words, but decided that it was better to wait until he saw her and talk in person. Simmering in fury, he felt that the drive was taking too long. Damn the traffic. Finally, they arrived in front of the condo building. He called his baby girl, but she wasn't answering his call. He tried a couple more times before giving up. Perhaps her phone wasn't with her. So he called Dominic instead. Dominic picked up quickly. His excited voice could be heard by the others inside the car, even when the phone wasn't on speaker. He was so excited that he even went down to the lobby to pick up Jin Liwei in person. ####. Prokofiev's Dance of the Nights played inside the cat room. Iris laid on the sofa, still feeling a little unwell, waving a teaser toy in time with the music's aggressive melody. The two kittens were playing, trying to catch the feathers at the end of the toy. Ice Cream was already very graceful, even if her tiny feet were not stable yet. She would observe the prey first, calculating the best time to pounce. Smart girl. Unfortunately, she was still too small. Iris imagined that Ice Cream's judgment might already be accurate based on the initial trajectory of her jumps, but her body couldn't keep up yet. Nonetheless, the kitten already had the makings of a calculative hunter. Her brother Popcorn, on the other hand, was like a brainless buffoon jumping all around without any sense. He would often crash against the furniture and the floor. There were times that he would even forget that he was chasing the teaser toy and just continue to jump around until he reached the corner of room and crashed against the wall. He would cry pitifully until he saw his sister Ice Cream still playing with the toy. He would immediately run back and start playing again happily. Iris wondered if Ice Cream absorbed all the brain power while the siblings were still in their mother's womb, leaving nothing for her brother. Although Popcorn wasn't too smart, he had a lot of energy. Too much energy, in fact. He would still be raring to play more when Ice Cream already had enough and went back to sleeping. These differences between their personalities made Iris adore her kittens all the more. She was glad that she adopted them. She wanted pets in her previous life, but her mother didn't allow her, telling her that pets would make her more soft-hearted than she already was. The original Iris had a few pets before, but they didn't last long with her. She would play with them like dolls for a few days before getting bored. Then she would just end up giving them away. Now in this new life, she was able to accomplish this simple dream of having pets. The two kittens suddenly stopped playing and ran to the door. Ice Cream sat and stared at the closed door quietly while Popcorn was scratching it and meowing loudly. Iris watched their actions in confusion. Then the door opened, revealing Jin Liwei. Their eyes met. This time, Iris actually noticed her heart skipping a beat. He was back. She wanted to run to him and jump in his arms, but was too lazy to get up. Well, it was only a few steps. The man could reach her more quickly with his long legs. So she continued to lay on the sofa like a queen waiting to be served. Jin Liwei was about to walk to her when he felt something on his leg. He saw a small orange fur ball climbing up his pants. It was meowing nonstop. On the ground was another small gray fur ball staring up at him without blinking. He bent down and scooped them up in each of his hands. Are these my kids? Why are they so fat? Not fat, just healthier. Iris corrected him. They were too thin when we got them. Jin Liwei carried the two kittens and walked to her. Ice Cream quickly rubbed her head against his hand, then got bored just as quickly. She remained still, looking at the floor, silently indicating that she wanted to be set down. Jin Liwei didn't notice her attempt at silent communication. Popcorn continued to climb from his hand to his shirt, meowing loudly, as if demanding where his daddy went, why he was gone for so long. Jin Liwei set the two kittens gently on the floor. Ice Cream immediately walked to her fluffy bed and fell asleep. Popcorn tried catching his daddy's attention, but soon gave up. Daddy was too preoccupied with mommy. Jin Liwei leaned down to finally gather his baby girl in his embrace, kissing her hungrily on the mouth. Iris wrapped her arms around his neck and returned his kiss, but then pushed him back and moved her face away after just a few seconds. He tried kissing her again, but she blocked his mouth with a hand. "You didn't miss me?" he asked, a little hurt. "Of course I did. I missed you." "Then why?" She looked at him like he was the biggest idiot in the universe. "So if I don't let you kiss me more, that means I don't miss you? What kind of stupid rule is that? Search it up and let me see. I'll give that stupid person who made that stupid rule a piece of my mind." He didn't know how to respond. Why was she in such a bad mood? She was usually very receptive to his kisses and touches. Was it because he was gone for too long? Or was it because of the incident during her launch party? Did the incident affect her too much? Feeling wary of her, he asked, "Are you angry?" "Of course not. Why would I be angry? Don't be stupid." How should he proceed? Something was really off about her today. It felt like any wrong move or wrong word, and she would bite his head off. Then she suddenly spread her arms and smiled at him. "Hug me." Although he was still confused, he immediately obeyed. He wrapped his arms around her and nuzzled her hair. "I missed you so much," he murmured. "I missed you too." Then after a couple of seconds, she pushed him away again. "Okay, that's enough." He couldn't stop the hurt expression from showing on his face. She didn't bother to comment, instead telling him, "Welcome home." Instantly, he felt much better. His mouth curved into a smile. "I'm back, baby. Okay, you can kiss me." He immediately kissed her before she changed her mind. This time, she let him kiss her longer. He poured all his longing for her in the kiss, showing her how much he missed her. His hand crawled to one of her breasts and squeezed lightly. "Ouch! It hurts. You want to die?" Iris pushed him away with all her might. He fell backward on the floor. He stayed sitting on his butt, looking at her with a stupefied expression. He didn't even squeeze her that hard. She was glaring at him so fiercely that he felt cold sweat on his back. Sorry. He had no idea what was going on, but he instinctively apologized. "I'm sorry, baby." "Okay." Her expression returned to normal, smiling at him again. Then she asked him about his trip, the flight, whether he had eaten or not, and why he came to the penthouse directly from the airport instead of going to his house first. He cautiously got up from the floor and sat down beside her on the sofa. He kept his hands to himself. She was her usual calm and amiable self, talking to him. Jin Liwei almost felt that it was just his imagination that she exploded earlier. He wanted to interrogate her about the incident at the launch party, but decided that this might not be the right time, especially since he was still unsure of her mood. His earlier fury during the drive home had to be temporarily suppressed in front of her. He held her hand, acting very cautious. Holding her hand should be okay, right? He waited, and when she didn't snap at him, He released a breath of relief he didn't notice he was holding. Then he raised her hand to his lips and kissed it. Again, he waited. And again, he sighed in relief when she didn't push him away. "Congratulations on the release of your album," he told her, looking directly at her eyes. "I'm so proud of you, baby." She smiled. "Thank you. I'm happy. I had my men buy several copies of your album as soon as it was released. Even if I wasn't physically here that time, I wanted to be one of the first people to buy it. Why didn't you just tell me? I could have requested some copies for you from the record label." "No need. I want to support you this way. You have to sign my copies." "Sure. Sign them, darling." "No way. Please, baby." She scowled. "I said no." He didn't dare say anything more, afraid of triggering her again. Then she tilted her head, looking at him. "Fine. But I'll only sign one with darling. The others, I'll just write your name." "Okay." He quickly nodded. Yes, of course. Thank you, baby. And I'll kill you if you show that one copy to others." He blinked. Was her baby girl always this vicious? He knew she was brutally honest, but he never knew about this poisoned tongue of hers. But he still nodded, showing her that he agreed with her. He sighed in relief when he saw her pleased smile. A knock on the door. "Come in," Iris said. Su Tian and Jin Liwei's 2 men entered. They lugged 3 huge boxes with them. They greeted the couple. "You can set them up now," Jin Liwei ordered. The 3 men immediately went to work, opening the boxes and taking out various weird-looking things. "My present for the kids," Jin Liwei explained when he saw her confused expression. "I got a Canadian pet designer to design and manufacture it for me." Oh, Jin Liwei also helped while instructing everyone on where to place what. She watched in interest as the men started setting up an intricate structure consisting of interconnected towers, houses, bridges, scratching posts, and playgrounds for the kittens throughout the entire room. When they were finished, Iris forgot her lethargy and stood up, marveling at the cat room's transformation. The place transformed into a cat wonderland. She scooped ice cream, awoken by all the activity, and popcorn, still hopping all around, up in her arms. "Look what Daddy got you," she announced to them. After the cat wonderland was set up, the men ate a late dinner. Dom, of course, the one with the bottomless stomach, ate again, even though he already ate with the rest of the household earlier. Iris accompanied them for about 5 minutes before excusing herself to the bedroom. Jin Liwei watched her go, concerned. He noticed that she was listless and sometimes even looked like she was in pain. He asked her about it. She gave a straight answer. "I have my period. My cramps are very painful this time." Su Tian choked on his food and coughed violently. Jin Liwei's 2 subordinates remained expressionless, but a suspicious red flush crept up from their necks to their ears. Jin Liwei was also speechless. He glared at the 3, silently accusing them for not covering their ears in time. It was certainly their fault, not his baby girl's, for being too brutally honest. When Iris left, Jin Liwei turned to her assistant, who was currently shoving big spoonful of food into his mouth. Dom immediately understood and swallowed everything. Then he started spilling everything that happened during the launch party. Jin Liwei's expression turned blacker the longer he listened. Thank goodness that his 4th brother's teachings seemed to be effective and his baby girl was able to successfully apply her system of skills in real life. If she wasn't equipped with any self-defense skills, then those B** cheese would have already smashed her with those mic stands. He would make sure that those 3 B** cheese would be punished and far away from his baby girl. After dinner, he headed to the bedroom followed by his men lugging suitcases. Dom also called some of the maids to help out. Iris was on the bed resting, trying to find a comfortable position. She looked at the group and at the many suitcases, a question in her eyes. "My clothes and other stuff," he explained. "So I won't have to carry a sleepover bag every time I stay here." She looked at him, silent. He waited. Everyone waited for her decision. "You're moving in?" she asked. "I guess. Yes or no?" He took a deep breath. "Yes, I'm moving in." She stared at him again. He had the urge to squirm under her intense gaze, but stopped himself. He waited patiently without moving, like everyone else. "If you're moving in, you'll have to pay for half of the household expenses." "Of course." His face was bright. "I'll even pay for everything, if you want." "What did you say?" She suddenly sat up, slamming a hand on a pillow. Her face contorted in anger as she shouted at him. "You think I can't afford my own household? Are you looking down on me, Jin Liwei?" You dare insult me this way? Everyone shrank back, almost wanting to run away and escape from the room. They all looked at Jin Liwei, mentally pushing him forward to fix the situation. Why did you have to anger her? Do something. The young miss is too scary, they all thought. Jin Liwei was taken aback at her sudden rage. For a few moments, he didn't know what to do. He felt a sense of danger if he didn't calm her down soon. He gathered all the courage he could muster and stepped forward. Baby, I didn't mean it that way. I'm sorry. I absolutely have no intention of insulting you. Believe me. He edged closer and cautiously sat down on the bed. He prayed that she could see his sincerity. I'll pay half. Nothing more, nothing less. Forget about the other thing I said. It was careless and stupid. Okay, baby. Humph. She turned to the rest of the group. Bring the suitcases to my closet and make space for his things. They hurriedly did her bidding, quickly escaping, afraid that she would explode again. Go take a shower, she told Jin Liwei after the group left. Okay, baby. Thank you. He tried his luck and leaned forward to kiss her. She stayed still and allowed his lips a quick peck before pushing him away. He sighed but didn't push it. Iris saw the sad expression on his face and felt guilty. She pressed herself against his chest and hugged him. Sorry, I don't feel like myself today. I'll be fine after a few days. He kissed her forehead, already feeling so much better. He hugged her as well, careful to keep his touch as light as possible. Don't worry. I understand. I'm glad I'm home. She looked up and smiled softly. Me too. Then her expression turned annoyed. Go now. She plopped herself back on the bed, ignoring him. He had no choice but to drag his pitiful self to the bathroom. After his shower, his baby girl wasn't on the bed anymore. He found her in the walk-in closet, instructing everyone where to put his stuff. She would take things from his suitcase and look at them with curiosity. He entered, wearing nothing except for the bath towel around his waist. Su Tian and the two subordinates didn't react. Dom gasped loudly, covering his mouth with his hands in an exaggerated manner. The maids blushed and quickly avoided looking in his direction. Iris saw the maid's reaction and scowled. You can all leave now, she said. Everyone scurried out, making sure to close the door behind them. They were afraid that she would direct her line of fire at them. She continued to ignore him, organizing his remaining things herself. Jin Liwei had no choice but to put on his pajamas in silence. Iris removed a pair of folded pants from the suitcase, and a small box fell off. She picked it up. She read the label. She blinked. It was a box of condoms. Then she noticed that there were more at the bottom of the suitcase. She removed the clothes on top. Lo and behold, about 100 boxes of condoms greeted her sight. They were in different types, colors, and flavors. Condoms had flavors, too? How interesting. Just like candies. Jin Liwei finished putting on pajamas and then noticed his Sholon looking at something in his suitcase. He walked closer, and his eyes almost popped out when he saw the sheer number of condoms. He cursed his butler in his head. Did his butler raid a store or something? Why did he pack so many? While he was still in Toronto, he called his butler at home to pack luggage for him, explaining that he was going to stay at his girlfriend's place after he returned to the country. The poor butler was so shocked that he wasn't able to react in time. He wanted to confirm whether the master really said girlfriend and not boyfriend. Then he almost had a heart attack when Jin Liwei instructed him to include condoms with the luggage. Jin Liwei hung up before the butler could clarify the instructions. Not knowing what kind of condoms his master wanted, the butler ordered almost every kind. His master could just test everything and then tell him later on what suited him and his mysterious girlfriend the best, so that he could just buy more of it next time. Iris looked at him, holding a couple of boxes in her hands. Explain. He wanted to tell her that it wasn't his idea, that it was his butler's, but was worried that it would trigger her and snap at him again. She might accuse him of pushing the blame on other people, so he decided to just own it up. It's for us to use, baby. I know, but why do you have so many? And there are so many kinds. What are these flavors? Banana? Papaya? Seaweed? Spaghetti? Chili pepper? Are you supposed to eat these? Do you have a condom fetish? You're so weird. His mind blanked for a couple of seconds before heat crawled up his neck. Of course not. And we're not going to use those other freaky flavors. He almost told her that if she didn't like condoms, then he was fine without them. If she wanted babies this early, he wouldn't mind. But he was able to stop himself in time. He had a feeling that she would explode on him again if he told her this. He cleared his throat. There, to add spice to our lovemaking. Yes, that's it. They're supposed to enhance our enjoyment. Hmm. She looked at the boxes in the suitcase again. She was very curious about them. However, she wasn't really in the mood to investigate at the moment. Put them in the bedside table drawer. I'm returning to bed. I'm tired. Okay, baby. Rest up. I'll take care of the rest. Jin Liwei immediately went to work. She walked away but then stopped, turned around, and said, "You haven't shown me your STD test results yet. No sex until then." He froze. "Baby, I already told you I don't have STD. I've never had sex with anyone before you. It's just a simple test. Just do it and give me the results." "How hard is that? You don't want to do it? Fine. I guess we'll both be virgins in this relationship then. Burn those useless condoms since we won't need them." She huffed and marched off, leaving him no chance to reply. Jin Liwei was speechless. He stood there like an idiot for about a minute before grabbing his phone. He dialed and waited. "Hello." Wang Ingjia's voice answered on the other end of the line. "Second brother, I need to get tested for STDs. Third brother, is this really you?" "Yes. You're a doctor. Tell me how to get tested for STDs." Wang Ingjia was silent for a few seconds. "Why do you need to get tested? Do you think you contracted anything? If so, this is serious." "No." Jin Liwei explained to his friend that his girlfriend, Sholan, required him to get tested before allowing them to have sex. Wang Ingjia laughed. "Wise girl. All right, I understand. I'm a surgeon, so this isn't my area of expertise, but I'll refer you to a colleague of mine. He's discreet, so you don't have to worry. When do you want to get tested?" "As soon as possible." "All right. I'll call you when everything's set up." "Thanks." Jin Liwei hesitated, but decided to go for it. He cleared his throat. "Second brother, is it normal for women to be angry all the time when they're on their period? Like, their personality is so different from normal. Well, try bleeding from your organ for a few days and see if you don't feel angry too." "Oh." Wang Yingzhi chuckled. "Yes, it's normal. It's due to hormone imbalances. Just be patient with her. It'll pass. And maybe she's also feeling stressed right now. I heard what happened to her last night. Don't add to her stress." Jin Liwei's eyes turned cold as he was reminded by the incident during the launch party. He suppressed his fury. His second brother was right. He shouldn't add to his baby girl's stress at the moment. "I understand. Thanks, second brother." "No problem. Anytime. Let's hang out with the others sometime. You can bring Sholan again if she wants to." The brothers hung up. Jin Liwei gathered all the condom boxes in a plastic bag and walked out of the closet. He found his baby girl on the bed being massaged by Yimei. The housekeeper fussed and lectured about the traditional ways to take care of the body during menstruation. Good thing the plastic bag wasn't translucent. If the old housekeeper saw what was inside it, there was a high chance that she would go crazy and murder the lusty brat. He placed the plastic on the floor. At least he had the sense not to transfer the contents from the plastic to the bedside drawer in front of the housekeeper. He would do it later when she left. "Teach me how to massage her," he asked the housekeeper. Yimei paused, not knowing how to respond. She turned to the young miss. "Go ahead." Iris sighed. "If he wants to learn, let him." Yimei had no choice but to teach the lusty brat. After teaching Jin Liwei, Yimei left the two alone in the bedroom. The housekeeper looked visibly reluctant to leave and couldn't help but throw warning looks at the lusty brat, to which Jin Liwei failed to notice. He was preoccupied in massaging his Sholan. "Be gentler." Iris slapped his hands. "Sorry," he mumbled. He made sure to control the strength in his hands. She felt guilty for snapping at him. "Sorry, I don't feel well today." "Don't worry about it. You must be exhausted from the long flight, and yet I'm having you massage me. Like I said, don't worry about it. Anything for my baby." "Thanks." She stretched out her arms, inviting him for an embrace. Of course he accepted, hugging her like she was his most precious treasure. "Oh, I almost forgot. I got you something. Wait here," he said. He carefully released her, and then headed to the walk-in closet. Moments later, he returned carrying two small velvet boxes. Iris sat up, curious. Jin Liwei opened the box, which was slightly smaller than the other one. It was a platinum bangle. A dragon and a phoenix were lightly, yet intricately carved on the surface of the entire bangle, facing each other as if looking at one another's souls. The center of the bangle had a rose gold finish with the letters LX delicately engraved in an interlocked manner. "For you." She studied the bangle, admiring the exquisite design. "Let me," he said before she could reach for it. He fastened it carefully around her left wrist. "It's beautiful," she whispered, smiling softly. Then she looked at him. "Thank you." He opened the other box. It was another bangle, but this time it was bigger and thicker. The design was exactly the same as hers, but this one had a black rhodium finish in the center rather than rose gold. "Put it on me," he asked. "Okay." She took the bigger bangle and put it around his left wrist as well. They placed their wrists side by side, their matching bangles glinting in the light. "Why matching ones?" she asked. "You really like matching things, don't you? You made us wear matching outfits on our first date, and now you got us this matching bangles." He smiled, tucking a lock of hair behind her ear. "These are called couples bracelets. Well, in this case I got us bangles instead." "For what reason?" "To commemorate our relationship, baby. And they also serve as concrete symbols and proof that we're together. Oh, just like wedding rings. But without the marriage." His smile widened, his gaze on her becoming more intense. "Yes, baby. Just like wedding rings. You like them?" "Yes. Thank you." She leaned forward and gave a lingering peck on his lips. Jin Liwei wanted more, to kiss her more deeply, but controlled his desire instead before he lost control of it. He didn't want her to push him away again. He didn't want her getting angry at him. This was such a sweet moment. He didn't want to ruin it because of his insatiable hunger for her. And besides, he was realizing that these light touches and gentle gestures of intimacy could actually feel even more sensual than their usual intense kissing and touching. The kiss ended. He inwardly sighed. She studied the engraving on her bangle. "What's LX?" she asked. "The Roman numeral 60? Is 60 important?" "Oh, my initials. Long Xiaolon. Not 60, baby. You can also consider it as your initials. But it's actually both of our initials. LX is for Liwei and Xiaolon." "Oh, I commissioned a Canadian jewelry designer to make it for us while I was in Toronto. Good thing she finished it in time." "I see." In a good mood, she held his hands. "Tell me what you want." He didn't know what she meant. "You gave me this beautiful bangle. I also want to give you something." His mouth curved into a teasing smile. "Baby, I only want you." She frowned. "That's not what I mean. What gift do you want to receive?" "From me?" I already answered. "I only want you, baby. You're more than enough to make me happy." She pursed her lips, but inside a warm and nice feeling flowed all over, making her feel good. But she continued to ask him, "Would you like a watch? Shoes? New car?" "No, I'm not going to buy you a car." This is actually hard. My boyfriend is a billionaire and I don't know what to give him." "You can literally buy whatever you want. Don't overthink. Whatever you give me, I'll surely like." Iris ignored him, continuing to think of what return gift to get him while stroking her new bangle. Jin Liwei tested his luck and scooted nearer her, cautiously wrapping his arms around her. He released a breath of relief when she didn't push him away. He kissed her forehead and released her. "Why don't you lie down again and I'll continue to massage you," he suggested. "Oh, okay. Thanks." He poured massage oil on his hands, rubbing them together, and began massaging her again like how the housekeeper taught him earlier. He made sure to monitor her expression. He would immediately lighten his touch whenever she showed even just a tiny hint of discomfort. "I don't want to get you something that you can easily buy for yourself," she told him. "How about this? If you have a major need for a hacker," as she coughed. "I mean, for a computer expert, then just call me. I won't charge you, but only for one time, okay? If you need me more than once, you'll have to pay. But since you're my boyfriend, I'll give you a small discount. I'm expensive, you know." He chuckled. "Why are you laughing? You think I'm joking? Jin Liwei, are you looking down on me?" He immediately froze, mentally cursing himself for being careless. "No, baby. I was actually agreeing with you. Don't be angry." "Really? Yes. I'll never look down on you," he said. "Not ever again." He already made that stupid mistake before of judging her character too early before personally knowing her. Long Xiaolon was now his woman, and she was the most amazing woman he had ever met in his life. She was his, and he was hers. He would show her and prove to her that despite of all the things that happened in the past, they belonged together. "MMN. She murmured. He massaged her until she fell asleep. Then he put the boxes of condoms in the drawers of their bedside table. He already discarded all the ones with weird flavors. There was no way he was going to use the chili pepper one. What was his butler thinking? When he was done, he turned off all the lights and climbed under the covers beside his sleeping baby girl. Only the dim golden lights from the wall-mounted waterfall fountain remained. He carefully pulled his Sholon in his arms. Sighing in satisfaction, he fell asleep. White mist was everywhere. There was no direction. No up or down, left or right. It was just endless white mist. She walked on without stopping, neither fast nor slow. Her footsteps were even and regular, almost mechanical in how uniform they were. Her body moved on its own accord, feeling nothing. Her eyes were blank. So was her mind. Who was she? She had no idea. Where was she going? She didn't know. So she walked nonstop, because that was the only thing she was capable of. She didn't even notice whether she was still breathing or not. Was she even alive? What was being alive? A bye. On she walked. B.A. bye. H.M. She paused. What was that? The silence in this place of mist felt absolute. When she didn't hear anything more, she resumed walking. Baby girl, please wake up. Suddenly, her unfeeling body started hurting. Cold permeated her bones, making her shake violently, without control. Baby, baby. Iris was jolted awake, gasping for breath. It felt like there was something punching hard from inside her chest repeatedly, trying to escape. She shook all over, drenched in her own cold sweat. Are you awake? Baby, answer me. Please don't scare me like this. Jin Liwei held his shaking girlfriend in his arms. She felt ice-cold to the touch. He could even hear the sound of her teeth chattering. Fear and worry gripped his heart as he checked her. When he saw her eyes finally open, he felt relieved. Baby, talk to me. Can you tell me what happened? She was still feeling foggy, her mental state flitting between dream and reality. She wanted to move, but her body felt heavy. It wasn't listening to her. She was shaking so hard, as if her body wanted to squeeze and toss her out of it. There was a feeling of disconnection between herself and the body. Jin Liwei continued to talk to her even when she was unresponsive. He rubbed her back and arms, trying to warm her cold body up. Finally, her body gradually calmed down. Jin Liwei's voice soothed her, and it felt like it was her only connection to the real world. It felt like she could fall back into that dream at any moment and never return. This was the second time that she experienced this. What was going on? She began to feel afraid. What would happen if this became a regular occurrence? Would she still be able to wake up next time? Just a dream. It was just a dream. She mumbled to herself, chanting it over and over, convincing herself that there was no need to feel afraid. Yes, baby. It was only a dream. Don't worry. You're okay. She finally realized that she was in Jin Liwei's arms. Liwei, darling. I'm here, baby. I won't leave you. She buried herself in his chest, wrapping her arms around him so tight, making sure that he was real, that he was there with her, that she wasn't dreaming anymore. Her tight embrace hurt, but he didn't complain. He just rubbed her back gently, trying to relax her. Are you feeling better now? He felt her nod. Good girl, he said, kissing the top of her head. She stiffened and then pushed him away. The memory of her previous nightmare rushed in her mind. It was as if she could hear many voices, shrieking good girl, at her again. Never call me good girl ever again. Never. I don't want to hear those words again. Do you understand? I hate good girl. He was confused at her sudden outburst, but when she started gasping for breath again, he panicked. Yes, I'll never call you good girl again. Baby, tell me what's happening. You're scaring me. Please. He hugged her, trying to calm her down again. Iris had no idea how much time passed, but Jin Liwei knew from the clock that it had been more than an hour since she woke up. When she calmed down again, she felt exhausted. Jin Liwei already wiped the sweat from her body, so she knew that the wet feeling on her lower body wasn't sweat. She sighed. I need to go to the bathroom. All right. He climbed off the bed and then carried her princess style to the bathroom. He saw the big bloodstain on the bed sheets and on her pajama pants, but didn't comment. However, he wondered if it was normal for women on their period to bleed so much. Inside the bathroom, he carefully set her down. She was still shaky, but pushed him out of the door. He didn't want to leave her, mentally debating whether to listen to her request or to insist on staying with her. In the end, he remembered his second brother's advice on the phone earlier. He shouldn't add to his girlfriend's stress. Reluctantly, he left her alone in the bathroom after delivering a clean set of clothing to her. He made sure to leave the door ajar, so that he could come instantly if she needed him. Jin Liwei was bone-tired from not having enough rest from his trip. However, all thoughts of sleep already flew out of his mind with her current worrying condition. The bathroom door finally opened. Iris looked extremely pale. Huge drops of sweat dripped down her face. She was holding onto the door frame. "Baby." Liwei. She collapsed. "Baby." He caught her before she could hit the floor. "Xiaolon, baby? Wake up. Baby, please." No, no, no. This is not happening." He felt terrified. Why did she look so lifeless? He checked her pulse and her breathing. He was relieved that she was still alive, but her vitals seemed weak. He carried her to the bed and called Dom on the phone. Dom's voice sounded sleepy when he answered. Jin Liwei had no time to explain, immediately instructing the assistant to quickly prepare a car to drive her boss to the hospital. The entire household was awoken by Dom's wailing. Both he and Mei found Jin Liwei carrying their unconscious young miss out of the bedroom to the living area. Mei completely lost it. She charged forward and hit Jin Liwei with her fists while crying. "You devil! What did you do to the young miss? I knew it. You're no good. If something happens to the young miss, I'll kill you. I swear that even if I'm cursed by the heavens, I'll kill you." "Grandma Mei, please stop." Dom pulled the raging housekeeper away. "We need to get Xiaolon to the hospital. Quickly." He didn't have the time or the energy to care about the housekeeper. All his mind was focused on his baby girl. Everyone moved swiftly. Just moments later, they were on their way to the hospital. On the road. Inside the car. It was still dark outside, only a few minutes past 3 a.m. The driver drove under pressure to reach the hospital as quickly as possible. Fortunately, it was still too early, and only a few cars were on the road. Dom sat on the front passenger seat, while Jin Liwei cradled Iris in his arms at the back seat. Mei had to be left behind because she was too distressed and would probably continue to attack Jin Liwei again if given the chance. Iris finally regained consciousness. However, she still looked pale and extremely weak. "Baby, boss." Dom was sobbing. His eyes and nose were red and swollen. Jin Liwei kissed her forehead. "How are you feeling?" She was in a state of confusion, so she stayed quiet and didn't reply to him. When her mind cleared a bit, she focused on Jin Liwei's face. "Liwei." "Yes, baby. I'm here." Her eyes looked sad and shiny. Then she whispered, "Are you going to cage me too?" He didn't understand. "Tell me." She grabbed his arm, her grip weak. "Are you like them? Are you going to restrict me too? Imprison me? Are you?" He didn't know who them were. Was she talking about the Longs? Maybe this was why she was estranged with them? He suspected that she was in some sort of a delirious state, but he didn't want to agitate her any further, so he answered honestly. "I want to," he said. Her face dropped. Her eyes went blank. It looked as if the world ended based on her expression alone. Her hand on his arm dropped down limply. "But I can't," he added. He gently swept a lock of hair from her forehead and then cupped the side of her face, silently urging her to look in his eyes. "I want to keep you all to myself, to be the only important existence in your life. But I can't. You are too magnificent. It will be a grave sin to deprive the world from witnessing your brilliance. You are born to shine, Long Xiaolon." He leaned forward and gave a light kiss on her cold lips. "If you want to fly, I'll fly with you. But I have my limits. When I can't fly with you because of these limits, you go ahead and fly as far and as high as you can. But please, I beg you, always come back to me. You can do whatever you want, but don't forget to come back to me when you're done." Tears flowed down her face. She shakily pulled his head towards her and kissed him. This man, she hoped that he was true. She nuzzled against the crook of his neck. She still felt unwell, but his words somehow soothed her. Moments later, she fell asleep. ####. In a big, private hospital. Same luxurious hotel-like room where Iris stayed when she was comatose a year ago. It was taking all of Dr. Ching's effort to maintain a professional expression on his face as he explained his patient's condition to the most powerful man in the country's business world at the moment. He couldn't believe that he was meeting CEO Jin. This was the Jin Liwei, President CEO of Jin Corporation, and the man was wearing his pajamas. What was more, the CEO was with a woman Dr. Ching would think to be the last person the business leader would be with. Miss Long's outward physical condition is mostly recovered. However, her immune system is still very vulnerable, he explained to the cold-faced man in front of him. It has only been a year since she woke up from coma after all. Any sudden change or intense stimulus may trigger a collapse of her constitution. In this case, I would say that due to accumulated exhaustion, stress, and perhaps experiencing unfamiliar situations within a short period of time resulted in extreme hormonal imbalances. This may explain her unusual heavy menstrual bleeding, which then resulted to her current anemic condition. This is why she fainted. This kind of anemia should be temporary as long as she gets sufficient rest, continue her healthy lifestyle, and avoid too much stress. We will need to monitor her next menstrual cycles to determine whether this heavy bleeding is just a one-time thing or if this is a symptom of a more serious issue. I understand, Jin Liwei replied. Please take care of Xiaolan, doctor. Of course. She is my patient, and it's my duty as her doctor. Jin Liwei nodded, and then looked at the pale girl currently sleeping on the bed. He reached down and stroked her cheek gently. The doctor was dying with curiosity inside to know about the relationship between the two. From what the doctor was seeing in front of him, he could sense that the two were lovers. And were his eyes playing tricks on him, or the two had matching bangles on their wrists? Coincidence that they had the same jewelry design? Was that a tender look on the CEO's face? It was hard to tell because of the CEO's perpetual glacial expression. He wanted to ask so badly, but discretion was always an important part of his job, and the reason why he was chosen by the wealthy to be their doctor. Swallowing his curiosity, he performed a final check on Iris before excusing himself out of the room. There were only the two of them left alone in the big hospital room. Dom was downstairs taking care of all the paperwork and paying for whatever needed to be paid. Jin Liwei called his two subordinates, and they arrived at the hospital within an hour. He instructed them to guard the private room and make sure that nobody was snooping around. Jet lag and exhaustion were finally catching up to him. He could barely keep his eyes open. His body felt heavy. He carefully climbed beside his baby girl and pulled the blanket over both of them. He fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. The sound of the ringing phone awakened Long Tingfei. He quickly answered it so as not to disturb his wife, Yang Jiahui, who was sleeping beside him. It was his assistant, Chao Guang. Informing him that the young Miss Xiaolan was rushed to the hospital because she fainted in the middle of the night. It seemed that Chao Guang's nephew, Dominic Chua, called his uncle and wailed nonstop on the phone. The uncle couldn't understand what his nephew was saying, only able to squeeze out relevant keywords like boss, hospital, fainted, scary, and dying. Knowing that his nephew had the tendency to exaggerate, Chao Guang immediately contacted the hospital and was able to speak directly to Dr. Qing. He was assured that the young Miss Xiaolan's condition was not too serious, but was concerning enough not to take lightly. With this information, he called President Long and awaited instructions. Long Tingfei was, of course, worried about his daughter. She was doing so well since she woke up from coma, appearing to live a healthy lifestyle. Then suddenly she was hospitalized again. He wanted to see her, but their tense and distant relationship in the past made him hesitate. What's wrong? Yang Jiahui woke up and asked him sleepily. Xiaolan is in the hospital. What? She was instantly awake. She apparently fainted. Then what are you waiting for? Go see her. But what if she doesn't want to see me? She sighed at her husband. How will you know if you don't even try? And stop waiting for her to make the first move. Both of you are really father and child, both so stubborn. You're the elder and should be the one who's more understanding. Don't expect her to be the first one to give in. Go get ready now and see her. Don't wait until you lose this chance, or you may regret it later. Long Tingfei took a couple of minutes to make up his mind. Finally, he agreed with his wife. He rose from the bed. Does Wei Lan know? Yang Jiahui asked. He scowled. His tone was cold when he replied. Why would I know whether she knows or not? I don't talk to that woman anymore. She's your daughter's mother, Tingfei. You may have parted with bad feelings, but she still deserves to know what happened to her daughter. Fine. I'll tell Chao Guang to inform her. Within an hour, Long Tingfei reached the hospital, a bouquet of bright daffodils and daisies in his arms. Chao Guang accompanied him carrying a big basket of various fruits. They took the elevator and headed to the private wing. However, they were blocked by two men wearing black business suits and earpieces when they reached outside Iris' room. Long Tingfei frowned, displeased. He wasn't used to being blocked by anyone. We are here to visit a patient named Miss Long Xiaolan, Chao Guang told the two. We are quite certain that this is her room. Names? One of the men asked in a flat tone, making Long Tingfei feel even more displeased. My name is Chao Guang, and with me is Sir Long Tingfei, Miss Long's father. Please wait here, the man said while his companion knocked on the door and entered. The remaining man just stood there, his expression cold, not bothering to speak to them. A few seconds later, his companion returned and finally allowed Long Tengfei and Xiao Guang through the door. As soon as Long Tengfei entered the room, he saw a tall man in pajamas sitting on the bed beside his sleeping daughter, buttoning up his shirt. He knew it wasn't Xiao Guang's nephew. Dominic Chua was sprawled on the extra bed at the far end of the room, snoring softly. "Who the hell are you?" he roared. Then the man looked at him, and he saw his face. Long Tengfei froze. "CCO Jin?" Jin Liwei stood up and nodded. "CEO Long, what are you doing here?" Long Tengfei couldn't believe that he was meeting this man in his daughter's hospital room at this time of the day. "I was the one who brought Xiaolan here. We were together when she fainted." Long Tengfei couldn't make sense of the situation. Xiao Guang wasn't any better. "Xiaolan and I are in a relationship. She's my girlfriend, and I'm her boyfriend." "What?" "CEO Long, I am dating your daughter with the intention of marriage." Long Tengfei's mind went blank. Xiao Guang's eyes looked like they were going to pop out of his head. No one noticed that Dominic Chua suddenly stopped snoring. It took a good 10 minutes before the two older men calmed down. Jin Liwei invited them to sit down on the couches. "If you want to speak with Xiaolan, I suggest you wait until she wakes up naturally," Jin Liwei said. "She had a rough night. I want her to rest up as much as possible. Besides, she's a deep sleeper. It's very hard to wake her up once she's asleep." Of course. I understand. Let her sleep. I only want to see her and make sure that she's all right," Long Tengfei replied. Then he realized the meaning behind Jin Liwei's words. How did he know that my daughter is a deep sleeper? Don't tell me that they're already sleeping together. Wait, didn't he say that he was the one who brought Xiaolan to the hospital? Didn't Xiao Guang said that Xiaolan was taken to the hospital at around 3 to 4 a.m.? Oh yes, he was sleeping on the bed with my daughter when we entered the room. So they're really sleeping together? As if reading the older man's mind, Jin Liwei nodded. "Yes, I just moved in with her. We're basically living together now." Long Tengfei inhaled sharply. Xiao Guang almost dropped the vase he was planning to put the flowers on. "Why you CEO Jin? Please call me Liwei. Once Xiaolan agrees to marry me, you're going to be my father-in-law, and I your son-in-law. There is no need to be so formal." It was a good thing that Long Tengfei had a wife who was very fastidious in taking care of his health. Yang Zhehui could be such a nag when it came to maintaining good health, but now he was thankful for her. If not for her, he could very well likely be experiencing a heart attack at this very moment. Him, the father-in-law of the current most powerful man in the country's business world? And what was more, it was because of his estranged daughter. "Xiaolan, father-in-law, please be assured that I am serious in my intention of marrying Xiaolan. We still have many issues that we need to face and overcome together. But I hope that when we are both ready to take the step, you'll be able to support our marriage," Jin Liwei said. Long Tengfei took slow, deep breaths to calm himself. He had met Jin Liwei several times before during some business and social events, but their conversations revolved mainly around greetings and pleasantries. They may be both wealthy and powerful businessmen, but the levels of their companies were vastly different, like that of MT Everest and a very small mountain or a big hill. He never imagined that such a figure would want to marry his estranged daughter and call him father-in-law. Fortunately, Long Tengfei's innate astuteness kicked in. One must have the flexibility and ability to adapt into whatever unexpected situation in order to be a successful businessperson. Although he was still perplexed at this turn of events, he was now calm when he spoke to Jin Liwei. "Are you and my daughter already engaged? Have you talked about when you want to get married?" "Not yet. As much as I want to marry her as soon as possible and build a family with her as my wife, I know that she wants to focus on developing a successful career before anything else. I don't want to put her in a situation where she has to choose between me and her career. She doesn't need to choose because she can have both. But right now, her career lacks stability. She needs to stabilize her career first. I can do it for her, of course, but I know that she wants to do it using her own abilities. I also have the utmost trust on her talents and skills." Moreover, Jin Liwei knew deep inside that if his baby girl was ever given the choice between him and her career, she would choose her career over him without hesitation. It pained him to admit this to himself, but he knew that this was true. That was why he needed to work harder on imprinting himself on her and on deepening their feelings for each other. He hoped that there would come a day when her feelings for him would come close to what he felt for her. Long Tingfei nodded. Besides, she's still getting used to me. Now that we know what can happen to her health when she becomes too overwhelmed, I don't want to add to her stress by rushing her. After all, I want a healthy and happy wife. I understand, Long Tingfei finally said after digesting the things Jin Liwei just told him. Then he sighed. I don't have a good relationship with my daughter, so she may think that I don't have any right to act like a father. But no matter what, Xiaolan is my daughter, and I'll always love her. All I want for my daughter is to be healthy, happy, and have a good life. If you can give her that, I'll be satisfied. She's been doing so well this past year. I think I can trust her decisions from now on. If she thinks that marrying you is the right choice for her, then all I can do is to support her as her father. Thank you, father-in-law. Long Tingfei cleared his throat, feeling awkward by Jin Liwei's address to him. Father-in-law, you must already know that Xiaolan was attacked the other day. Fortunately, she was able to defend herself and her attackers were just 3 skinny girls. But what happens if she were to be attacked by men or stronger people next time? I'm very worried for her safety. I believe that she needs some bodyguards. I agree. The 2 men, one older and one younger, began discussing Iris' need for bodyguards. You 2 have absolutely no right to make decisions like that for me without informing me first. I am not getting bodyguards. Suddenly, Iris' hoarse, cold voice interrupted the men's deep discussion. Baby! Jin Liwei immediately stood up and crossed the space to reach her in just a few long steps. How are you feeling? Are you hurting anywhere? Iris slapped his hand away. Tell me what you 2 were just talking about. She didn't hear much of their conversation, only catching the part where they were debating whether to hire her some new bodyguards or to give her some of their own subordinates. Jin Liwei hesitated, not wanting to agitate his girlfriend who clearly awakened in a bad mood. But he would be in deeper trouble if he denied and lied to her, especially since she already overheard them. Having no choice but to be honest, he sighed. Baby, your father and I are just concerned about your safety. You were attacked. You were able to defend yourself this time. But what about next time? That's why we think that you need some bodyguards to protect you. You're a celebrity. It's quite normal for celebrities to have bodyguards. This is for your own good, baby. Long Tingfei stood a few steps away, watching the 2 interact with each other. Iris was shaking in anger as she glared at the 2 men. One was her boyfriend, while the other was the original Iris' father. To her, Long Tingfei was a stranger. She had not personally met with him ever since she woke up in this new body. However, at this moment, Jin Liwei and Long Tingfei's figures overlapped with the images of her older brother and father in her previous life. They were all the same, these 2 pairs of different men. They wanted her followed by bodyguards, to protect her. It was for her own safety, for her own good. What bullsh *t. They just wanted to cage her like their own little bird. If now they wanted bodyguards to follow her everywhere, what would they do next? Give her a curfew? Then what? Lock her up in a mansion because the outside world was too dangerous? Did she have to live that kind of life again? That suffocating life of being watched all the time? Of having no freedom? No. A great panic flooded her like a tsunami. She couldn't live like that again. She would rather die than live a life of no freedom like that again. You liar, Jin Liwei. You said you won't cage me. You said you're not going to restrict me, imprison me. You're the same as them. Liar. Jin Liwei allowed himself to be hit by the pillows she threw at him in her distress. He fought to stay calm seeing her so agitated again. He couldn't understand why she was so against getting bodyguards, but this was not the right time to question her. Climbing on the bed, he firmly pulled her in his arms. She struggled and pushed him away, but he held on, stroking her back and gently soothing her. He didn't say anything, just continued to embrace her. I don't want bodyguards, she mumbled. All right, he replied in a gentle tone. He would find another time to discuss it with her when she was feeling better and more receptive to the idea. He was really worried about her safety. Really? Yes. Promise. He hesitated before carefully answering. I promise for now. She pursed her lips, understanding his meaning. Now that she calmed down, she realized that she overreacted. She knew that they were just concerned about her, but the idea of bodyguards following her around just reminded her too much of her previous life. Her father and older brother in her previous life loved her very much. That was why they wanted her safe and protected, especially with their family's special background. She loved them very much too, but deep inside there was a small part of her that hated them for loving her too much, too strongly, too tightly. Their love was suffocating. As Iris Long, she didn't want to experience that kind of love again. She didn't love Jin Liwei or Long Tingfei, not yet. She still hadn't developed her feelings for them to reach that level, especially when it came to Long Tingfei. She knew that the original Iris father was a good man who cared for his children even when he wasn't an outwardly affectionate person. He was generous and protected his children behind the scenes. However, he was basically a stranger to the current her. These two men cared about her. She knew that. She also wanted to deepen her relationships with them. As a daughter to Long Tingfei, and as a lover to Jin Liwei. But she wouldn't allow them to decide things for her without informing her or asking her permission first. Iris Long wasn't a caged bird like Evelina. She had a choice now which she never had before. She looked at Jin Liwei's eyes. I will be the one to decide whether I want bodyguards or not. And if I ever do, I'll get my own. Fine. But do think about it, baby. I don't want a repeat of you getting attacked again. Okay. He was about to say good girl, but stopped himself just in time. He cleared his throat. Great to hear, he said instead. Fine. She didn't want him deciding for her, but she didn't forbid him from giving recommendations. He would make her a list of the best bodyguard agencies and help her choose which candidates would be the most suitable for her. Feeling much better, she leaned against his chest and hugged him back. His familiar embrace was comforting. He kissed the top of her head. She tilted her face up to him, inviting him. Of course he was more than happy to oblige. His mouth descended and kissed her. The two had already forgotten that there were other people in the room besides them. A cough. It was Long Tingfei. The couple continued kissing. A louder cough. Surprisingly, it was Jin Liwei who broke the kiss first. Iris finally remembered that her father was present. A blush crawled up her face, giving much-needed color to her pallor. Ehehe. A familiar laugh interrupted the awkward atmosphere. Dominic Chua, Chao Guang barked, and then quickly turned to everyone. I apologize for my nephew's bad manners. Please forgive him. I'll lecture him later. It's all right, Iris said. Dom is fine just the way he is. Thank you, young miss. It's my nephew's good fortune to be your assistant. Dominic, you brat. Get up from the bed and stop pretending to be asleep. We already know that you're awake. Go apologize to everyone. Dom's sparkling eyes opened, his expression filled with mirth. Ehe. You brat. How can you be so disrespectful? I'll call your mother later. Dom immediately looked alarmed and jumped off the bed. What? No. Uncle, please don't. Momsy will beat the crap out of my handsome self. You want that dragon to fly over here all the way from the Philippines and terrorize everyone? I'll apologize, okay? I'm sorry. Sorry, boss. Sorry, sir boss. Sorry, papa boss. I'm sorry. Sorry for. What did I do again? Uncle, why do I need to apologize? Chao Guang clutched his chest and looked like he wanted to beat up this nephew of his. He regretted that he didn't train the young man in manners before sending him to work for the young Mississippi. The worst part was that President Long Tingfei was there to witness everything. What would he do if the president thought that all his family members were without manners? He wouldn't have any face left. So shameful. Then laughter like the tinkle of crystal bells filled the room. Everyone stopped. It was as if they were all mesmerized by her lovely voice. Jin Liwei's eyes darkened with desire, looking intensely at his baby girl. He wanted to kiss her again. Too bad there were other people in the room, and one of them was her father. After the surge of lust was relief that she was finally showing a cheerful expression. Her bad mood that he experienced for the first time since last night was like an unpredictable storm that he had no choice but to endure. Seeing her beautiful, laughing face again was like seeing the bright sun finally peeking through the dark thunderclouds. Such a wonderful feeling. Don't be so strict on Dom, Iris told Chao Guang. I can't imagine a better assistant for me than him. Boss. Dom's eyes watered. And I can't imagine a better boss for me than you. You're the best boss in the whole wide world. I love you, boss. Jin Liwei scowled. He had the urge to snarl at Dominic. Fortunately, he was able to stop himself in time. He forcefully tamped down the ugly feelings surging from within him. His logical mind knew that he shouldn't be worried about Dominic's "I love you," but his emotions always felt uncontrollable when it came to his baby girl. but he had to control them. Seeing his baby girl collapse like a lifeless body in front of him was terrifying. He didn't want to experience it ever again. He swore he was going to make her happy. If he had to spend the rest of his life to do so, so be it. After freshening up in the bathroom, Iris sat on the couch, facing Long Tingfei. The others gave the father and daughter privacy by leaving the room. Jin Liwei instructed one of his subordinates to order some food, while he rested at a nearby empty private waiting room. Dom called Tang Yi to inform her of what happened to Iris and her current condition, and also called home to ask for some change of clothes and toiletries for the three of them. They left in such a hurry that they weren't able to take anything other than the clothes that they were wearing, their wallets and phones. Chao Guang went somewhere to make some business calls. Inside the room, the father and daughter studied each other, not saying anything. Iris was very curious about this man who fathered such a spoiled, unreasonable brat as the original Iris. He was a good father when it came to providing for his children. However, his hands-off approach of parenting and lack of outward show of affection contributed a great deal to his estranged relationship to his daughter, especially since the original Iris was someone who craved constant attention. Because she couldn't get the attention she desired from her family, she turned to the public to give it her, even if it was the wrong kind of attention. At the moment, she didn't have any special feelings for this man. He was basically a stranger to her. But since she was now Iris, Long Tingfei was now her father in this life. It wouldn't hurt to repair the relationship between the father and daughter. "Hello, father. How have you been?" "I'm Elara." He cleared his throat, embarrassed that his word got stuck. He tried again. "I'm all right. Thank you, Shalon, my daughter. How have you been? I mean, how are you feeling now? Do you still feel unwell?" "I'm feeling much better, thank you." Silence. Long Tingfei didn't know what to talk about with his daughter. He was feeling awkward. He opened his mouth but closed it again, unsure of what to say to her. On the other hand, Iris didn't feel awkward at all. She was busy observing this man who was now her father. "Congratulations on your album Rebirthed." "Thank you." Silence. Long Tingfei cleared his throat. "I bought a copy. I mean some copies of your album." "Thank you. Would you like me to sign them for you?" His eyes lit up. "Of course. Yes. That would be great. All right. Just have them delivered to my place, and I'll sign them. How about you visit home? Maybe join us for dinner. Then you can sign the albums then. But only if you want to, of course, and if you have the time." Immediately, he felt unsure of his invitation. Was it a good idea? What if she rejected him like before? "Sure. When's a good time? It's fine if you don't want to. You don't need to force Aya. What? You want to come?" She tilted her head to the side, looking at him, confused. "Didn't you want me to come?" Yes. Of course I want you to come," he quickly said. Joy flooded within him, but he controlled the expression on his face. "Be cool, Long Tingfei," he mentally told himself. However, he couldn't stop his eyes from pricking. When he married Yang Jiahui, his daughter swore that she would never step foot back to the ancestral residence ever again. His wife tried to invite the girl several times for a meal, but she was always rudely rejected and even insulted. She wanted to build an amicable relationship with her stepdaughter. After many attempts, however, Yang Jiahui had no choice but to give up. The girl seemed to hate her very much. But now this daughter of his agreed to visit home for dinner? This was a miracle. "Any time is fine. Just give me a call whenever you want to come." He hesitated but decided to try testing her reaction. "Your Aunt Jiahui would be excited." Iris nodded. "What is she like?" "I'll bring something for her when I come." A lump suddenly lodged itself in his throat and his eyes watered, but he forcefully pushed these sentimental feelings away. He didn't want his daughter to see her father crying in front of her. He cleared his throat. "You don't have to bring anything. Just bring yourself. Just tell me what she likes, father. It's not a big deal." Although he wondered why his daughter stopped calling him daddy like she used to before, he was feeling happy that they were having an actual conversation. Before, she would only talk to him whenever she wanted him to buy something for her. If he refused to buy whatever she asked for, she would throw a tantrum and refuse to talk to him until she wanted something again. It seemed that his daughter had really matured this time. She was more sensible and calmer. Perhaps she had already outgrown her calling him daddy. That was why she was now calling him father instead. Besides, father sounded more dignified, so he wouldn't complain. "All right. Your Aunt Jiahui likes good tea." "Oh, that's great. I like good tea as well. I'll bring some tea when I come over then." "How about you, father?" What would you like? He blinked. Was she asking him what he would like? Someone pinch him, please. Father, I sure would like a bottle of liquor. His daughter was going to give him something for the first time. Of course, he wouldn't miss this opportunity. He wouldn't ask for something too extravagant, but if she really gave him something, then it would be very special to him. I don't really know much about alcoholic drinks. I'll have to ask Liwei. All right, I'll bring your wife tea and liquor for you, father. He nodded, unable to stop himself from smiling. He couldn't wait to tell his wife that his daughter was coming over for dinner. He hoped that it would be soon, no, tonight. Wait, she still had to stay at the hospital today for further monitoring. Maybe tomorrow night. Hopefully, she would be discharged by then. He would speak with Dr. Ching later and ask. He wanted to ask Xiaolan when she would like to come over, but was worried that he would sound too pushy. He had to be patient and wait for her call. Today was the happiest day of Long Tingfei's life in a long time. He hoped that his relationship with his daughter would continue to improve. Perhaps he could reintegrate her into the family and cement her position with the Longs. As the family head, he wanted his legitimate daughter to be fully accepted by everyone, especially by those stuck-up Long elders. After all, Xiaolan was their heiress whether they liked it or not. Xiaolan, thank you. Iris smiled. You are my father. It's only natural. Indeed, I'm your father, he replied, fighting the tears threatening to spill over his eyes. And you're my daughter. A nurse and a medical aide knocked and entered the room while Iris and Long Tingfei were still chatting. It was time for Iris' medical tests scheduled in the morning while she hadn't eaten or drank anything yet. They brought a wheelchair for her. Iris wanted to walk by herself, and she did until suddenly feeling lightheaded after walking just a few meters in the hallway. In the end, she still had to use the wheelchair. Dom went with his boss. Chao Guang returned to the room to accompany Long Tingfei, waiting for Iris to return from her tests. Jin Liwei was fast asleep at the nearby waiting room, guarded by one of his subordinates while the other one followed Iris and Dom from a distance. Hashtag. A 15-year-old teenage girl was walking around inside the hospital. Her mother just gave birth earlier that morning to her baby brother. Everyone was gushing about the new baby. At first, she was also very excited about her new sibling, but when everyone kept on talking about how wonderful it was to finally have a son, she couldn't help but feel sour inside. So they weren't happy with her, a daughter? Now that they had a son, they loved her less. She sneaked away from the room and started walking aimlessly in the hospital. She felt even worse because it seemed that nobody noticed that she was gone. If they did, they would surely call her phone, which she always carried with her, to ask where she was. But no, they were too busy with her baby brother to bother with her. Wearing earphones, she listened to music on her phone. Rebirth by Iris Long played, and she hummed quietly along with the song. She gradually felt better as she listened to the music. She felt like a little bird. As a teen and a student, she held no power of her own. Her own newborn baby brother could easily push aside her status in the family. But one day, she swore that she would rise like a phoenix and become an amazing person who would make her family proud, make them glad that she was their daughter. The song ended, but she put it on repeat. After watching Iris Long's comeback performance on Music Fest tonight, she instantly became a fan. She became an even bigger fan when she watched Iris perform on DJ Song's radio show. She immediately joined the Black Stars fan club when she heard about it. And when Iris' launch party was announced, she wanted to attend, but it was a school day, so her parents didn't allow her, especially since the venue was so far away. Also, her mother could give birth at any time, so she could only satisfy herself from the live posts from the ones who attended the launch party. She used her own allowance that she saved up to buy the entire digital album the moment it was released. Iris Long was so beautiful and talented. She wanted to be cool like Boss Iris when she grew up. She heard that Boss Iris was a horrible person, but she didn't believe those rumors. She bet that those rumors were all untrue and that they were made up by jealous haters like those despicable alarm girls who attacked her. The teenage girl continued to wander through the hallways while listening to the entire Rebirth album. She had no idea where she was heading, but she didn't care. As long as she was still inside the hospital, she would be able to find her way back. These particular hallways looked emptier compared to the ones where she came from. But since nobody was stopping her, she continued to walk. Hi, I don't understand. Boss, you're already anemic and bleeding buckets from your period, And yet these people are still collecting so much of your blood. Do they want to suck you dry? This is ridiculous. I object to their methods. Dom, they know what they're doing. I trust Dr. Ching. This is all the fault of those hateful alarm girls. You can deny it all you want, boss, but I still believe that it's those B***'s fault that you're here in the hospital right now. They stressed you out and forced you to fight against them, overexerting your body. I'm so angry. I want to have a go with them. My momsy told me not to hit girls, but I don't see those B***'s as girls. They're monsters. The teenage girl's eyes widened as she peeked from behind the wall. Was that Boss Iris Long? OMG. It must be her. She heard the young man call her boss and even mentioned the alarm girls, so the woman on the wheelchair must be Boss Iris. She snapped several photos using her phone, trying not to be too obvious. Her hands were trembling with excitement. She wanted to run forward to ask for an autograph, but was too shy. No matter. She was already happy seeing Boss Iris in person. Satisfied, she pocketed her phone. What are you doing here? She jumped and turned around, looking scared and guilty. A scary-looking man in a black business suit wearing an earpiece glared down at her. I got lost. She could only mumble, nervous. This is the private wing. Are you visiting someone here? And no, my mom just gave birth. The maternity wing is at the other end of the hospital. Go that way and follow the arrows back to the main lobby, and then ask from there. I suggest you leave immediately if you have no business here. She nodded and then ran away. The man watched the girl until she disappeared from view. He just returned from the washroom to quickly relieve himself. When he came out, he saw the teen snooping from behind the wall. But the girl was just watching the mistress from afar. He didn't see anything wrong with that. Besides, the girl was just a kid, so what harm could she do? He didn't see the teen taking photos of Iris with her phone. Shrugging, he tossed the matter out of his mind and focused on following the mistress from a distance, making sure that she was safe, or else the master would kill him if something happened to her under his watch. ####. The teenage girl found her way back to her mother's room. It was too crowded inside, so she sat at a nearby bench along the hallway. She was looking at her phone, giggling at the photos she had just taken of Boss Iris. Then she surfed online. Her expression turned furious when she read some of the stupid comments denouncing Boss Iris as a violent person who beat up others until they were unconscious. How blind were these people? It was clearly those alarm girls who were the violent ones. Boss Iris was just defending herself. She immediately logged into her account and created a new post. She uploaded the photos of Boss Iris she had taken earlier. Stop the nonsense, she wrote. Look what those evil alarm girls did to Boss Iris. The boss is at the hospital right now sitting on a wheelchair, but do you see her whining about it? You haters, shut up. Little did she know that this simple post of hers would cause another bigger media storm. When Iris and Dom returned to the room, breakfast was already prepared. Hot, traditional Chinese dishes were specially delivered from the nearest three-star restaurant. Jin Liwei, Long Tingfei, and Chao Guang were waiting for her. All of them ate together, including Jin Liwei's two subordinates. Iris' appetite had returned, which was a relief to everyone. Jin Liwei made sure to order special dishes for her condition. No spicy or greasy food. Lots of iron-rich ingredients and hot soup-based recipes. After the meal, Long Tingfei and Chao Guang bid their goodbyes. Iris wanted to go home that day because she didn't want to stay in the hospital any longer. However, Dr. Ching sternly told her that she needed to stay another night so that they could continue monitoring her and make sure that she was recovering well. Jin Liwei looked exhausted and jet-lagged. How about you go home and rest, she suggested, feeling sorry for him. Don't worry about me. Dom is here. No, baby. I want to stay here with you. Her heart fluttered. She hugged him. Jin Liwei, of course, was delighted. His head dipped down and kissed her sweet lips. His breath quickened when her arms wrapped around his neck. He wanted more, but held back. Reluctantly, he ended the kiss. The doctor hadn't cleared his baby girl yet. She might be feeling better now, but he might aggravate her condition with his intensity. Besides, he was exhausted and didn't have the energy to keep up with his desire. Next time he would show her how much he desired her when they were both recovered. I need to sleep for a bit, baby, he said, sighing. Go ahead. I'll just sit here and read a book. This room has a rather nice collection of paperbacks. And don't move around too much. Sleep with me when you feel tired. Okay. He gave her another lingering kiss before climbing on her hospital bed. He covered his entire body, even his head, with the blanket. Moments later, his deep, steady breathing could be heard as he fell asleep. Iris reclined on the couch, a heat pack on her abdomen, enjoying a detective novel she chose from the shelf. Around lunchtime, Dom picked up Tang Yi from the hospital entrance. She carried several takeout boxes bought from a family restaurant on her way to the hospital. Iris, how are you feeling? I've been so worried ever since Dom called me this morning. Tang Yi immediately inspected his artist from head to toe after putting the food on the table. I'm feeling much better now, elder sister Yi. Sorry for making you worry. My doctor says that I'll probably be dismissed tomorrow. Tang Yi sighed in relief. It's my mistake for not putting more importance in the security while I was organizing your launch party. Who could have thought that you'll be attacked while on stage? I've never experienced something as scary like that before. I've seen fans getting a little too excited and rough when meeting their idols, but I've never seen people openly attacking a celebrity in such a violent manner in public before. This is the first time. Dom, just remembering what happened makes me so angry. Iris' eyes turned cold. The alarm girls will get what they deserve. She personally didn't care about them, but remembering how they hurt Dom, her band musicians, and some of her fans hardened her heart for them. For now, she would let her lawyer deal with them. If they stopped bothering her, she would leave them alone and let the law decide their fate. But if they continued to be stupid and trouble her again, then she would show them the ruthlessness of lawless justice. Tang Yi continued to fuss around Iris, gently pushing her to rest on the couch and covering her with a warm blanket. I spoke with Mr. JJ and some of the Bright Summit higher-ups. We all know how much of a dedicated artist you are, Iris. That's why we've allocated this much resources for you. However, it seems that your previous, unpleasant reputation still lingers, and there are still people who, how do I say this? Iris, I know that there are a lot of people who hate me. I'm aware, elder sister Yi. Dom, stupid blind fools. Tang Yi coughed. Well, yes. Then she sighed. The alarm girls clearly hate you and blame you for their misfortune. Hopefully, your haters are not all like them, and this is only a one-time incident. However, we at Bright Summit and Mr. JJ don't want to take a chance. Your safety and well-being are of utmost importance. That's why we think that you need bodyguards. No, I don't want bodyguards. Surprised at her quick rejection, Tang Yi frowned. Iris, this is a serious matter. You need bodyguards. Iris' lips pressed hard together, subconsciously glancing at the big, long lump covered by a blanket on the bed. Jin Liwei was just telling her the same thing this morning. Tang Yi, yeah? Is someone on the bed? Who's that? Iris, my boyfriend. Tang Yi, what? You have a boyfriend? Iris, yes. Dom, he. Tang Yi, since when? Who is he? Iris, last week. He's a businessman. Jin Liwei thought that they were already boyfriend and girlfriend when he first came to her penthouse, but they only became an official couple when he slept over. She only recognized the moment he asked her, and she agreed to be in a relationship with him, not the other one without her knowledge. And he may be the head of the #1 company in the country, but technically speaking, he was still a businessman. She simplified her answers, but she didn't lie to her manager. Iris, this. Tang Yi looked worried. I don't think it's a good idea to be in a relationship, especially right now that you've just had your comeback. What? Iris tilted her head to the side. Your fans idolize you and, in a sense, feels possessive of you. They're not going to take it kindly if they discover that you have a boyfriend. They'll feel betrayed. Many celebrities have experienced backlash from their fans when their relationships were exposed to the public. That's why most celebs deny being in a relationship, especially for young ones like you. That's so stupid, Iris said. My fans don't own me. Besides, I had my lawyer remove that ridiculous no relationship term in my contract before I signed with Bright Summit. So I'll be all right. Don't worry, elder sister Yi. Hi. I'm not worried about your contract. What I'm worried about are your fans' reactions when they learn that you have a boyfriend. Iris waved a dismissive hand. If they turn their backs on me just because of such a simple issue as having a boyfriend, then they're not real fans. I'd rather not have those kind of people supporting me. Tang Yi sighed, shaking her head at Iris. Since you're not violating your contract, I can't force you to break up with your boyfriend. However, I want you to be very careful. I suggest you don't openly reveal your relationship status. You just returned to showbiz. Your footing is not stable yet. A slight mistake can end your career prematurely. That's how harsh this industry is. It doesn't only apply to showbiz, Iris said softly, her eyes unreadable as if remembering something painful. The entire world is harsh. But that's why we must keep on living, to triumph over the harsh reality of life. Tang Yi moved on from the unpleasant subjects and excitedly shared the latest updates on the performance of Iris' album Rebirth. The three ate the lunch Tang Yi brought while they talked. Curious about Iris' boyfriend, Tang Yi suggested that Iris wake him up for lunch, but Iris declined. She wanted Jin Liwei to rest as much as possible. The man must have been so exhausted from his business trip, long plane ride, dealing with her bad mood when he returned, and now accompanying her to the hospital. She felt sorry for him, but at the same time felt warm and sweet inside for the care he was showing her. It's only been the third day since your album was released, but it has already surpassed our initial expectations, Tang Yi said with delight while eating. JJ's record label was aiming for at least top 10 in the music charts. Dumb, eh? But I remember Mr. JJ saying that he's sure Boss album will land in the top 3. Tang Yi, Mr. JJ always says that for all the music he personally produces. The team he assigned for Iris had more conservative expectations. After all, the competition is tough, and this is Iris' first album since she disappeared for 2 years. Many currently popular artists also released their own music around this time. Not to mention a big name like Jin Liwei who released his album just a few weeks before Iris. His album has been sitting on number 1 ever since it debuted. Dumb. Oh, Jin Liwei is so hot. Did you see that music video where he was dancing without his shirt on, grinding on the floor, sweat dripping everywhere? Ah, so yum yum. But of course, Sir Boss is still the most handsome. Tang Yi, what? Who's Sir Boss? Oh, you mean Iris' boyfriend? Really? He's more handsome than Jin Liwei. Dumb. OMG yes. Sissy, you should see Sir Boss. He's, like, the most gorgeous man ever. I see them this way. Sir Boss is the original, high-end, luxury model while Jin Liwei is the affordable version even though both are high quality. Sir Boss is out of reach to regular people, while Jin Liwei is, what's the word, obtainable with some effort. You know what I mean. I think I understand what you mean. Tang Yi tapped her chin, then glanced at Iris. She was very curious about what Iris' boyfriend looked like. She didn't entirely believe Dominic's description because he had the tendency of exaggerating. She wanted to ask Iris to wake up her boyfriend so she could meet him. Then Tang Yi remembered that they were at the hospital. She controlled her curiosity, not wanting to upset Iris by forcing her to do something. Clearing her throat, Tang Yi ended the conversation about Iris' boyfriend. As I was saying, JJ's record label was aiming for your album to debut in top 10 at least. Bright Summit's expectations were lower. They would have been already happy with top 30, aiming for a gradual climb instead. Iris continued to slowly eat, keeping quiet, and letting the two chatter on about her album. She didn't really care about things like ranking. All she cared about was sharing her music to the world and touch as many people as possible. But who would have thought that your album Rebirth will debut and instantly claim number 2? That's top 2. Only second to Jin Liwei's album. Tang Yi was so excited that she waved her chopsticks all around. Of course, Dom was even more excited, clapping and cheering on his seat. Of course, Boss is awesome. Yee. Congrats, Boss. Thank you. Iris smiled gently. What's more, your songs are even doing better. Rebirth debuted in number 2, Black Star in number 3, and Phantom of Your Love in number 9. Although Jin Liwei's song is number 1, he only has that one song in the top 10. His other song recently dropped to number 11. You're the only artist right now who has 3 songs in the top 10, and all 3 managed to claim their spots upon their debut. Dom. Give it a few days and Boss will kick Jin Liwei's song off its number 1 spot. Tang Yi giggled, giving a meaningful look. Dom, why are you laughing so weirdly like that, sissy? Wait, don't tell me. Tang Yi, yes. Iris' song Rebirth just claimed number 1 today. Dom was so shocked that he dropped his chopsticks to the floor. His mouth opened and closed like a gasping fish out of water. What? Sissy, please don't joke around. Dominic Chua, do I look like I'm joking to you? His eyes watered. Sissy, hold on. I'll show you. Tang Yi rummaged her pocket for phone. After tapping on the screen a few times, she held it to Dom. Dom grabbed it and focused all his attention to the phone. Moments later, he was sobbing. Boss. Whoa, it really is number one. Oh, you really did it, boss. Iris held her palm up and Dom gave her the phone. She glanced at it quickly. Indeed, her song Rebirth was currently sitting at number 1 on the chart. It changed position with Jin Chongling's song, which was now at number 2. Black Star was still on number 3, while Phantom of Your Love climbed 2 spots to number 7. She felt pleased that her songs were doing well on the music charts, although she didn't really care about rankings. It meant that JJ's record label and Bright Summit would be happy with her and provide her with resources so that she could create more music to share with the world. Tang Yi, in the albums chart, your album is still number 2. It won't be that easy to unseat Jin Chongling's album. After all, he had a head start when he released his album weeks earlier than you. But no matter. Your song's performances in the singles chart are good signs, especially since you haven't even started actively promoting your album yet. You have a high chance of claiming the top spot in both music charts when you're well enough to start promotions. I'll be discharged tomorrow, Iris said. I'll return to work the day after. Let's wait until we receive the go-ahead from the PR teams of both Bright Summit and JJ's record label. They're still dealing with the aftermath of the incident of you and the Alarm Girls. But don't worry about it too much, Tang Yi said quickly, worried that Iris would feel too stressed hearing about it. Like I said, the law is on our side. And both Bright Summit and JJ's record label are experienced in PR. Iris nodded. She finished eating. Suddenly, Tang Yi's phone rang. Hello. Tang Yi answered, then she frowned. Yes. She's in the hospital, and I'm actually here with her right now. I was going to call to inform you later. Someone took photos of her in the hospital. Iris' full attention was now in the conversation. What? Tang Yi's voice was almost shrill. It's all over the internet. The next day, Iris was finally cleared to be discharged from the hospital. Since it was a Monday, Jin Liwei had to go to work. He didn't want to leave his baby girl, but there were so many tasks needing his attention at the company, especially after being gone for a full workday week. Iris assured him that she would be fine. He wished that he could just tie her to his waist and carry her around all day, so they wouldn't have to be separated even for just a day. He woke up hours before sunrise. Good thing that Iris managed to wake up from her usual deep sleep in time to send him off. She also felt disappointed that they weren't able to spend some quality time together after he returned from his business trip. Truly, life was unpredictable and plans could go awry without any warning. Despite this, she felt warm inside because Jin Liwei stuck with her and was extremely patient and caring, even when she almost bit his head off so many times during her extreme mood swings. She was beginning to see that the man genuinely cherished her. Seeing his baby girl awake, of course Jin Liwei wouldn't miss the chance to thoroughly kiss her before leaving. He wasn't sure whether she would snap at him again, but he missed her so much. When she also responded to his deep kisses, he almost lost control. Finally, she was allowing him to kiss her again without pushing him away. He felt so aroused and wanted to devour her as soon as possible, but he forcefully fought his inner beast. His baby girl was not 100% recovered yet. He reminded himself that he had to be gentle with her at this time. Giving her another deep kiss, he reluctantly left to return to his mansion at Dragon Palace Homes to shower, change into his business suit, and eat breakfast before heading to his company for work. Iris went back to sleep after he left. When she woke up again later, she underwent another series of medical tests before breakfast. Afterwards, she and Dom talked about what happened yesterday while eating breakfast. The hospital almost declared a state of emergency yesterday because the media suddenly swarmed the entire place, attempting to fish for information about Iris Long. They disrupted the daily operations, forcing the hospital administration to ask for police intervention because there were other patients who needed immediate attention that were being pushed aside by the reporters. It wasn't only the media either. Curious rumormongers also snooped around, giving the hospital workers, the patients, and their families a big headache. Some of them began blaming Iris Long for the disruption. When some of the Black Stars fan club members who also went to snoop around heard these people dissing their boss, they were enraged. A heated verbal battle ensued, escalating the chaos in the hospital. The officers of the fan club were quickly made aware of the situation by the online posts of the members present in the hospital. Captain Blackstar messaged all the members to behave properly in order not to besmirch their boss Iris Long's name. Feng Wan's friend, the wife of the police chief, asked her husband to send more officers to control the situation. Of course, the chief granted his beloved wife's request. Soon, more police officers arrived. The reporters and the civilian snoopers were driven away. A few officers stationed themselves around the hospital to block anyone who had no business in the hospital. While all of these were happening, Dr. Ching and a couple of hospital administrators met with Iris and Tang Yi at a nearby empty private room. Jin Liwei was still sleeping soundly, and Iris didn't want to disturb him. The administrators apologized for failing to protect her privacy as a VIP patient. "It's not your fault. I'm sorry for the trouble my presence here in your hospital is causing you. I heard that people are making a ruckus outside. Miss Long, please don't worry about it. We are already dealing with the matter. We want you to focus on recovering. Your father has always been a great supporter of our hospital by making big donations every year. As his daughter, we will do our best to ensure that you are safe as our patient." Tang Yi was busy on her phone, reading Dom's live updates. Dom went down to see what was happening with his own eyes. "These reporters are really vicious, insinuating that you're faking your condition in order to garner more publicity for your album." Tang Yi harumphed. "They're also saying that you're colluding with the hospital in order to make you look weak to shift the attention from you beating up the alarm girls." "All rubbish." Iris sighed. "If only we could show them your hospital record, then we could slap them with the truth and shut them up all at once," Tang Yi said. "Sorry, but we can't do that," Dr. Ching interjected. "Patient confidentiality is sacred to us here. The only exception is if we're ordered to surrender the record by the court." The two administrators nodded. "Just show them," Iris suddenly said. Dr. Ching, "What?" "But Miss Long, the patient confidentiality states." "Iris, I'm the patient, so I have the authority to permit the release of my medical record. Am I right?" The doctor hesitated, but finally nodded. "Iris, then there should be no problem. They won't believe my words alone anyway. Show them my official medical record. That should give them enough material to report about. Then they'll stop pestering the hospital. Besides, I have nothing to hide because it's true that I'm a patient of this hospital." The administrators asked her one more time if she was sure of her decision. "Yes, I give you my consent." That same afternoon, the hospital arranged for a sudden press conference. Almost all the media outlets hurriedly sent their representatives to attend. Dr. Ching and his team of doctors faced the reporters. The press conference was very brief. As doctors, they went straight to the point, showing Iris Long's actual medical records starting from when she stayed in the hospital as a comatose patient due to severe trauma from a vehicular accident. It also showed her recovery process consisting of her physiotherapy and rehabilitation sessions. The most recent entry was her current condition, which was fainting due to iron deficiency anemia and sudden physical overexertion. They answered a few questions from the reporters, clarifying details from the medical record. Dr. Ching had a good reputation within the medical community. Just his words alone was enough to dispel the lingering doubts, not to mention the hospital's own prestige. The skeptics had no choice but to accept the authenticity of the medical record. Many reasoned that Iris Long, even with the backing of the Long family, still didn't have enough influence to make such a well-respected hospital endanger its reputation just to fake a mere medical record. After the press conference, the reporters immediately wrote their drafts. Within an hour, all the news confirmed that Iris Long's coma and her current hospitalization were all true. The news caused an uproar online, especially among the Black Stars fan club. Although Iris herself confirmed that she was comatose for a year during her interviews on Music Fest Tonight and on DJ Song's radio show, it was still only her words, and she didn't elaborate much on her condition. But now that her medical record was revealed for everyone to see, people realized the gravity of what she went through. Those who were bashing her and accusing her of faking being in a coma and staging a hospitalization to generate publicity for her album had no choice but to shut up and retreat for now. Of course, there were a few who didn't care about the concrete evidence and continued spouting conspiracy theories, but the Black Stars moved swiftly and suppressed these trolls with their numbers and unity. Leading the charge against the bashers were Captain Blackstar and I eat slippers. They divided their army and swarmed against those haters online, spreading malicious rumors about their boss. Directing the entire Black Star's army on which web pages to go was Monkey Face. Captain Black Star, defend our boss Iris. Comrades, attack. Aye aye, Captain. I eat slippers. Those who said that our boss Iris was faking her hospitalizations. Where are you? Hiding like spineless cowards, I see. Come out. Come out. Wherever you are. Still not coming out? Huh. As expected, all evildoers scurry away with tails between their legs as soon as they see my mighty slippers of justice. All hail the mighty slippers. All hail. Slippers of justice. In the Black Stars fan club website's group chat. Little Phoenix, it's my fault for posting those photos. I only wanted to prove to those haters that Boss Iris was hurt too during the fight with the Alarm Girls. I didn't expect that my post will blow up this big and force Boss Iris to show her private medical record. Will Boss Iris hate me? Mrs. Love Phantom. Oh, my dear child. I'm sure Iris won't hate you. JJ number 3 fan. That's right, sweetie. It's not your fault. JJ number 1 fan. Don't be too hard on yourself, my girl. JJ number 2 fan. Don't worry about it. Too much, sweetheart. Iris will surely understand your good intentions. Little Phoenix, really? Mrs. Love Phantom. Yes. Little Phoenix. I still want to apologize to Boss Iris, but I don't know how. Mrs. Love Phantom. How about you write a letter to her? Then we aunties will find a way to deliver your letter to her. Little Phoenix. Is that true? Promise. Mrs. Love Phantom. Yes, we promise. JJ number 2 fan. We promise. JJ number 3 fan. Promise. JJ number 1 fan. We promise, my girl. Little Phoenix. Thank you very much, aunties. I'll go buy a nice stationery paper now. I still have some allowance left after buying Boss Iris album. I'll message you after I've written my apology letter. That day, it seemed as if the Black Stars invaded the internet. Wherever Iris Long's name was mentioned, the Black Stars were there either proudly waving their boss banner and their mighty virtual slippers, or valiantly fighting against the stubborn anti-Iris Long trolls. Iris Long topped the most searched for rankings. Whether it was her recent album and songs, her amazing performances since her comeback, her shocking whistle register, the incident with the Alarm Girls during her launch party, and the reveal of her medical record, more and more people wanted to know more about Iris. However, the reactions to the incident with the Alarm Girls during her launch party still remained mixed. The harsher critics didn't approve of her violent response to the situation, especially since it was clear for everyone to see that she beat up the 3 girls until they fell unconscious. It didn't matter to these people that it was the Alarm Girls who started the fight first. What mattered to them was that the fight looked extremely one-sided and Iris didn't show any mercy to her fellow girls. They didn't even imagine what it must have felt like to be chased around suddenly by masked attackers wielding metal mic stands. To them, Iris should also face the consequences of violent behavior like the Alarm Girls. Of course, there were also many who supported Iris Long. They reasoned that if they were put in the same situation as Iris, they would also do the same, and maybe more. Survival was the most basic instinct, after all. While all of these were happening online, Tang Yi left the hospital. Thanks to the consecutive media storms involving her artist, she was very busy as Iris manager. There was no time to rest. It was her and Bright Summit's job to turn the situation into something advantageous for their artist. This was what they were good at. Back in the hospital, Jin Liwei finally woke up. Dom, of course, spilled everything that happened earlier to his sir boss. What? Jin Liwei was enraged. He immediately marched outside the room and reprimanded his subordinate who he assigned to protect his Xiaolan. The subordinate bowed and apologized. His expression remained stoic, but sweat beaded on his forehead. What the hell were you doing? This is the